Chapter 121. What's the current situation in Xinjiang? Pei Xingyin's pupils reflected the scene of invisible forces slicing through the earth. Hearing Zhou Yuan's question, he quickly replied, Xinjiang became a megacity 3 years ago. Today, its aura radiates over 6,000 square kilometers, and its population. As he spoke, Zhou Yuan's black-robed, young human form appeared before him. When a city's will reaches the megacity level, its energy is sufficient to condense into its visible form, a form considered its humanoid city. After Pei Xingyin finished describing Xinjiang's situation, Zhou Yuan responded with a good, and silence fell again, leaving only the rumbling sound of invisible forces slicing through the earth. Zhou Yuan had been trapped underground for years. Ghosts had constantly attacked him, draining his energy and forcing him back to a medium-sized city. However, as Xia Fengnian was returning him to the surface, they recharged his energy, transforming him back into a megacity, thus trapping Xia Fengnian. It was as if the ghost knew Xia Fengnian would eventually rescue Zhou Yuan, and from the very beginning, its actions against Zhou Yuan were an ambush. The fragments of the Jiuzhou statue Pei Xingyin had brought with him were useless. No matter how Xia Fengnian or Zhou Yuan used them to imitate Huading city talent, they only sprouted green shoots, unable to move the city. Xia Fengnian and Zhou Yuan proceeded according to their original plan. Zhou Yuan cut off his tail to survive. From Zhou Yuan's understated description, Pei Xingyin learned that this slicing of the city had been going on for a long time. Had he arrived a little later, he might not have witnessed this scene. Pei Xingyin watched silently. Suddenly, the persistent light over there dimmed, and Pei Xingyin became alert. Ghost? Zhou Yuan tilted his head to one side, as if listening to someone. After a moment, a look of confusion crossed his eyes. Rest? Why did Brother Xiao want him to rest for a week? What was this surprise he was talking about? Zhou Yuan wanted to ask Xia Fengnian in detail, but he couldn't communicate and could only accept Xia Fengnian's information unilaterally. He pinched the cuffs of his wide sleeves and beckoned Pei Xingyin to follow him back. The humanoid city was like a walking flashlight in the city. Pei Xingyin, following Zhou Yuan, didn't need a flashlight at all. He asked, Is this Mr. Xiao? Zhou Yuan nodded. I can't contact him, and I don't know why he told me to stop. Pei Xingyin said, I go down and ask Mr. Xia. Wang Yuanian should be coming up soon. No need. Zhou Yuan raised his hand and looked at Pei Xingyin seriously. He's the type who won't tolerate anyone challenging his decisions. If you truly want to cooperate with him and go along with him, he'll help you. Pei Xingyin frowned and was about to say something when Zhou Yuan quietly silenced him. If you want him to continue to side with humans, not ghosts. Pei Xingyin whispered, Mr. Xia. Is he someone who can't distinguish between good and evil? Zhou Yuan chuckled, different races, different sides, how can there be good and evil? He gazed into the darkness around him. After falling underground, I discovered a whole new world beneath the surface, filled with countless wondrous creatures. The surface is where they long to go. Ghosts are one of these countless creatures, as are the original humans. Now that humans are no longer worthy of their place, they come to vie for the chance for their entire race to remain above ground. Even someone like Pei Xingyin, who naturally exhibited little emotional reaction, couldn't help but feel his pupils shrink to the size of pinpricks when hearing Zhou Yuan's words. Zhou Yuan, seeing his reaction, laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. Energy flowed through his palm, sending warmth into his body, making him feel much better. This is just my idle speculation. I haven't verified it yet. Just think of it as a little story to amuse you. Pei Xingyin, Any human being would be amused by hearing this story. This is true. Zhou Yuan must be telling the truth. Pei Xingyin glanced into the distance. Darkness dominated the underground. After hearing Zhou Yuan's words, he seemed to sense the malicious gaze hidden in the darkness. He shuddered. Has humanity's situation become so dire? Zhou Yuan casually spoke, without rules, there can be no order. This also applies to underground creatures. There can only be one underground tribe on the surface, and only one underground tribe can challenge an above-ground tribe. The victor enters a truce of over 1,000 years. That's the rule. Pei Xingyin couldn't help but ask how. Do you know so much? Zhou Yuan, walking ahead, paused and looked at Pei Xingyin with a half-smile. You already have the answer. Pei Xingyin looked down. He wasn't looking at the ground beneath him, but at the man. Xia Fengnian Zhou Yuan had pinned beneath him. Is he also from the underground? Snap. Something was ripped off again. If your arm isn't working, how about this? Wang Yuanian clutched his head in fear. The young man in front of him had actually cradled his head in his arms, holding it up with both hands. The head smiled at him and asked, How about a gift of your head? Gifts can connect with the earth, but not the underworld. Wang Yuanyan asked with a headache, Mr. Xia, who are you intending this gift for? There's only us and Zhou Yuan here, and I don't think we appreciate it. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Fengyan glared at him and said, Are you worthy of accepting such a precious gift from me? He fiddled with his head, then, perhaps bored, put it back on. Wang Yuanyan watched him remove and replace his head, feeling as though he could dismantle it himself. He said, Mr. Xia, we're acquaintances now. Could you please tell me what you are? Xia Fengyan waved his hand. You find out when we return to the surface. If you want to stay here, shut up and don't disturb the good mood of us all. Wang Yuanyan had no idea who Xia Fengyan was waiting for. He returned to Zhou Yuan for a bite to eat. His companions were all up there, doing what they could to build the city. He had heard that Xia Fengyan and Zhou Yuan had postponed their return to the surface, and he sighed. He felt that expecting Xia Fengyan to do anything was worse than expecting a sow to climb a tree. Wang Yuanyan would go down to Zhou Yuan every day to accompany Xia Fengyan. Underground, many of their instruments and equipment were useless. The magnetic field and the interference of unknown forces rendered even watches useless. They could only judge the approximate time by feel. The number of days spent underground could be determined by the color of the crack above their heads. Light indicated day, and darkness indicated night. No one had forced Wang Yuanyan to come down to accompany Xia Fengyan to curry favor. It was his own idea. In this underground darkness, only the light emanating from Xia Fengyan's presence made him feel as if he were still above ground, less oppressive. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Wang Yuanyan looked at Xia Fengyan, who had been so excited these past few days, and then at his own pale complexion. He sighed deeply, delivering his unlearned, unrefined stand-up comedy routine, while looking up at the crack. Huh? Wang Yuanyan was stunned. It had only been daybreak for a few hours, and how could it be dark again? He felt a slight chill on his cheek, perhaps the wind. There was breathable air underground, but there was almost no such thing as wind. Something floated down from his vision. Wang Yuanyan dodged, but it still landed on his face. He touched it, and saw it was a fresh green leaf, half the size of his palm. More of it fell lavishly, not only leaves but also petals. The floral fragrance intensified. Wang Yuanyan was amazed. He heard Xia Fengyan's excited, gritted voice. Smoke is really coming out of our ancestors' graves. A thick vine fell from the sky and landed heavily in front of Wang Yuanyan. The leaves trembled, and a vine, as thick as a large water tank, seemed to be observing. Seeing Wang Yuanyan, the vine swayed joyfully. As a city follower, Wang Yuanyan sensed the presence of another city's will from this vine. A city's will that appeared here, seemingly on its own initiative. He could only think of one. Could it be Huading? Wang Yuanyan subconsciously glanced at Xia Fengyan. Seeing him with a deadpan expression, he immediately knew the vine was from Huading. The vine followed Wang Yuanyan's movements and noticed Xia Fengyan as well. Wang Yuanyan and Xia Fengyan saw the vine pause noticeably, and even without words, they could sense each other's excitement. The vines danced with joy, rushing forward excitedly. Xia Fengyan, expressionless, blocked the vines, which acted like a dog, pressing them against him. He leaned over the vines, his lips moving as he spoke in a voice only he and the vines could hear. Huading, I can give you more energy, as long as you sever your bond with my daughter. Don't tell my daughter this, or I smash your city statue into pieces with one punch. The vines were stunned. In the canyon, the people in the floating city looked around nervously. After entering the rift, the city's lights were disrupted, flickering constantly, a mixture of light and darkness. As the city descended, it seemed as if something was constantly impacting its aura, sending invisible ripples through it. Besides the city they were in, everything else was shrouded in darkness, absorbing even light, making it impossible to see. Yuanqin wore a ring on her hand, and after entering the rift, the ring's light grew brighter and brighter. She relied on the ring's faint energy to guide Huading. Suddenly, Huating stopped descending. He said, I'm feeling very uncomfortable down there. Going any further will drain my energy faster. I try other methods to explore the way. Other methods refers to the vines. Yuanqin nodded, awaiting the results of the small ruined city. It's very dark. I can smell the will of another city, probably Zhou Yuan. There's also the set of humans down there. Got it, I saw a human. And Dad. It's Dad. Yuanqin was delighted and was about to speak when the small ruined city's voice, slightly tearful, rang out. Yuan, Dad doesn't like me. He doesn't want you to be his city's dependent, and he wants me to be shattered. What am I doing wrong? Yuanqin's face changed. Ming Ranlin, standing next to her, was also stunned by these words. Ming Ranlin said, Old Xia isn't that kind of person. He's very friendly with City Will. Are you sure you saw old Xia? Huiting, still looking like a child who suffered a great injustice, said, that aura must be daddy's. Yunshin also comforted little Poaching, saying, auras can be wrong. I like you so much. Xia Fengyan, as my father, should also like you. He said such cruel words to City Will. It's very likely not Xia Fengyan, but something else. As she spoke, the ring on her finger flickered. Xia Fengyan stared silently at the vines before him. No matter how kind City Wills may appear to humans, they are generally arrogant and prone to revealing their true feelings to humans. It's rare for someone to be so shameless and direct as to tell tales. He extended his hand, deliberately displaying a hint of friendliness, and the vines immediately rubbed affectionately against his palm. Through the stone in his heart, he could also hear the clear voice of the old man whispering to his daughter, Dad likes me again. He probably thought I was a bad City Will. His daughter breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Fengyan said meaningfully, your cultivation is quite high. Chapter 122. The news that Xia Fengyan was down there was exciting. Huiting couldn't descend directly. Between him and Xia Fengyan, another massive city blocked the way, and the remaining space in the crevice wasn't enough for him to descend. If Yunshin, Ming Ranlin, and the others wanted to see Xia Fengyan, they could only use the vines to descend back to where Huiting had just descended. The vines hovered over Xia Fengyan, attempting to communicate through their expressive branches. Unfortunately, Yunshin was the only one whose brain circuits could sync with the branches' movements. Xia Fengyan had no idea what they were trying to say. The ground here was peculiar. The vines couldn't leave any writing on it. Their efforts only elicited a deadpan expression from Xia Fengyan. Huiting was discouraged. Xia Fengyan seemed to know what the people in the city were about to do. As Yunshin, Ming Ranlin, and their small group were about to depart, he said, little bastards. At those 4 words, the vines and leaves exploded, staring at Xia Fengyan in surprise like tiny eyes. Xia Fengyan had deliberately called Hua Ting that, clearly showing his displeasure. Ignoring Hua Ting's reaction, he continued, let them come down after dark. It's dangerous down there now. Is it dangerous here? The vines glanced at Wang Yuanian. Wasn't there a human here? Xia Fengyan said calmly. There are differences between close and distant people. There are some things you don't need to remind someone you don't know well. Wang Yuanian, just keep this kind of thing to yourself. Why say it out loud? He let out an awkward laugh and said righteously, Mr. Xia, Comrade Pei, and the others over at Zhouyuan are definitely overwhelmed. I need to go up and help. I won't chat with you any longer. Xia Fengyan called him, wait, and clapped his hand on the vines. Send him up there. He knows how to tell crosstalk, which could be a relief. He's also a member of the Ohara Castle, so he should have something you like to know. Wang Yuanian, ? He increasingly suspected that Xia Fengyan hadn't studied Chinese. What did it mean to be a member of the Ohara Castle? Which was more important, knowing how to tell crosstalk or being a member of the castle? Although he was an Ohara native, he truly couldn't tell crosstalk. That required learning and practice. It wasn't a skill ingrained in one's genes just by being born into Ohara. Wang Yuanian watched as the vine, upon hearing Xia Fengyan's words, turned and charged at him. Its thick branches tore through the air, like a savage bull, its force enough to kill. He was dead. Wang Yuanian closed his eyes, and waited for a long time, but the vine didn't hit him. When he opened his eyes, he was floating in midair, a sea of green. The vine's green leaves trembled, and he was unexpectedly being engulfed and carried upward. The movement was rapid, yet Wang Yuanian felt no shaking or discomfort. Surprised, he stroked the vine, and suddenly felt a strong pressure above his head. Looking up, Wang Yuanian saw lush greenery and clusters of flowers in the dim light. He felt as if the vine had carried him into the land. The scene before him shifted from dark to bright, the glare causing him to squint involuntarily. The halo lasted for a long time before dissipating, and he could clearly see his surroundings. In the distance, tall buildings stood in a cluster, interspersed with other buildings of various styles, all brightly lit. Surrounding them were forests of towering trees, like a city built in the jungle, blending the atmosphere of human and nature. Many people were standing nearby, a dozen or so standing particularly prominently, closest to him, all examining him curiously. He's a member of the Ohara Castle favorites. A lazy, slightly nonchalant voice echoed in Wang Yuanian's ears. Was that Hua Ting's voice? Judging from the tone and voice, he guessed he had a rather aloof personality, the quiet urban spirit. Wang Yuanian wasn't nervous at all. The city wasn't filled with the lunatics often seen in apocalyptic times. He spoke calmly, I'm Wang Yuanian, Wang as in Wang Jingwei, Yuanian as in Yuanian, and I'm a member of the Ohara Castle favorites, no doubt. His gaze fell on 3 of the dozen or so people, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the 2 men had delicate skin and delicate features, and his calves, exposed in cropped trousers, looked like they could break with a kick. He didn't look like a serious person. The other was older, tall, and square-faced, with a strikingly handsome aura, especially his thick, dark hair. Wang Yuanian stared at him for a long time, eager to ask how he maintained his hair. The youngest woman had delicate features that hadn't fully developed yet. Her eyebrows and eyes bore a resemblance to Xia Fengnian below. The same vine that had brought him up was perched beside her, very intimate with her. This must be a member of the Huading city familiar. Could this be Xia Fengnian's daughter? Wang Yuanian's gaze on each person was fleeting, never lingering long enough to make them uncomfortable. After introducing himself, he looked away. Yu Chaojia, a member of the Chafu city familiar. Meng Ranlin, a member of the Zhongzhou city familiar. Yuan Chen, a member of the Huading city familiar. Wang Yuanian was stunned. He hadn't expected Huading to have 3 members of the city familiar. So, perhaps the situation in the southern cities of Kyushu wasn't as dire as they imagined? Wang Yuanian had so many questions. What was happening in the city over there? Why were they here? Information on the ghosts, and so on. Yuan Chen, Yu Chaojia, and Meng Ranlin were meeting the northern city families for the first time, and they all had a lot to learn. Xia Fengnian told them to wait until dark, as it was still a long way from nightfall, perfect for a conversation with Wang Yuanian. They invited Wang Yuanian to the conference room, and everyone else returned to their assigned positions. On the way to the conference room, Yuan Chen noticed Hua Ting's absent-mindedness and asked, "Is anything else going on down there?" Hua Ting, "No." His voice was tinged with laughter, indicating he wasn't in a bad mood, so Yuan Chen stopped paying attention. Tungman swayed happily from side to side. He had initially thought his father disliked him, but he hadn't expected his father to actually like him so much. His father even called him Little Broken Thing, a cute nickname similar to Little Broken City. Dad was truly Union's father. Even his way of expressing affection was the same as Union's. Using such a familiar name right off the bat was incredibly embarrassing. Yuan Chen assumed Hua Ting's happiness stemmed from finding Zhou Yuan. Little did she know, Hua Ting hadn't even thought about Zhou Yuan. The 4 of them sat down in the conference room. Wang Yuanian pressed his chair tightly against his chest. He eagerly asked, "Who's going first?" Yuan Chen and the other 2 glanced at him simultaneously, their meaning self-evident. "Okay." Wang Yuanian cleared his throat. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Tungman pouring water with remarkable skill. He was a little surprised, but his thoughts were focused on this. "Then I go first. Where should I start? I just give you a general overview." 3 months after the ghosts appeared, Xinjing awakened, becoming the first safest and most orderly place in the apocalypse. With an abundant human population and sufficient supplies, Xinjing grew rapidly, its urban aura expanding daily to protect more humans. However, with Jiuzhou being so vast, and its population numbering in the billions, Xinjing alone simply could not meet the human population's housing needs. The wills of other cities did not awaken as quickly as Xinjing. Xinjing's urban talent allowed it to accelerate the awakening and growth of other city wills, but unfortunately, it could only affect neighboring cities. Several city wills near Xinjing awakened one after another, giving the human survivors more breathing room. The ferocious spread of ghosts slowed and eventually came to a near halt before the defensive lines of the city wills, led by Xinjing. The further north one went, the fewer ghosts one could see. The living conditions of the human survivors in the north did not improve as a result. Ghosts could not directly threaten humans, but they seemed to be able to influence the land through other means. Frequent natural disasters devastated northern cities one after another. After a devastating earthquake, the supplies in several major doomsday warehouses were completely destroyed. There were also hazardous material leaks from weapons depots and chemical plants caused by this massive earthquake. The soil conditions were so poor that planting was impossible. Only the area covered by the city's aura had improved. At a low level, the coverage of a city's aura was extremely limited. Giving up land for crops meant that humans had no place to live. Humanity had no time to study ghosts or anything else. Everyone was trying their best to survive the natural disaster, to stay alive. The northern cities also struggled for many years before settling down. It was then that they noticed that the connection between the north and south of Kyushu had been severed. Previously, refugees from the south would make their way north, while northern human survivors would journey south to return home. It was also around this time that the northern cities discovered the existence of the ghostly Grand Canyon, which spanned the middle of Kyushu. The northern cities were all back on track, and each city had a clear understanding of Kyushu's affairs. They would begin to help more cities if they could. The cities in their area no longer needed help, so they turned their attention to other cities blocked by the ghostly Grand Canyon. Countless people had died exploring the ghostly Grand Canyon, and their efforts were fruitless. Until this year, they had developed a more safe and foolproof method. They thought they could successfully cross the ghostly Grand Canyon, but unexpectedly, they were ambushed by ghosts and fell into the canyon. Fortunately, Xia Fengyan was right below where they fell and rescued them all. Wang Yuanyan's mouth was dry from talking. He grabbed the glass of water on the table and gulped down the cold water. He angrily said, "We often encounter ghosts. They look scary, but they're really no different from animals acting on instinct. But this time in the Grand Canyon, I feel like they've suddenly become intelligent. How should I put it? It's like they knew we were coming and set a trap for us." Yun Chen, Meng Ranlin, and Yu Chaojiao all had different expressions. Seeing that Yun Chen and Meng Ranlin remained silent, Yu Chaojiao whispered, "Maybe it's not just like, it's just that the ghosts knew ahead of time." Wang Yuanyan was stunned. "I was just joking. How could ghosts know our movements ahead of time? Do you know something?" Yu Chaojiao said, "It's a long story, but to put it simply, a traitor has emerged from the city's will." Meng Ranlin suddenly said, "It's getting dark." Yunchen stood up quickly. She said, "Sorry, I have to go see Xia Fengyan first. You guys continue." Meng Ranlin naturally wanted to go too. Yu Chaojiao wanted to join in the fun, but Wang Yuanyan held him back, insisting on knowing the details. Yu Chaojiao had no choice but to stay and watch Yun Chen and Meng Ranlin disappear into the distance. The two walked, one in front of the other, their steps hurried. Huiding split the vine in two to facilitate their movement. Before Meng Ranlin slid down, she caught a glimpse of Yun Chen paused, adjusting her neatly arranged hair and clothes. Her hands were shaking. Yun Chen took a deep breath, suppressing all the nervousness, uneasiness, awkwardness, and anxiety. She closed and opened her eyes, calming herself, and descended along the vine. The surrounding darkness seemed to swallow even sound. Silence was utterly still. The chest-mounted lantern, which should have had a wider reach, now illuminated less than half a meter. Such an environment could easily unleash the deepest fears in anyone, but the two men moving on the vines remained calm and composed, perfectly adapted to the conditions. With Hua Ting's help, they moved swiftly, and climbing independently allowed them to gain a deeper understanding of the surroundings. The branches extending from the vines swayed gently, and Yun Chen and Meng Ranlin knew that Hua Ting was warning them that the ground was approaching. In less than half a minute, the two men, one in front and one behind, reached solid ground. Without the vine's guidance, they saw a glimmer of light amidst the endless darkness. The man trapped beneath the city. Xia Fengyan's appearance hadn't changed at all. He looked exactly as in the photo, with a bright smile and radiant eyes. Meng Ranlin walked quickly, "Old Xia." Yun Chen paused every few steps. She didn't know what to do with her hands, nor what to address him when they reached him. She had never met this man before, and she worried she wouldn't be able to call him father or dad, which would upset him. She was worried Xia Fengyan wouldn't like her, that she hadn't protected her mother well enough. Xia Fengyan didn't even glance at Meng Ranlin. From the moment Yun Chen appeared in his sight, his eyes were focused solely on her. His daughter? She was already a grown woman. Why was she walking so slowly? Even old man Meng Ranlin walked so fast, so why was Nanan walking so slowly? Would Nanan blame him, her father, for not being a good enough father and not being there for them? As the distance between them grew closer, the two grew increasingly uneasy. Xia Fengyan had actually prepared a welcome speech long ago. He wanted to project the image of a father who could accomplish great things before his daughter. But when his daughter actually stood before him, the tiny, soft baby he remembered had grown into a graceful young woman, his throat felt as if something was choking him, and he couldn't utter a single word. Yun Chen was speechless too. She had no idea what to say. Xia Fengyan's aura was unfathomable, frightening her. The atmosphere was strange. Meng Ranlin couldn't understand why the tension between father and daughter was so tense. Xia Fengyan paused before uttering a few words, squat down. Yun Chen knelt down with his hands and feet together. Pa! Something was suddenly thrust into his arms, so fast that Yun Chen could only see a flash of red light. This is a gift from Daddy. Yun Chen looked at the gift in his arms, his pupils trembling. This thing was Xia Fengyan's head. Chapter 123. Eat quickly, it's good for you. The headless figure in front of her made a dull sound, like the muffled sound of someone shouting at her from the shore as they sink into the water. Yun Chen's limbs stiffened, and she felt like she was hallucinating. What did Xia Fengyan tell her to eat? This head? Meng Ranlin, ignored by both men, could no longer bear this bizarre scene. He took the head from Yun Chen's hand and put it back on Xia Fengnian's neck like a building block, interrupting his warm but unreliable fatherly care for his daughter and earning a pair of glares. Yun Chen felt a sense of relief. This gift was too special for her to handle. She looked at Xia Fengnian awkwardly, her awkwardness unnoticed, though she knew it within herself. She had been very close to Xia Fengnian to receive the gift. She stepped back slightly, maintaining a comfortable distance. "Hello, I'm Yun Chen." The greeting was respectful, polite, even distant. Meng Ranlin glanced at Yun Chen subconsciously, but the dim light made it hard to discern her expression. He then looked at Xia Fengnian, a hint of worry welling in his heart. Xia Fengnian wasn't a human, but a stone that had lived for a very, very long time. Meng Ranlin had known Xia Fengnian for so many years, and if he had to describe him in one word, it would be moody. Xia Fengnian was extremely independent and hated being bound. His personality was like a cloud floating in the sky, ever shifting. Only Yun Zhongshu could hold him captive. The fact that he and Yun Zhongshu had a child was truly a miracle. Meng Ranlin remembered clearly that during Yun Zhongshu's pregnancy, Xia Fengnian had told him that he wanted a child with Yun Zhongshu's personality. And if the child caused trouble for Yun Zhongshu, he would personally get rid of the child. Xia Fengnian spoke seriously, not even joking. Yun Chen's current temperament and appearance were nothing compared to Yun Zhongshu's. Meng Ranlin was deeply concerned that Yun Chen's behavior would anger old Xia. A fleeting thought flashed through his mind as he inconspicuously shifted a few steps to the right, slightly blocking the girl. He then carefully examined the young man, whose face remained as youthful as when they first met. Xia Fengnian's expression remained expressionless at first, but then he moved. Meng Ranlin watched as Xia Fengnian withdrew his left arm and fiddled with it at his side for a long time. He clenched his right fist, concealing something within, revealing only a small section of purple. It seemed to be a piece of fabric. The fist opened, and the young man's left hand also moved. Yun Chen noticed Meng Ranlin's nervousness and also looked at Xia Fengnian's movements. The purple fabric was pinched between the thumb and index finger of each hand, and with a powerful flick, it formed the shape of a square handkerchief. Xia Fengnian pinched the corner of his handkerchief, wiping away the non-existent tears from his eyes. He said lovingly, "My daughter is a well-mannered child. She knows how to greet strangers with honorifics, and knows not to approach them casually. Daddy is deeply touched." Xia Fengnian, Dad, even at his age, is easily moved. After wiping his eyes, he placed the handkerchief over his nose and blew a loud sniff, then casually discarded it. Yun Chen, Something shattered inside him. The powerful and mysterious figure of his father, whom he had never met, shattered. Also, Yun Chen's nervousness and uneasiness shattered. When Xia Fengnian called her over again, her steps lost their heaviness, becoming relaxed. Yun Chen remained half-crouched before Xia Fengnian, but this time, she dared to look him in the face. As her father, Xia Fengnian was far too young, even looking a few years younger than Yuge, only in his early 20s. The man in front of her suddenly raised his hand, but because of the city pressing down on him, he couldn't lift his upper body very high. He seemed to want to touch her head. Yun Chen immediately lowered his head to allow the other person to move. The top of her head felt slightly heavy, and Yun Chen's eyes welled up. The large hand on her head first gently stroked her hair, then rubbed it back and forth, a warmth emanating from his palm. "Nanan, you're a big kid now. How have you been all these years? You can tell Daddy if you have any grievances." Tears suddenly fell. Yun Chen was clearly trying hard to keep her eyes open, not blinking hard, but the tears just kept rolling down, completely uncontrollable. She had told herself many times that she was no longer a child, that crying wouldn't solve anything. She had always kept her emotions under control, rarely crying even in front of Little Broken City. She was clearly not familiar with Xia Fengnian yet, and had no idea what kind of person he was. But when she heard those words, tears suddenly burst out. "Don't cry, don't cry. Who bullied you? Tell Daddy. When Daddy gets out of here, I kill them all." Xia Fengnian frantically wiped his daughter's tears. He was furious, his lungs about to explode. What kind of bullying had his daughter endured outside that would make her cry like this just because of a single word? Xia Fengnian wiped Yun Chen's tears, while glaring at Meng Ranlin with a murderous look. Meng Ranlin, He bowed his head and admitted his guilt. He had indeed failed to take good care of Yun Zhongshu and her daughter. "Be good, Nanan, don't cry. Tell Dad who bullied you. Someone from Zhongzhou? Or that little bastard, Huading?" Yun Chen's tears gradually stopped when she heard the word Huading. She looked at Xia Fengnian through tearful eyes, remembering that she couldn't cry, she couldn't be weak. She had to protect the little city, and set an example. Xia Fengnian saw his daughter's reaction and thought he was right. He gritted his teeth and said, "Did Huiting see your situation and know how much you benefited the city's will, so he forced you to become his city-favored one?" The vine lying beside the corpse was bewildered. "Is that even possible? That's not true." Yunshin came to her senses, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She took the handkerchief that had been used to wipe her tears and realized it was the one Xia Fengnian had used to blow his nose. Her hand froze as she handed it back, wiping it vigorously across her face with her sleeve twice. "I'm doing well. I've never suffered any injustice. Huiting has been very good to me. He saved my life. He's my family." The vine moved, and Yunyun had also saved his life. Xia Fengnian stared at Huiting with dead eyes. This sickly little brat was actually trying to repay a favor. Yunshin added, "They're our family." The vines anxiously nudged the girl, their branches dancing in the air, reminding her that she hadn't called out Dad yet. Yunshin froze, pushing against the vines to quiet little Chung. She couldn't bring herself to call him that yet. Little Chung clasped her hands on her hips in anger. The vine shook Yunshin vigorously. She clearly wanted to see Daddy so badly before leaving, and she missed him so deeply. So why was she being so bashful in front of him? "Xia Fengnian, how dare you hit my daughter in front of me?" He pinched a red mark with his fingertips, and was about to throw it at the vines when he heard Yunshin mutter, "Okay, I know you've called me, and I tell you. Stop it." Xia Fengnian saw Yunshin glance up at him briefly, then down again. Then, soft as a mosquito's whisper, he said, "Dad." Xia Fengnian didn't miss those two words. His face lit up instantly, and he responded. He didn't miss that Nanan's willingness to call him seemed to be the work of that little wretch. Xia Fengnian was in a good mood, and decided to give this sensible city will a little favor. The deep red on his fingertips turned light red, and with a flick of his finger, he flicked it. A red light, the size of a grain of rice, and the size of a flame, slid close to the ground, unnoticeable. The red light merged with the vines, and in an instant, a fierce and powerful energy flowed unceremoniously along the vines, into the Huiting city image. The little wretch, accustomed to Yunshin's gentle care, was suddenly treated so roughly, and instantly felt like a child being forced to eat, and not allowed to spit out food, burping and pounding the ground. The reaction was felt on the vines, and the one leaning against Yunshin instantly drooped and fell to the ground. Yunshin was startled, but she soon realized that this was little Poaching's sign of eating too fast. Besides her, the only person here who could provide little Poaching with energy was Xia Fengnian. Yunshin looked at Xia Fengnian, pursed her lips, and said nothing. But Xia Fengnian could see that Nanan's eyes clearly said, "How could you treat Huating so cruelly?" Xia Fengnian, Could he just mix the energy with some water, and feed it to Huating from a bottle? Xia Fengnian certainly wouldn't blame his daughter. He silently put the blame on Huating. Yunshin stroked little Poaching's vines worriedly. He'd be in pain for a long time. Xia Fengnian said, "No, Daddy's going to teach you a trick. Go to the city and follow the instructions nearby, and it'd help him." Yunshin's eyes sparkled as he looked at Xia Fengnian. Under his daughter's admiring gaze, Xia Fengnian suddenly grew inflated. He explained his plan and watched his daughter quickly walk away, climbing up the vines toward the city. Xia Fengnian's gaze followed Yunshin until he vanished completely into the darkness. Meng Ranlin was the only one left, deathly silent. Meng Ranlin pondered for a long moment before speaking. "Sister-in-law, I know." Xia Fengnian raised his hand, stopping Meng Ranlin. "I saw everything while I was trapped here." His voice was calm. This calmness reminded Meng Ranlin of the ocean, whose surface was also calm, yet beneath it lay turbulent waves capable of killing people without warning. Meng Ranlin opened his mouth, unsure what to say. The light around the young man in front of him flickered, indicating that his emotions were unstable. Beneath Xia Fengnian was deeper underground. If Zhou Yuan fell into that position, he would become a part of it forever, and Jojo would never have a chance to wake up. Xia Fengnian was the dividing line between Zhou Yuan and the underground. If he ignored Zhou Yuan's departure, Zhou Yuan would vanish completely. She told him to consider the greater good. He could only watch her die in agony, unable to do anything here. For Jojo, she had left all her cruelty to him. Xia Fengnian closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a bright smile appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and said, raptly, "I can tell from the first glance that Nanan has become quite remarkable." Meng Ranlin, knowing Xia Fengnian didn't want to continue the previous topic, hummed a little, and said, "Xiao Yuni is indeed quite remarkable now." Just as he was about to give an example of Yunshin's performance in Xianan, he heard Xia Fengnian say something with great pride. "My Nanan is so amazing she can even walk on two legs." Ming Ranlin, Chapter 124. Yuan Shen used the method Xia Fengnian had taught her, channeling his own energy to channel the energy within the city image and controlling its flow. The normally energetic vines slumped to the ground, listless. The violent, surging energy was now controlled and channeled in an orderly fashion. The vines immediately held their heads high and swayed in place. Hua Ting was in better shape than ever before, prancing around proudly. Dad really loves me, giving me so much energy. Yuan Chen's mood was bright, and she, with a long overdue, deliberately mischievous tone, said, "You can't get over that sickly image you have in front of Dad." Hua Ting, The words lingered in his ears, like a demonic whisper. The vines frantically paced in place, then suddenly paused. "Is Brother Yu and the followers of Yuan City going to fight?" Yuan Chen was stunned. What was going on? She channeled the remaining energy, and immediately rushed to the meeting room. The conference room door was ajar, vines wedged against the entrance. A deafening roar echoed through the crack. "I don't believe it. Jin Zi wouldn't do such a thing." Followed by a resounding bang. Yuan Chen strode forward and pushed hard. The door flew open, revealing the scene inside the conference room. A tall, muscular man, Wang Yuanian, stood at the table, his face flushed and his neck thick. He slammed the wooden table with deafening bangs, looking as if he were about to resort to violence. Yu Chaojia leaned over the table, his expression also grim. He snatched the half-dislodged basket of melon seeds, and quickly swept the rest of the seeds off the table into the basket. Holding his seeds, he said angrily, "The facts are right here. If you don't believe me, what's the point of getting angry at the table? What's wrong with the table? You have to pay for it if you break it. You're wasting food in this apocalypse. Don't you know that every grain is hard-earned?" Wang Yuanian, fuming like a popped balloon, sat deflated in his chair, his eyes glazed over. He didn't believe the villains Yu Chaojiao was referring to were his good friends Jin and Yin. Yuan Shen glanced at Tung Man. "Is that what you call a fight?" Huiting, From the way they were moving, it certainly looked like they were about to get into a fight. Both of them had been so caught up in their emotions that they hadn't noticed anything coming from the other side of the door. Yu Chaojia caught sight of a figure, and, seeing it was Yuan Shen, he immediately called out, "How's the situation over there?" "I've already spoken to him. He's good friends with Jin Yute, and he refuses to accept the truth. He has hundreds of companions in Zhouyuan, including a member of the Xinjing City clan. Should we go over and contact them? And send him back, so he doesn't cause any more trouble here?" Wang Yuanian was already annoyed, and Yu Chaojia's incessant chatter only intensified his frustration. Couldn't this person understand the drastic change in his mind upon learning his best friend wasn't a good person? Yuan Shen nodded. "Yu Chaojia, no need to call anyone else, just the two of us will go first." Wang Yuanian raised his hands to cover his face, his voice hoarse and painful. "I need some quiet time. Are you acting in an idle drama? Xianan, Shijiang, and Zhongzhou have had their city talent stolen. Do they have time to calm down? And what about those city wills and humans who may have suffered at the hands of this guy? Can they think quietly like this? Originally, our enemies were only ghosts, but now a human is jumping out to actively divide us, pretending to be a hero who can save the world? Only a beast would do such a thing. He doesn't deserve to be human." Yu Chaojia's tone was harsh. He had been delighted to meet a new city dependent, but when he learned it was Jin Yute, that beast's real name was Jin Hein, he had learned that Wang Yuanian and Jin Hein were close friends, he couldn't help but dislike him. Jin Hein had caused his sister so much trouble, and even tried to harm the Chafu brothers. Yu Chaojia was furious just thinking about it. He felt that anyone who could be friends with Jin Hein must have questionable character. Wang Yuanian was furious. The Chafu city dependents were being too unreasonable. They had only speculated that the man might be a Xinlua city dependent, without any actual evidence, yet they were calling him a beast. He couldn't stand hearing someone insult his friend like that without actual confirmation. In a fit of rage, he swung his fist. He stopped mid-swing. Wang Yuanian lowered his head. The hand that held his fist was tiny, perhaps even half the size of his own, but even within that hand, it held an intimidating strength. "Calm down." Yuan Shen saw her fist lose its strength, so she loosened her grip and glanced at Yu Chaojia, who was hiding behind her. "Brother Yu, you should talk less." Huiting gently tapped Yu Chaojia on the back of his head with a branch. "Don't do meaningless things." Yu Chaojia admitted his mistake. Wang Yuanian also calmed down. "I was too impulsive just now. Are you going to Zhouyuan? I lead the way." After saying goodbye to Zhang Yongfu, Yuan Chen, Yu Chaojia, and Wang Yuanian left Huiting and arrived at a corner of Zhouyuan. They each turned on their flashlights. Underground, the range of their lights was reduced to a minimum, illuminating only a small area in front of him. Rustle. Rustle. In the darkness beyond the flashlight's reach, something seemed to be running quickly. They might be small animals. This place is within the reach of Joyuan City, so there's no need to worry about strange creatures appearing. Even though they knew this, the unexplained sounds in the darkness still made them nervous. The three of them walked quickly. Not far ahead, a firelight shone. They quickened their pace. "I'm back," Wang Yuanian called out. Many people were sitting around the fire, roasting food. At the sound, they immediately turned, their eyes instantly settling on Yun Chen and Yu Chaojia, who were standing beside Wang Yuanian. A flurry of discussion ensued. Wang Yuanian said, "They are the city's dependents from Huading and Chafu. Huading is parked right above." Pei Shengyin stepped out of the crowd and extended his hand to Yun Chen and Yu Chaojia, shaking hands. Wang Yuanian's face was heavy as he spoke. "They say a traitor has emerged within the city's will." The sparks danced, standing out against the darkness. They seemed blown by the wind, swirling in the air for a moment before their light grew brighter. "What do you mean?" A handsome young man, dressed in a black robe, the gold threads embroidered on the hem flowing in the firelight, suddenly appeared and nodded slightly to the surprised Yun Chen and Yu Chaojia. "I'm Zhou Yuan." His smiling gaze fell on the vines that decorated Yun Chen's surroundings. He said, "Huading, it's been a long time since we last met. I miss you so much." He finished his words, and then started again. "A betrayer has appeared in the city's will. Tell me more." As the fire burned, Wang Yuanian shifted his posture and said, "That's it." He concluded his story. Yu Chaojia added a few details he had omitted, emphasizing that the man surnamed Jin didn't appear to be forced. Wang Yuanian hesitated. Pei Shengyin said, Xinjing had previously thought the Xinlua city loyalist's behavior was a bit strange, but he assumed it was due to his personality, influenced by the city's will. He never took it to heart. "I never expected him to do such a thing." Zhou Yuan sat on the floor with the others, his posture similar, but with a touch of elegance. He quietly glanced at the people before him, his gaze resting on Wang Yuanian. He asked, "You seem to want to say something?" Yun Chen looked over. In the firelight, Wang Yuanian's face was particularly red, a flushed red. Wang Yuanian looked around and stammered, "Jinzi, that's Jin and Yin. I know him well. He's really not that kind of person. He and I grew up together. When he was little, he was ostracized and bullied because of his personality and appearance. Those people really went too far, and Jinzi was almost eaten by a ghost. Later, he developed a hatred for evil. After becoming a city devoted, he really only cared about Xinlua and didn't like to help other city wills, but he would never harm another city will. He was very kind as a child, even saving a wounded bird. How could such a person not take human life seriously? I'm not trying to defend him, but if it really was him, our cities are all very close to him, and he's seen them as a main body more than once. If he wanted to take it, why didn't he take ours, but instead went somewhere else far away? Even if he did it, he couldn't use the city's talents without the city's permission. Maybe he was just led astray." Wang Yuanian's words were ridiculous, and Yu Chaojia couldn't help but sneer. If that wasn't an excuse, then what was? He didn't mock him. He could tell Wang Yuanian was a man who valued friendship, so he could only say he'd been careless in choosing his friends. Yun Chen didn't react. Wang Yuanian probably didn't notice. He had been increasingly convinced that something was amiss with Jin and Yin, and he was struggling to make ends meet. Ivy clung to Yun Chen's shoulder, gazing enviously at Zhou Yuan's morphing form. He wanted it too. Zhou Yuan, lost in thought, said, "It seems you believe the Xinlua city followers had unavoidable reasons, or perhaps were induced by external forces, to act this way." Wang Yuanian said, "Indeed. Perhaps it's the same with Xinlua. It must have been some trick played by ghosts that transformed them into that state. It wasn't their fault, but they did do something wrong." Zhou Yuan stared at Wang Yuanian, a gentle smile on his face. Whatever their reasons, whatever compulsions, they have all committed unforgivable mistakes. Those who betrayed Jiuzhou should be expelled. As he spoke the last 4 words, his aura shifted, losing its friendliness and becoming oppressive. The pressure was stifling for the humans present. Only Huating nodded in agreement, unaffected by the oppressive aura. Wang Yuanian panted, "If humans can be expelled, can the city will also be expelled? Without any of the city wills, Jiuzhou cannot awaken, right?" Zhou Yuan nodded. "You understand correctly, but you also misunderstand." He traced his fingertips across the ground and said, "The city will grow from this land. As long as the land and culture remain, Jiuzhou's city will always exist. If Xian Luo truly intends to betray, let him choose to perish and be reborn on this land. As long as the land and culture remain, the city can continue to thrive. The one who is born will still be Xian Luo, but he won't be the same Xian Luo before. It might take longer to grow, and there will be some after effects. Wang Yuanian was dumbfounded. Is this a problem? The others, as city dependents, were hearing this statement for the first time. Yuan Chen couldn't help but look at Hua Ting, eager to ask if he knew about this. If that was true, then Xian Luo's situation didn't seem particularly serious. Huiting shook the branches blankly. His memory was already fragmented, and the memories he had of this incident were completely incomplete. Problem? Zhou Yuan smiled. Look at Hua Ting, he's doing fine now. That single word stirred 1,000 emotions. Chapter 125. Yuan Chen looked at Zhou Yuan in shock, his hand resting on the vine. What Zhou Yuan meant was, did Huiting disappear and then be reborn? The vine shook anxiously. What did Zhou Yuan know, and why did he say that? Yuan Chen asked Zhou Yuan on behalf of Little Broken City. Can you tell us the details? Huiting really wants to know. Zhou Yuan shook his head and said, I just sensed he disappeared before. Something must have happened to cause his disappearance. Zhou Yuan stared at the vines, paused, and continued, there are some things you don't know. Jiuzhou was aware of the ghosts when they first appeared underground. The ghosts wanted to land from the east, and Jiuzhou knew it. So, the first city will to awaken was Huiting. He must have awakened very early, before the ghosts appeared, but he couldn't do anything. A newly awakened city will. Well, before the ghosts officially landed, when the rules of the surface were still in place, the city couldn't do anything. Due to the unique nature of his land, Zhou Yuan woke up as a megacity. His memories and knowledge of Jiuzhou far surpassed those of other cities. Don't be afraid. In the case of Hua Ting and Xian Luo, if they were traitors, my gift would have eliminated them and reborn them. Huiting's situation is different. He chose to perish. I think his situation was critical, so he resorted to this desperate measure. His tone was steady, his pace unhurried, and his expression even more composed, which relaxed the nervous Yuan Chen and Xiao Pecheng. Huiting clung to Yuan Chen's shoulder, terrified him. He had thought he would end up like Xian Luo. He did have some selfish motives now, but he would never harm his fellow citizens of another city. Perhaps, as the followers of Yuan City said, the ghosts use some means to seduce the city's will, corrupting it and causing it to have other intentions. The number and variety of ghosts in the East are immense, and the methods they can employ are beyond our imagination. Huiting has always been in this state. By then, humans had already retreated. If the surrounding areas were also in this state underground, the land of Huiting would not have been able to withstand the same sustained resistance as I have. Perhaps that pollution was irreversible. When it reached a certain level, Huiting could no longer hold out, and so it chose to disappear, waiting for the birth of a new Huiting. As Zhou Yuan spoke these words, his gaze remained fixed on Wang Yuanian. Yuan Chen remembered Xiao Poqing saying that he and she were the same age, so he wouldn't have confused the time of his own awakening. Zhou Yuan said Hua Ting had awakened before the ghosts appeared. So, was the original Hua Ting struggling to hold on during the period between the apocalypse and Xiao Pecheng's awakening? How desperate must he have been to choose self-destruction? Yuan Chen felt distressed. She placed her hand back on the vine, trying to comfort Xiao Pecheng. But the vine stood upright, its swaying arc proud, its leaves eager to unfurl and hold their heads high. Huiting, after hearing Zhou Yuan's words, felt incredibly proud. Look at him carefully. He's a man of great self-sacrifice, not some sickly person, Yuan Chen, She wordlessly dropped her hand, not bothering to pay attention to Xiao Pecheng. Zhou Yuan continued, Huiting is okay, so Xinlu is certainly okay too. Wang Yuanian replied, I understand. He remained somewhat stubborn. Just because they saw that city-followed traitor arrive in Xinlu doesn't mean he's definitely a Xinlu city-followed. As far as I know, Xinlu's city talent has nothing to do with the ability to seize the will of another city. Loyalty and friendship are worthy of admiration. Zhou Yuan pulled something from his wide sleeves and handed it to Wang Yuanian. The city's will, devoted to Kyushu, will not be wronged by it. Since you are familiar with Xinlu and his followers, you will be the one to do this. Wang Yuanian took the tortoise shell, rimmed with pearls. The shell was a rare pure black, with dark gold markings along its surface. A slight shimmer could be seen from the side. Listening closely, a soothing, resonant sound seemed to emanate from within the shell. How do I use it? Enter Xinlu's city aura, preferably within the main city aura area. Place it anywhere, and it will vanish after 10 breaths. After 9 full days and nights, if Xinlu is still around, it means his heart is with Jojo. If it disappears, Wang Yuanian solemnly put the tortoise shell away. He asked awkwardly, well, how long is 10 breaths? In a few minutes? Zhou Yuan stared at him in silence for a moment, then lowered his eyes, sighed softly, turned, and with a flick of his sleeves, he vanished, leaving only his faint voice in the air. A wall of dung cannot be plastered. Yu Chaojia instantly covered his mouth, his face flushing from stifling laughter. Zhou Yuan's scolding was brilliant. But when he saw Wang Yuanian's bewildered expression, he kindly explained, Zhou Yuan said you're a wall of dung, unable to be painted. The first half of that sentence should be more familiar to you. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Wang Yuanian covered his head, and squatted in agony. Why did he speak like that? Was it because plain language didn't flow easily? Yu Chaojia curiously asked the quiet Pei Shengyin. Don't value culture and education? Pei Shengyin glanced at Wang Yuanian, pushing his glasses up with his middle finger. Xinjiang is okay, but other cities have only caught on in recent years. Promoting education after the apocalypse is very difficult. Ordinary people won't waste their time on it without tangible, immediate benefits. He's a prime example of the uselessness of culture theory. Yu Chaojia agreed. When he introduced himself earlier, I guessed his situation. No wonder he'd be friends with someone like that. Wang Yuanian wanted to jump up and curse, but the frail-looking Pei Shengyin held him down. Pei Shengyin scolded, Wang Yuanian, stop your childish attempts to stand up for your friend. Aren't you making enough of a fuss? Wang Yuanian's lips moved, and Pei Shengyin said in a cold voice, discard your bitter thoughts. There are many more tragic lives than is in the apocalypse. As long as he's done what he did, no amount of tearful excuses can erase his mistakes. Wang Yuanian pressed the tortoise shell in his backpack and whispered, if he really did what he did, can you hand him over to me? Pei Shengyin frowned. Wang Yuanian's obsession with this matter was a real nuisance. He'd be driven out of Kyushu. Wang Yuanian shook his head. Killing him won't do. Without waiting for anyone to speak, he stood up, his backpack tucked back behind him. He said, give him the chance, and he'd seek revenge. So, he has to be killed. Wang Yuanian wasn't someone who didn't know right from wrong. He just didn't want to believe it. He had just been thinking a lot about the ambush they encountered on their way to the ghostly Grand Canyon. The exact timeline for this operation should be kept secret. Before they set out, he had a drink with Jean and Ian, and they told him the timeline. Jean and Ian said they wanted to pray for him in the city before they left. What a lame excuse. He believed it at the time. Now that he thought about it, Jean and Ian had actually behaved in many strange ways, but he deliberately ignored them. Wang Yuanian felt sad. He thought his words would also shock the others, making them sense his determination. He raised his head, bracing himself for the surprise stares. No one was watching his solitary melodrama. Pei Shengyin was consulting Yunchen about ghosts, while Yu Chaojia walked toward the distant fire, asking more people about the northern city. Here, only the equally lonely vine kept him company. Wang Yuanian knew it was part of Huiding. The vine, perhaps noticing his sorrowful gaze, hesitated for a moment, then swayed over and patted his shoulder twice, clearly offering comfort. Wang Yuanian felt much better. The vine began to write on the ground, probably some warm words. He hadn't expected Huiding to be such a cold and aloof city, but rather so understanding. Wang Yuanian's chilling heart warmed. When the vine stopped moving, he turned on his flashlight and looked expectantly at the writing on the ground. The handwriting was as neat as printed text. Wang Yuanian was petrified after reading just the first sentence. That's what being uneducated is like. So you need to study hard? Go for it. Yunchen felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. After encouraging others, he happily listened to the conversation between Yunchen and Pei Shengyin. The conversation covered various types of ghosts, the situation with the nameless, and the situation with the fragments of Jojo. Pei Shengyin also asked about Huiding's city talent. After learning that he was controlling the levitation of vines, which then caused the entire city to float, he remarked that it was no wonder the fragments couldn't imitate Huiding's city talent and cause Zhou Yuan to float. Late at night, Pei Shengyin, Wang Yuanian, and the others followed Yunchen, and the others back to Huiding for a short rest. Yunchen went to Xia Fengnian's location and explained their current plan. Xia Fengnian had no objections, and fully supported their plan. Tears streamed down his face, and he waved a small handkerchief in his hands to cheer his high-spirited daughter on. Based on the area Zhou Yuan had currently provided, Huiding's existing vines were insufficient to cover the entire area. He needed a vast amount of energy to generate more vines. The energy came from himself, as well as from Yunchen. Yunchen continuously injected energy into the city. The vines that inhabited the city were awakened by the energy, sprouting new branches from their roots or green buds from their tips, growing wildly and extending outward. The new vines, coiled and coiled like giant green pythons, stretched across the city. Looking out from their buildings in the Huading residential area, the residents felt as if they were surrounded by a sea of green. Gradually, the city could no longer contain the vines, and these vast, thick vines cascaded down like a green waterfall. To envelop Zhou Yuan, the vines grew to their fullest extent, even piling up in front of Xia Fengnian. Xia Fengnian pushed away the falling vines with disdain and opened the lunch box Ming Ranlin had brought him. He wouldn't die without food, and he didn't need it for energy, but he didn't mind satisfying his appetite. The lunch box was an aluminum container, its surface already pitted. Half of it was filled with sweet potatoes, the other half also green, which looked unappetizing. The vines above his head swished downwards. Xia Fengnian pushed his lunch box forward, landing it directly at Ming Ranlin's feet. He cursed, "Who prepared this lunch box today? They have no sense at all. You guys who eat in the cafeteria for free, do you know how to balance meat and vegetables? I don't eat grass. Give me some more meat. You guys bring it to your city, and there are a lot of small animals there. I don't eat sweet potatoes though. Take it away." Ming Ranlin picked up the lunch box and said leisurely, "Xiaoyun got up early today and took the time to prepare this for you." Xia Fengnian hooked his finger. "Hurry and bring it back to me." He took the lunch box back and examined it carefully. While eating, he said to Ming Ranlin, "Look, this daughter is so thoughtful and filial. She knows Dad eats too much meat and needs to improve his diet, so she specially prepared plenty of vegetables and whole grains for me. The color combination and the beautiful presentation are obvious, and she's carefully thought it out for a long time. Look at what a good child she is." Ming Ranlin sat down and took out a similar lunch box. He said, "Xiaoyun is really a good child. She also made me a portion." Xia Fengnian's lunchbox suddenly lost its flavor, especially when he saw a small chicken drumstick in Ming Ranlin's. He asked, "Why do you have meat and I don't?" Ming Ranlin replied, "Yours is under the sweet potato." Xia Fengnian scooped up the sweet potato with a spoon and found a chicken drumstick hidden deep inside. He picked up the drumstick, looked at Ming Ranlin's, then at his own, and said unhappily, "Why is your drumstick bigger than mine?" Ming Ranlin ignored Xia Fengnian's inexplicable desire to win and got down to business. Before Wu Ming conquered Zhongzhou, some people were sent away. Now, the cities we've encountered say they haven't seen any newcomers. I'm a little worried about them adapting to life in other cities. Xia Fengnian, why worry about them? On the bright side, maybe they never even made it to the other cities and died along the way. Ming Ranlin, Xia Fengnian finished his meal in a few mouthfuls, wiped his mouth, and said, "I know who you're worried about. It's your wife and son. You better pray they die at the hands of a ghost. If they fall into my hands, they only suffer a more horrible death." Ming Ranlin sighed, but wasn't angry. He said, "I promised my brother I'd take good care of them, but I didn't. I promised you I'd take good care of my sister-in-law and her family, but I didn't either." Xia Fengnian sneered. His heart stone had many uses, one of which was recording. The moment it returned to his hands, he knew exactly how his wife and daughter had been living during the years he couldn't see. The more sensible and obedient Yunchen acted, the more his heart ached. Boom, boom, boom. Ming Ranlin looked up suddenly. It was dark above him, but he could just make out some outlines. Hua Ting was moving. Just as he was about to move, a hand held him down. Xia Fengnian said, "Don't rush up. They only fail this time." Ming Ranlin asked in surprise, "Why?" Xia Fengnian, "Are you blind?" He casually picked up a useless vine and ripped it apart with a tug. What good is a lot of such fragile things? Can they even lift Zhou Yuan? Ming Ranlin tugged again, but the vines didn't budge. To him, they were as hard as iron. Since Xia Fengnian knew it wouldn't work, why didn't he warn Yunchen and Huading? Ming Ranlin didn't understand what Xia Fengnian was up to. Just as Xia Fengnian had said, the vines anchored to Zhou Yuan looked solid, but they proved incredibly fragile as they ascended, breaking apart in an instant. Yunchen was puzzled, and so was Hua Ting. Based on the weight of the land they learned from Zhou Yuan, this amount of vines should have been more than enough to support it. Could it be the underground environment? Each man and each city headed down to consult Xia Fengnian. Yunchen explained their predicament. Why did this happen? Xia Fengnian coughed and feigned bewilderment. Yes, why is this happening? Hurry up, ask Daddy, and Daddy will tell you right away. Xia Fengnian was waiting for his daughter's sweet dad and her admiring look after hearing the solution. Thinking of that scene, he couldn't control his expression. Yunchen saw Xia Fengnian's contorted expression, as if he were suppressing pain. He thought of how he'd been trapped underground for so many years, unable to escape. Their recent conversation had made it seem as if his mind was failing. How could she poke him sore with such a difficult question? Little Chun wasn't reliable, and neither was Daddy. Now, the only reliable person was herself. Yun Chen's eyes were determined. She would definitely protect Xiao Poqing and Daddy. So, Yun Chen held Xia Fengyan's hand and whispered, "Dad, it's okay if you don't know. Just get some rest. There are always more solutions than problems. I come up with a good solution." Xia Fengyan, ? Wait, that's not the reaction he wanted. Chapter 126. Xia Fengyan was unable to stop his daughter's determined steps as she departed. Perhaps the image of mentally retarded he had left in his daughter's mind was too pronounced. As a result, no matter what he said, she would just smile and listen intently, ultimately ignoring his serious words. Thankfully, his daughter was intelligent and figured it out on her own, needing no reminders. It was true that Zhou Yuan weighed as much as he did, but this was underground, with a different gravity, and they had miscalculated the weight of Zhou Yuan's land. Also, because this was underground, there were creatures unknown to them in the darkness, and subtle substances floating in the air could damage the vines, making them extremely fragile. The number of vines used to lift Zhou Yuan wasn't necessarily better. Identifying the primary and secondary load points, securing the vines, and strengthening each vine was more effective than using a rabble. Efforts must be focused where they matter most. Having finalized a new plan, Yun Chen began seeking help from the talented individuals in Huading. The location of the Huading, the stress points on the Zhou Yuan, and how to secure the vines all required professional analysis. She didn't understand any of this, and it would be difficult to learn quickly. There was no need to take charge of everything. In her free time, Yun Chen would go down to accompany her poor old father. Each time she went, Xia Fengyan would greet her with a bright smile, and he always smiled when he spoke. No matter what Yun Chen said or did, Xia Fengyan always smiled, occasionally making a playful expression, but he never got angry. Yun Chen felt more confident and bold with him, and gradually spoke less cautiously. Xia Fengyan was the same. He always treated his daughter with caution, fearing he would say anything that would hurt her. He discovered that his daughter was truly intelligent and strong, and she handled many things with aplomb. Although confusion sometimes flickered in her eyes, as if she was wondering whether her decisions were right or wrong, that was normal. She wasn't even 18 yet. In Zhongzhou, she had no chance to grow. In just 1 year in Huading, she had already done very well. Yun Chen would go and fix a few vines every day, and after finishing, he would come here to chat with Xia Fengyan. The northern city followers were talking with Ming Ranlin and the others, so she just needed to know the information. Yun Chen casually mentioned Li Duan. Xia Fengyan sighed, "Li Duan, I'm deeply impressed. She's a woman who's reckless, crazy and ruthless." Yun Chen glared, puffing at Xia Fengyan's arm. He squeezed and shook it vigorously. "Dad, Sister Duan is my idol. The things in her diary have saved me so many times." Xia Fengyan, He could tell that Li Duan was his daughter's idol. Xia Fengyan felt a bit overwhelmed. Why would she idolize Li Duan when there were so many people to admire? No wonder his daughter was so focused on martial arts. "Xia Fengyan, let me tell you about my meeting with Li Duan." Yun Chen, "Okay." Xia Fengyan patted Yun Chen's head and said, "I can't remember the exact day I ran into her, but it was one night. I was searching for the city statue in Huading and sensed a human presence among the ghosts. I was surprised. There were so many ghosts at the time, it was impossible for a human to go unnoticed. I was just curious and wanted to go over and take a look. And then a silent arrow pierced me directly." Xia Fengyan pointed to his left chest and said, "If I were a real human, I'd be dead right there." Yun Chen thought seriously, no way, he couldn't be human. He's walking around so safely among the ghosts, and he's trying to get close to me. I attack him, too, and then immediately move. What if he attracts the ghosts? Xia Fengyan glanced at Yun Chen with a puzzled look. You gave me the same excuse she did. I went to see her during the day, and she gave me the same explanation. Yun Chen chuckled in amusement, but Xia Fengyan flicked her forehead, causing her cheeks to puff up, and she glared angrily at her old father. Xia Fengyan said, "She's very wary and murderous, preferring to kill the wrong person rather than let him go. But she's not a bad person. She's simply been forced into that situation by circumstances. I think she's a good person, so I gave her some stones. If she's unlucky enough to encounter an inescapable ghost, maybe they can save her life." Yun Chen suddenly remembered Duan's encounter with Wuming underground. Could it be that Xia Fengyan's stones were the reason she escaped that time? Yun Chen, "Dad, what are the uses of the stones you give me?" Xia Fengnian rested his hand on his chin. It depends on my mood. The use varies each time. Some can conceal my presence, some can be used as organs, and some can temporarily repel ghosts. Yun Chen's eyes lit up. Repel ghosts? Can ghosts be attacked? Xia Fengnian knew what Yun Chen was thinking and laughed. Ghosts are unkillable, and the repelling methods I use can't be used by humans. The only way humans can deal with ghosts, besides the city's will, is through the rules established by Li Duan. Rules cannot be violated. Yun Chen was a little disappointed, but she quickly cheered up, mentioning Zhou Yuan, saying that Huiding had once perished, and that the current Huiding was the city will reborn after the apocalypse. He was able to survive thanks to the energy Xia Fengnian had once given him. Xia Fengnian said, "No wonder when I first met him, he was so weak, as if he'd die if he took a breath. Feeding him was more troublesome than feeding other city wills. This was the first time he knew a city will could spontaneously extinguish itself." Yun Chen said sternly, "Dad, don't call Huiding weak in front of him. He's very powerful now, and you hurt his pride. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to work first." Xia Fengnian, What pride does a little wretch have? He watched Yun Chen depart nimbly, no longer feeling the same resistance to Huiding as he had at first. This city will had indeed saved his daughter's life. Yun Chen climbed the vines and reached Zhou Yuan, where a car was already waiting. Xia Poching had prepared new vines, but he couldn't pinpoint their location on Zhou Yuan, requiring Yun Chen to manually locate them. He lowered the vines based on Yun Chen's aura. The new vines were vastly different from the previous ones. Just from their appearance, a single one was as thick as hundreds of the previous ones, and their weight was even more significant. Such vines couldn't be constantly controlled and were extremely energy-intensive, so they needed to be precisely positioned and placed directly. The car was a modified convertible jeep, already fully fueled. As soon as Yun Chen started the car, a person sat in the passenger seat, more accurately, the will of the city. Zhou Yuan said, "Thank you for your hard work." "It's nothing." Yun Chen shook his head, turned on the headlights, and drove into the darkness. Zhou Yuan looked to the right for a moment, then returned his gaze to the interior of the car. He said seriously, "I've been learning how to talk to young people lately." Yun Chen nearly choked on her saliva. Zhou Yuan didn't look elderly. She inexplicably thought of Xianan. According to Xiao Poching, he was an old man with a childlike face. "Why?" Zhou Yuan said, "Huiding is busy here. I was worried he'd be bored, so I chatted with him. I can't quite understand his way of thinking." Yun Chen listened intently. Zhou Yuan lowered his brows, a look of melancholy on his face. "He told me that the city minds outside all talk like him. He said I need to change my way of speaking, otherwise, once I get to Songlong Pavilion, I'd be isolated by the Tea House brothers, despised by Zhijiang, and lectured by Xianan." Yun Chen was silent for a moment, then said sincerely, "He's talking nonsense. You have more experience than him. You should make them listen to you, and show them who's boss." Zhou Yuan sighed, "Wouldn't I be taking advantage of my seniority?" Yun Chen said firmly, "If they really treat you like that, such an ignorant brat should be taught a lesson." Zhou Yuan said, "I've been trapped here for years. I don't know. Well, I don't know the situation of the city minds outside. If they're really like Huiding said, with their unrealistic thinking." Yun Chen took a moment to glance over, and saw Zhou Yuan's beautiful eyes glazed over. Thinking of that scene, he felt like he had witnessed the true end of the world. Zhou Yuan seemed to realize he lost his composure, and smiled apologetically. He changed the subject. "Xiao Yun, I need your help with something else. I've already asked Brother Xia for permission, and now I'm asking for yours." Yun Chen said, "I definitely help you in any way I can." Zhou Yuan praised her, then said, "After I return to Earth, it probably won't be safe for a while. I won't be taking in humans for now. Repairing buildings requires a lot of energy, so having a city devoted would save a lot, but if you find one that suits you, you need to be patient." Yun Chen, "I'm not sure what you mean. Do you want me to find a suitable human for you in Huiding?" The car had arrived at the destination, and Yun Chen got out. Zhou Yuan flashed and stood beside her. Zhou Yuan shook his head. "I'd like to borrow you for 2 weeks to be Zhou Yuan's city-devoted person." Yun Chen, shocked, pointed at himself. "Me? But I'm already Huiding's city-devoted person. How can I be Zhou Yuan's city-devoted person?" The vines bounded behind them, intending to surprise them, but they happened to overhear these words. With a swish, one vine wrapped the girl tightly, revealing only her eyes, while another vine scrawled a line of large characters on the ground. "I treat you like a brother, and yet you're trying to steal my girl." Zhou Yuan, He really didn't understand what the city outside was thinking all day and night. Chapter 127. Zhou Yuan simply wanted to borrow Yun Qin's services, asking her to serve as his temporary city supporter for a period of time, assisting him in repairing the buildings damaged by environmental erosion after Zhou Yuan fell underground. This wasn't what Hua Ting had imagined. The vines loosened slightly at this, but several branches still entwined around Yun Qin. He wrote on the ground, "Dad's more powerful, why not ask him for help?" Beside them, a faint sound of breaking air could be heard overhead. The vanguard vines, locating themselves based on Yun Qin's location, descended from the sky to secure Zhou Yuan. A green shadow burst forth from the dense darkness. The vines, controlled by the city's will, shone with the energy of the city, the light outlining the intertwining forms of several thick branches. With incredible speed, they swung outward, leaving a shadow as they plunged diagonally into the ground. The ground cracked, and the vines descended through the city, finally securing it firmly. The vines, emerging from the ground and connected to Hua Ting, their ends submerged in darkness, trembled gently. Zhou Yuan, who was reading the text on the ground, swayed his clothes twice. "Zhou Yuan, Dad, are you talking about Brother Xia?" Yun Qin shared the same doubts. Xia Fengnian possessed far more energy than she did. The energy he freely radiated almost rivaled all the energy she currently possessed. Hua Ting tapped the vines. The energy his father had given him last time had made him grow considerably. Zhou Yuan shook his head and said, "You should have noticed that the higher our level, the more different the form of city energy becomes from our initial level, and the less energy we can draw from the outside world." The energy drawn from the outside world here refers to energy sources such as energy stones. The higher the level of the city will, the more complex the composition of city energy. After the city will consume city energy, its recovery rate slows down, relying more heavily on the city culture continuously generated by humans through the city's construction, development, maintenance, and daily life. This slow recovery is unavoidable. In addition to the city energy needed to protect humanity, after reaching a megacity, the city will need to store additional city energy to awaken the 9 provinces. This means that the available city energy is extremely limited. In a megacity, Brother Xiao's energy will be of no use to us. The energies of our two races are no longer interchangeable. Xia Fengnian had previously given Zhou Yuan a fragment of energy stone. It was unusable when Zhou Yuan was a megacity. It only became useful after years of regressing underground. Unless there's some way to transfer it, such as a city-devoted person's mark. Using the city-devoted person's mark, a kind of conversion channel is created, allowing both energies to be interchangeable. The city-devoted persons of the city can only be human. Yun Qin, Xia Fengnian's daughter, isn't purely human. She possesses both the energy of the energon and the blood of a human. It could be said that she's naturally suited to being a city-worshipped person. In the future, when many city wills become megacities and require large-scale urban construction, Yun Qin may become the most sought-after city-worshipped person, and every city will be eager to borrow her. Yun Qin, your birth. Zhou Yuan sighed with emotion, is a miracle. Hua Ting, hearing Zhou Yuan's praise, felt even more proud than the person being praised. His Yun Yun was truly the most powerful. Yun Qin, on the other hand, felt a bit embarrassed. Zhou Yuan's words were incredibly effective. No one dislikes being praised, especially from someone as powerful and serious as Zhou Yuan. Such sincere praise immediately made Yun Qin and Hua Ting feel a bit flattered. Yun Qin asked, "When exactly do you need me?" Zhou Yuan replied that when Xia Fengnian said she could, he hoped she would come to Zhou Yuan to help him. Many days passed. Boom! 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 Every 2 hours, a loud noise erupted from Zhou Yuan. Occasionally, the city shook violently, sending rocks and dust raining down, some of which landed on Xia Fengnian. Xia Fengnian shook his hair vigorously, and a cloud of dust immediately filled his vision, thick enough to obstruct his view. He felt like he lived downstairs from someone who was renovating a house, and the people there were constantly hammering away at the load-bearing walls, day and night, making him incredibly irritated. Xia Fengnian blamed Hua Ting for this whole thing. It was because of that little brat's lack of restraint that he was left to eat dust down there every day. Another loud noise. Woof woof woof. The large white dog lying quietly nearby barked. "Little darling, don't bark." Xia Fengnian stroked Nian An's head. Nian was Nan Nan's beloved dog. Nan Nan was worried that Meng Ranlin was busy and couldn't keep him company, and that he'd be lonely down there, so she sent her pet down to keep him company. The dog's name was also poetic and full of flavor, unlike that other turtle, Old Turtle. Such a naming standard. It was simply something that was thought up without much thought. It was probably Hua Ting who chose it. The Old Turtle lay at the edge of Xia Fengnian's arm, probably knowing Xia Fengnian was something it couldn't outlive. Ever since being brought here, its green eyes had become particularly despairing. Suddenly, the old turtle withdrew, its head and feet twitching, leaving only its spinning shell. Yin, apparently calmed by the soothing, his fur erupted as he stood before Xiaofengyan, baring his teeth and gazing around. He didn't bark, but a threatening sound emanated from his throat. Something surged in from the darkness. Xiaofengyan raised his arm, throwing Yin and the old turtle toward the vines. He said, hooting, "Take them back. Trouble is coming. Tell Nan to start early." As the vines carried Yin and the old turtle away, a massive claw made of black mist swung upwards, glancing off Yin-An's tail, leaving only a few strands of white hair. The sharp claws dissipated into black mist again, surrounding Xiaofengyan, constantly taking on ghostly shapes, but then disintegrated into black mist due to the pressure of an invisible force. From the black mist came a piercing scream, accompanied by countless whispers, like the howling of pain, or perhaps even cries for help. The screams and whispers were extremely penetrating, and both Zhou Yuan and Hua Ting heard these terrifying sounds. "Save me. Save us. We're not dead yet, we're still alive. We're just imprisoned." The people in the city heard these words. Their expressions varied. Some, with dazed expressions, moved towards the source of the sound. Hooting was moving upwards with all his might, but dragging Zhou Yuan proved more difficult than he had imagined. The vines were stretched taut, yet Zhou Yuan remained motionless. The city's energy was draining rapidly. Yun Chen injected energy into the city statue. She and Xiao Poching alone couldn't move Zhou Yuan from the ground, and they knew this. After discussing with Xiaofengyan, they determined that their only task was to move Zhou Yuan slightly, resisting the underground suction and keeping him suspended, allowing Xiaofengyan to escape and reach Hooting, where they could then provide energy. The initial movement was the most difficult. As long as the vines held, they had a chance. The first vine snapped, and at the same time, many humans in Hooting, lured by the voice, fled the city without a care in the world and fell. The black fog swallowed them all without mercy. Several more vines snapped. Zhou Yuan moved. It was only slightly, but he did move upward, resisting the underground suction and preventing him from falling further. Xiaofengyan confirmed that Hooting could hold Zhou Yuan. He reached up with his backhand and dragged Zhou Yuan. A visible burst of red energy erupted, flowing around him like a deep crimson ocean. He gradually rose to his feet, a sea of blood red beneath his feet. He seemed to have single-handedly lifted the entire city. The black fog raged, its claws bared, but it could not approach. Xiaofengyan's black hair flew up. He took a step forward, and the red beneath his feet faded. The red sank into his soles, and the energy returned to his body. The red on the ground faded, and his fingers and lips turned a deep crimson. When the red on the ground completely disappeared, his nails and lips returned to their normal color. The so-called ground disappeared. Below was an endless abyss. Xiaofengyan used his energy to construct a subterranean ground. Withdrawing the energy, Xiaofengyan, without a trace of regret, stepped on the empty platform formed by the energy and moved upward. Suddenly, "Are you going to abandon me?" Xiaofengyan paused. The black fog swirled, gradually revealing the figure of a woman. She slumped down within it, a look of sorrow on her face. She reached out to the person standing in front of her. "Fengyan, save me. They've been tormenting me." The fog thinned, revealing countless bluish-white hands viciously grasping the woman's limbs, leaving streaks of blood. Xiaofengyan, staring intently, continued forward. "Are you going to watch me die again?" The woman's voice reached out to him, her figure blocking the way. She knelt, a dagger lodged in her abdomen. She raised her head, her face also covered in blood, and glared at Xiaofengyan with resentment. "Do you really love me? Why didn't you come and save me?" Xiaofengyan remained unmoved. He crossed Zhou Yuan and approached Hooting. The black fog continued to block him, using the woman's form. With a wave of his arm, the woman's figure dissipated. The black fog seemed to be trying to gather more. Xiaofengyan said in annoyance, "Don't use her appearance. I know you well. You can't fool me." "Ha." A chorus of voices echoed from the fog, each one saying the same thing. "Why help humans? Love? Do you think Yun Zhongshu loves you? Why did she have to die? She knew you would obey her wishes only after she died." Xiaofengyan moved, the black fog shifting around him, constantly tempting him in a voice only he could hear. "You can't interfere. You can only use these unorthodox methods to help humans. It's useless. Humanity is only struggling to survive. You're only prolonging their demise. Only Kyushu is left. Soon, only Kyushu will be left. You saved Zhou Yuan, but can you save the wills of the other cities? I know you have a daughter. She smells delicious. I almost had her last time. I can treat her well and reunite your family. No matter what the black fog said, the man in front remained unmoved. Xia Fengyan, do you think a race as exclusive as humans can tolerate you? The black fog watched helplessly as Xia Fengyan was enveloped by vines, fused with the earth, and entered the city. A moment later, there was a rumble. The sound of Zhou Yuan, driven by hooting, moving rapidly against the wall. The scent of the city washed over, and the black fog dissipated instantly. It only reappeared when Zhou Yuan passed through the area, tumbling in place as if in anger. The black fog followed Zhou Yuan relentlessly, rising higher. Outside the canyon, ghosts gathered their strength at its command. A ray of golden light shone from the sky. One by one, the ghosts exploded into black mist and dissipated. The black fog following Zhou Yuan seemed to be burned, retreating deep underground, beyond the reach of sunlight. Zhou Yuan had emerged, and the plan needed to be slightly adjusted. Sunlight, the black fog melted into the ground, completely disappearing. It hated sunlight. There was a city in Kyushu called Chungya, blessed with year-round sunshine and a warm, comfortable climate. If ghosts could vote for their most hated city, Chungya would be at the top of the list. Chungya's days were long and its nights short. Its ghosts were few in number, and the city's will was under little pressure, growing rapidly, allowing humans to live and work in peace and contentment. If there was a downside, it was that they couldn't contact the outside world. Once outside Chungya, the ghosts were terrifyingly numerous. With no sign of the will of other cities, they had become snail dwellers within Chungya. The market was filled with stalls, their shades draped with awnings, revealing a dazzling array of goods, creating a lively, pre-apocalyptic atmosphere. A pale hand lifted a straw hat from the stall. What do you want in exchange? The stall owner looked over and saw a strikingly pale, frail young man. He had never seen him before, but with so many people in Chungya, he couldn't possibly have met every one of them. He might have come from another city, like the dungeon zone. If you like it, just take it. Thank you. The young man smiled shyly, glancing at some books on the stall. When I see books, I want to destroy them. Ha. The stall owner laughed. You're just like my son. I wonder where that brat has gone off to again. The young man put on his straw hat and adjusted the brim. My mother also blames me for running around, and now tells me to hurry back. The stall owner said, parents are like that. He watched the young man walk towards the beach and shook his head helplessly. It was common for children to disobey their parents. He lowered his head to sort through the things on the stall when he felt a gust of wind pass by. Looking up, he saw a woman walking quickly. She was following the young man who had just left. The sea lapped against the beach, a brilliant blue. The young man walked slowly on the soft sand. Suddenly, he paused, a smile curling his lips. He turned and caught the woman who was flying towards him. Another way of greeting? The young man's palm was pierced by the knife, the tip of the blade buried in his left chest, close to his heart. Seeing his attack fail, Li Duan attempted to retreat, but Wu Ming restrained her. Wu Ming raised his hand, the knife's tip left, blood gushing from his chest. He licked the blood from his palm, then traced the blade along the handle with his tongue. He bit down, pulled it away, and dropped it on the sand. His other hand clasped Li Duan's waist, gently stroking it. I don't like eating offal. Many parts of human meat taste terrible. I only take the best parts, eat a bite, and give the rest to my men. The person in his arms struggled to free himself, and the fierce and deadly attacks continued. Wu Ming was stabbed in a vital spot again, coughing up blood. As Li Duan pursued him, he grabbed her wrist and licked from her fingers to the back of her hand, as if reluctant to bite it. But I eat all your words. Li Duan raised her foot and kicked the man away. Wu Ming slid a short distance on the beach before Li Duan, following closely behind, stepped on his left cheek, sinking his head into the sand. Go to hell, bitch. She drew her gun, cocked the bolt, and pointed it at Wu Ming's head, all in one smooth motion. Right there, someone's trying to kill someone. Who's that woman? Son! That's my son. Stop! Chapter 128. Many Chungya people shouted and shouted, while the young and strong men who usually performed the hunting duties strode forward at great speed. Li Duan sensed a number of weapons aimed at her, but she could not smell the scent of gun barrels. These people were unarmed. Hee. Wu Ming laughed. Your grandmother is dead. Making the enemy talk nonsense was the work of a lunatic. Li Duan pulled the trigger. Bang! The close-range shot sent a shower of red and white debris splattering from the head beneath her feet. Li Duan raised her foot and brought it down, crushing the brains and blood. She heard someone screaming behind her. Bao! Bauer! My son! Aunt Gu has fainted. Hurry back and inform Chiongya. Where the hell did this crazy woman come from? She's killed someone. We can't let her get away. She's got a gun. Be careful. The men moved cautiously, intimidated by the woman's ruthless tactics. The strong smell of blood lingering around her was a terrifying sight unlike anything they, who had always lived in the city, had ever witnessed. Li Duan knew the men behind her were closing in on her. They couldn't even hold their bows steady, so she could easily dodge the incoming arrows without even turning. She pulled a bottle from her waist, unscrewed the cap, and poured the liquid from the bottle into a thin stream, pouring it all over the corpse. At the same time, she drew a flame from her finger, flicked the match, and it fell in a parabolic arc onto the corpse. The fire instantly ignited, crackling and burning the body. Damn it! The men behind her exasperated at her actions. Li Duan sighed. She had encountered this situation several times during her pursuit of Wuming. She didn't bother to explain, nor did she want to. She hung the bottle back on her belt, and tore off several more items, clutching them in her hands. Look! Li Duan turned and raised her hand, facing the crowd against the light, shaking the object in her hand. Grenade? The pursuers brake suddenly. By the time they heard the word grenade, they had already thrown the object beside them. The dark, round object tumbled, and everyone retreated in terror, running for their lives. For a long time, they heard no explosion. Oh no, they've fallen into a trap. They hurried back. Only a charred corpse remained on the beach. 3 black, unknown wild fruits with grenade patterns on them lay quietly on the ground, mocking them. The woman had vanished, and no trace of her could be found nearby. Li Duan emerged from the beachside dressing room, having changed her clothes. She wore a baseball cap, held an expired lollipop in her mouth, and carried her backpack as she walked openly into the urban atmosphere of Cheongnya. She found a public bench in an empty, deserted square and sat down. She pulled a plastic bag from her bag, which contained a notebook and several pens. She opened a page, and at the top was the Wuming's pursuit record. She added 2032. Killed Wuming's human form. After a pause, she wrote a few more words. This doesn't feel right. My previous understanding of him might be inaccurate. Wuming might not actually be dead, but this remains to be confirmed. Li Duan had always been confident in her hunting skills. Years of living in danger and high pressure had honed her intuition, and it told her something was amiss. This time, capturing and killing Wuming had been too easy, so easy that she felt he was deliberately seeking death, just to get away from her. Li Duan fell into deep thought. Could Wuming not be the leader? What is Wuming? Suddenly, a tender, sweet female voice rang out. Li Duan closed her notebook and calmly looked at the person who had sat down next to her. It's rude to read someone else's diary. It was a little girl, with a round face and noticeable baby fat. Her 2 pigtails, tied just below her head, were adorned with tiny shells, starfish, and scales. Her long, layered gauze skirt fell to the ground, becoming translucent as it approached the ground. She was the city's will, Cheongya. Cheongya smiled endearingly, swaying her short legs as she said, Aren't you trying to show me what happened? Someone just told me what happened outside. That child works in one of my shops. Was the thing you killed Wuming? Li Duan placed her backpack between them, and said, What you want to know is inside. Cheongya stared at the backpack for a moment. She asked, You're from outside? Are the other city's wills doing well? Li Duan said, she didn't know and left. Cheongya sat on a bench. A few minutes later, a tan woman arrived, panting. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked, Where's the person? Cheongya, gone. Just let them go like that? We're desperate for experienced people like that. At least let her stay for a few days. It's going to be so hard to put together an expedition team. The woman slumped down on the bench, the blazing sun glaring down above her. Cheongya glanced at her and told her to look inside her backpack. The woman immediately rummaged through the bag, finding a rolled-up sheet of plastic-wrapped paper. She was shocked to see some ghostly records. Aren't ghosts just the same thing? How can there be so many categories? You must be kidding. Oh my god, these ghosts are impossible to deal with. We can only hide and do nothing. It's too dangerous, too dangerous. Cheongya, I say, why don't we just give up? We're doing well now, and you're a megacity, so you're not afraid of ghosts. We've got enough food and clothing, so there's no need to send people out to sacrifice. No one wants to do that, please. The woman tugged at Cheongya's clothes, and the city followed symbol on the back of her hand flashed. Cheongya smiled faintly at her. The woman fell silent, uncomfortably withdrawing her hands and wiping them on her body. I know. We can't be careless anymore. The same words echoed deep underground. The black mist swirled angrily, contaminating large shards of red crystal, turning them gray-red. Ghosts nearby picked them up and held them in their arms. These ghosts dropped them as they picked them up, not even realizing how to use tools to put them back together. This only intensified the black mist's ire. A mutilated ghost knelt in the black fog, its body repaired by black energy, its battered brain returning to normal. Women couldn't die, nor could any ghost. As long as Mother was here, their memories were here. Their bodies were made of Mother, their memories were bestowed by Mother, and they could be reborn again and again. Those words were spoken by Wu Ming. At these words, the black fog began to churn again, layer upon layer, like the sound of countless people speaking simultaneously, reaching Wu Ming's ears. You should have brought Yun Zhongshu to Xiaofeng Yin and torn him to pieces. Eaten before him. Drive him completely mad. Wu Ming, Mother, I'm sorry. I had intended to do that, but that woman was too perceptive. After realizing she'd become Xiaofeng Yin's hostage, she committed suicide. The thing Xiaofeng Yin left behind in her body prevented me from getting close to her, and that little creature. Yes, little thing, that troublesome little thing. The black mist tossed gray-red stone after gray-red stone into Wu Ming's body. Huiting dared to die the first time. Would he dare to die the second time? Huiting, who was originally confident, was saved by that little thing. He was just one step away from becoming another Xinlua, a more suitable parasite for me. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Wu Ming bowed his head. Mother, calm down. The black mist continued to swirl. Zhongzhou, you failed too. The food supply, which should have been abundant, has been reduced by half. Damn, he hasn't even fallen into a deep sleep yet. Wu Ming remained silent. Zhongzhou's plan had been perfect, but somehow it had been discovered by Zhongzhou. The always silent and inconspicuous city had quietly prepared a way out for him. Mother was furious. He, the man whose creation had taken so much effort on her part, had been discovered by Li Duan, and his freedom of movement among humans had been reduced by half. Now that he had gotten rid of her, Li Duan would probably not pursue him anymore after killing him. The black mist simply wanted to vent its anger. Now, Zhou Yuan has escaped too. The awakening and growing city will only increase. Do you want me to watch Jojo awaken and prevent us from conquering this place? The black energy had completely repaired Wu Ming by then. He was no longer kneeling, but floating. Compared to the other ghosts, his skin color was more pale than bluish-white. Wu Ming said, Mother, please don't worry so much. Jojo will never awaken. The black mist rose and fell. With Stinky Stone, and that little thing here, the awakening and growth of the city will only accelerate. Once they are all. Wu Ming reminded her, Mother, Xinlua has already revealed the secrets of the city's will, and the secrets of Jojo's awakening. We hold the fragments of Huiting's Jojo statue in our hands. Without a complete Jojo statue, Jojo cannot awaken. Furthermore, the wills of many cities, including Zhejiang, Xianan, and Dongqiao, are also incomplete. This means that no matter how much energy they possess, they cannot become megacities. Without all of them, the energy needed to awaken Jojo will never be fully assembled. Besides, we still have Xinlua as our trump card. Without a complete city will, Jojo has no chance of awakening. We are the ones least afraid of the tug of war. After hearing this, the black fog seemed to be in a good mood. The black energy became more stable, and the speed at which the human remains it carried dissolved also increased significantly. You are truly my most satisfied child. Wu Ming bowed to the black fog. Mother, what do you need me for? The black fog drifted silently. After a moment, countless voices mingled in rhythmic cadence. Get rid of that little thing. Without her, the stinking stones won't stand with humans. The ghosts gradually emerging from the black fog seemed to have taken these commands to heart. Wu Ming said, I find a way. The black fog subsided, as if taking a break. What do you plan to do? Wu Ming moved slowly, saying, Mother, human malice and desire are very useful. The newly born ghost let out a shrill scream and dissipated from the black fog, emerging above the ground. A silver moon hung in the air. In front of it, a floating city obscured most of its form. Suddenly, several ghosts rose from the ground, fiercely attacking the city's atmosphere, a relentless aura. Yunqin walked past the edge of the city, frowning at the attacking ghosts. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but the ghosts seemed to become especially aggressive after seeing her. She raised her middle finger at the ghosts, a provocative gesture she learned from Sister Duwan's diary, and then walked away without looking back. Chapter 129. Zhou Yuan returned to its original position. Huiting could no longer pull him, as it had done underground. Aside from Huiting, No other cities had been granted the ability to move. However, the ghostly canyon, which separated the north and south of Jiuzhou, had not disappeared. Its width was not as formidable as before, but it still stubbornly persisted. According to Xia Fengnian and Zhou Yuan, the ghosts had exploited the gap created by Zhou Yuan's subsidence and continuously expanded and consolidated the area over the years, creating a canyon even larger than Zhou Yuan itself. Looking at a map, this could be interpreted as an extra river that didn't belong to Jiuzhou. Yunchen asked, "Can we just leave it here now? Nothing can be done?" Xia Fengnian said, "It's easy to make it disappear. As long as Jiuzhou awakens, everything it doesn't want here will be expelled." Meng Ranlin, Yu Chaojia, Wang Yuanian, and Pei Shangyin, the city's followers, were standing nearby. Upon hearing this, they fell silent. This was no easy solution. It would take who knows when Jiuzhou would wake up. Soon after, Zhou Yuan appeared and told Pei Shangyin and his group which direction would be best for their departure. Some of their northern team would leave behind and follow Huading back east, while Pei Shangyin and Wang Yuanian would lead another group back north to handle more important matters. Based on their respective return journeys, business dealings, and departure times, they agreed to meet again at Zhou Yuan early next year. Pei Shangyin and his team would then deliver the supplies needed in the east, and most importantly, they would also share the results of the dispositions regarding Xinluo and Jinhain. If Xinluo is truly a traitor, the tortoise-shell Zhou Yuan gave Wang Yuanian will cause Xinluo to perish and be reborn. Before the new city will emerge, the tortoise-shell will become a temporary city will, and it can also be considered a replica of Zhou Yuan, acting as a proxy for Xinluo. This will prevent the loss of the city will, and the resulting harm to humans caused by ghosts. There's no need to worry about stolen city talents. Once the carrier disappears, they will return to their original owners. The reappearance of a powerful city will like Zhou Yuan is like a shot in the arm for everyone. Even if the ghosts resort to scheming, the power left by Jiuzhou to each city will is more than enough to handle any crisis. After Pei Shangyin and Wang Yuanian's group left, Yunchen and Hua Ting bid farewell to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan will soon be rebuilt by them and the people from the north. Before parting, Zhou Yuan stopped Hua Ting's vines and whispered a few words to him. City branches wrapped around Yunchen's wrist. Hua Ting said, "He asked me to urge the Tea House brothers to level up quickly." Yunchen agreed. The Tea House brothers' city talents are very useful. Through them, we can learn more about the city's will, just like Shi Jiang. Hua Ting said, "He's been so lonely, all by himself for so many years. It's finally getting a bit lively, but we're all leaving." Yunchen pondered for a moment, then had an idea. Leave him something fun and soothing to keep him company for the next few months. Hua Ting thought it made sense, but what fun gift should he give Zhou Yuan? They were leaving soon, so they didn't have time to carefully prepare a gift. Hua Ting suddenly said, "Sigui and Lan Gui are so fun. I leave them here for Zhou Yuan." Yunchen said, "Then you should ask Uncle Yongfu for his opinion." Huading, I go ask now. The vines in the city suddenly came alive, their leaves rising one by one to survey their surroundings, like waves surging across the ocean before finally settling in the lush, tree-lined courtyard. Zhang Yongfu was sitting face-to-face with Xia Fengnian, when a vine suddenly emerged from his left. He bowed politely and asked, "Uncle Yongfu, can I leave Sigui and Lan Gui in Zhou Yuan temporarily, and bring them back to Huading next year?" Who were Sigui and Lan Gui? Huading's pronouncement was so pronounced that Zhang Yongfu was momentarily confused. They were Dead Ghost and Lazy Ghost. He wanted a puppy, but Huading had gotten him 2 bears instead, claiming they were both dogs. Zhang Yongfu waved his hand and said, "No problem. You can keep those 2 bears in Zhou Yuan as long as you want." Huading, "Thank you, Uncle Yongfu." "Uncle Yongfu, bye, Dad." The vine swept up the 2 sleeping bears and, while they were still half asleep, cheerfully escorted them to Zhou Yuan. Xia Fengnian, A vein popped out at his forehead. What did that little wretch call him? Zhang Yongfu picked up the kettle beside the stone table. The body was scuffed and rusted, but the inside was still warm enough. The water he'd boiled last night was still piping hot. Xia Fengnian glanced at the chipped cup and said, "Are living conditions really that harsh?" Zhang Yongfu shook his head. "A leisurely life is so wonderful. I can work in the fields, wait for the crops to ripen, and occasionally answer students' questions. Without any life-threatening situations, life is truly wonderful under the protection of the city." Xia Fengnian glanced at him twice. "You sound so lifeless. I assumed you were retired, but your energy is more vibrant than before. Even if I asked you to die for Jiuzhou right now, you wouldn't hesitate, would you?" Zhang Yongfu laughed heartily, neither denying nor admitting. "That's the good thing about stones. They never age, and they still look young. As we age, we tend to miss our youth. Boring. Xia Fengnian stood up and passed by Huang Xing, who had come looking for Zhang Yongfu. At first, Huang Xing didn't react, but when he felt a tap on his waist, he was surprised to realize he seemed to have vaguely seen the man before. Hello, his old injury isn't hurting anymore. Xia Fengnian lay on his back. The city beneath him was moving, making the clouds above seem even faster. He opened his palm, and in the center lay a small ball of the ghostly liquid purified from Huang Xing's body. After a moment of basking in the blazing sun, the black, viscous liquid evaporated completely. The ghostly invasion of human territory was even more severe than when Huang Xing was trapped. Huang Xing had been severely injured, and within him was a power stone he had left behind to serve as his internal organs. For years, Huang Xing had lived outside the city, without the protection of the city's will. The ghostly matter lingering in the air was invisibly affecting the human body, and the slight contamination of the power stone was the best evidence of this. Even the slightest contamination of the power stone would be immediately noticeable. Humans themselves wouldn't notice, and by the time they realized the contamination, it would likely be generations later. I tell Nan Nen about this later. Xia Fengnian walked along the road, observing the situation in Huading. There were road signs at the intersections, very retro stone signs with arrows and text indicating different directions. He gazed into the distance, where buildings stood in a row. The energy of all the people was peaceful and stable, a sign that they were happy living in this city. He walked along the cement road. Wild grass and flowers grew lushly on the roadside, but they behaved themselves, not daring to cross the road. A few gray rabbits darted through the grass. Seeing the pedestrians, they stopped and tilted their heads to watch curiously, showing no fear of humans. Xia Fengnian stared at the rabbits for a long moment. The big rabbit and the little rabbit just stared at him with moist eyes. He was touched and couldn't help but say, "You keep staring at me like that. Do you want to be boiled in the same pot?" The rabbits, ? They seemed to understand Xia Fengnian's words, and hopped away without looking back. Xia Fengnian continued walking. The cement road turned to stone, and the wild grass on either side turned into a forest. Birds chirped, insects chirped, and monkeys chirped. Beyond that, at the end of the road, was the edge of the city, no longer enveloped by the urban atmosphere of Huading. Great sage, there are some things I only dare to tell you from the bottom of my heart. I mentioned this to Brother Fei last time, and he said I was just imagining things. He said, "Ningrui, your late puberty has arrived, and you even feel something for a sow, but don't take other people's innocent relationships for granted." Squeak. Squeak. But I think there's something wrong. It's really wrong. Once or twice would be fine, but if it happens every time, it's completely abnormal. I'm absolutely certain there's something wrong with Hua Ting's relationship with Yunshin. Xia Fengnian paused. He wasn't in the habit of eavesdropping, but when it came to his daughter, he couldn't help but listen. He located the source of the sound and, with an easy leap, he was already perched on the tree, unnoticed. A young man sat cross-legged in front of a boulder amidst the branches. 6 monkeys crouched on the rock, eating the fruit the young man tossed them, occasionally chirping in response. I've been to Zhejiang before. Isn't it clear to me what the relationship between the city's will and its followers is like? Zhejiang and Luotian are also a man and a woman. Well, Zhejiang's voice sounds female, so she's probably not the type of man who would speak with a woman's voice. Even if she's domineering, their relationship is pure. I noticed something was wrong the moment I got here. Hua Ting is extremely wary of anyone who gets close to Yunshin. If you exchange a few words with Yunshin, if you show even the slightest affection, you feel the vine's murderous aura. Squeak. It really is murderous. Let me be clear, I'm not a pervert or a pedophile. I definitely wasn't interested in underage girls. Yunshin was pretty, and as a man with normal taste, I couldn't help but take a few more glances, perhaps even harboring a slight attraction. I secretly sent Yunshin a bouquet of flowers, and left it at her door. And that night, my bed collapsed, and the flowers were left at my door. The vines outside the window were staring at me. Only Hua Ting and I knew about this, and now you, the great sage, are involved. I didn't think too much of it at first. It's normal for the city will to like its own followers. Maybe the flowers I sent were misinterpreted as something wrong. But after paying close attention a few times, I realized this like might be another kind of like. I told Fei Gu and the others about this, but they didn't believe me. They all thought one was the city will, and the other was human, a world apart. They probably had different tastes than a monkey would have. There was no way I was talking about that. Well enough. I have work to do. Great sage, I come see you another day. Squeak. Xia Fengyan stared thoughtfully at the young man's retreating figure. He closed his eyes, and sensed Meng Ranlin's location. Meng Ranlin's heart was his energy stone, and he could sense all the energy stones he had given him. He walked over quickly. Meng Ranlin was compiling the intelligence provided by the followers of Northern City, when he was startled by Xia Fengyan's sudden appearance. Seeing his gloomy expression, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Xia Fengyan, where does Nan live?" Meng Ranlin pointed in a direction. "Didn't Xiaoyan tell her where she lives?" "Xia Fengyan, I told you, I'm asking you again, where is Huading City located?" Meng Ranlin, puzzled, pointed again to his previous location. "It's still there." Xia Fengyan grabbed Meng Ranlin's collar and said viciously, "You knew everything, and you still let him. We're living alone, a man and a woman? What's the connection? How could they be alone? City Will and half human, half stone could be considered two different races, but could they be interracial? Shit, Xia Fengyan and Yun Zhongshu were interracial. Meng Ranlin thought Xia Fengyan was overthinking. He hadn't seen his daughter in ages, and he wanted to quickly figure out something to prove his fatherhood. He said, "Don't overthink things." Xia Fengyan was furious. Why had he ever let such a clueless Meng Ranlin take care of his daughter? Men are unreliable, their minds are full of assholes. He might as well have trusted Li Duan. "Dad, what's going on between you and Uncle Ming?" Yun Chen was met with a strange scene upon entering the house. Xia Fengyan and Meng Ranlin looked like they were about to come to blows. The vines of the small, broken city wall clung to the girl's shoulders, their drooping branches entwining themselves around her like natural plant decorations. Xia Fengyan turned his head, his gloomy face suddenly brightening with a smile. "Nan, I was discussing something with your Uncle Ming. He thinks you're too old to continue living with Huading, a man of the same age. I was just saying he's meddling." Meng Ranlin, ? Chapter 130. During the return journey to Zhongzhou, Hua Ting was deeply saddened. The only reason was that Xia Fengyan had prevented him and Yun Chen from being alone together. Xia Fengyan and Zhou Yuan, trapped for years, had been freed. Yun Chen had a loving family again, and the hope of Zhongzhou's awakening was just around the corner. All these things should have been cause for celebration. Hua Ting simply couldn't be happy. His vines lay mournfully before a door, waiting quietly. The house in front of him was the former guest house. It lay diagonally west of the stone house, very close to it, sharing a courtyard. It was a two-story villa with an attic, renovated by Xia Fengyan into Yun Chen's own little room. The room, hand-decorated by her father, naturally won Yun Chen's heart. After discussing it with Hua Ting, she moved in. After all, the vines could be with her, so a city-style home wasn't necessary. Xia Fengyan then moved into the original stone house. At this point, Hua Ting hadn't realized anything was amiss. He even found it refreshing, fun, and joyful that his father was living with him. He still remembered the first night Xia Fengyan moved in. Xia Fengyan, with his deceptively baby-faced face, strolled slowly around. Finally, he pointed at the half-dismantled vine bed and said, "Put a new bed here. I sleep here from now on." The vine bed was next to the city statue, very close. After Xia Fengyan said this, Hua Ting felt rather shy. He worried that his sleeping posture would be awkward and give his father a bad impression, and he didn't consider how a city figure like him could have such a good sleeping posture. At night, the city's flight speed slowed. The ghostly attacks outside the city's atmosphere were more ferocious than ever, their screams causing the residents of the residential area to toss and turn. Huading allowed his main vine to accompany Yunchen, while the city image occasionally exchanged a few words with Xia Fengyan. Multitasking is fundamental to the city's will. Xia Fengyan sat on the bed, legs crossed, a small red energy ball condensed in his palm, twirling it between his fingers. He suddenly spoke, "Huading, I don't know much about the city's will. There's something I've always wanted to know. Can you explain it to me?" Huading perked up, "Of course." Xia Fengyan asked, "I've seen quite a few cities' wills. You can hear both male and female voices. At Zhou Yuan's level, you can even take human form, and his human form is male. Do cities' wills have genders? If you really want to know, the city's will doesn't have a specific gender. Its human form is similar to the initial character image that appears when creating a character in pre-apocalyptic games. Each city's will, based on its history and culture, has an initial image. While this image is generally unchangeable, it's not a problem if it truly desires." Huading answered truthfully, "Generally speaking, our human image is a certain gender. Relative to humans, we are that gender." "I see. Judging by your voice, you must be a handsome young man, right?" Xia Fengyan gazed at the city image with a smile. Huading said modestly, "From a human aesthetic point of view, yes. Xiao Fengyan added, I know from my daughter that you've helped her a lot. You grew up together, helping each other. I misunderstood you earlier. A man of your integrity wouldn't overthink anything. Hua Ting was delighted. His father called him a man. He was immersed in the praise when he heard Xiao Fengyan repeat, You're a man, aren't you? A man who can protect Yunchen. He quickly replied, Of course I am. Busy sharing his father's praise with Yunchen, he didn't notice the profound meaning in Xiao Fengyan's smile. The next day, a small sign, handwritten by Xiao Fengyan, was hung on the wooden door of Yunchen's cabin. The sign read, Ladies only. No men allowed. Knock if you need anything. Huiting stared blankly at the words on the sign. At dawn that day, Xiao Fengyan had dragged him from the cabin, where he had been accompanying Yunchen, to watch him write these words. As Xiao Fengyan put away his pen, he looked at Tung Man affably and said, Men should be more gentlemanly, and give girls proper solitude and private time. Only those children in open-crotch pants would cling to each other all day long. Yunchen spread his hands, implying he could do nothing to help. Huiting recalled this incident with a wave of grief and indignation. He was no fool, but he hadn't initially been on guard against Xiao Fengyan, never considering he might be plotting against him. With the increase in the number of humans in the city, he understood much more. The joys and sorrows of over 100,000 people, as well as their interpersonal relationships, gave him a vague understanding of the strange emotions that occasionally surfaced within him. But it was strange. He was the will of the city. After being corrupted by ghosts, he did develop selfish desires, but he shouldn't be swayed by such emotions like humans. Besides, he was only the will of the city. Could Old Turtle and Yen possibly be together? Until this time, when Xiao Fengyan targeted him, Huiting felt a mixture of grief and indignation, yet also a small glimmer of joy. Only he knew the reason for this joy. Hua Ting made no effort to conceal his emotions. When he was happy, the vines swayed gently, as if in a small dance, occasionally releasing a few delicate little flowers, swaying in the wind. Suddenly, the branches stopped swaying, and for a moment, they pressed against the door, listening for footsteps. Yunyan had gotten up. The vines on the ground, in the corners, on the eaves, and around the windows moved, gathering together, their backs straight, each standing at attention. Their branches gathered together at the top, then spread out a little at the top, buds poised to bloom. The door softly opened. Pop! 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 Good morning, Yunyan. It's cloudy today, with signs of rain. The temperature will be low. Remember to wear a coat and bring an umbrella. Yunchen was stunned, then smiled, welcoming this morning filled with the fragrance of flowers. We don't have enough raw materials to produce enough protective masks. This is the distribution for now. Thankfully, everyone's been very cooperative. After learning about this, they tried to stay within the city's atmosphere. Yunchen was listening to Ning Rui's report, nodding as he listened. The gray-black dust floating in the air was the residue left after the ghostly liquid evaporated under the sun. It turns out it's not without effects on the human body, but the effects are subtle, and it will take several generations for humans to notice. If Xiao Fengyan hadn't discovered the contamination in Huangxing's body, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. The city's atmosphere can reduce the effects of these substances. Once the cities will reach as a large city level, these substances can no longer remain within the city's atmosphere. Protective masks are needed to isolate them outside the city's radiation range. After learning of this, Yunchen instructed the relevant personnel to organize production and begin protective preparations as soon as possible. Yu Chaojiao was to notify the tea house. Currently, Huiting is too far away, and communication is spotty. The tea house, Shijiang, and Xianan are currently unaware of this situation. The sky seemed splattered with thick ink. It felt like night even though it was clearly daytime. The streetlights lining the road were already on. The weather was oppressively hot before the rain. Yunchen's coat, which she had put on that morning, was now draped over the handlebars of her bicycle. She rode quickly, while the vines of the small ruined city played a white jade flute on the back seat, the music melodiously flowing. Dad, I'm here. Yunchen leaned the bicycle against the wall outside the training ground, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and headed into the gym, her greetings already prepared. In the apocalypse, people need to be strong and robust. Fighting and survival skills are essential for everyone. With this in mind, Huiting has established a large training ground dedicated to various physical exercises, with Huangxing as the chief instructor. The training ground wasn't crowded at this hour. As Yunchen entered, Xiao Fengyan stopped talking to Huangxing. He and Yunchen walked into a soundproof training room and said, "Let me see how you're doing." Xiao Fengyan was teaching Yunchen how to harness his energy to achieve ingenious results. Yunchen was half human, so while Xia Fengnian's energy capabilities were limited, she was still much better than just using it as a power bank. Over the past 2 days, Xia Fengnian had focused on teaching Yuanchen how to use energy to conceal his aura. Yuanchen channeled his energy, distributing it evenly throughout his body. Energy stones are essentially the original energy of all things in the world, and their aura blends seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Yuanchen used his energy to mimic the aura of the training room, seemingly vanishing in an instant. She stood there, yet she seemed to be gone. She could be seen, but with her eyes closed, her presence was completely lost. Xia Fengnian's eyes lit up. Our Nan is truly amazing. She's mastered this ability so quickly. Maintaining this aura, no one, human or ghost, can detect you unless they actually see you. Not even me. Yuanchen could only maintain her energy concealment for less than 10 minutes. This state was incredibly energy intensive, and she simply didn't have enough energy to sustain it. At the end of the 10 minutes, Yuanchen braced her knees with both palms, gasping for air. A large hand descended upon her shoulder, and warm energy poured continuously into her body, guiding its flow. Burp! Yuanchen covered her mouth, feeling somewhat embarrassed that even at this full energy state, she was experiencing a reaction similar to a bloated stomach. After several more practice sessions, Xia Fengnian continuously replenished Yuanchen's energy. Seeing Yuanchen's mortified expression, he smiled and soothed, "You haven't been underground yet, so it's normal to have low energy." Yuanchen, underground? Xia Fengnian nodded and said, "We are vessels that can store, restore, and use energy. The underground is where we are built. Only underground can we significantly increase our energy capacity." Yuanchen was eager to try. "Are we going to meet ghosts again?" Xia Fengnian wiped the sweat from her forehead with a towel and said, "You see something even more interesting." Today's practice concluded, Yuanchen and Xia Fengnian walked out of the gym together. Hua Ting, who had been waiting outside, immediately followed. The sky remained overcast. Perhaps because Hua Ting had been flying, the city still didn't rain heavily, and the air was even more oppressive than it had been this morning. Yuanchen and Xia Fengnian went about their separate ways. Before parting, Yuanchen remembered something and reminded Xia Fengnian, "Dad, Uncle Ming suffered a serious head injury and has been in amnesia for a long time. He only recently began to remember things from before. But his memory hasn't fully recovered, and he gets headaches when he mentions things he can't remember. Please take good care of Uncle Ming when you chat." "Oh!" Xia Fengnian raised an eyebrow. He hadn't originally planned to look for Ming Ranlin, but after his daughter's words, he decided to go find him. What was Ming Ranlin thinking? Father and daughter went in different directions. Yuanchen went to find Yu Chaojia, who had just contacted the tea house and told him about the ghost pollution. The brothers at the tea house cursed, saying the ghosts were shameless and left no chance for humans. The brothers were very curious about Xia Fengnian's life, but unfortunately, the communication was unreliable, and Yu Chaojia didn't know much about Xia Fengnian, so they didn't have much to say to him. Yu Chaojia was living a good life in Huading, more leisurely and stable than at the tea house. Besides his eternal love of architecture, he recently developed a new hobby, creating innovative dishes with limited ingredients. The presentation of those dishes was as impressive as Yu Chaojia himself, but the taste was indescribable, a vomitous mess. Before leaving, Yuanchen said sincerely, "Brother Yu, food is precious. Please stop wasting it." Yu Chaojia felt a sense of loneliness at the top, a sense of melancholy that mortals couldn't appreciate his craft. As the sky darkened, ghosts began to appear, and shrill screams echoed. The rooms in the courtyard were lit, a warm yellow or bright white glow filtering through the first layer of windows, softening the glow and making the greenery beside the houses look particularly dreamy. Hua Ting asked, "What did you learn today?" Yuanchen coughed lightly, shaking his head. "It's the same thing from 2 days ago, but I mastered it today. It's a very impressive new skill." Hua Ting said coquettishly, "Let me see." Yuanchen also wanted to show off. She covered her body with energy, blending it with the aura of the surrounding environment, and whispered, "How's it? Has my presence become much less noticeable?" Hua Ting clapped in amazement. "Can it hide from ghosts?" Yuanchen nodded, and suddenly she paused. 2 familiar figures shone through the window in front, Xia Fengnian and Ming Ranlin. Yuanchen tiptoed closer, wanting to see if Xia Fengnian, as he said, really couldn't detect her. As she approached, she stopped by their faint conversation through the window. Xia Fengnian said, "Ming Ranlin, your memory has fully returned, right?" Ming Ranlin, eh. She heard Xia Fengnian say again, "Why didn't you tell Yuanchen?" Ming Ranlin remained silent. Xia Fengnian said impatiently, "Speak." Ming Ranlin's voice tightened. "I was worried she asked me." I didn't think she wasn't doing well in Zhongzhou. I also didn't think those people were like that in private. Zhongzhou didn't have the energy to deal with it at the time, and I didn't pay attention. I let Xinlua, the city-loving person, succeed and let her child suffer. Yunqian's birth attracted so many ghosts. You left to divert their attention, but Xinlua's city-loving person discovered her. Meng Ranlin's voice was bitter. You let me. How should I tell her? I left Zhongzhou in early 2024, intending to find you. Then something unexpected happened, preventing me from returning. You were also trapped in that time. The person I was in Zhongzhou for 25 years is no longer me. Although my sister-in-law's health has always been poor, it's unlikely she suddenly deteriorate and die within a year. It was Wuming, right? It wanted to attack Yunqian. But my sister-in-law gave Yunqian what you left her, so it was my sister-in-law who got hurt. Outside the window, white light flashed, summer thunder rumbled, and torrential rain drenched the girl standing by the window. Branches rustled, and blossoms brushed against my face. Is summer over? It's so cold. Chapter 131. In mid to late October, Huading entered the Zhongzhou region marked on the apocalyptic map. Snow fell, and the temperature was freezing. A large crowd gathered at the edge of the city, their thick cotton coats pressing against a half-man-high fence made of vines that rose silently. They leaned halfway over the fence, peering down. Behind them, even more curious people pressed forward, eager to know what was happening below. The roar of a car engine reached from behind. Stop pushing. You can't see anything from this height. Get back. Zhang Yongfu stood in the open trunk, his good hand holding a megaphone, repeatedly replaying his pre-recorded message. Many people wearing red armbands jumped out of the car, urging the onlookers to return quickly. White mist swirled. Damn the weather! Zhang Yongfu cursed, his breath emitting a visible white vapor as it met the air. When we passed by here last month, wasn't the weather in Zhongzhou normal? Qian Gaofei nodded yes. He looked up at the gray sky. As they advanced towards Huading, the snowflakes seemed to grow larger and larger. Zhang Yongfu looked speechlessly at those who ignored his advice, and continued to watch. Those who chose to stay in Huading are truly reckless. How are Xiaoyuan and the others observing the situation? Qian Gaofei spread his hands apart. I've been here the whole time, too. I haven't been there, so how would I know? It's not even November yet, and Zhongzhou wouldn't be cold enough to snow in November. This sudden change in climate must have a reason. Let me ask. Zhang Yongfu stopped the car, got out, and walked to the side of the road, observing the similar-looking vines on several large trees. He tugged on one with slightly yellowed leaves. Huading, Xiaoyuan, have the others noticed anything amiss? The vines dangling from the trees moved slightly, as if suddenly coming to life. Huading whispered in Zhang Yongfu's ear, what we've seen so far is that the ground in this area is significantly sunken, and the boundary with the adjacent area is very clear. Zhang Yongfu listened to Huading's methodical account. He had noticed that, since the past 2 weeks, Huading had become less lively and more composed and restrained. He wondered if this was a good change. After listening to Huading's words, Zhang Yongfu thanked him and continued to evacuate the crowd. Huading said, "You're welcome," and his attention returned to the main vine. The Xinjing team, the northern exploration team left behind in Huading by the ghostly Grand Canyon, carried observation equipment. By using the vines to place a portion of the equipment below, they could safely monitor the situation in the city. Do you remember where the ground sank? It should be here. A finger from a black-gloved hand reached out and pressed on a location on the map. Moving up her arm, the glove's owner was Yunqian. Her hair flowed down to her shoulders, and she was conversing earnestly with the Xinjing team. One of the Xinjing team members was typing something into his very heavy, ruggedized computer. They said the current situation in Zhongzhou was very similar to the natural disasters that had struck northern cities. Huading's vines served as greenery around the conference table. He was concerned about Yunqian's current condition. He knew clearly that Yunqian's gloves were covered in bandages, all wounds from her frantic daily training. That day, Yunqian overheard a conversation between Xia Fengnian and Meng Ranlin. It turned out that Meng Ranlin had fainted after seeing the portraits of Jin and Yin, and upon waking, he had regained all his memories. Combining his past memories with his current knowledge, he guessed the truth about Yun Zhongshu's death. Upon seeing Yunqian, he was overcome with grief and burst into tears. Meng Ranlin didn't want to tell Yunqian the truth about Yun Zhongshu's death. He lied that he hadn't fully recovered his memory, not wanting him to witness the trauma of Yunqian's birth. Yunqian was a special being. Yun Zhongshu, a human, and Xia Fengnian, an energy stone, two completely different races, were not supposed to have children, yet they did. The special nature of Xia Fengnian's bloodline meant This child's gestation period was longer than that of an average child. Yun Zhongshu, carrying a belly the size of a 7 or 8-month-old pregnancy for several years, finally gave birth to a daughter at dawn on August 16, 1916. The moment Yunchen was born, a thick, bloody odor, mingled with energy, filled the air. Ghosts, as sensitive to the scent of blood as sharks, defied the rising sun and frantically attacked the urban atmosphere of Zhongzhou. The sky was dark, and the ghosts were so numerous that they obscured the sun. Their shrill screams sent flocks of animals and birds fleeing from Zhongzhou, like another apocalypse. With the ghosts' onslaught, Zhongzhou would have fallen that very day without Xia Fengyan's energy injection. Yun Zhongshu removed the ring from her ring finger and placed it in the arms of the wrinkled infant. The crimson crystal on the ring's base slowly absorbed the blood from the infant and the surrounding area. The scent of blood dissipated, and the ghosts outside could no longer smell it. After a moment of confusion, they vanished from the ground as the sun brightened. The red crystal on the ring's base was Xia Fengyan's heart stone. Its numerous properties were almost equivalent to another version of himself. If it were separated, even he would be dying. With only one piece left, there was only one. Yun Zhongshu was in poor health and needed the heart stone to sustain her life. Xia Fengyan drained the baby's visceral energy, rendering it no different from an ordinary human infant. However, as she grew older or was stimulated by external factors, her energy would regenerate. After draining the energy, the baby could bleed and be injured within the city's atmosphere, but outside it, she must not bleed. Her scent was like Tang Monk's flesh to ghosts. The baby took Yun Zhongshu's surname. After Xia Fengyan stared at the baby with a goofy grin for an entire night, he named it Chen, meaning treasure. After Yun Chen's birth, the number of ghosts surrounding Zhongzhou increased significantly, and they still yearned for the delicacy. Xia Fengyan released the energy he had extracted, luring the ghosts away. This method only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. Every day the ghosts existed in Jiuzhou, the danger to his wife and daughter increased. Yun Zhongshu, reluctant to part with Xia Fengyan, agreed to his solo journey to awaken and accelerate the growth of the will in other cities. Yun Zhongshu had always desired a happy and complete family. Because of her physical disability, she had endured scorn and abuse from others. She truly cared little for strangers. She simply wanted the people she cared about to live well. But would their children have to grow up in such an environment? This bleak, hopeless, gloomy environment, where survival was a constant worry. Without a peaceful and stable Jiuzhou, there could be no happy and complete family. Xia Fengyan's plan went smoothly, and Meng Ranlin was effectively utilizing Zhongzhou's supporting role. Everything was going well, until a young man known as Xiao Jin noticed something unusual about Yun Chen and took action. Zhongzhou's teleportation talent was stolen, and Meng Ranlin encountered an accident while searching for Xia Fengyan. Yun Zhongshu used the heart stone to heal Yun Chen, and Wu Ming, inspired by Xiao Jin's intelligence, appeared in Zhongzhou. Jin and Yin didn't seem to have shared the full information with Wu Ming, and he initially wandered aimlessly through Zhongzhou until he noticed Yun Zhongshu. At the time, Wu Ming was frustrated that Xia Fengyan's disruptions were preventing Zhou Yuan from disappearing. He used Yun Zhongshu to threaten Xia Fengyan, but somehow, they seemed to be able to communicate. Yun Zhongshu made some incomprehensible remarks, and Xia Fengyan, who was about to leave Zhou Yuan, remained unmoved. When Wu Ming tried to bring Yun Zhongshu to Zhou Yuan to torture him in front of Xia Fengyan, Yun Zhongshu died, leaving behind an ordinary human daughter whom Xia Fengyan didn't care about. Yun Chen escaped. When these things happened, she knew nothing. Tracing back to the source, it seemed that everything that had happened was caused by her. How could this make her view herself anymore? Hu Ying still remembered that they were talking in the middle of the conversation, when the torrential rain forced Meng Ranlin to close the window. Yun Chen turned and fled, and he immediately followed. Xia Fengyan seemed to glance over them. There was no one else on the road. Everyone was taking shelter inside. The large leaves that the vines had grown piled up one after another, but they couldn't stop the pounding rain. Hu Ying had never seen Yun Chen's eyes look so empty. Her eyes were always bright and lively, and when she looked at others with such energy, her vibrant vitality always infected them. The cold vines offered no warmth to Yun Chen. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Yun Chen didn't stay in the rain for long. She explained to him in a hoarse voice that she couldn't conceal her presence for long. Standing in the rain for too long would be discovered by Xia Fengyan, and she didn't want Xia Fengyan and Meng Ranlin to know she knew everything. I don't want to cause trouble for everyone. She didn't cry, not a single tear shed. She returned to her room and slept quietly, the whole house silent. The next day, Yun Chen, who preferred to appear stern but actually loved to smile, returned. Huiting noticed that the light in her eyes had faded. He hoped others would notice something was wrong with Yunchen, but none of them did. Even Xia Fengnian remained as unfocused as before. Huiting was anxious. He blurted out that it was all Wu Ming's fault, and that as long as Wu Ming died, Yun Zhongshu would have been avenged. A light returned to Yunchen's eyes, but it wasn't the light he had hoped for. Her heart overflowed with hatred for Wu Ming. So intense was her training that she neglected her own body. Huiting regretted saying that, but Yunchen wouldn't listen no matter what he said. Beside the conference table, a vine huddled its branches sadly. Everyone assumed it was the cold, freezing it. Only Yunchen glanced at the vine. She gently stroked it, then withdrew her hand and continued her conversation. Huiting felt even more distressed. Beep, beep! The equipment blared a loud alarm. The screen, which had been displaying a light gray scene, suddenly flickered twice. All the drones and unmanned vehicles deployed by the Xinjing team lost signal. What happened? Have you figured out the cause? Maybe it's the low temperature. How could that be? Is it already dozens of degrees below zero outside? The conference room door suddenly opened. A tall, slender, baby-faced young man leaned against the doorframe, smiling broadly. Rather than staying here in the dark, why not go down and investigate? One person exclaimed, going down rashly could kill someone. Xia Fengnian waved his hand. What's the big deal? He wasn't human, so he couldn't die. He fixed his gaze on the imposing young woman at the end of the table. The surging energy was filled with sadness and hatred. Just as he had been then. Xia Fengnian stood with his hands on his hips and arrogantly demanded, Nan Nan, are you going down with Daddy? Without these cowards, this is a chance to save Zhongzhou. Yunchen's fingers twitched at his side. Huiting caught a glimpse of the light in Yunchen's eyes. Just as she was about to say no, he quickly swung his vines, scooped Yunchen up, and threw him to Xia Fengnian. The movement was so swift that only a shadow remained in the air, and no one reacted. It wasn't until Huiting shouted incredibly loudly, Dad, she's going, that everyone realized what had happened. Xia Fengnian, who is your father? Chapter 132. Amidst the gray sky, a lush green city in the sky loomed. Several thick vines entwined themselves and descended from the city's base, plunging directly into the thick snow. Puff! Several small, furry animals, hearing the commotion, poked their heads out from the white snow. Ant-sized shadows on the vines became increasingly distinct. They were two humans, and they immediately burrowed back into the snow. Her brown, plush, high-top, thick-soled shoes sank halfway into the snow. Yunchen took a few steps before adjusting to the feeling of walking in the snow. It wasn't snowing, but it was very cold here. Even though she was wearing her warmest clothes, her limbs were still frozen. Xia Fengnian, dressed in thin spring clothing, was unfazed by the cold. He said, use energy to cover your body's surface to mitigate the effects of the extreme cold. Yunchen did as he was told and felt much warmer. She quickened her pace, following Xia Fengnian with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. They were now within the general area where the main body of the Zhongzhou city had once been. The exact location of the main body of the city still needed to be discovered. Xia Fengnian surveyed his surroundings. The changes are so dramatic. The view was a vast expanse of white, the former buildings completely destroyed, blanketed in white. He strode forward, Yunchen struggling to follow. Even with the energy, it was too cold for Yunchen, let alone for an ordinary human without any means of mitigating the effects of the extreme cold. Yunchen's breathing was heavy, and even through her windshield, the cold air hurt her nose, and the surroundings made her movements less flexible. The ground was not flat in many places, and the ruins formed by the collapse of previous buildings became roadblocks. Now there was an obstacle like a mountain in front of them that they could not bypass, waiting for them to climb over. Xia Fengnian reached the highest point with ease, looking back down at the figures still climbing. There were no handholds here, so Yunchen needed to use tools to climb. The snow-covered slope was treacherous, and she had to confirm each handhold was secure before moving on. The heavy clothing burdened her movements, and she also had to manage the energy she was experiencing. Even with her excellent physical fitness, she still felt the strain. Yunchen glanced upward. Against the backlight, she couldn't see Xia Fengnian's expression, but she could sense her father's gaze. At her current pace, she estimated she would need to climb for another 10 minutes or so he wouldn't have to wait long. Suddenly, the ground beneath Yunchen's feet gave way, dramatically. She slipped and fell. Xia Fengnian knew his daughter wouldn't be in danger, but seeing her fall like that still worried him. He clenched his fists and didn't help. When Yunchen climbed up again, he stood beside him, panting, saying, I'm inexperienced this time. I won't be so slow next time. Xia Fengnian couldn't help but smile, his palm resting on her shoulder, replenishing her energy. Do you want to rest? No. She was delighted by Yun Chen's energy. Her father had clearly been able to help her but hadn't, which showed that he trusted her and didn't treat her like a child. They continued walking. Xia Fengnian had a clearer idea of the exact location of the main Zhongzhou city-like structure. Yun Chen only had a vague impression of it as a child. As an adult, he remembered more clearly the locations of several city-like replicas. Xia Fengnian raised his hand and pointed due north. Go this way. After walking for about half an hour, the texture of the snow beneath her feet changed noticeably, allowing her to feel the ground beneath her feet. Yun Chen suddenly stopped, her expression grave as she lifted her foot. The pits in the snow where her shoe had left her mark revealed the compacted white ice. She exerted force on her foot, smearing the ice that had been squeezed into the snow. As she did so, a viscous black liquid gushed out, and the pungent smell of sulfur filled the air. Yun Chen was shocked. Even if ghosts had stayed here, this amount of ghostly liquid was ridiculous. How could this happen? Xia Fengnian glanced at the situation and said calmly, Zhongzhou lost the direct confrontation with the ghosts. According to the rules, the ghosts have the right to transform this area to make it more habitable. Don't worry about that. Keep looking for Zhongzhou. Yun Chen followed him and asked, puzzled, lost? Uncle Meng's city follower symbol is still there, and Zhongzhou has retained consciousness. Dad, what are the rules you're talking about? Xia Fengnian replied, the city image is the most important thing to the city will. As long as the rules determine that the ghost has severely damaged the city image, and the city will has no ability to fight back, the ghost wins. A completely destroyed high-rise building appeared before the two of them, not completely covered by snow. Yun Chen recognized it as the trading center, once the tallest building in Zhongzhou. In the half-shattered glass windows, several ghosts slept in dark corners, a dark aura lingering. Yun Chen was extremely vigilant. They walked quietly through the distance before Xia Fengnian continued speaking. Rules, you can think of them as the behavioral logic that underground creatures must follow. The one who makes these rules is this planet. Xia Fengnian pointed his index finger downward. Deep underground, beyond the reach of human technology, lies another dimension devoid of natural light. There dwell underground creatures, each possessing unique abilities. Why is it that deep within human genes there's a desire to explore the depths of the ocean? That's the place closest to the underground. Humans were once subterranean creatures. Yun Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, and he asked, if humans are subterranean creatures, why don't they have any recollection of it? They didn't develop any special abilities before the apocalypse. The rules dictate that the races that occupy the surface gradually forget about the subterranean world. As for human special abilities, do you think stories like Nuwa mending the sky, Fuxi creating the hexagrams, and the Yin and Huang emperors, are they just myths? Yun Chen whispered, Dad, did Sun Wukong exist? Xia Fengnian, no, that's fiction. Yun Chen's expression remained blank, but her disappointment was palpable. Xia Fengnian said, only one race can dominate the earth. After victory, humanity holds the right to survive above ground, and the rules prohibit other underground creatures from interfering. Only when driven back underground will this race revisit its underground past. What about ghosts? However, the planet gradually grew dissatisfied with humanity. The birth of ghosts can only be seen as humanity's actions against the planet, turning into a sharp blade against itself. Snow began to fall, and crystalline flakes clung to Xia Fengnian's long, thick eyelashes. He lowered his eyes to look at his daughter and whispered, just think of this as a story Daddy tells you. Humanity will never remember what happened underground, now or in the future. Yun Chen was about to speak when Xia Fengnian's large hand clung to her head. Zhongzhou City seems to be just ahead, less than 500 meters away. The military shovel scooped up handfuls of snow, the tiny ice particles reflecting a glittering light as they were thrown. With each shovelful, the outline of the rubble gradually emerged. Yun Chen put away her shovel and dug with her bare hands. She had seen the stones left after the Xianan city statue shattered. They were subtly different from ordinary stone, easily distinguishable upon closer inspection. The stones she was handling were all from the city statue. Zhongzhou had already become a megacity before it encountered the ghostly treachery. Its city statue was at least 2.5 meters tall, and numerous stones were scattered around. Yun Chen touched an exceptionally large stone, seemingly growing from the earth. This must be the base of the city statue. As her hands touched the stone, she could faintly sense the presence of the city. Yun Chen looked at the young man standing behind her. Dad? What should she do next? Inject energy? Zhongzhou was not Xianan, and her energy wasn't enough to awaken it. Xia Fengnian half-crouched, his fingertips tracing the surface of the stone. A faint red light flashed. Ignoring his daughter's intense, expectant gaze, he retracted his energy and said, "You come?" "Why?" "Zhongzhou is too weak right now, similar to Huading. Nanan, you have your mother's blood. Your energy is gentler than mine and won't hurt him. The amount of energy in my body. I assist you. The amount of energy required to awaken Zhongzhou will exceed your current physical limits. You be in great pain afterwards." Yunshin said decisively, "I'm not afraid of pain, Dad. Let's begin." Zhongzhou was determined to wake up without incident. She pressed her 10 fingers against the stone, her hair rising and being held down by her hat. A flood of energy emanated from her fingertips, sinking into the stone like a stone sinking into the ocean. Behind her, Xiaofengnian gazed at her tenderly, one hand resting on her right shoulder. Like a dam collapsing in an instant, a torrent of water roared into her meridians, surging in all directions without any direction. Yunshin had no time to organize this energy. It would soon pass through her body, transforming the ferocious ocean tsunami into the gentle stream of a mountain spring, entering Zhongzhou. The city faded like a gray stone, its luster reappearing. The rocks in the snow pile, sensing something, trembled in their place. The city glowed faintly like a base, and rocks soared into the air, circling the base, seemingly arranging and reorganizing. The rocks fell rapidly, piling up, and soon formed a long scroll, less than a meter long, suspended above the platform. The energy continued to flow in, and the platform and the scroll continued to rise. The white light grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the surroundings even in broad daylight. The scroll stopped at nearly 3 meters. The moment Xiaofengnian withdrew his hand, Yunshin felt a slight pain in his body. Xiaofengnian approached the scroll, slammed the platform beneath it, and shouted, "Wake up!" The sound of rolling stones rustled in the air, and the massive scroll slowly unfurled, revealing text Yunshin couldn't understand at all. Beneath the text were extremely abstract drawings. When the scroll was fully unfurled, the ice and snow melted, and the aura of the city radiated outward from the city statue. Ghostly screams filled the air, and those that had remained above ground were driven back underground by the aura of the city. The buildings closest to the city statue were manipulated by an invisible force, returning to their original state. "You're back too." Seeing little Yunshin standing here in good health is a relief. "Now I can only tidy things up. The situation is so dire, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." Zhongzhou's voice was clear and steady, sounding like a serious storyteller. Yunshin stared blankly at Zhongzhou. He had woken up, his city level hadn't declined, and he sounded fine. Xiaofengnian stood behind Yunshin, completely out of her sight, his hands on his chest, gesturing towards Zhongzhou's city. Zhongzhou said, "Little Yunshin, is there anything inappropriate about me?" "No." Yunshin immediately averted his gaze and whispered, "I'm sorry. Not just for the stare, but also for the apology he had made earlier." Zhongzhou uttered an "I understand." "It's about that incident. Even if it wasn't you, if he had the will, he would have eventually found me. If you feel guilty about this, letting me wake up again would be enough to offset my mistake." Xiaofengnian silently put his hands away, as if the person signing hadn't been him. Yunshin looked up immediately. "Really?" Receiving Zhongzhou's affirmative answer, she thought with delight that all she had to do was kill. Suddenly, someone grabbed her shoulder. Yunshin looked over and saw Xiaofengnian baring his perfect white teeth at her. "Nanan, I know you know." The tongue twister of words made Yunshin stiffen. Xiaofengnian said, "You need time to process this, so I didn't bother you. Women is inextricably linked to Mom's death." He looked Yunshin straight in the eye. Yunshin felt her father had seen through her thoughts. Hate shouldn't be the driving force behind your actions, and revenge shouldn't be a goal in your life plan. She didn't want her death to burden us. She hoped we wouldn't dwell on it. Yunshin stammered, unable to speak. The after-effects Xiaofengnian had mentioned had already set in. Her entire body ached as if being stabbed and drawn out by countless daggers. Yunshin trembled with pain. Yunshin said, "Dad, I can't let go. How can I not care? Mom was right beside me, and I failed to protect her." She struggled to stand, trying not to collapse from the pain. Xiaofengnian said, "I can't let go either. None of us can. The path of revenge is filthy and dark. If we become like that, her death will be meaningless. We should make amends for her regrets and fulfill her wish." Mom's wish? Yunshin's body ached so much that she nearly fainted. Her vision was blurry, and she couldn't see Xiaofengnian clearly. What was Mom's wish? To revive Jiuzhou and rebuild our home. After hearing these words, Yunshin lost consciousness completely from the pain. Xiaofengnian caught her, carrying her on his back, and murmured, Dark goals will only darken oneself, while bright goals will make people better. Zhongzhou suddenly spoke up. Little Yunchen's personality is just as stubborn as yours. Xia Fengnian shook his head and said, I'm a man without principles or boundaries. She's more like her mother. Zhongzhou was surprised. You're so self-aware? Xia Fengnian, ? Chapter 133. Sizzle. Yunshen opened her eyes, a beam coming into view. The sloping triangular roof left a lot of space above the beam. She felt a little dazed. This was the house she used to live in Zhongzhou. Was that the sound of cooking just now? When wet vegetables are put into a hot wok, they make that sizzling, crackling sound. Whenever she heard it while her mother was cooking, she would hide away. Is that Mom? Yunshen stood up, the wooden bed creaking. The pain numbed her mind, and it took a while for her to remember what happened before she fainted. It wasn't Mom, she was dead. Yunshen walked, leaning against the wall, her lips trembling with pain. She slowly approached the kitchen. It was called a kitchen, but it was actually a small compartment separated by a curtain. The stove faced the window, preventing the room from being filled with cooking smoke. A figure was bent over busy in the kitchen. The stove was made particularly short due to Yun Zhongshu's leg problems, so Zhongzhou restored it to its original state. Xia Fengnian's movements were clumsy, he couldn't cook, and he seemed particularly nervous. He seemed oblivious to Yunshen watching him from behind the curtain. He cursed under his breath, You can't even teach me how to cook, and you claim to understand the cities will the best. Although she didn't hear Zhongzhou's reply, Yunshen guessed he must be speechless, and she couldn't help but laugh. The laughter made Xia Fengnian jump, and he looked back in surprise. Why are you up? You must still be in pain. Moving will only make it worse. Yunshen raised her hand, and like in slow motion in a movie, she said, It's within tolerable limits. As she spoke, the pain made it difficult for her facial muscles to move, and her words sounded a little slurred. Supplementing your diet will help you get through it faster. Xia Fengnian picked up the pot and placed it next to the small wooden table against the wall. Yun Zhongshu usually used a wheelchair, so there was only a small round stool next to the wooden table, Yunshen's designated seat. Yunshen sat down in this nostalgic seat. Xia Fengnian wanted to give her his chopsticks, but his fatherly love made him reluctant to let his daughter continue suffering. He picked up a chopstick of the hodgepodge and said, Ah. The ingredients in the pot were no longer recognizable, but the color and aroma seemed normal. It should be fine. Yunshen opened her mouth, and the moment the food entered her mouth, she suspected Xia Fengnian was sending her to the underworld to accompany her mother. The food wasn't poisonous, just so unpalatable it seemed like it had been poisoned. In the apocalypse, wasting food was shameful. Yunshen forced himself to finish this loving dish from his father. Seeing Yunshen finish a whole pot of food, Xia Fengnian felt a sense of accomplishment and decided to cook a special meal for his daughter every day to supplement her nutrition. It was getting late outside. They would be staying overnight in Zhongzhou. If Zhongzhou woke up, Hooting would surely notice and would likely fly nearby at night. Xia Fengnian asked, Are you going to pay your respects to Mom? Yunshen nodded. Zhongzhou's cemetery has not been restored. Debris is everywhere, and tombstones are either damaged or collapsed, making it impossible to tell which is which. Many people are buried here, divided into different areas. One area is dedicated to a monument to heroes. The names of the soldiers who sacrificed their lives protecting Zhongzhou, and the people who sacrificed their lives for its development, all those who bravely sacrificed and deserve to be remembered, are engraved here, ensuring their contributions will not be forgotten. There were no bodies in the cemetery. After death, people were burned, leaving only ashes mixed with broken bones, stored elsewhere. The tombstones in the cemetery served as a place of emotional and spiritual sustenance. Yunshen entered the cemetery. The path had become a chaotic mess. She had walked this place countless times, yet she could still pinpoint the location of Yun Zhongshu's grave. Xia Fengnian followed Yunshen and saw her stumbling forward. Her energy had shifted compared to the day. His words had taken effect. Yunshen stopped. Ahead lay Yun Zhongshu's grave. There was nothing left, only a flat patch of ground and half a tombstone. Mom's grave is here. Father and daughter each placed the bouquets they had prepared in their backpacks. One of the purposes of their trip was to pay their respects to Yun Zhongshu. Xia Fengnian, I'm back. The evening breeze suddenly picked up, ruffling his hair. He smiled brightly, and with a thumb to Yunshen beside him he said, Our daughter has grown up. She combines the best qualities of both of us, but she's more like you. Yunshen stared at the smile on Xia Fengnian's face. She suddenly understood the meaning of his words. If she truly felt resentment and guilt, she should do something for her mother. Could revenge bring her mother back? No. When her mother was alive, she constantly told her how hatred and anger could destroy a person. She had used this to stop Xiao poaching. But was she going to become something her mother had never expected? If humans had souls, her mother would only feel pain seeing her like that. If she truly wanted to do something, it should be to fulfill her mother's wish. After realizing this, Yun Chen's energy shifted. Xia Fengnian keenly sensed this, his smile widening. Yun Chen turned toward the place where the bouquets lay, beaming brightly. Mom, I do my best. Zhongzhou silently observed the scene. Against the backdrop of the setting sun blending with the night, the young man and the young woman smiled almost identical smiles. Their eyes curved like crescent moons, a dimple only visible on one side, their white teeth showing much of their white teeth. It wasn't a standard, pleasing smile. It was a smile filled with hope and faith. The apocalypse lacked these qualities. The scroll of Zhongzhou's city image rolled away, leaving an inch of blank space. Invisible energy, stroke by stroke, carved the beginning and end of the scene onto the scroll. Several incomprehensible words and images appeared on the scroll. Huiding was terribly anxious. All because of Yu Qijia's words. The moment Zhongzhou woke up, as the city's will, he naturally sensed it before any human beings did. He was overjoyed that his compatriots were safe. The air of the city once again enveloped the land. The ice and snow melted, life returned, and the temperature and environment finally matched the season's expectations. The Xinjing team marveled at the widespread urban atmosphere of Zhongzhou. He approached Yu Chaojiao and asked if he could inform the tea house about this matter. Zhongzhou was closer to the tea house than Xianan, and he wanted to see if the tea house could contact Zhongzhou. He wanted to know Yun Chen's current situation. Yu Chaojiao hadn't been able to contact the tea house brothers, which was typical. The tea house brothers' urban talents often caused trouble, completely beyond their control. Huiding was disappointed, and the vines growing in the room dropped 2 leaves. Yu Chaojiao presented the detailed blueprints and plans for his reconstruction of the buildings on the northern street. Huiding listened, but his interest was completely lacking. Yu Qijia's expression darkened. A city's will has lost interest in urban planning. This is a serious problem. Yu Chaojia asked, what are you worried about? Huiding replied melancholy, Zhongzhou has been awake for so long, and Yunchen hasn't returned yet. Yu Chaojia knew that Yunchen and Huiding had a good relationship, and he himself envied the city's followers and the city's will's reliance and trust in each other. But Huiding's behavior made it seem like Yunchen was too important to him. To comfort Huiding, Yu Chaojia said, Zhongzhou's awakening means their operation was very successful, much earlier than planned. This is a good thing. Huiding flicked the vines. He knew, but if Zhongzhou had awakened, why hadn't Yunyan returned yet? Even paying respects to Mom shouldn't take that long, Yu Chaojia said. I remember Yunchen used to be from Zhongzhou. When people return to their hometowns, they definitely stay a while. A sense of belonging is very important to humans. He paused, citing an example. Look at Qin Haohao. Although she's doing well in the tea house, she grew up in Huiding. After she knew you woke up, she went back to Huiding. What happened to you? The well-reasoned voice abruptly stopped. The vines in front of Yu Chaojia shed their leaves, soon covering his room with a green, natural surface. The Sky City's speed instantly increased, reaching the fastest speed Huiding could currently reach. The wind blew fiercely, forcing the humans in Huiding to take shelter indoors. Yu Chaojia struggled to close the window against the wind, regretting his words. Half an hour later, Huiding arrived directly above the main body of Zhongzhou City. Zhongzhou now appeared to be a flat surface, so he descended very low. The vines beneath the city danced wildly, locating Yun Chen's position and immediately sending out their roots. Yun Chen and Xia Fengnian were beside the Zhongzhou City statue, feeding Zhongzhou with energy. The vast city loomed overhead, casting a vast shadow in the darkness, blocking out the moonlight and its brightness. Zhongzhou remarked, Huiding's city talent is surprisingly intriguing. He noticed the numerous vines beneath the city, dancing gracefully in the white light of the city's energy, casting green leaves into the air, like the wings of green butterflies fluttering and spinning downward in the moonlight. Zhongzhou sighed, why are they shedding their hair so haphazardly? Yunchen pondered for a moment and said, maybe it's because the falling leaves look so graceful and beautiful. The dancing vines seemed to have found their target, sprinting downward, heading straight for the Zhongzhou City statue. Zhongzhou's tone was tinged with surprise. Huiding, are you saying hello to me? Look how excited he is. I didn't expect him to be so sentimental. Old Meng is up there too. As he finished speaking, vines crept closer to the city statue. Zhongzhou, imitating the human habit of clearing his throat, coughed twice to make his greeting sound more formal. Judging from the current angle and number of vines, Hooting was probably trying to give him a big hug. Unfortunately, he couldn't control the city statue in response. Not every cities will have the same easy manipulation as Hooting's. Zhongzhou felt he couldn't neglect his brother. In all his years in the apocalypse, this was the only brother he met face to face. He had to be polite. In a brief moment, countless thoughts raced through Zhongzhou's mind. He made up his mind and was about to respond to his brother's warmth. The vines brushed past the city statue, sweeping Yunchen away. The speed was so fast that only a fleeting shadow passed by. Zhongzhou, ? Xia Fengyan, shock. Yunchen, Chapter 134. The next day. Looking down from the air, Hua Ting, swinging vines to carry supplies, looked like a giant green octopus. The people driving or walking to transport boxes of supplies to the city were like ants crawling on the octopus. Uncle Meng, is it really okay for us to move so many supplies from Zhongzhou? As Yunchen saw boxes of supplies suddenly appearing on the flat ground, the supplies constantly increasing as if there was no end, she couldn't help but ask Meng Ranlin. Zhongzhou woke up, and Meng Ranlin, as a Zhongzhou city dependent, naturally stayed behind and no longer followed Hua Ting back east. With Xia Fengyan around, he didn't need to stay by Yunchen's side to help out. Zhongzhou needed him more. Meng Ranlin said, "Don't worry. I collected a lot of supplies while traveling east." Xia Fengyan interrupted, "These were the supplies he took from Hooting and kept for safekeeping. Now, I'm returning them to their rightful owner." Yunchen stared at Xia Fengyan in silence. How could this be possible? Meng Ranlin had long been accustomed to Xia Fengyan's ways, and his words went in one ear and out the other. Zhongzhou said, "Don't be embarrassed. Old Meng and I originally collected these supplies to facilitate aid to other cities." Zhongzhou's voice rang only in the ears of Yunchen, Xia Fengyan, and Meng Ranlin. He spoke, and the three of them listened quietly. Yunchen raised his hand, his palm resting on a thin branch on his shoulder. The little city had been feeling rather gloomy since yesterday. Ning Rui, carrying several bags of rice, passed by and thought the three were performing a pantomime. He walked briskly in the scorching sun, his head swaying. Several others walked with him, all talking at once. Zhongzhou looks quite nice. It's not like it's been ruined by ghosts. It looks quite prosperous, but there are just too few people. What do you mean by too few people? There's clearly no one here. I know. I heard that Zhongzhou randomly teleported people away to protect them. Now they don't know where they are, and it's impossible to get them back. That's why there's no one here. It's such a shame that no one lives in these beautiful mansions. Haha, I hear you sound quite tempted. Why don't you just stay in Zhongzhou? They're short on people anyway. If you help out a little, you might even be able to reach Brother Ning's position. Don't you agree, Brother Ning? Ning. Rui's name was suddenly mentioned. He scanned the restored buildings in Zhongzhou. Combining this with what he heard since getting to know Yu Chaojia, he shook his head and said, "I don't recommend staying here." Others were just joking, but hearing Ning Rui's serious response, they couldn't help but wonder, why? Uncle Meng is a nice guy, and Zhongzhou's environment is nice too. The city's atmosphere is widespread. There's really no difference. They had reached the base of Hooting, climbed up the vines, and stepped onto the vine-made platform. They unloaded their belongings, and the platform ascended to the city. Ning Rui's companions, like him, had originally chosen to come to Hooting because they couldn't enter Zhejiang City. Ning Rui said, "The cities will has a different character. For ordinary people like us, the living experience is very different." Several people were puzzled, and Ning Rui didn't intend to be too blunt. He only said a few cryptic words. Yes, Uncle Meng is a good man. He sees too far ahead and seeks too much. Human energy is limited, so it can't see what's happening nearby. I suspect the cities will have similarly limited energy. Some suddenly understood, while others remained baffled. Ning Rui's peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure hurriedly ascending the Hooting pavilion. Only Yunchen had received such a warm welcome from the vines. 6 words suddenly flashed through his mind. Women work outside, men work inside. It was terrifying. Ning Rui shook his head vigorously. The others thought he had suddenly fallen ill. When Yunchen volunteered to come back, Hua Ting knew she had noticed something was wrong with him. When she asked, he didn't hide anything, telling her everything. Hu Ting was genuinely happy that Yunchen had recovered and hadn't become so obsessed with something irreversible. At the same time, he felt deeply defeated. Hu Ting didn't dare to think about what path Yunchen would have taken if Xia Fengyan hadn't been around, without his father's careful guidance. He was terrified. He wondered if he had been too emotional, if he had interfered too much in human affairs. Perhaps if he had done nothing, Yunchen would have recovered on his own. Even though the matter was over, he still kept dwelling on it. Was he foolish? Not only that, Zhongzhou sending him supplies should have been a cause for joy, but instead, he felt terrified. Everyone praised Zhongzhou endlessly. Yunchen was born here, and his former home was here. Would they choose to stay in Zhongzhou? Huiding felt ashamed of his own thoughts. Shijiang had gifted him so many humans, seeing that he had no humans. How could he possibly be so reluctant to leave them in Zhongzhou? But he truly didn't want to go back to those days. He was alone, without a single human, surrounded by ghosts, in darkness. As this thought surfaced, Hua Ting felt irresponsible. He was already a big city, and shouldn't be like this. What if Lian Yunchen also wanted to stay in Zhongzhou? Huiding asked in a low, frustrated voice, Yun, am I too indecisive? Alas. Yunchen sighed, and Hua Ting whimpered like a puppy. She knew he had misunderstood. She hugged the 2-meter-tall flower bud city statue, as if she were hugging a grown man. Indecision is the inability to make decisions. You've never been like that. You're just too gentle. You don't want to hurt anyone. Huiding's vines entwined behind her, and he murmured, gentle? It sounds like a comforting word, but in me, it's a flaw. Yunchen shook his head firmly. Gentleness isn't your flaw. It was your gentleness that pulled me back from the abyss a year ago. She appeared in a strange place, rising from an icy lake, pursued by ghosts, and in her despair, she saw light. Hua Ting and other city wills might not have taken it seriously, but as a human surviving in the apocalypse, she understood only too well the profound impact a city will's tenderness could have on humanity, evoking a genuine sense of belonging. When Yun Zhongshu died, and she encountered such things in Zhongzhou, and Xia Fengyan didn't return, and the truth remained unrevealed, she felt abandoned by the world. She faced the world with a smile, only to be met with betrayal and cold words. Until she met the small, broken city, which warmly responded to her every expression and gesture, becoming her new family, and accompanying her in her search for new warmth. It was Hua Ting's tenderness that gave her spiritual strength, making her heart resolute and strong. You are my light. How could I leave you? Yun Chen's words blew like a warm breeze through Hua Ting's heart, soothing all his uneasiness, anxiety, and restlessness. Hua Ting hugged Yun Chen tighter. He was about to say something when the next second, he was pulled into Songwang Pavilion. A steep mountain peak, water flowing around the pavilion. Inside stood 6 people. The Tea House brothers stood with their hands on their hips and laughed loudly. Brothers and sisters, our long-awaited gathering has finally begun. This time, we have a new member in Songwang Pavilion, Zhongzhou. Everyone, give a warm welcome. The older and younger Tea House brothers clapped their hands like seals. Shijiang stood silently, his voice soft as water, yet his tone was brusque. Can you two think of a way to notify us before calling anyone? Sometimes, when the Lord is dealing with important matters, you suddenly call us over, which is really annoying. The elder brother of the Chafu family remained silent. The younger brother's eyes darted around, and he pointed at Hua Ting and said, Hua Ting, what's wrong with you? You always look sour every time you come over. Hua Ting, He was tired and didn't want to say anything. Xiaonan sat on the pavilion railing, his short legs resting contentedly on the chair. He curiously asked Zhongzhou, who was always smiling and watching everyone, why are you wearing a mask? Zhongzhou wore a round-necked, moon-colored robe. A 3-finger-wide belt defined his waist, with a jade ornament dangling from the end. His long hair flowed freely, reaching the same height as the belt. A bronze mask covered half of his face. He looked overly formal and serious, seeming unapproachable. Zhongzhou said, wearing a mask makes me look more handsome. Other cities responded, Well, he's a frivolous one. Huiding sympathized, saying, this mask complements your jawline perfectly. Zhongzhou immediately declared, having found a compatriot, that's right. I've been thinking about this for a long time. You have good taste. The brothers from the tea house rolled their eyes. If they hadn't been sure this was Zhongzhou, they would have mistaken the city while standing there for Baiwei. After exchanging views, the 5 city wills were particularly interested in Huiding's past demise and rebirth. Hua Ting said, don't look at me. I don't know exactly what happened. I can't remember anything about those things. Chafu's elder brother placed his hands on Chafu's younger brother's shoulders and said, no wonder you haven't recovered your memory. It turns out you have no memory to recover. Xiaonan nodded in sudden realization. I said you acted like a child. He turned to chat with Zhongzhou. This kid had a fringe on his forehead earlier. He looked really tired. Only young people do those things, don't you think? Zhongzhou, indeed, I'm young too. I like bangs. Xiaonan laughed. Come on, we have over 30 cities. Ji, you and Zhou Yuan are the oldest. Zhongzhou, Shi Jiang listened to the conversation between Huiting and the T brothers, then settled into a more relaxed position. Suddenly she called out, Huiting? Huiting, Shi Jiang straightened her back, her delicate forehead ornament swaying. Since you're the will of a new city, born only a little over a decade ago, and without Jiuzhou's guidance, haven't you encountered any emotional issues? The T brothers said in unison, yes, we've simply been awakened, and we still have our old memories. Although the name of the city we awaken to is different each time, we're still largely on this land. You were literally reincarnated. That's right, just as the Tea Master said. A newly born city will's emotions are easily volatile, like a human child prone to crying and fussing. It takes 100 or 200 years for their emotions to stabilize. I remember the first 10 years after my birth, I spent every day thinking about how to get rid of the humans who were causing trouble for me. Oh my god, Shijiang, you were so radical when you were little. Didn't Jiuzhou beat you? Yes, I did. I almost died and was reborn. Ever since then, I've learned to be gentle. Haha, you have nothing to do with gentleness. Xiaonan, what about you? Back then, there was a human named Zhao Niang who was very close to me. I helped her commit many wrongdoings, leading to war in much of the region. Jiuzhou put me to sleep for a very long time. Later I realized that as a city will, we can be close to humans, but we must be impartial. Did Zhongzhou do anything stupid as a child? Zhongzhou coughed lightly, and was about to seriously recount his legendary and eventful experiences when the Tea House brothers exclaimed, ouch! The city's running low on energy. We stop here today, and meet again another day. By the way, Huiting, if you have any emotional issues, just tell us directly. Jiuzhou's away for the time being, so we can help you find a solution. Zhongzhou, Huiting was in a trance. The words from Chafu, Shijiang, and Xiaonan seemed to have come from the horizon, vaguely but firmly piercing his mind. A flood of outrageous narratives from other cities, transformed into words, tangled his mind into a tangled mess, ultimately composing 4 large characters to describe his previous pain and entanglement. You idiot! Huiting left Songlong Pavilion in a daze, his main consciousness returning to the city image. Nearby, the face of a young girl, her eyes closed, dozed off. Yuan Chen knew he had gone to Songlong Pavilion, but she was bound to his side by layers of vines, unable to leave. She didn't want to leave either. She was worried about him. Huiting raised his softest branch, wanting to gently touch the other's lips. Suddenly, he felt a deeply hostile gaze. Outside the window, Xia Fengyan glared at him like a ghost. Chapter 135. Through the glass window, Xia Fengyan met Huiting's city statue. His dark eyes were remarkably clear and innocent, yet he accurately grasped the guilt within them. Little bastard, Xia Fengyan sneered. He'd given Yun Zhongshu the same look when he met his mentor, who was like a father to him. It's no wonder they say men understand men best. Xia Fengyan didn't want to leave the door. Instead, he pulled the window open with both hands and stepped inside. With one hand, he swatted down the vines, with the other, holding his daughter in his arms. He lifted his foot and left a distinct footprint on the jade-white city statue. If you do it again, I pluck all your leaves. Huiting, Yuan Chen, bewildered, was led away by Xia Fengyan. This was just a minor incident during several days of transporting supplies. Over the past few days, the Xinjing team had collected some soil from outside the city's atmosphere in Zhongzhou for research. After Hua Ting used vines to replenish the city's groundwater, he set out again from Zhongzhou, laden with supplies. Only a few dozen people and one member of the Xinjing team remained in Zhongzhou. White clouds and blue sky, the lush green city soared overhead, petals drifting like the scent of spring. On the ground, a square-faced middle-aged man raised his arm to shield himself from the sun as he watched Hua Ting depart. He's so full of life, Ming Ranlin sighed. Zhongzhou suddenly said, I think I'm also quite energetic, full of youthfulness. Ming Ranlin fell strangely silent. Zhongzhou's manner of conduct and speech was remarkably sophisticated and steady, a style forged through years of experience. It's a little embarrassing to say, but when Ming Ranlin first joined Zhongzhou's city devoted, he always relied on, revered, and admired him as a father figure. Zhongzhou, why aren't you talking? Ming Ranlin spoke frankly. Huiting looks like Yichen's generation, and you look more like my grandfather's. Think of me as your peer, Zhongzhou paused. Never mind, you're so old now. Let's continue our recovery. Ming Ranlin, suddenly struck by age, said, ? In November, Huiting flew back to its original location, continuing to accompany the ghost nest. During their journey, they passed by Xiaonan and Chafu, distributing some of their supplies to them to alleviate Xianan's current shortage. The Xinjing team was deeply interested in the ghost nest. In the past few days, since their return, they have left Huading daily during the day and headed for the area surrounding it. Using the strange equipment they carried, they collected samples of everything visible to the naked eye for research and data analysis. Xian Gaofei, Lu Guangliang, Wang Xing, and the others were familiar with the members of the Xinjing squad. Even Zhang Yongfu was touched to learn that several of their key training officers were survivors from the 312th Army Combat Team who had been evacuated from Huading. If the fallen knew their comrades were still alive and working hard for Jiuzhou, they would surely be relieved. While the Xinjing squad was researching the ghost nest statistics, Yuan Chen and Xia Fengnian used the Jiuzhou fragment's teleportation ability to travel to Xianan. With the cities will solely relying on normal human development, the city's energy accumulation rate remained steady and gradual, and Xianan remained a medium-sized city. By the time Yuan Chen and Xia Fengnian left Xianan after 3 days, it had become a major city. Their next stop was the tea house. We must treat them with the best hospitality. Yes, listen to my brother. We must not treat them unfairly. We must make them feel at home. The tea house brothers were chattering loudly in Yu Qingxia's ear. She was in a meeting, her subordinates reporting on important matters related to the reconstruction of the dock. The Zhejiang River faces the sea, and the newly separated city statue of the tea house brothers happens to radiate to the area where a large dock once stood. Some fishing boats, after repairs, are still operational. If they could go out to sea to fish, the tea house would have a large food surplus, and could also cope with emergencies in the future. Fishing at sea is not something that can be completed in a day or two, and it would be dangerous for fishing boats to remain at sea at night. However, they possessed a fragment of the Jiuzhou statue that could conceal their tracks, making this possible. The subordinates reported the situation clearly and logically. Yu Qingxiao listened with a smile, quickly scribbling a line to the tea house brothers on paper. Watch your mouths. It's more effective than any good hospitality. The tea house brothers were deeply troubled. Their brothers and sisters had all become big cities, while they were the only ones still lingering in a medium-sized city. What a shame. A few months ago, the tea house brothers were just one step away from reaching big city status. But even with these incremental improvements, they couldn't reach the next level. After searching their memories, they guessed that since they possessed 2 city images and 2 city talents, the upgrade requirements might be doubled. The Cha brothers were both proud and sad. What was going on? Thankfully, there was a solution now. Yuan Chen and his daughter. They had heard about the other party's origins, but they didn't want to delve into them. Some things didn't need to be explained too clearly. In Songlong Pavilion, Huading, Zhongzhou, and Xianan all said that receiving energy infusion was a particularly pleasurable experience, more satisfying than absorbing energy stones. The brothers of the tea house eagerly awaited their arrival. They wanted to enjoy themselves, and they also wanted to become a great city before their time. Yuan Chen and Xia Fengnian finally appeared, and the brothers eagerly invited them to a feast. Then it was time for their feast. The temple was quiet, and Yuan Chen breathed in the scent of sandalwood, feeling a sense of relief. Many people were worshipping before the large cauldron. Yuan Chen and Xia Fengnian bypassed them, and took a small path to the main hall, where the statue of the tea house city was located. Xia Fengnian entered first, surveying the surroundings and remarking, "How comfortable, truly hedonistic." Indeed, Yuan Chen nodded. The cabinets on either side held many exquisite jade artifacts. The tea house brothers repeatedly denied it. "No, don't get me wrong. We live a very simple life. Those ornaments are just our own hobbies. They're just scraps of jade we dug up from the mountains. They're worthless." Yuan Chen felt strange. The tea house brothers' tone was a little too friendly today. She smiled and said, "My father was just joking." The tea house brothers, mindful of Yu Qingxia's words, asked, "How do you need our cooperation?" Yuan Chen said, "Just proceed as usual." She stood before the city statue, Xia Fengnian's hand on her shoulder. Xia Fengnian channeled energy into Yuan Chen, who then transformed it and channeled it to the city will. City wills of megacities, and below could receive Xia Fengnian's energy, but it took time to absorb it and transform it into their own energy, much like absorbing pure energy stones. The energy transformed by Yuan Chen was more similar to the energy provided by humans during offerings, allowing the city will to absorb it directly and digest it quickly. The Chafu brothers experienced this feeling for the first time. It was like someone gently scratching your ears with a feather, or like someone stroking your scalp with a roller-like tool, then slowly pressing various acupuncture points on your head. The Chafu brothers, damn Huading. They didn't share this useful thing with us sooner. Xia Fengnian, Haha, who are you calling a jerk? Yunchen, eh? The Chafu brothers' mouths were incurable. After several days of continuous energy input, Yuan Chen and Xia Fingnian realized something was amiss. Why hadn't Chafu become a major city yet? Their city statue was only 2 centimeters away from 1.8 meters. A major city's statue was 1.8 meters tall, so they should only need a little more energy to upgrade. When Xianan's city statue was 1.55 meters, Yuan Chen and Xia Fingnian injected energy for 3 days, bringing it to 1.8 meters, making it a major city. Another day of energy input, and Chafu still hadn't upgraded. Yuan Chen couldn't help but ask, "Don't you feel any changes?" The Chafu brothers examined themselves. The elder brother of the Cha family said uncertainly, "The restricted communication range seems to have expanded." The younger brother of the Cha family said with certainty, "The communication range has expanded significantly." The energy injected by Yuan Chen and Xia Fingnian seemed to have increased the city's talent. This time, the Cha family paid special attention to Filong Qingyun's condition. With each injection of energy, Filong Qingyun's level improved a little. Until Filong Qingyun showed no response to energy input, they finally broke through the city-level bottleneck they had been stuck in for so long. Yuan Chen and Xia Fingnian hurried to Zhejiang. The Cha family had caused their estimated travel time to be off, so they had to hurry. They had to travel to Zhouyuan in the spring to meet with the northern city's followers. The Chafu brothers had finally become a major city. They were overjoyed and eager to use their flying dragon riding clouds. With such a significant expansion in range, Songlong Pavilion would soon be bustling with activity. Songlong Pavilion now contained only one additional person. That was Zhou Yuan, who nodded slightly, greeting everyone. Huiting was the first to notice the Chafu brothers' unusually quiet demeanor. He approached them, and sensed the oppressive, gloomy atmosphere. The sky above Songlong Pavilion, previously clear and pristine, suddenly erupted in lightning and thunder. Huiting asked, "What's wrong with you?" All the city leaders present waited for the Chafu brothers' response. The younger Chafu brother opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The older Chafu brother raised his arm, patted his shoulder reassuringly, and looked at everyone, saying, "Our flying dragon riding clouds have been upgraded, significantly increasing their range." Huiting and the others nodded. Zhou Yuan's appearance in Songlong Pavilion was proof of this. The elder brother of the Chafu clan said, "The cities within our reach should include." He looked at his compatriots standing before him one by one, Huiting, Shijiang, Xianan, Zhongzhou, Zhouyuan. After a pause, he continued, Qianhu, Sanxiang, Baiwei, Dongqiao, Jiangyu, Bingzhou Yuzhou, and Haiyu. Several city wills realized something. The younger brother of the Chafu clan said bitterly, "None of them are here." The pavilion was silent for a long time. Huiting and Zhejiang were most familiar with the Chafu clan's capabilities. Huiting said calmly, "Flying Dragon Chungyun can only pull wills from cities above the mid-level city level into this area. They may have indeed encountered something, but it's also possible that their development has been limited, preventing them from becoming mid-level cities. Shijiang? Or maybe with abilities like mine, you couldn't pull me into Songlong Pavilion without releasing the restrictions, remember?" The two brothers from the tea house felt much better, but their spirits remained low, and they had no intention of maintaining Songlong Pavilion. The gathering lasted only 20 minutes. Zhejiang left Songlong Pavilion, sighing with a rare, emotional sigh. Ji Luoshan asked, "What happened?" Zhejiang said, "I'm worried about the other city wills. They might not be doing well." "I see, no wonder." Ji Luoshan suddenly put his hands on his hips and laughed. "Haha, it doesn't matter at all. If we all work together, if we can save one Xianan, we can save a second and a third." The person who came to report the situation looked at Ji Luoshan with a puzzled expression. Ji Luoshan looked at the person. "What's going on?" The person, "2 cruise ships arrived at the dock. Shijiang is also a city facing the sea, and the area radiating from the main city is very close to the sea. One of the several camps originally covered the dock, and daily maintenance is very important." Ji Luoshan stood up with a swift movement, his eyes piercing. "What?" They immediately boarded the car and headed for the dock. Fishing boats and 2 incongruous luxury cruise ships were moored to the dock. Guards in uniform orange vests controlled the crowds pouring off the cruise ships. Their faces were sallow and thin, their eyes filled with fear, as if they had endured immense torture. The dock manager shouted through a loudspeaker, "Everyone, line up. Only those who pass the cordon after being approved by the staff can cross. Anyone who crosses the cordon and ventures into the city will be treated as a ghost and shot dead." The cordon was a hemp rope with several pieces of fluorescent cloth hanging from it. The people trapped by the rope were uneasy. Some lined up obediently, while others, more impatient, tried to charge behind it. Bang! The guards swung their batons without hesitation. The man, struck by the barrage of batons, fell unconscious to the ground. The guards dragged him aside. The crowd panicked. We are human. It's daytime now. Ghosts can't come out during the day. We are the people organized by Bao Zhu, seeking help. There's something wrong with the land. All the plants and animals have been poisoned. We're not bad people. Don't hit us. We're not. Listening to the flurry of chatter, the dock manager remained calm. His voice, amplified countless times by a loudspeaker, he said, "Everyone, shut up. Line up quietly, and go through the inspection." After this warning, the people disembarking from the cruise ship all lined up obediently. The dock manager left, leaving the area to another person to maintain order. When they saw what the staff were holding for review, they all exclaimed in surprise. "What's going on? Are we doing math problems? You must be kidding. No one cares about that kind of thing anymore. How many people can still do it? I remember a little bit, so I should be able to do it." The person maintaining order held up a loudspeaker and said, "Don't worry. Those who solve the problems first will pass the review. Those who don't will simply be temporarily placed in the quarantine area, their lives safe. During the quarantine, there will be a dedicated math teacher to teach you. As long as you study hard, you quickly pass the basic math test." This reassured many. Someone else asked, "Why do we have to do math problems?" The voice from the loudspeaker was audible to everyone. "There's a kind of ghost that appears during the day, disguised as a human, and undetectable even to the city's will. This ghost has only one weakness. It can't do math." An unremarkable figure in the queue had a slightly stiff smile, and took a barely noticeable step back. Chapter 136. Hurry up, those behind. Don't just stand there like idiots. The crowd at the dock was packed. Because one person didn't move forward, the long queue had a noticeable gap. The person in charge of maintaining order in the front immediately shouted at the back, "Move forward. Don't block the road." The bearded man pushed the middle-aged man in front of him, his brow furrowed, but not because of this incident. Everyone who had come off the cruise ship smelled strongly, and the middle-aged man's was particularly strong. The bearded man, who had a keen sense of smell, was breathless at the close proximity of the middle-aged man's odor. "I was so scared. Look, those people disappeared after they went in. I wanted to take another look." The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave up his place in line. The bearded man gave him a puzzled look and said, "You're too timid." Not everyone on the cruise ship knew each other. They all lived in their own small compartments, and only those in the same compartment were familiar with each other. People on different floors might never have met each other, even the captain. The middle-aged man retreated all the way to the end of the line. There were many people getting on and off the cruise ship, and even the Zhejiang side security staff were still insufficient. Even after the situation was controlled, the situation was still somewhat chaotic. His retreat went unnoticed. The ghost booklet that the Zhejiang staff had distributed to them finally reached the middle-aged man. The booklet was handed to him by a middle-aged couple, older than him. They said sheepishly, "Excuse me, sir, I can't read. Can you read it to us?" Wuming, disguised as a middle-aged man, gazed at the young man being protected by the couple. His limbs were intact, but his expression was anything but normal. Drooling was dripping from the corners of his mouth. What's wrong with him? Is he feeling unwell? No. This is our son. He was hit on the head while working in the factory and has become mentally retarded. We heard that Baozhu and Mingdao's major hospitals can treat him, so we spent all our family savings and went to Baovu first. But, well, so that's how it is. Protecting him in the apocalypse must have been difficult. Where are you originally from? Yes, it wasn't easy, but we managed to save him. We only have one child. We're from Guangxi. The team is moving forward, so let's move forward too. I read it to you. Wuming smiled, flipping through the ghost manual in his hand and slowly reading out the contents. He had heard of this thing before, but this was the first time he'd seen it in person. It was truly fascinating. Wuming couldn't learn human mathematics. He lacked the spatial imagination and complex calculations required for this. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn, but as a ghost created by his mother, he inherently had these flaws when in human form. In ghostly form, he didn't have these basic weaknesses. Only Li Duan knew this. After acquiring his new human identity, he was waiting for his mother's instructions underground when he discovered a small gray mouse hiding. It was very well hidden, and he searched for it for a long time before finally finding it. Sadly, a stinky stone gave her a good gift, allowing her to escape and return to the surface. This was his first time hunting without success. Furious, He transformed into a human and pursued the mouse above ground, but he fell into the mouse's traps one after another, even allowing the mouse to see through his human weaknesses. He had more important things to do, and had to give up Li Duan, his prey. And yet, she dared to hunt him. He admired this daring prey, but he was also furious. Being recorded in such a way by a human was a terrible experience. Wu-Ming slowly read through the contents of the ghost-type manual. The middle-aged couple sighed. It's amazing that someone could discover this. Ghosts have so many flaws. That's wonderful. Wu-Ming said meaningfully. Yes, humans are still more amazing. The middle-aged couple said, You're so kind. Thank you. Wu-Ming smiled but said nothing. Finally, it was their turn in line. The review was strict. 40 people in each session, each given a different math problem, and 4 people watching from all sides, made cheating impossible. Those who passed the review were taken to Xizjiang. Many who couldn't solve the math problems were taken to another area. This place was far from the concentrated residential area. The entrances to the main city were heavily guarded, leaving only the roads leading out of Xizjiang open. The staff gathered those who hadn't passed the review and explained the situation. Someone will be here to teach you soon. The questions aren't as difficult as you might think. They're very basic. You just haven't learned the theory yet. After the explanation, those who learn quickly can leave the same day. The panic was calmed. Anything else? What if I really can't learn? Will we be treated like ghosts just because we can't solve math problems? Don't be afraid, just follow along. Special cases will be handled accordingly. Those who remain after the course will be evaluated. If you really can't handle it, you can choose to leave. We won't stop you. The staff left, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. I just heard them say that anyone who can't pass the exam after class will be placed under special observation. I flipped through the textbooks, and following the steps, the exercises aren't that difficult. Everyone cheer up. We've endured such difficult times at sea. How can such a small thing bring us down? Wu-Ming sat in the corner expressionlessly. He slowly stood up and walked out of the room. Turning the corner, he saw the middle-aged couple from earlier, trying to kneel but being held back by the men in orange vests. What are you doing? Our son can't attend class. He's mentally retarded. He can't even speak clearly. He can't be a ghost. Oh, uncle and aunt, don't be so anxious. We have special cases. In your son's case, once you've verified his identity and the doctor has confirmed he's normal, you can apply and he can enter Xizjiang. Don't worry. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wu-Ming hid behind the door. His gaze fell on the young man drooling behind the middle-aged woman, and his smile widened. Human kindness. The stairs spiraled upwards. 5 people who had disembarked from the cruise ship and passed inspection followed one person. They couldn't count how many flights they had climbed. They only knew that just as their legs were about to give out, the person leading the way finally stopped climbing and turned off the stairs, opening the red-painted door at the end of the corridor with both hands. This is our Xizjiang City followed patron, Ji Luotian. You can tell him the situation. Behind the huge mahogany desk, the man in the swivel chair had his back to them. All they could see was his elbows resting on the chair's armrests. He slowly turned, his features even brighter than the beautiful women's. Between his fingers, he held one. No, 5 Glico cookies, the people of Baozhou, They couldn't help but feel lost. Could Xizjiang help them? Ji Luotian devoured the biscuit between his fingers in 2 quick bites. In the apocalypse, food didn't expire. Anything that wasn't spoiled could be eaten. He gestured for the 5 to sit on the sofa, and he sat across from them. What happened to Baozhou? 4 of the 5 looked at the person on the far left, who clearly had the most say. According to the registration information in Ji Luotian's hand, the bearded man was the captain of one of the cruise ships, named Rendayo. The final supplementary information on the registration was filled out by Rendayo himself. Ren Peijun, a member of Baohu City's favored family, was Rendayo's daughter. Rendayo said, Our land of Baohu has been cursed. We've tried everything, but to no avail. We have no choice but to venture out to the nearest city to seek help. Please help us. My daughter and the other people of Baozu are still suffering there. We will repay you later. The other 4 bowed their heads, their hearts etched in their hearts. Ji Luotian thought he misheard. What was the curse? Did it trickle down to the set? Please explain it more clearly. I don't understand. What exactly is the curse? Ji Luotian's voice had barely fallen when the office door knocked twice. Without waiting for a response, a male assistant flung open the red lacquered door. Behind him stood a man and a woman with similar features. Yunshin, you're here. Ji Luotian quickly had someone come and sit down. He looked at the person behind Yunshin. This is My father, Xia Fengyan. Hello, Mr. Xia. I have an important guest here. Yunchen, you might as well listen. They're from Baozhou. They say the land is cursed, and they need our city's help. Ji Luoshan introduced Yunchen to Rendayo. This is the city-favored one of Huading. Rendayo looked at the two newcomers. The city-favored one of Huading looked about the same age as his daughter, standing tall, nearly 1.7 meters tall, with a reserved, calm demeanor that was reassuring. As for her father, he looked so young. This man smelled strange, like an object. Rendayo has had this strange sense of smell since he was a child. This time, he relied on it to successfully evade the nightly ghosts and reach the other side safely. He couldn't help but stare at Xia Fengyan. Please continue to tell me about Baozhou. What exactly is the curse? Ji Luoshan's voice reminded Rendayo of something more important. He quickly said, the curse is how we describe the land conditions in Baozhou. Although Baozhou is small, the land and climate are quite good, and the urban atmosphere is also suitable for farming. But in the first 3 months of this year, everything we planted outside the city aura withered and died. Baoyu and her friends knew it was best not to plant crops outside the city aura. They mostly planted fruit trees, things that wouldn't be noticed by ghosts. But early this year, problems began to arise in the land outside the city aura. First, their fruit trees lost their vitality, and then the leaves of ordinary trees and plants began to grow abnormally. They suspected it was some contagious plant disease and prescribed some medicine in an attempt to alleviate the problem. However, after digging up the soil, they discovered the plant's roots had rotted. The plants fell first, followed by the mass extinction of herbivores, and then the carnivores, along with the birds that stopped to rest in the sky. After they all fell, the area around the orb was filled with a rotting odor. Something was wrong with the land around the orb. Except for the areas covered by the city aura, everything else was a dead land. Every time someone went out to clean up the dead animals, they would return with a severe illness, simply because they had stepped on the soil outside the city aura. Ji Luoshan, how do you know it's the soil? Rendayo said, the soil looks strange. It's sticky, and has a fishy smell, just like the stuff that ghosts shed. Not long ago, the crops in Baoyu City's aura began to wither. We checked the soil, and found that the soil in the city's aura was also problematic. We tried every possible method, but nothing has solved the soil problem. The problem is spreading more and more widely. We're running out of options, so we decided to risk crossing the sea to seek help. Yunchen frowned slightly, thinking of the scene she'd seen beneath the snow in Zhongzhou, which was similar to what the other person had described. Rendayo said, the soil we brought is on the cruise ship. It's packed very tightly, like the equipment used to isolate the virus. It's all in large boxes, and it's still on the cruise ship. I'm going to explain the situation to you, and wait for your consent before removing it from the cruise ship. Ji Luoshan understood Rendayo's feelings. He, too, was feeling a headache. The person sitting next to Rendayo suddenly said, the curse was brought by those people from Zhongzhou. They suddenly appeared in such a strange way, and they couldn't explain their presence. If it weren't for Mother Peijun taking them in, the Baozhou land wouldn't have been cursed. Rendayo roared, stop talking nonsense without evidence. It has nothing to do with them. Peijun is absolutely right. 300,000 people. Anyone who abandons their compatriots is a beast. If you keep talking nonsense, I beat you to death today. 300,000 suddenly appeared, people from Zhongzhou. Yunchen and the other two looked at Rendayo in astonishment. Could it be that some of the people who were transported away from Zhongzhou after the unknown attack went to Baozhou? Chapter 137. They are indeed people from Zhongzhou's past. Ren Tianyu said that the sudden appearance of 300,000 Zhongzhou people in Baozhou, their appearance, time of appearance, and their descriptions of their former habitats all matched his own. Great. So many people are still alive in Zhongzhou. Yunchen and the others didn't show their joy on their faces. Ren Tianyu spoke of the Zhongzhou people in a normal and considerate tone, but they also didn't miss the subtle resentment on the faces of 2 of the other 4. Even if he wanted to talk about the situation in Zhongzhou, he wouldn't do it to their faces. Who knows if they would be even more convinced that it was the Zhongzhou people's fault. After Ji Luoshan and Ji Jiang had a conversation, he said to Ren Tianyu, take us to see the soil samples first. We make a decision after we've reviewed the situation. Ren Tianyu nodded and led the group to the cruise ship. Most of the Baozhou people on the cruise ship had been accommodated. Only a few people remained at the dock awaiting review. The cruise ship was nearly full, having brought quite a few people. Ren Tianyu said, with the land of Baozhou in such a state, we don't know which side will be safer in the end. The people brought by the cruise ship are the hope left behind. Ji Luoshan placed a comforting hand on Ren Tianyou's shoulder, expressing his understanding. Yuanchen and Xia Fengnian walked behind them. Yuanchen had felt a sense of unease since stepping onto the dock. It felt as if something was secretly watching her from the shadows, just as it had felt when she explored the underground platform. Xia Fengnian's eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings, a wary expression. The dock floor was cement-colored, with chain-link railings erected close to the shore. Waves crashed against the cruise ship and the shore, leaving water stains that had stained the floor dark. The cruise ship's entrance and exit were cordoned off on both sides, guarded by personnel. Those entering and exiting the ship could only disembark through the corridor formed by the cordon. Ji Luoshan, Yuanchen, Ren Tianyou, and the others followed suit, each walking within the cordon. A fair hand lingered for a long time on the cordon, rubbing it back and forth, sensing the scent of the area. Xia Fengnian raised his eyes, meeting Yuanchen's gaze. His eyes darkened slightly, and he glanced obliquely behind him, imperceptibly. Seeing no one there, Yuanchen shook his head slightly. Xia Fengnian's brows furrowed. He took 2 steps forward, raised his hand, and patted the outside of his daughter's arm, then slipped through the cordon, leaving the others unable to stop him. Ji Luoshan, this is... Don't worry about him. Keep going. He quickly shut up, and Ji Jiang told him to proceed with the cruise ship as usual. Bao and the others glanced at Yuanchen in unison, and Yuanchen gave them a shy smile. From the eye contact between father and daughter, and the body language hinted by Xia Fengnian's pat on the shoulder, Yuanchen knew what he had discovered. Wu Ming is here. He might have sneaked in on the cruise ship. Xia Fengnian told her to be careful. The scent he sensed was distorted. He must have used some method to target him, disrupting his ability to sense ghosts. He would go to where the scent was strongest to investigate. But he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was Wu Ming's decoy strategy. Yuanchen adjusted his belt, and the placement of several weapons on his person, making them easier to access if needed later. They boarded the cruise ship. Numerous oil drums were placed on the deck. Below the cruise ship, at the dock, men in orange vests raised water cannons, spraying the air, soaking the entire surface, not even a speck of light gray. A faint white mist drifted from the ground, like a large amount of dry ice. The swirling mist made it feel like walking on clouds. The people in the quarantine zone were confused. It's foggy. How strange, it's suddenly so thick. Haha, when did you stand next to me? I didn't even see you. I've been standing next to you since the fog started. You have really big eyes. The person who spoke didn't see as a figure stepped through the mist and flashed by less than half a meter away. The red light lingered for a moment before dissipating into the mist. Shi Jiang said, the misty fisherman can block a certain level of ghost perception, but I'm not sure if it work on a ghost of Wu Ming's caliber. Xia Fengnian quickly scanned the houses on both sides of the road, his clothes clinging to his body from the speed of movement. He said, thank you. Mr. Xia, you're too polite. I wonder what evil plans Wu Ming has infiltrated Baowu and come here. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have discovered it yet. Shi Jiang paused. The sea isn't part of my city, and I can't observe what's happening on the cruise ship. Xia Fengnian said, don't worry about that. As long as they don't commit suicide, my daughter's abilities are more than enough to protect them. The red light beneath his feet faded, and he stopped in front of a house. His gaze ascended to the 5th floor, the 3rd room from the right. Shi Jiang said, the person living there is Lu Qianghua, 46 years old. He's in charge of livestock breeding at Baowu, and was once a veterinarian. Xia Fengnian tiptoed, leaping off the ground and sprinting straight to the 5th floor. Shi Jiang shouted. He jumped out of the window. Xia Fengnian smashed through the door. The room was filled with a foul, ghostly odor that only he could sense. He approached the window, where blood and small pieces of human skin clung to the broken glass. The misty fisherman had prevented the humans from noticing the commotion. The fog couldn't block Xia Fengnian's perception. He saw a figure limping and running through the white mist. He raised his arm, and invisible energy swung open the window. He then leaned forward and leaped from the building. Like a bird, he was behind the figure in a flash. Before Xia Fengnian could react, the running figure instantly deflated, transforming into a deflated balloon, leaving only a human skin on the ground. The black energy that escaped the human skin was repelled by the city's atmosphere and instantly dissipated into the air. Shi Jiang was shocked. How could that black energy smell of my aura and talent? Is it the part that was taken away? And is it related to Xinluo? Not only that, the black energy also carried the scent of the energy stone. Xia Fengnian grabbed the human skin from the ground and shook it open. The human skin was intact and fresh. Only a ghost could perform such a skinning technique with such skill. He said, This is the skin peel from Wu Ming's human state. He didn't die immediately after peeling it. He must have assumed a new human identity. He used the scent of this skin to deceive me, making me think he was here. Shijiang, what is that black energy? A ghost? It doesn't look like. Xia Fengnian had fought ghosts before, but he didn't have a particularly deep understanding of them. He said, it might be the creator of these different ghosts. The current battle between ghosts and humans wasn't yet at a stage where it could directly surface. There was only one reason why it would break the rules and accept punishment, even to help Wu Ming escape. Yunchen. The appearance of the black energy here meant it could no longer go to the cruise ship. The rules that all underground creatures abide by are not so easily violated. Xia Fengnian said calmly, we've fallen for a trick. The interior of the cruise ship emanated a foul odor, like the smell of hundreds of people collectively vomiting in a room that had been sealed in the heat for days before being opened. Ji Luoshan was thankful he was wearing a mask. If he had breathed in such a penetrating odor, he might have died instantly. Ren Tianyu muttered, the conditions are shabby, and no one's cleaned it, so the smell is likely to be strong. It'd be much better after cleaning and ventilation. There's dirt underneath, and the lights aren't all fixed yet, so it might be a little dim. How about I go down and get it? It'd only take a few minutes. Why don't you guys come down? Ji Luoshan was about to nod when Yunchen said, let's go down together. You said it would only take a few minutes. Yunchen felt a chill down his spine as he boarded the cruise ship. Could Wu Ming still be hiding on the cruise ship? She released an energy aura, covering the people around her. This would block out the natural human scent. She wondered if it would work on Wu Ming. She had no intention of leaving. It was daytime, and even if Wu Ming appeared, he would be in human form, so he wouldn't be invincible. The few minutes down there went by without incident. Just as they were about to open the box to look at the precious soil, a team member next to Ren Tianyu said he had a stomachache and needed to go to the restroom. Yunchen, let's go to the restroom after we get off the cruise ship. The man was baffled. Why did he insist on going downstairs when the restroom was only a few steps away? Ren Tianyu, lazy people have a lot of poop and pee. If you're told to go downstairs, just go downstairs. If you really can't, well, holding it in for a while kill you. The man stammered, then had to hold it in until he got off the cruise ship. Ren Tianyu, carrying a silver suitcase half the height of a man, asked Ji Luoshan, are we just going to watch on deck? There are canisters inside. Ji Luoshan nodded and said, let's take a look first. The suitcase opened, revealing 3 large transparent jars of soil nestled within a black sponge pad. The top seal revealed it was a specialized laboratory device used to store hazardous materials. The soil looked like black soil. Ren Tianyu took out a jar and shook it. Distinctive black scratches remained on the jar's walls, resembling those of the ghostly liquid. Ji Luoshan snapped 2 photos with his camera. He said, put the stuff here for now. We have someone set up a makeshift lab here to see what this stuff is. Yunchen thought of the Xinjing team members studying the soil near the ghost nest, and she mentioned the matter. So far, the cruise ship hadn't shown any abnormalities. Yunchen was puzzled. Could Wu Ming not be on board? The group disembarked one after another. Staff were still diligently guarding the cordon. Ren Tianyu and his companions walked in front, while Yunchen and Ji Luoshan walked side by side at the end. Ji Luoshan said, Mr. Ren, I will rearrange your accommodations. We still need to discuss follow-up assistance. Shijian will handle it as soon as possible and notify the other city wills. Ren Tianyu brushed past the staff. His nostrils flared at the smell of something foul, but he didn't pay much attention. Ji Luoshan's words surprised him. Have you contacted the other city wills? Ji Luoshan was right behind Ren Tianyu. He hummed, nodding to the staff, thank you for your hard work. The staff member was a woman in her early 30s, her eyes clearly frosted. She smiled brightly at the compliments of the city's followers. Ji Luoshan was about to walk over when he suddenly remembered. Xiao Gu should be in charge of the population count in the quarantine zone. Why is he here? The woman said, someone was arguing with me, and I couldn't help but start a fight, so I was transferred here. Ji Luoshan, who was very concerned about the people in Zhejiang, asked, tell me what happened exactly. The woman's smile remained unchanged. There's an elderly couple whose son has a mental problem, and they insist I give them special treatment. I told them to be patient, but they wouldn't budge, so. Ji Luoshan sighed, I see. It's not easy for everyone. Thank you for your hard work. No. Be careful. The smiling woman suddenly leaped up, pulling out a fruit knife from her sleeve. With a powerful swing, she severed Ji Luoshan's clothes, which Yunchen was holding onto. The woman held the unsuspecting Ji Luoshan hostage. If anyone moved, the blade would dig deeper. When had Ji Luoshan, always so lucky, ever suffered such a misfortune? He was stunned. It happened in an instant, and the others hadn't reacted yet. Yuan Chen dropped the cloth in his hand, removed the gun from his waist, and pointed it at the woman. Wu Ming? Wu Ming chuckled. Haha, don't act rashly. You don't want him dead, do you? In his current female form, he brought Ji Luoshan onto the cruise ship. Standing on tiptoe at the stairs, he slowly licked Ji Luoshan's neck from behind, his arms guiding his hands. Like a butcher seeing the finest meat, a satisfied sigh escaping his throat. The flesh of a city adorer is indeed a bit more fragrant than that of ordinary humans. Ji Luoshan got goosebumps. Damn, this Wu Ming is so perverted. Wu Ming, intoxicated by the delicious aroma, suddenly looked up at Yuan Chen, who was slowly approaching. One more step, and I bite off the neck of this Zhejiang city adorer. Yuan Chen stopped moving, his fists clenched. Wu Ming glanced at the other terrified people, and the armed guards approaching from afar. He said, Yuan Chen, I'm actually more interested in you. How about exchanging yourself for the Zhejiangqing familiar? Ji Luoshan blurted out, No. He glared at the girl with her hair tied in a green leafy bun, his eyes wide, trying to make his point clear. Yuan Chen, okay, put him down first. It's not safe down there. Why don't you come upstairs? Wu Ming took 2 steps back, motioning for the girl to board the cruise ship. Seeing her move without hesitation, he smiled and added, I'm a weak woman right now. Take down all your weapons. Ji Luoshan, don't listen to him. Leave me alone. Wu Ming stabbed Ji Luoshan with a knife, causing him to cry out in pain. Yuan Chen immediately shouted, Don't hurt him. Wu Ming smiled gently, Good girl, do as I say. Yuan Chen dropped the gun in his hand, lifted the hem of his coat, removed the belt laden with combat tools, and finally slung the backpack to the ground. She raised her hands and stepped forward. Is this all right? Wu Ming shook her head, There's more. Yuan Chen lifted the inconspicuous fabric on the side of his trouser leg, revealing a pistol and a switchblade. She raised her hands and looked at Wu Ming innocently. Wu Ming said, Go on, don't wear down my patience. Yuan Chen, helpless, rolled up his sleeves. 2 combat knives fell, he removed his shoes, unfastened the buckles, and fluttered them. He found a small blowpipe and a row of blowpipes. He then removed his coat and fished out 2 artificially modified, sharp screwdrivers from his collar. A pile of weapons fell with a clang. Ji Luoshan's eyes glazed over. How could the girl next door, who needed care, actually be a weapons arsenal? Wu Ming was also somewhat horrified. Those people who had eaten the Zhongzhou ghosts and gained their memories told him that Xia Fengnian's daughter was so kind and innocent that she couldn't do anything. His eyes darkened slightly. Come up. The girl stepped up the stairs. Wait, what's that on your wrist? Yuan Chen raised her hand, revealing a vine bracelet that set off her fair skin. She said, It's just an ordinary plant bracelet. I made it for fun. Wu Ming sneered. Ordinary plants? I remember Huiting's vines being troublesome. You're a Huiting city-adored person. Would I let you wear something like that? Throw it away. Yuan Chen, with a grim expression, took off the vine bracelet and threw it down. Bang! The vine smashed a hole in the stairs. Wu Ming raised his chin slightly. You can come up now. At the same time, he stopped Ji Luoshan's movements and stepped back. Yuan Chen said, I'm coming over. Let him go first. Wu Ming walked to the center of the empty deck and motioned Yuan Chen over. He said, Let him go now so you can escape together? Come closer, and I let him go. Yuan Chen approached, walking slowly. Wu Ming suspected she was waiting for Xia Fengnian to arrive, so he shouted, Hurry up! Yuan Chen had no choice but to quicken her pace, drawing closer and closer to Wu Ming. Wu Ming, ever wary of Yuan Chen's approach and the uncertainty of Xia Fengnian's imminent return, relaxed his grip on Ji Luoshan slightly. Ji Luoshan thrust his elbow backward, simultaneously stomping his foot down hard. Run! By this time, Yuan Chen had entered Wu Ming's attack range. Wu Ming had long noticed Ji Luoshan's subtle intentions, but he hadn't bothered to respond. Seeing Ji Luoshan's self-righteous escape, he calmly swung out his blood-stained knife, aiming it at the center of his back. A figure leaped forward. Ding! The sound of blades clashing. Wu Ming's gaze focused. The girl's black hair was disheveled, and in her hand was a green branch, a weapon. It was that branch that had blocked the knife. The branch, though thin, was incredibly strong. The hole at the top, where the knife handle would be strung, slid into Yuan Chen's hand. Yuan Chen held a knife, which didn't quite fit her hand. She preferred a long sword, but Uncle Huang Xing had taught her during his training that she couldn't favor one weapon over another, She had to master every weapon, including her own. And so it was. Wuming looked at the branch, then at Yunshin's hair. So, a hair tie could be a weapon? Ji Luoshan was rescued by Yunshin. He hadn't escaped well, and Wuming blocked all exits. His only hope of escape was to jump into the sea. At the height of the cruise ship, if he didn't jump well and hit the rocks, he'd be dead. Ji Luoshan was about to say something when his vision blurred, and Yunshin launched out like a cannonball. Wuming withstood Yunshin's attack with his body. The human he simulated wasn't skilled in combat, so while his consciousness remained, his body couldn't keep up. Another stab. The blade swung so fast it ripped through the air, leaving a massive gash in Wuming's abdomen. Combat was like this. Losing the initiative and momentum meant it was easy to lose at every turn. After several exchanges, the knife pierced Wuming's palm, and blood dripped. Wuming didn't struggle. Instead, he retracted his arms, allowing Yunshin, clutching the knife handle, to move closer, murmuring softly, intent on disrupting his opponent's rhythm. Yun Zhongshu's true last words. Yunshin abandoned the knife and retreated. She half-crouched on the ground, reaching for her heel with her backhand, peeling off the tape and gripping the cool handle of a small pistol. The pistol had a short range. At a distance, its impact was barely noticeable. Waiting for Wuming to come, waiting for him to get closer. Wuming approached. Don't you want to know Xiaofengyan's true identity? Mom? Yunshin lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought, mumbling. Wuming smiled and reached out to grab Yunshin. Xiaofengyan's daughter, if captured alive, would be even better. Her blood would be very useful to her mother. Wuming inched closer, and Yunshin's response was bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in quick succession, 1 to the left chest, 2 to the forehead, a spray of blood. Wuming's face held an expression of disbelief as he slowly fell backward. Yunshin grabbed a nearby oil drum and doused it several times, then unhesitatingly lit it. He lifted the paralyzed Ji Luoshan, slicing open his clothes and bandaging his wounds, then carried Ji Luoshan off the deck. Non-essential personnel had been cleared out, leaving only those handling emergencies at the dock. Medics took Ji Luoshan away, tending to his wounds. They also wanted to check on Yunshin. Yunshin quickly waved, I'm not injured. Don't worry about me. As soon as he finished speaking, a large hand placed on her head and rubbed it. It was Xiaofengyan. Xiaofengyan praised, well done. Yunshin looked at her own hands, still unable to believe that Wuming had been killed so easily. He wasn't even as formidable as the man-eating ghost before. She couldn't help but ask Xiaofengyan, is Wuming really dead? Xiaofengyan was silent. Dad? No, ghosts can't die. You don't seem disappointed? Yeah. TSK, Li Duan was so decisive, but Wuming got her weaknesses wrong. Yunshin snorted heavily. That cunning Wuming must have deliberately tricked Sister Duan. It's been almost a year, so Sister Duan's intelligence must have been updated. Xiaofengyan felt that Li Duan held an inordinately important position in his daughter's heart. He couldn't help but ask, if your father, Li Duan, and I fell into the sea, who would you save first? Yunshin was speechless. Dad, if either of you fell into the sea, I wouldn't have to save you. You could have gotten out on your own. Xiaofengyan was deeply dissatisfied. He believed his daughter was deliberately deflecting attention, and he prepared to question her further. Yunshin raised his arm and said worriedly, Huiding will definitely be upset when he finds out the bracelet he gave me is missing. If he knows I fought Wuming, he'd definitely have all sorts of thoughts. How can I comfort him? Comfort? Xiaofengyan, as if hearing a complete joke, ignored Li Duan and the question of his status in her heart. He cursed, What does that little bastard's mood have to do with you? Why are you comforting him? Let him fend for himself. Yunshin asked, puzzled, Dad, why do you always pick on Huiding? He's a good person. It's because he has ulterior motives for you. Xiaofengyan was about to explain, but noticing Yunshin's still confused look, he abruptly took back his words. It's better not to understand, or not to understand. Xiaofengyan said cheerfully, Huiding is indeed good, but I'm a bit of a fool. I just like to pick on him. It has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. Yunshin, ? Shijiang, who had heard everything, said, She seemed to have guessed something significant. Shijiang needed to dispatch personnel to calm the panicked people in the city and maintain stability. Yunshin and Xiaofengyan were relocated to temporary housing to rest. The sky gradually darkened. Underground, the black fog reshaped Wuming's head. Wuming could offer many reasons for the failure of this operation. The mimic's own physical weakness limited his mobility, he misjudged Yunshin's strength, there were too many humans around, and so on. In short, he had failed. After Li Duan, This was his second unsuccessful active hunt. The black fog slowly formed Wuming's form. He rested his arms above it, his right hand slowly tapping the mist with his 5 fingers. His mother was asleep from what had just happened, too busy to lecture him on his mistake. Wuming let out a sigh of frustration. Innocent girl, haha, clearly Li Duan's second seed. Chapter 138. Songlong Pavilion. A bright moon shone brightly in the sky. The city leaders stood or sat within the stone pavilion, listening to Shi Jiang recount the soil pollution in Baowu and how Wuming, disguised as a Baozhu person, had infiltrated the cruise ship and launched an attack on Zhejiang. As Zhejiang spoke, Hua Ting's heart tightened and then relaxed. Hearing Yunshin use vines as weapons, he felt a small burst of joy. When he heard that Yunshin had indeed killed Wuming's human body and burned it safely, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and unclenched his clenched fists. Huiting was dressed in white, the hem of his robe wrinkled from his grip. As he was slowly smoothing out the wrinkles in his clothes, Shi Jiang suddenly said, "But Wuming isn't completely dead. According to Xiaofingyan, Wuming is just one of the different types of ghosts, not the true leader." "Who is the leader?" "The one emitting the black energy." "Who specifically?" "I don't know." Shi Jiang shook her head, the delicate pendant on her forehead swaying from side to side. She said, to use an analogy, Wuming, Weishi, Qigui, painted skin. These different types of ghosts represent different city wills. The ghost leader's position in the ghost's hearts is as important as Jiuzhou to us. The analogy wasn't particularly apt, but it made it easy for Hua Ting and the others to understand. Huiting had always been with Yun Chun and Xiaofingyan, and he didn't know much. There were some things Xiaofingyan wouldn't tell even Yun Chun, let alone him. He only knew from Yun Chun that Xiaofingyan had concerns, and that many rules that restricted him were unknown to them. Both shoulders suddenly felt heavy, and 2 green shadows were reflected in his peripheral vision. The 2 brothers from the tea house were lying on his shoulders. Hua Ting heard the tea brothers ask in unison, "Xiaofingyan knows a lot, right? He's willing to answer when Yijiang asks him, which shows he's not against us. Why can't he tell us directly? It must be a restriction." Huiting leaned slightly, and the tea brothers naturally slid off his shoulders. The 2, too lazy to stand, simply rested their bellies on the stone pavilion's railing, bent downwards, but tilted their heads back, like 2 giant green caterpillars stubbornly hanging from the railing. Yes, it's a restriction, a rule that maintains a basic balance. Zhou Yuan agreed with Hua Ting and added, "There are many things Xiaofingyan wants to tell us, but he can't proactively. We have to discover something unusual and then ask him to get the answer, like in Zhejiang's case this time." Zhongzhou chuckled, "Some specific things can only be known at specific times. We just need to avoid ghosts and proceed step by step. Knowing in advance doesn't necessarily mean we'd be able to deal with it, and it might even cause unnecessary trouble." Xiaonan suddenly realized, "So that's why it's all about the 9 provinces." Zhou Yuan nodded. Huiting asked, "What should we do with the scattered 9 provinces like fragments?" Zhou Yuan said, "No rush, the time has not come yet." The tea brothers hung on Huiting again, scratching their heads in agony. "What a hassle. You old guys are always playing dumb, saying things like you're not saying anything. It's clearly the city's will, so why do I feel like you know more than we do?" Huiting glanced at the tea brothers. He was the one who knew the least about the city's will. Was he anxious, old man? Zhongzhou's lips, visible through his mask, faltered for a moment. His fist shouldn't have been on the chair. It should have been on the faces of the tea brothers. Zhou Yuan's eyes flickered at the mention of old fellow in the tea house. Shi Jiang raised her hand in anger, and smashed 2 fists into the heads of the tea house brothers. As they cried out in pain, she asked Zhou Yuan, "How is Xinluo doing?" She described Xiaofingyan's pursuit of the black energy disguised as Wuming, whose aura evoked both her misty anglers and the cities. Xiaonan stated that Jin and Yin had always been in Xinluo and had never left. Shi Jiang, Xiaonan, and Zhongzhou had all had some of their abilities stolen from them, and they felt mixed emotions regarding their compatriot. After listening to Shi Jiang and Xiaonan, Zhou Yuan spoke, "The followers of Yuyuan City recently placed a carrier of my innate abilities on the land of Xinluo. Zhou Yuan City innate ability is called Famous Book Brocade Scroll. As one of the oldest cities in Kyushu, just as Zhongzhou possesses the power of witness, he is endowed with the power of judge. Judge the current city will's adequacy. If unsatisfactory, it will be retrained until its character is up to par. Thinking of betraying Jiuzhou is sheer wishful thinking. Jiuzhou's land can only give birth to city wills loyal to Jiuzhou. The true judge of the city will is not Zhou Yuan, but the dormant Jiuzhou will. Perhaps Jiuzhou anticipated this eventuality, and thus granted Zhou Yuan this ability. Using a special tortoiseshell as a carrier, imbued with the power of the famous scroll, it is placed within the territory of the city will to be judged. If qualified, the tortoiseshell will transform into a vast amount of city energy to nourish the city will. If unsatisfactory, the Jojo aura within the scroll will instantly slay it. The Zhouyuan city, formed from the tortoiseshell's dissolution, will act like a replica to manage the area under the city will's control until a new city will is born. After Zhouyuan explained his innate abilities in detail, he said calmly, Xian Luo's results are quite unique. Half passed, the other half failed. What do you mean? The Chafu brothers pointed back at themselves. Did Xian Luo, like us, awaken two people? Zhouyuan said, the circumstances are similar, but not identical. Xian hesitated. Since Xian Luo's situation is unique, shouldn't we listen to his explanation before? The city will, after fading and then growing again, although still the same city will, feels strangely new. It's completely different from being awakened, after a long slumber, and slowly regaining memories. Zhouyuan shook his head and said, I said, the famous book scroll is my city gift, but the judge is not me, but Jojo. Jojo is furious at what Xian Luo and his chosen city followers have done, and doesn't want to hear their explanation. Xian Luo is already on his way to fading, and your taken abilities will return soon. Shijiang, Xianan, and Zhongzhou's smile seemed forced. The city will have its moments of youthful recklessness, and the examples they had given Huading were all examples of foolish things they had done. He didn't want to hear any explanations. If he made a mistake in a major matter, he'd be killed first, so he wouldn't be a drag at a crucial moment. As expected of Jojo, even in his slumber, he was still so resolute and decisive. The elder brother of the Cha family chuckled. Zhouyuan, I call you big brother. Give me a tortoiseshell too, and we have it on our property. The younger brother of the Cha family bared his bright white teeth. That's right, brother Zhouyuan. We can definitely do it. Didn't you say that tortoiseshells can be converted into energy? It just so happens that I've been feeling slow growing and lacking food lately. Zhouyuan was clearly speechless. Not yet. Seeing Zhouyuan's impotent expression, the T brothers curled their lips. It was time for another round of charades. They leaned over to Hua Ting's ear and whispered, Brother Hua Ting, lend me Yunshin for a bit. Hua Ting, he. The stream gurgled beneath the stone pavilion. After discussing Wuming and Xinlua, they brought up Baozhu again. Shijiang described the soil Ren Tianyu had brought with him, and asked Zhongzhou. Yunshin said the soil before you woke up was very similar to this. Zhongzhou nodded, his brow furrowed behind his mask. My situation is far less severe than the Baozhu's. After I woke up, the city's aura automatically purified the soil upon contact. This has never happened before. Xianan asked, could it be that the level of the small Baozhu isn't high enough to completely eliminate the influence of the ghosts? Shijiang said, Baozhu is now a large city. She looked at Hua Ting again. Are the people in Xinjing researching this? Hua Ting nodded. He knew what Shijiang was asking and said, wait a minute, I ask. A few minutes later, Hua Ting said, they say the soil samples Zhongzhou obtained match the soil samples near the ghost nest. They indicate contamination by ghosts, and are highly toxic to plants and animals. The city's aura can purify it back to normal soil. Shijiang said, thank you. After leaving Songlong Pavilion, she went to try it. Seeing Shijiang stop talking, Zhongzhou asked, do you need our help? Shijiang pondered for a moment and said, we need Hua Ting to get to Baozhu. He can move faster than a cruise ship, and more importantly he's safe. Huading gestured, it's alright, not minding being used as a means of transportation. The other city wills had little to say. The people of Xianan were peaceful and diligent, cherishing their return to city life. Zhongzhou's population was now only a few small people. Fortunately, he and Meng Ranlin were old partners, so slowly restoring the city wouldn't be a problem. As for Zhouyuan, hilarious. There were no humans at all. The Cha brothers looked around. No one else has anything to say. The city wills nodded. Then we have a very important announcement. The Cha brothers, both with their hands behind their backs, acted mysterious for a moment before simultaneously extending their arms and opening their palms. On their palms lay numerous exquisite jade ornaments, including earrings, jade pendants, rings, and bracelets. These were not real objects, but projections they had created within Songlong Pavilion to mimic real-world objects. What is this? We made a long-distance phone using Flying Dragon riding cloud. The Chafu brothers drew inspiration from the vines of Huading, the tortoiseshells of Zhouyuan, and the Zhejiang River's use of water. Couldn't they transform the city's natural talents to make their communication capabilities more flexible? They simply gave it a try, and surprisingly, it actually worked. The Chafu brothers explained that their T-branded telephone had many limitations. Currently, it could only be used for two-way communication between city wills and their own city followers, and between city followers and their own city followers. Their flying dragon riding cloud was the foundation of the T-branded telephone. After receiving the jade ornament, the city will needed to be worn by the city follower and then activated with city energy before it could be used. The principle was roughly that they used the connections between the various city wills in Songlong Pavilion as a channel, and then the connections between the city followers and the city will. As for not making multiple calls at once, they were grateful to the Chafu brothers for prohibiting communication. The T brothers said, "We can only make a limited number of them right now. Pick out the styles you like first. There's only one style, no duplicates. We pack them and send someone to bring them to you later." Huiting thought to himself, "This person must be Yunshin." He watched the T brothers approach each city leader, his heart tense. Zhou Yuan casually took the tasseled jade pendant, Xianan picked up the jade ring and played with it, and Zhongzhou's fingertips traced a row of ornaments, picking up 2 earrings. Finally, it was Huiting's turn. He saw the jade hairpin still there, and was about to take it. Shijiang muttered something incomprehensible. A hairpin slanting on the beautiful woman's temples? A hairpin to tie her hair. Her voice was soft, so soft that only she, Huiting, and the T brothers could hear it. The T brothers were about to sneer at Shijiang's nonsense, when they saw Huiting's remarkably handsome face set in a serious tone. The slender young man, originally aiming for the jade hairpin, shifted his hand, and picked up a pair of jade rings. He feigned calmness and said, "The hairpin is too rough. The rings are more delicate." The brothers at the tea house were horrified. "Huiting, why are you so guilty?" Chapter 139. Yunshin teleported directly from Zhejiang to the tea house. She gathered her bags, promised the tea house brothers to send Yu Chaojiao back, and then prepared to teleport back to Huiting. Using the Jojo statue fragment, the location of teleportation remained fixed, and the light points on the fragment remained the same, unchanged. According to Zhongzhou, the ability of the Jojo statue fragment only displayed a portion of the talents of each city's will, not all of them. Naturally, the fragment's inherent teleportation function was not comparable to his river fish and sky goose. Yunshin was already quite satisfied. The fragment's ability had undoubtedly reduced her travel time. A flash of light passed, and she returned to Huiting. "You're back." The vines wrapped affectionately around her arm, and her voice, which had a cool, youthful air, now tinged with coquettishness. "I'm back." Yunshin thought that the way Xiaopoching greeted her must have been inspired by Nianen's movements. She let the vines attentively take the heavy object from her hand. "Hua Ting, where's Dad?" Yunshin gazed at the city center and said, "Dad's still in Zhejiang. He said that Baowu person named Rendayo has an interesting nose, more sensitive to smells than a normal human." Hua Ting was surprised. Humans really do have many amazing people. Indeed? Yunshin nodded. She had noticed the changes in the city. In less than 2 weeks since she left, Hua Ting had transformed dramatically. The architectural styles of the residential areas had changed. They were no longer ordinary. One area blended Gothic revival, Queen Anne revival, neoclassicism, religious architecture, and Japanese gardens. At first glance, it was dazzling, but upon closer inspection, a unique blend of beauty emerged. Another area successfully recreating historical architecture has significantly boosted Huiting's urban energy. Yunshin hadn't visited the other functional urban areas, so she wasn't sure how they had changed. She only felt that Huiting had become increasingly refined. Although the floating urban landscape was incomplete, it was increasingly resembling the bustling city she remembered. Yunshin noticed that the residential areas had seen a surge in garden features, such as rocky hills, ponds, and small bamboo groves, which looked quite pleasant. Huiting has a small population, so space is not at a premium. These features will enhance the city's livability and increase its sense of well-being. Smiles filled the faces of passers-by walking below the buildings. Who would have thought that the now sky-high-rise city had only a single brick house when it first emerged? During the short walk, many people enthusiastically greeted Yunshin and Huiting, who was standing beside her, leaving them no time for conversation. It wasn't until they reached the Shikumen-style residential area that the crowd thinned out. Yunshin continued the previous conversation. "Dad said Rendayo's nose can tell he's not alive. After asking, he seems to be very sensitive to Wuming's scent. With some training, maybe we can use him to identify Wuming in the future." Huiting, "That's great." Yunshin patted the vines, a smile on his lips. She agreed. Each man in his city arrived at Yu Chujia's house. "Brother Yu." Yunshin knocked on the door. A moment later, Yu Chaojia appeared, a large bag slung across his shoulder. With a frivolous grin he said, "Please take me back to the tea house. I've been away for so long, and my sister must be missing me. Remember to pick me up when you go to Zhouyuan next year. I can't miss such a fun event." "Got it." Yunshin said this to Hua Ting, and she vanished from the spot with Yu Chaojia. Only slowly drifting points of light remained in the air. The vine gently touched one of them, and it dissipated. Huting glanced at the bag Yunshin had brought back. It contained many square wooden boxes, engraved with the names of different cities. They must have been the tea brand telephones displayed by the Tea brothers at Songlong Pavilion. The vine carried the bag slowly back to the brick house. Huting recalled how he had changed his mind because of Zhejiang's words, and he felt immense regret. He should have resolutely taken the jade hairpin. Putting the bag away, and removing the wooden box engraved with his name, Huting fell into deep thought. Initially, he had chosen the jade hairpin simply because it was the most beautiful, but Zhejiang's second half, giving a hairpin to tie the knot, seemed to have touched upon his innermost thoughts, leaving him feeling extremely embarrassed and angry. Did he really have no other thoughts when he chose the jade hairpin? With so many humans living in the city, his daily observations of different people had long since made him more than just a shabby little city dweller. But why? They had promised to be together forever, friends, family. When did this change begin? Was it from the very beginning? Pa! The main vine fell to the ground on the bricks and stones of the courtyard, tumbling back and forth, dropping leaves. Ah! Huting cried inwardly. Huting, wake up! Is now the time to be thinking about these things? Nyenin and Old Turtle had long since grown accustomed to the vine's occasional convulsions. They lifted their eyelids for a cool glance, then closed them again and continued to bask in the sun. Huting's main vine was covered in dust. He shook it off with a shake of his body, regaining his composure. He opened the wooden box, intending to infuse the jade ring with energy in advance. The branches casually lifted the wooden lid, then froze in place. Inside the wooden box, 2 jade hairpins lay peacefully on red velvet, shimmering crystal clear in the refracted light. Songlong Pavilion. There were only 3 people inside, 2 men and 1 woman. The Chafu brothers leaned over the stone pavilion chair railing, puffing their cheeks and saying, "It turns out that after disappearing and then growing up, personalities really do change. Huting used to look down on everyone except their own face, but now it's a little sweet town." "How did you find out?" Zhejiang tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, "I accidentally overheard Xia Fengnian and Yunshin's conversation." Xia Fengnian mentioned Huting's attitude. "I hadn't thought of it that way before, so I tricked Huting." Chafu worriedly said, "My memory hasn't fully recovered yet, but I remember the last person to do this was Tianji. Wasn't he severely disciplined by Jiuzhou? What do you know? The situation is different. Yunshin isn't human." Zhejiang rolled his eyes at him. Huting is establishing diplomatic relations with foreign countries. Peaceful development. The Cha family rolled their eyes. Using Huting as a marriage partner to establish diplomatic relations? Although I helped you this time, I still don't think Jiuzhou. Zhejiang sneered. Xia Fengnian was able to have a child with Jiazhaoran. Do you think Jiuzhou's relaxation of restrictions wasn't involved? The Cha family brothers frowned. Really? Jiuzhou was already dormant by then. It's not impossible. Zhejiang, to be blunt, we need help to fight the ghosts. Others help us for free because they're well-intentioned. We can't take it for granted and not give anything in return. Isn't that what Jiuzhou teaches us? The Cha family brothers retorted. Then you should also consult Huting. If he's unwilling. Before he could finish his words, Zhejiang's half-smile silenced the Tea brothers. Well, there's no need to ask Huting. Just tell him, and he'd be all over the place. Zhejiang smiled and said, I heard from Zhouyuan that once you reach a megacity, you won't have enough energy. At that point, Huting and Yunshin will be more willing to help me. Insidious. The Tea brothers roared, then whispered, after all you said, even if Huting is willing, Yunshin must be willing too. No matter how humane we act, we're still the will of the city. Before we reach a megacity, we have no human form. The city itself is, after all, just a block of stone. How can it be attractive? Zhejiang hesitated for a moment, then said, Yunshin, isn't he also a stone? Should stones appreciate each other? The brothers at the tea house were silent for a moment, unable to think of a rebuttal. After a moment, they broached another topic. When will Huting leave for Baozhu? Zhejiang said, It'd take me half a day to get ready. We can leave tonight at the earliest. I hope the trip goes smoothly. Hu. The sun was at its zenith. Yunshin had been to the tea house, and then to Shijiang to deliver the wooden box. Returning to Huading, she sneezed 3 times. She figured it was Xiaofingyan nagging at her. She had already heard about the new communication method developed by the tea house, and was eager to try it out. In this apocalyptic world rife with ghosts, the communication devices once used by humans had become useless. If communication could be restored, schemes like Jin and Yin's, which had been hindered by information delays, would be completely thwarted. Yunshin hurried back excitedly. Moss grew in the dark corners of the wall inside the brick house, and a few birds were lingering on the eaves. Yunshin pushed open the door, and the wooden sign hanging on the door swayed gently. The large words "No men allowed" dazzled. Huading paused at the doorway, waiting until Yunshin called him before he happily entered, carrying the wooden box. The wooden box sat on a table against the wall. This table was actually a dressing table Xiaofingyan had prepared for Yunshin. A large mirror sat against the wall, simple yet full of innovation. Yunshin loved the table her father had prepared for her, and had transformed it into a practical weapon modification station, where she crafted trap parts and modified combat gear. A branch gently lifted the wooden lid, and Yunshin exclaimed, "Wow, so beautiful! Is this a hairpin?" Huading tapped the vines, and Yunshin pulled out one of the ornaments from the box. She sat down in front of the mirror, curiously testing it on her head. She had a bun on, so she slipped the hairpin underneath it. She shook her head, and the hairpin swayed with it. Yunshin was skilled at making traps, but when it came to styling hair, she seemed to have a natural inability, much like Yuchijia's innate lack of coordination. In the mirror, the vines were right behind her, and she cast a pleading glance. Huating stepped forward and whispered, "Do you really need my help?" Yunshin nodded vigorously. Huating whispered even more quietly, "But helping someone put on a hairpin is a very private matter. Once you put it on, you can only help that person wear it." Yunshin? Her brows furrowed, and she glared back at Huating. "Who else do you want to put it on besides me?" Huating immediately replied, "No, only you." Branch quickly removed the jade hairpin from the girl's head, untied her hair, and gently combed it through the strands. Yunshin raised his hand, placed the back of his hand over his lips, and pursed his lips. Wasn't that conversation a little strange? The birds on the eaves chirped and landed in front of the window. They preened each other's feathers, their attention drawn to the movement inside. They turned their chubby bodies, and tilted their heads to peer in curiously. The mirror reflected the scene clearly. The girl's hair, with her bright eyes, gradually took shape. A jade hairpin sat steadily and diagonally in the bun. A slender branch, whether intentionally or not, had blended into the finished knot. Yunshin was delighted with her neat new hairstyle. She glanced at another jade hairpin in the wooden box. She thought that Zhou Yuan's human form could hold objects, and they should be able to use them as well. She volunteered, "When you have a human form, I help you hold it too." Huading, blushing. Although he knew Yunshin probably had no other intentions, he instantly felt a surge of fighting spirit, eager to become a megacity. Chapter 140. Yunshin studies how to use the T-card phone. The Tea House brothers strongly demand that every city will and city devotion member call their developed communication method the T-card phone, without missing a single word. They wonder why their aesthetic is so unique. There are 2 jade hairpins. Yunshin wears one on his head, and Huading places one on the vine base of the city statue. As the city's energy infuses it, a faint glow appears on the surface of the hairpin, fading like a breath. In less than a cup of tea, Yunshin feels a warmth behind her ear. She touches the city devotion member symbol, and a subtle connection is established between it and the hairpin. It's like she's become a walkie-talkie, surrounded by countless other walkie-talkies, known but invisible, obscured by fog. Only after a communication request is sent and accepted can communication be established. Just as Yunshin connected the T-card phone, Yu Chaojia called directly. "Yu Chaojia, hello, hello, hello? Can you hear me? Is it clear?" Yunshin replied, "I can hear you, very clearly." Yu Chaojia, "Okay, I ask someone else. Be careful about Baoju's situation. See you later." Yunshin said, "Goodbye, brother Yu." When the call connected, the ornament that served as the communication medium glowed faintly, and the voice, like the voice of the city's will, echoed directly in his ears, somewhat distorted compared to a real person's voice. Yunshin had no idea how the Chafu brothers had come up with this thing. They were truly geniuses. With nothing important to do at the moment, Yunshin found a large tree within the inner wall. Vines wrapped around the tree at both ends, letting the middle part hang down, forming a hammock. The afternoon sun shone through the leaves onto the hammock. Yunshin crushed a few fallen leaves, reached out, and tilted the hammock to one side. With a gentle movement, she lay down on it. Nian jumped onto the hammock with her, lying obediently beside her, letting her stroke his head. She squinted, her eyes darkening. Having been traveling between cities to deliver energy recently, she hadn't slept much, nor well. Perhaps she was used to her bed. Now, she only dared to sleep deeply when she was in Huading. A melodious flute played, and the hammock swung slowly from side to side. The warm autumn sun made her feel lazy. Yuan Chen's breathing became even, and she had fallen asleep. Huading's vines, entwined in the trees, watched her quietly. When Yuan Chen first arrived, she didn't sleep well. Kicking the covers off in the middle of the night was a common occurrence. After the incident with the man-eating ghost, she rarely moved after falling asleep, her hands always within easy reach of her weapons. Just like now, her hands rested loosely on her waist, where her most used survival knife lay. A branch, 2 fingers thick, slowly descended from the lush canopy. Nian noticed it and immediately looked up. Seeing it was Hua Ting, she lowered her head again, lying on Yuan Chen's abdomen. The branch drooped down, resting on the hammock, as if considering something, and quietly crawled into the girl's clenched fist. Yuan Chen's brow furrowed at the sight of something in her hand. Seeing she was about to wake up, she felt the touch of a vine, and her brows relaxed again. She held the vine tightly in her hand. Hua Ting, The jade-white city seemed to be instantly dyed a soft pink. Towards dusk, the setting sun cast a blood-red hue over the sky. Ji Luoshan called to say they were ready, and the experimental results were in. Through multiple group experiments, they determined that city aura could purify the soil contaminated by ghosts. While the soil in Baozhou was more severely contaminated, it could still be purified by increasing the concentration of city energy. Even if Baozhou itself wasn't capable of this, with Huading's presence, the combined aura of the 2 cities' wills would surely purify the soil. Apart from Rendayo, the other Baozhou people remained in Zhejiang for the time being. Huading's vacant urban space was needed to accommodate those from Zhongzhou who wished to return. In addition, Baolu's supplies were in short supply, and Zhejiang was expending considerable time mobilizing transportation and assembling supplies. Yuan Chen teleported to Zhejiang, bringing Xiaofengnian, Rendayo, a team of test personnel, and a large amount of supplies back to Huading. The sky darkened completely, and a much thinner black aura, much thinner than usual, swirled over the ground. The ghosts remained aggressive, constantly attacking the city aura. Flying through the night, Huading was like a bright light, while the ghosts were like moths constantly fluttering towards the light, gaining nothing. When they reached the coast, it was late at night, the time when ghosts were most active. The sea was silent, the stars slanting across the sky. The vines at the base of the city soared overhead, shattering the reflection of the silver moon on the surface. Huading slowly sank into the sea, transforming into a floating island. Yuan Chen and Xiaofengnian walked towards the edge of Huading. Rendayo was resting. After so many days of nerves, he had finally summoned help. Now he needed to gather his strength and return to see his daughter. The sea was different from the land. There was no swirling black air on the surface, nor any trace of ghosts. Before resting, Rendayo said to them, "During our voyage to Zhejiang, ghosts from the sea would often suddenly enter the cabin at night. There was no telling when or where they would appear. They were even more elusive than those on land." Yuan Chen and Xiaofengnian had stopped at the edge of the city, just one step ahead of them, the sea. Huading moved faster and more energy efficiently in the sea than in the air. The city's high-speed movement sent up a wave of white spray, and the pungent, sulfurous odor of a ghostly liquid filled the air. The spray was so large that it was impossible to see the scene below. Yuan Chen told Huading to fly low, just above the sea surface, and Huading did so. As the city rose, Xiaofengnian shook his head, waiting for Yuan Chen's discovery. He knew a lot, but he wouldn't share it with Yuan Chen, especially not the scene that was about to unfold. He was prepared. If his daughter was startled, he would rush forward to comfort her, demonstrating the sense of security his father provided her. The spray subsided, and the dark sea surface swayed gently. The city lights were soft, illuminating only a thin layer of the sea surface, making it impossible to see what lay beneath. Yuan Chen pulled out a high-intensity flashlight. This one didn't emit white light, but yellow. Compared to white and red, monochromatic yellow light is more penetrating. She pressed the bottom of the flashlight, and a beam of bright light shot straight out. The light became more diffused the further it went, but that didn't affect her ability to see the scene beneath the surface. A continuous mass of black hair, like seaweed, floated in the water. Dotted across the canvas formed by this hair were pale, bluish-white human faces, their expressions numb. They stretched out their arms, claws extending from their fingers, pointing skyward. The moment, The sea was illuminated by the light. Countless densely packed faces turned towards Yunchen, all sharing a strange, sinister smile. How terrifying! Xia Fengnian heard the exclamation and immediately looked towards the source. This wasn't the exclamation he wanted. He glanced at the vines hiding behind them, bewildered. How could a city be so cowardly, even afraid of ghosts? Xia Fengnian looked away, soothingly. Don't be afraid, Nan. Daddy's here. What are you trying to do? Yuan Chen was holding a half-man-high rock. Even through his long sleeves, the taut muscles beneath his sleeves were visible. Let's drop it, and see how they react. Do ghosts in the sea behave like those on land? Are they a new type? Yuan Chen muttered as he tossed the rock. Bang! A loud bang rippled the water, and the ghosts, seemingly enraged, swam to the surface and scratched at the city's floor. The ghosts screamed, mingling with insults. The one who talks so much must be the old lady. The one who can fly is the feather striker. Yuan Chen crouched at the edge of the city's atmosphere, pointing at the ghosts one by one. Xia Fengnian remained silent for a moment, clutching his chest, trying to salvage a bit of his fatherly dignity. He asked, Nan, aren't you afraid? Of course I am. Ghosts are so terrifying. No matter how long I look at them, I can't accept them. Yuan Chen stood up, shaking off the stone fragments. She said, but Sister Du-Wan mentioned in her diary that it's precisely because of fear that we need to understand. Xia Fengnian's eyes welled up. Look at them all. How wonderful his daughter's character has become. Nan has touched Daddy so much. Dad, why are you crying? Don't wipe your nose on Hua Ting. Huiting, exhausted but determined to keep on going, said, The sky brightened, and the sea was a startling blue. Occasionally, a column of water erupted from the surface, and as it dissipated, the sunlight shone through, creating a dazzling display of colors. Seagulls circled around the fading rainbow. At the far end of the ocean, a massive creature whipped up a massive splash, its swift gliding motion creating waves that threatened to split the sea in two. Sea creatures hid, while curious whales followed the moving island, racing against each other. A strange sight formed around Hua Ting. He looked like a friendly giant whale, accompanied by countless small fish. The humans living in Hua Ting were amazed, each eager to experience the marine life up close. This scene lasted for a while. Suddenly, the fish dispersed, as if sensing danger and fleeing. Huiting was wary. After careful consideration, he decided to float. The orb was almost there, and the time needed to accelerate the surface wouldn't matter. The city was flying at a height above the sea. Yuan Chen raised his binoculars, scanning the area ahead. What is that? There were many objects floating on the surface of the sea. The closer they got, the stronger the salty, rotting smell became. The sea changed, no longer azure, but a darker hue. The closer they got to the pearl, the darker and thicker the water became. Floating objects were the carcasses of fish, their bellies turned upside down, and piles of plastic waste. Yuan Chen watched as birds circling overhead locked onto the fish carcasses, swooping down, but unable to lift them. Instead, they struggled fruitlessly, like being stuck in a swamp, until they joined the corpses. This was no longer the sea, but a vast black swamp. Fly higher. As Yuan Chen reminded him, Hua Ting had already risen above the city, and saw the same scene. Further ahead lay the pearl. An island, like a banana leaf, tilted into the black swamp, its colors clearly divided. One half was pitch black and stinking, the other half was lush and green. Chapter 141. Rendayo was sweating profusely, muttering, It wasn't like this when we set out, it wasn't like this. Pei Jun, my Pei Jun. He tumbled and scrambled, trying to rush out. Xia Fengnian raised his arm to stop him. Calm down, are you trying to kill yourself? Rendayo's hair, completely wet, plastered to his forehead. My daughter, he lamented, filled with regret. It's all my fault for being so scared on the way, and sailing so slowly. If I had reached Zhejiang sooner. Rendayo and his companions departed from Baolu, and sailed for 15 days, before reaching Zhejiang for help. From the time Zhejiang learned of Baoju's situation to the time they determined the soil, and asked Huiting for cooperation, the total journey took no more than 2 days. It was all his fault for arriving too late. If he had arrived sooner, Pei Jun, Baoju, and the people aboard wouldn't have been. Yuan Chen stepped forward to help Rendayo up. Hua Ting said, I can sense the city's aura is normal, not weak at all. Baoju should be fine. The city will do its utmost to protect humanity. Rendayo heard Hua Ting's voice for the first time, and he felt the words of the city will, spoken with such a cold voice, were particularly warm. A drizzle fell from the sky, and seabirds circling above the ocean locked onto the newly appeared safe land, Hooting. A fearless seabird landed at Rendallo's feet. The seabird was snow white, with black underwings and tail feathers. It tilted its head and stared at the red-eyed middle-aged man for a long moment with one eye. When the rain intensified, it pecked at a fallen green leaf from a vine, held it in its beak, and flew towards the strangely colored island. Flutter, flutter. The bird flapped its wings rapidly, piercing the increasingly dense rain curtain and soaring into the woods. A large net suddenly appeared, blocking its path. The net tightened, trapping it, and it screamed, the leaves in its mouth falling to the ground. An arm reached down from above, its slender fingers grasping the net and lifting it. The seabird's dark eyes reflected a human figure, a beautiful woman, her 3 white eyes revealing a fierce look. She was Baoju's city-favored one, Rendallo's daughter, Renpei-jun. Baoju, we can have a snack today. What is this? Renpei-jun bent down and picked up an exceptionally green leaf from the ground, squinting her eyes to examine it carefully. We don't have plants of this family in Baoju. Where could it have come from? Who cares? She casually tossed the leaf aside and strode back. Baoju said timidly, Pei-jun, that leaf. Renpei-jun, Baoju, it smells like the will of another city. Renpei-jun immediately turned away, crawling on the ground for a long time, searching. When she stood up, dusty, she clutched the leaf and said angrily, Baoju, next time you're talking about something this important, could you please speak more quickly? Baoju, yes, I'm sorry. This leaf was brought by this bird. It must know where the city's will lies. Baoju, ask it quickly. Renpei-jun pinched the bird's neck and threatened sinisterly, tell me everything you know, and I spare your life. Baoju, Pei-jun, you strangled it to death. Renpei-jun was immediately distraught. She returned to the camp dejected. Her childhood sweetheart, Gu Xiliang, approached and asked with concern, what's wrong? Is things bad out there? The woman was tall, and Gu Xiliang had to look up to see her. He was 1.7 meters tall, and Renpei-jun was considerably taller, probably closer to 1.9 meters. Renpei-jun said, just like the other day, after Baoju used the minimum amount of city aura, the pollution stopped spreading, but the island's tilt is still increasing. Gu Xiliang said, the situation isn't too bad yet. Is Baoju still unable to control her gift? Renpei-jun nodded, letting Baoju answer the question herself. Baoju was a very shy and timid city will. She liked humans, but only after becoming very familiar with them could she communicate fluently. Gu Xiliang was a human Baoju was familiar with, so she dared to communicate with him, but her voice was very soft. Fortunately, she was a city will, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to hear clearly. Baoju's city will was called east gradually westward. My gift allows me to connect with 3 city minds simultaneously. It requires their city-favored followers to come in person as a medium, but I'm not sure what happens after the connection is established. It should be a good thing. Renpei-jun saw Baoju struggling to speak, so she added, wasn't the person who came to us last time a Qingya city-favored follower? After Baoju established a connection with Qingya through him, her abilities began to malfunction intermittently. Baoju and I considered numerous methods at the time. We tried everything, including severing the connection with Qingya. We considered whether Qingya's gift was incompatible with Baoju's, leading to this situation. But Baoju's ability can't be severed once the connection is established. It can only be overridden. Where do you think we can find 3 more city-favored followers from the other city minds? It's not like the city-loving followers of Qingya, who can teleport here and there at will. Later, the city-loving followers of Qingya never arrived, and without strengthening the connection, Baoju's connection with Qingya weakened, and the malfunctions occurred much less frequently. After finally recovering, the pollution showed up now, as if fortuitously. At first, it was able to purify them, but later, the city's aura became a catalyst. The more we purify them, the more they spread. Ignoring them is probably not a big deal. Baoju, yes, Pei-jun is right. But this was also a suspended death sentence. Gu Xiliang didn't mention that the others were building a large number of hot air balloons to evacuate Baoju. Renpei-jun knew about this, but she neither encouraged nor discouraged it. She simply mentioned the risk of encountering ghosts along the way. She would never abandon Baoju. The sun was shining brightly when a shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. Wait a minute. This shadow is too big. Renpei-jun and Gu Xiliang looked up simultaneously, their mouths agape. What is that? In the distance, a gigantic green object floated in the air, countless birds circling it, and clouds and mist accompanied it. It was descending, it was falling. What were those things falling? It looked like vines, but normal vines wouldn't be this thick. One by one, vines fell from the sky, about to crash down on them. Gu Xiliang dove and shielded the stunned Ren Peijun beneath him. The expected loud noise didn't occur. Gu Xiliang looked over and saw a green sphere at the end of the vine, gently floating half a meter above the ground and unfolding. 3 people stood inside, Rendayo at the front. He leaped down, his short, stocky body sprinting towards Ren Peijun like a cannonball. With both hands, he threw away something that was an eyesore, then hugged his daughter, sobbing uncontrollably. Yun Chen's gaze followed the young man thrown into the parabola, then glanced at Rendayo, who appeared unfazed. Shocked, she asked, "Is this really okay?" Xia Fengyan particularly understood Rendayo's behavior. He clenched his fist and said firmly, "Well done." Huiting, He had just caught Gu Xiliang, and for some reason, he felt a sense of empathy for this stranger. Baozhu then excitedly said, "That's the city's will." After a few introductions, Huiting and the Baozhu people got to know each other. As Ren Peijun described Baozhu's current situation, Yuan Chen listened attentively, secretly observing her. After absorbing the energy stone, Yuan Chen had grown considerably taller, now nearly 5 feet 4 inches tall, no longer the short, tiny figure she once was. The Baozhu city follower was only 2 years older than her, so how could she be over 5 feet 4 inches tall? The other person seemed to notice her gaze, and gave her a fierce look. For a few seconds, his eyes threatened to strike. Yuan Chen stopped looking at Ren Peijun, but she continued to glare at him. Ren Peijun cast what she considered her friendliest gaze, gently, at the Huiting city devoted, hoping they would connect with her desire to make friends. It was the first time she had ever seen such a beautiful girl her own age. She looked like the Barbie doll she had played with as a child, with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, truly beautiful. Ren Peijun noticed Yuan Chen's glances, and immediately returned them in a friendly manner. She suspected he was as shy as Baozhu, so she shyly averted her gaze. After explaining the pollution situation on the other side of the island, Ren Peijun inquired, "How do you plan to solve this problem?" "We tried purifying the city's atmosphere, but it's completely ineffective there, and will only spread faster." Yuan Chen said, "The soil samples cleaned here in Zhejiang were very successful. Let's go over there and conduct a small-scale test." Ren Peijun nodded expressionlessly. "Whatever you want to do. I take you to a less polluted area first." She turned around and immediately put her hands on her cheeks to prevent her smile from looking too strange. Hee, her voice is so nice too. Is this the subtle way girls express themselves to each other? She loves it. After Ren Peijun finished speaking, Rendayo immediately trotted over to his daughter's side. Looking up, he saw his daughter's expression was extremely hideous and contorted, like those vicious supporting characters in the movies he's seen before the apocalypse, who tried every possible means to trip up the protagonist. He lowered his voice, speaking so that only the father and daughter could hear. "Peijun, they're here to help." "Ren Peijun, I know." Rendayo said tactfully, "Be nicer to her. She's just a little girl. In apocalyptic times like these, we all need to be friendly and help each other to survive." Ren Peijun was confused. "I really know." Rendayo decided to be more direct. "Don't look at people with a sarcastic expression, don't glare at them, and don't offend them with your words." "I offended them?" Ren Peijun paused in bewilderment, pointing at herself, then at Yuan Chen. "I was clearly exchanging glances with her just now. Dad, you don't understand the pure feelings between us girls. If you don't believe me, ask Yuan Chen if she's sensed my passionate desire to make friends." Everyone looked at Yuan Chen, including Hua Ting, who was slowly floating overhead. Yuan Chen gave an awkward yet polite smile and said yes. The group arrived at the location Ren Peijun pointed out. The city's atmosphere couldn't block out the stench of polluted soil and rotting corpses. The soil had turned a deep black, and all vegetation had withered, leaving only a few dead trees clinging to its support. Occasionally, small bubbles bubbled up from the soil, and when they burst, an even stronger stench reached the surface. The odor was so strong that even those who could smell it couldn't open their eyes. Thankfully, Yuan Chen and his companions had brought their own masks, and they all put them on, blocking out the odor. Huiting slowly descended. The city's base wasn't close to the soil, but the city's atmosphere had already reached it. The purification process began. Chapter 142. The contaminated soil looked disgusting. The soil in the orb of precious pearls was originally a dark brown, but after the strange contamination, its appearance had changed dramatically. Mixed within the soil, a dark red, resembling a ghostly liquid, swirled and tumbled. As if alive, it emitted a subtle gurgling sound at night. Night ghosts could use the contaminated soil as a hiding place, attacking unexpectedly. When Huiting used the city's aura to purify the contaminated soil, Yuan Chen and his companions were unable to assist, standing by helplessly, awaiting the results. Ren Peijun took this opportunity to describe their findings on the contaminated soil in greater detail. Ren Dao said, humanity's life is becoming increasingly difficult. Ghosts used to attack only at night, and the things they left behind had no effect on humans. Yuan Chen interrupted, Uncle Ren, didn't Ji Lushan tell you about this? Ren Dao was stunned. What is it? Ren Peijun and Gu Xiliang looked over curiously. Yuan Chen said, the substances left behind by ghosts do have an impact on the human body, but the effects are less noticeable. She also added that now, people in the city who are aware of this are required to wear masks when leaving the city's aura to mitigate the harmful effects of these substances. After hearing this, Ren Dao and the other two fell into a long silence. The ghosts were truly carrying out comprehensive measures to exterminate humanity's offspring. A subtle Z sound interrupted the silence, and they all looked forward. The soil had changed. The city aura emanating from the cities was invisible to the naked eye. Only when under intense attack from ghosts would the city aura experience energy fluctuations, causing the air to appear as distorted as the ground on a hot summer day. A small, clean circle appeared in the dark, sticky soil ahead, centered directly below Huiding. Within the circle, the air was filled with a thicket of grayish-black dust. When the grayish-black particles ceased to surface, the soil within the small circle returned to its normal dark brown color. The small circle gradually expanded outward, creating a diffuse, purifying effect, spreading rapidly layer by layer. Ren Dao, Ren Peijun, and Gu Xiliang's eyes widened in surprise. It worked, however, after spreading to a certain extent, the purification stopped, and the dispelled pollution quickly encroached upon the soil again, bubbling up. Ren Peijun anxiously inquired, what's going on? The jade hairpin Yuan Chen was wearing lit up, and Huiding's clear voice echoed through the phone, relaying her words. This is Baoju's land. I can provide short-term assistance, but I can't take over. The land is quite resistant to the energy of other cities' wills, so Baoju and I must work together to purify it. It depends on the purification process. Once we start, we can't stop. Leaving even a small area untouched could cause the pollution to return. It's a bit of a hassle. There's no problem within the city's aura coverage area, but purifying outside that area. Yuan Chen finished, looking at Ren Dao and Ren Peijun, and added his final words. Huiding asked Baoju when they planned to start the collaborative purification. Is it still now? It's a pity that Baoju and the others couldn't use the T-brand phone yet. Otherwise, Baoju and Huiding could communicate directly, just like they did at Songlong Pavilion. Ren Dao quickly said, now would be best. Do you need to rest? Yuan Chen shook her head. She was in good shape and didn't need to rest, especially since it was Huiding who was doing the hard work. Xia Fengnian put his hands in his pockets, gazing at the end of the contaminated soil. His thoughts were unclear, and he shook his head gently. Ren Peijun, Baoju, can you? Everyone heard Baoju's timid voice. I can. The fusion of the urban auras of different city wills is simple, simply by connecting their respective urban auras. Huiding moved slightly, touching Baoju's urban aura. A new round of purification began. The purification went smoothly, and large areas of soil returned to normal. Ren Dao and his daughter beamed with joy. As the contaminated soil gradually receded, the island slowly returned to its original tilt. The stench dissipated, and vitality returned. Baoju was delighted to see this, and she increased the intensity of her urban aura. A sudden change occurred. The ground shook violently, and everyone lost their balance and swayed. Countless birds were startled from the trees on Baoju's previously intact half of the island, and they quickly took off into the sky. What happened? An earthquake? The ground's tilting. The entire island was like a seesaw, a heavy object tossed onto one end, causing it to tilt uncontrollably downward. Everyone instinctively clung to any stable objects nearby, such as trees and columns from the ruins of a building. Xia Fengnian grabbed Gu Xiliang by the back of his shirt and tossed him upward, landing him on a tree. He looked at his daughter, who was more agile than a monkey, climbing the tree to see what was going on, feeling a mixture of mixed feelings and pride. As a father, he seemed useless. The jade hairpin on Yuan Chen's head lit up again. She raised her binoculars to observe the situation and shouted, Baoju, Hua Ting wants to know what you did just now. Baoju's voice was filled with tears. I'm sorry, I just widened the scope of the city's atmosphere. The island continued to tilt, the angle already terrifying. Even more terrifying was, the pollution was once again attacking the purified soil. Through the telescope, a black-red wave of pollution surged forward like a tsunami, reaching so high that it threatened to touch the city above. They suddenly surged upward, but Hua Ting lifted the city faster than they could, interrupting the fusion of the city's aura with Baoju's. Even so, many vines were stained black-red. The color was eerily familiar. It was exactly what the underground vines had looked like when they were contaminated. Yun Chen's heart suddenly clenched. As she touched the fragments of Jiuzhou in her waist bag, the black-red vines detached from the city and fell away. She breathed a sigh of relief, even feeling a little weak. Hu Ting's gentle words of comfort echoed in her ears. I'm fine, but Baoju isn't doing well. After she released the city's aura, I felt something strange. Is there something they haven't told us? Yun Chen immediately asked Ren Pei Jun. The island was still tilting. If it tilted any further, the entire island would slide to the other side. Ren Pei Jun was stunned. How could he possibly be hiding something? He wasn't a lunatic, so why would he keep something to himself at this moment? No, I've already told you everything. From the beginning of the pollution to now, I've told you everything. I'm not hiding anything. Talent, Pei Jun, about Baoju's previous talent, Gu Xiliang, his face pale, reminded him, as he sat on the tree. That Jiangya City-affiliated person named Jean. Jean? Yunshin asked cautiously. The Baoju incident had happened so quickly that they hadn't yet fully exchanged much of the information, such as the fact that Jean and Yin were traitors. Ren Pei Jun said, this has nothing to do with pollution. The island shook violently again, and she hurriedly recounted how the city will of Jiangya had come here, and how Baoju had used her city talent to bind herself to Jiangya. Stones rained down from overhead, and Yunshin dodged, asking, have you seen the symbol of the city will of Jin? Ren Pei Jun said, yes, it's a mask. Yunshin said firmly, that's definitely not the city will of Jiangya. It's someone else. That person's real name is Jin Hein, and they're Xinluo's city will. They're traitors who stole the talents of other city wills. Ren Pei Jun, Ren Dayou, and Gu Xiliang were horrified. There were traitors within the city will? Baoju was horrified and heartbroken, yet she couldn't help but believe it. Yunshin quickly asked, what is Baoju's city talent? Ren Pei Jun quickly replied, eastward and westward. We only know that it can establish connections with other city wills. We don't know what the specific connections are, or what the effects are. She paused, then continued, after the connection was established, Baoju didn't change. After a while, her abilities malfunctioned. After losing contact with Jiangya, no Xinluo, her abilities stabilized. Recently, her connection with Jiangya has strengthened, and her abilities have become unstable again, and contamination has appeared. Damn it. Ren Pei Jun hadn't considered this before. No one would have suspected problems with other city wills. Yunshin asked incredulously, are you sure there's still a connection between Baoju and Xinluo? Ren Pei Jun nodded vigorously, yes, I understand. This incident with Baoju must have been the work of Xinluo and his lackeys. Yunshin interrupted, Xinluo is gone, and the new Xinluo hasn't emerged yet. Zhou Yuan, who temporarily took over, hasn't mentioned this. Who is still connected to Baoju. Xia Fengnian lowered his eyelids and glanced at the ground indifferently. Everyone shuddered. The jade hairpin flickered. Hua Ting said, if this continues, the pearl will flip completely into the sea. It can't be purified now. Regardless of whether this matter is related to the connection, have her sever the connection first. After Yunshin relayed this, Ren Pei Jun responded even faster than the pearl. The connection can't be severed, it can only be overwritten. The pearl's eastward and westward movement could establish connections with 3 city wills simultaneously. When all 3 connections were full, adding a new connection would replace the original one. Ren Pei Jun despaired, where can I find 3 city wills to help immediately? Yunshin, does the pearl only need the presence of a city's loyalist to establish connections with the other city wills? Ren Pei Jun nodded. She saw Yunshin hold out a particularly strange-looking stone. Jiuzhou fragments were fixed at the teleportation point in Hu Ting. No matter where Hu Ting moved, the teleportation point would move with it. It wasn't a purely geographically fixed point, but rather bound to the city's will. Yunshin said, I can bring 2 more city followers. I contact them, and see if they can come. Ren Pei Jun didn't ask what she could do at this moment. She was silent for a moment, then said with difficulty, please emphasize the danger here. Even the orb itself doesn't fully understand its abilities. Especially with the first 2 cities it connected to. We don't know if it will also connect with that thing. Yunshin smiled at her. Okay. It was still early, and while the Zhejiang people were giving a science lesson to the orb people, Ji Luoshan yawned repeatedly from sleepiness. He hadn't slept in the past few days because of Baoju's situation. Ji Luoshan, dressed in a light pink suit, sat on the steps, waiting for the water in the coal stove to boil. He wanted to make a cup of bitter tea to refresh himself. When the water boiled, he grabbed the linen cloth next to him and placed it on the handle of the kettle. He carried the kettle into the house with his left hand and was pouring the tea into the cup when his ring lit up. It was Yunshin. No need for tea. Ji Luoshan instantly woke up. He listened carefully to the caller's words and said with a nonchalant smile, "Why ask? Your brother Ji isn't afraid of such a trivial danger. Come and take me away quickly." As he set the kettle down, he accidentally knocked over the cup, spilling the tea all over the floor. Another identical teacup fell to Xianan, staining the carpet completely dark. Bayute smiled bitterly. "When you get old, you can't even lift a cup." She squatted down to wipe the water stain from the carpet. The skin on her arm was old and wrinkled. The jade bracelet swung a few times, suddenly glittering. Bayute heard Yunshin's voice. She held her waist and slowly walked to the chair. The other person had finished speaking. "People fear death more as they age, especially at my age, who can already smell it." Bayute touched the jade bracelet with a trembling hand. "But there are more important things than death. Anything my old bones can do to help, I will do it." Bayute slowly walked downstairs. Xianan's health had deteriorated after years of living in the true apocalypse, after being plotted against by Jean and Een. "Xianan, Hooting told me that the situation at Baoju's is very dangerous. Do you really want to go?" Bayute leaned against the Xianan city statue. "Ghosts fear the sun. These young people are the sun. I am the rising sun. Look at my irrepressible radiance. You know my character. I won't hold grudges no matter what happens. I can't suppress the adventurous spirit in my bones anymore. Come and take me there." Yu Chaojia had just finished his excited speech when Yu Qingxia asked the Tea House brothers to transfer Yunshin's call to her. "Jiar won't go." Yu Qingxia raised her hand and placed it on Yu Chaojia's face to stop him from rushing over. She casually crossed her legs and said, "I go and meet you at the place you came before?" Finally, there was Zhongzhou. Yunshin finished his call 1 second, and the next, Ming Ranlin teleported to Huiting via the river fish and sky goose, urging Huiting to quickly get him to the Baoshu, fearing someone else would get there first. The other person was Ji Luoshan. Like Gu Xiliang, Ji Luoshan was perched on a tree, a beaming smile on his face, as he waited for the Baozu to establish contact. From the time Yunshin contacted the other city followers until they agreed to return, it took no more than 5 minutes. Ren Peijun hated crying, and now her eyes were wet, probably from saliva. She asked, "You knew the risks, so why didn't you hesitate at all?" Ming Ranlin said, "Because we're all from Jiuzhou. When our compatriots are in trouble, we will risk our lives." In Yunshin's waist bag, Jiuzhou flashed like fragments, unnoticed. Chapter 143. Clatter, clatter. Rocks rolled down the tilted island. Xia Fengyan reached out and pulled, saving Ji Luoshan from being crushed on the head by the rocks. Ji Luoshan was still trembling. Baoyu was establishing a connection with him, Ming Ranlin, and Yunshin. The city-followed symbols of the three were faintly glowing. Baozu used the city-followed symbols on them to activate her city talent on the city while they represented, but the three of them felt nothing. According to Baozu, it only took 5 minutes from the time she used the East-West-West ability until it was successfully activated. During these 5 minutes, the three connected city-followed must remain within Baozu's city aura and could not leave. Under normal circumstances, 5 minutes would pass easily. But at this moment, it felt like an extravagance. In the current situation, they might not even last 3 minutes, let alone 5. The island's tilt accelerated again. Furthermore, the polluted black waves rolled closer. The closer they got, the more terrifying its height became, roaring like a flood or a beast. If it managed to reach them, perhaps no one here would survive. Everyone's face was filled with anxiety. The island tilted and shook violently. In the apocalypse, people prioritized physical fitness, but everyone's fitness limits and training intensity varied, and not everyone was equipped to handle sudden crisis. Ming Ranlin's physical condition had deteriorated significantly after his severe injury. He had been hanging from the tree, and just as he was about to move, the tree shook violently, his grip loosened, and he slid uncontrollably downward. Seeing this, Yunshin decisively let go, using the trees to leap down the slope as if defying gravity. She stepped in front of Ming Ranlin's path and successfully caught him. The ground continued to shake violently. Yunshin calmly helped Ming Ranlin up. The island shifted again, but the nearest support around them still required some climbing. Yunshin's feet were charged with energy. She pressed her left foot firmly, her right foot following closely, forcing them to become fixed objects. Even with the violent shaking of the ground, she remained motionless. She then channeled energy into her arms, threw Meng Ranlin, and ran to catch up. The two of them reached safety, one in front of the other. There were only 3 minutes left until the orb could successfully establish contact. The situation was not good. The wave of contaminated soil was only a kilometer away from them. Remember, this was within the city's aura. As they continued to dodge and move, the distance between them grew wider and wider. The island continued to shake, unstoppable. Another person, exhausted, fell. Gu Xiaoyang. Ren Peijun reached out just in time, grabbing Gu Xiaoyang's belt as he fell at breakneck speed. She heard a slight crack, perhaps of Gu Xiaoyang's bones. Her left hand was bloodied and mangled from the friction, adrenaline pumping through her as she painstakingly pulled Gu Xiaoyang up bit by bit. Faintly, human screams seemed to emanate from elsewhere in Baozhu. Ren Peijun anxiously shouted, "Baozhu, can't you go faster?" They didn't even know if the contamination was related to Dongjiang Xibiai's connection to that unknown entity. They were taking a gamble. Baozhu said, "Half a minute left." 20 seconds. Everyone clung to their surroundings, warily watching the contaminated soil pour in. 15 seconds. The contaminated soil, as if sensing prey, suddenly accelerated. 10 seconds. The black-red wave was over 10 meters high, less than 100 meters away from them. 5 seconds. It had swept over everyone. They saw it carrying soil and countless rotting human remains, a stench that filled the air. 0 seconds, Baozhu said, "Success." And then? What changed? The pollution remained, the black-red wave remained, and Ren Peijun and Gu Xiaoyang, who were closest to it, had their noses brushed against the rotting corpses within. Xia Fengnian stopped as soon as a red light flashed across his body, his gaze directed upwards. Huiding arrived at this point at nearly 10 times his previous speed, as if teleporting. The scene seemed to have been paused, and the contaminated soil simply stopped before Ren Peijun, no longer moving. The next second, the contaminated soil, tinged with the city's atmosphere, took on a lime-gray hue from the top and rapidly solidified downwards. Before them, a high gray wall rose. A gentle breeze blew, and the high walls crumbled. The gray-black substance that filled the air quickly dissipated, the pollution completely fading, and the fallen soil returned to its normal color. Baozhu needed no reminders. The moment she descended upon Huiding, she knew what to do. She completely released her city aura, no longer suppressing it. Damn it, get out of human territory. The city's energy continuously replenished its energy aura, its invisible waves spreading outward layer by layer. Wherever the city's aura reached, life revived. Huiding took care of the pollution outside Baozhu's city aura. Once the connection was established, the soil that once belonged to Baozhu also willingly accepted his power. He soared through the air, and green leaves fell. Yuanchen looked at Hua Ting in astonishment. How could his movement speed have increased so much, and the city's aura had expanded so much? Just as she was about to ask, Baozhu's voice reached her ears, heard by everyone within the city's aura. "Please, everyone, please stand still. Make sure you don't move. The city will be restored shortly." A few minutes later, a strong sense of weightlessness overwhelmed her. From a distance, the banana leaf-like island gradually returned to its azure blue, the sea surging. She dropped heavily from a nearly vertical angle, creating a massive wave, with waves of white foam rippled outward. Baoyu had recovered. At this point, Yuanchen also received Hua Ting's explanation. His sudden increase in strength was due to Baozhu's city talent, ease spreading westward. A city's will that establishes a connection with Baoyu will experience exponential increases in its city energy, city aura, and city talent. The greater Baozhu's own strength, the greater the amplification she imparts to other city wills through her talent. Ease spreading westward is a completely altruistic talent. Yet it was also absolutely powerful. The surroundings were dark, lit only by a dim wall lamp, its flame flickering as moths swarmed against the glass cover. Jean Hain squatted on a wooden bed in the cellar, crushing a passing cockroach, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just now, he had sensed Xi and Luo's presence, and those city talents could be used again. He was right. Xi and Luo wouldn't die so easily. The so-called Kyushu methods were no match for him. He had always targeted the southern city's will, but he hadn't expected the ghostly Grand Canyon to be breached so quickly by humans. He previously failed at the tea house, probably in Xianan, leading to his identity being known there. With the north and south joining forces, his actions were exposed. He felt no remorse or regret, only a hint of anger. If he'd been angry, he should have found a way to completely destroy the will of those cities, leaving no hope. Jean and Ian had always had their own ideas. He had been in poor health as a child, but he knew how to assess the situation and create a comfortable environment that best suited his survival. Someone wanted to bully him. He was a master at hide-and-seek and trickery, and he was adept at reading people's hearts. He would make it impossible for those who wanted to bully him to find him, or make them fall for his tricks and report him to no avail. Or he would exploit the children's curiosity and competitive spirit, encouraging them to go out at night, leaving them with only those who were pleasing to the eye. Sometimes, some children were too strong to be circumvented, so they find a strong helper, preferably one with a simple mind and easy to control. Wang Yuanian was one of them. He randomly showed Wang Yuanian a few scenes, and he felt immense sympathy for him. He had to admit that he was indeed a good person, the only half-closed friend Jean and Ian had. He always attributed his personality to his childhood experiences. Jean and Ian considered Wang Yuanian foolish, while they considered themselves intelligent. Only 10% of the world's people are intelligent. They know how to act best. The remaining 90% are fools, who simply follow the crowd and lack independent thinking. The 10% of the intelligent will lead the 90% of the foolish to create a new world. The apocalypse has arrived, and new species have emerged. This should be a time to overthrow the old system, establish new powers, and generate countless talents everywhere. However, the cities will force his people to live in cities based on pre-apocalyptic standards, hindering human evolution. Fortunately, he found a like-minded city will. Xi and Lu agreed, believing that since Jojo was asleep, the city will didn't need to expend so much effort to awaken him. Furthermore, collaborating with the ghosts to maximize their profits was a matter of course. There weren't so many positions or convictions in the world, only tangible benefits could truly be achieved. Jean and Ian stood up. He climbed the wooden ladder, leaning against the cellar door and listening. After a moment, he descended, flipped open the bed, and retrieved the paperclip he had hidden there. He smiled softly. So, being soft-hearted wasn't a good thing. Preserving his ability to move, not changing the lock on the cellar door, and looking down on him. The damp cellar was filled with mist. Jean and Ian quietly opened the cellar door and left, concealing their whereabouts, so that the acting city wouldn't be able to detect them. But shortly after he left, a figure appeared, following his lead. Jean and Ian walked quickly. No one knew Xinluo's layout better than him, and he easily dodged every passerby. He was going to find Xinluo's city statue. As long as Xinluo recovered, that imposter would be out of here. Unbeknownst to everyone, Xinluo was actually quite unique. Not only did it have two city wills, Xian and Luo, but it also had two city statues in different locations. Xian's personality displeased Jean and Ian, but Luo had a good relationship with him, and it was Luo who had chosen him to be his city follower. 2 hours later, Jean and Ian reached the turbulent river at the foot of the mountain. He jumped into the water, dived through a passage, and resurfaced. It was an extremely hidden cave, the only access being the river and the passage. The light source within the cave was the city statue in the center. "Aluo, I'm here." Jean and Ian had barely finished speaking when he heard a deep, ethereal voice echo from the place. It wasn't the voice he expected. It was another voice, temporarily taking over the city's will. Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan said, "I always thought it wasn't cleaned up, but it's hidden here. This time, there's no problem." An invisible hand seemed to appear above Aluo's city statue. The hand slowly pressed down, the pressure intense. The sturdy city statue couldn't withstand the force, and was instantly crushed. Crushed along with Jean and Yin's hopes, his city-loving symbol completely faded. He rushed toward the ruins of the city statue, searching relentlessly. Zhou Yuan said, "You can paint a tiger's skin, but not its bones. You can know a person's face, but not his heart. How do you plan to deal with him?" From the cave's underwater passage, a dripping, wet figure swam out. Wang Yuanian stared silently at the frantic Jean and Ian, saying, "He can't die so easily. He must pay for his mistakes." Suddenly Jean and Ian found a palm-sized black stone flake among the stone chips. A sticky black liquid dripped onto the stone flake, evaporating halfway into the air. The stone flake had many lines on it. After examining it, Jean and Ian regained their composure. He turned his head and sneered at Wang Yuanian, saying, "It seems I was deceived all along. Life or death doesn't matter. Humanity will soon follow suit." Wang Yuanian, "What is that?" Jean and Ian, "I don't know. This is the result of your stubbornness. The city will should be independent. Divided power will only make them unable to resist disaster. Their mother is more powerful than you imagine." Wang Yuanian snatched the stone flake and crushed Jean and Yin's knees. He said, "There has never been a single city will. We only have one Jiuzhou. Songlong Pavilion." With Hua Ting away, Zhongzhou, Xianan, and Jijiang all said, the city's talent has returned. What happened over there? After Zhou Yuan gave a general description of the situation, he said, the ghost creator, whom they call Mother, seems to be able to imitate the city's will, but the limitations must be significant. If ghosts could imitate a will, the city's will would have been destroyed long ago. The Chafu brothers rubbed their chins and asked, puzzled, could it be that kind of pollution? He mentioned the earlier incident with the fake energy stone. I don't know. Zhou Yuan then brought up the stone fragments. Those patterns might be a way for ghosts to communicate. Jean and he knew, but they couldn't get the information, and forcing them wouldn't work. Zhongzhou said, let me try. It might be quick, or it might take a long time. Chapter 144. Can ghosts disguise themselves as city wills? Yunshin paused his washing and asked Hua Ting in disbelief. The first floor window was open, and vines clung to the sill, swaying in the breeze. The matter with the orb had been resolved, and they were on their way back to Zhongzhou, returning the people they had picked up from the orb. She had teleported Ming Ranlin and Ji Luoshan back to their respective cities. On the way back, they entered the communication range of the tea house, and were pulled into Songlong Pavilion, where they learned two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Zhou Yuan devised a plan to completely eliminate Xinluo's hidden danger, returning the stolen talents of the various cities to their original city wills. Xinluo's hidden danger was a serious problem. Using the power of the 9 provinces, Zhou Yuan eliminated the creature. The city seemed to be destroyed, its disguise removed, revealing its full ghostly aura. Unlike ordinary ghosts, this was a pure black aura, dense and sinister, most likely the creator of various types of ghosts. It can rely on the city's will, disguising itself as part of it, or it can detach itself immediately when in danger. After the black gas dissipated, a stone fragment remained. Wang Yuanian, a member of the Yuhara Castle family, had Jean and Yin tortured. Jean and Yin were stubborn and refused to speak. Only after the severe torture did he reveal a minor detail. He had previously believed that Xinluo had 2 city wills, one Ashin and the other Aluo. In reality, Xinluo only had 1 city will Ashin. The so-called Aluo was a ghost impersonating the city will, instigating the original Xinluo and Jean and Yin to commit evil deeds. The true culprit was still the ghost. As for the stone tablet, it was the ghost's reward for their lackeys, and also a provocation to the city's will. The ghosts are so insidious. Who knows what other tricks they have up their sleeves to plot against us? Hooting spoke indignantly, vines slapping against the window sills, dropping leaves to the ground. The ghosts seemed to be growing stronger, while human development was slowing in comparison. Yunch asked, is there no way to know what's on the stone tablet? Hooting replied, Zhongzhou said he might have a way. Zhou Yuan has already drawn the pattern for him. Yunshin thought of Zhongzhou's city portrait and asked, by the way, can you understand what's written on Zhongzhou's city portrait? No. Hooting waved the vines. Zhongzhou is Jiuzhou's designated recorder. He understands, and can use all written languages. Those are written specifically for recording, and only he and Jiuzhou can understand them. Yunshin muttered, can you get him to give you some information about the old city? She always kept the idea of supplementing the city's culture in mind. Hua Ting said cheerfully, that won't work. Humans must supplement the city's culture. They continued the topic of ghosts disguising the city's will. One possibility is that the ghosts are in a parasitic state, constantly seeking to corrupt the city's will. The Chafu group speculated that if the corruption succeeded, the ghosts' mothers might become part of the city's will. Another possibility is that the ghosts possess other fragments of the 9 provinces, and they can also use the abilities attached to those fragments. Currently, the city's will is incomplete, and they don't fully understand the talents of the other cities' wills. Another possibility is that the ghost's mother created a new type of ghost, like Wuming, who can disguise himself as a human. This new type of ghost can also disguise the city's will. Hua Ting was clearly only talking to Yunshin, but she still asked in a very quiet voice, can I ask Dad? Yunshin shook his head, he can't say. Back at Baozhu, she wondered who Baozhu was still in contact with after Xinluo's demise. At that moment, Xia Fengnian's eyes were fixed on the ground, clearly indicating he knew something. Since Yunshin noticed this, he went straight to ask. Xia Fengnian said he would provide energy to help in the future, but couldn't elaborate on the ghostly information. He only hinted at the reasons, saying he couldn't share them right now. In the past, he didn't care what happened to Jiuzhou. He just said whatever he wanted. Now, with the need to revive Jiuzhou, he has many more concerns. Yunshin suspected it had something to do with the rules Xia Fengnian always talked about. The vines drooped dejectedly, and Hua Ting muttered, we need to quickly gather the wills of the other cities. Yunshin nodded. With the help of the orb, nothing can match your speed except teleportation. Once we're done with this, we do it. Yun is the best. The vine twisted left and right, almost twisting itself into a twisted dough stick. He knew Yun and his ideas were in perfect sync. Yunchen raised his hand and gently high-fived a leaf on the branch. Pop! A beautiful little flower bloomed on the vine facing Yunchen. A large hand reached out from behind, its thumb and index finger grasping the flower stem. The touch of its nails cruelly snapped the flower. Huh? Hu Ting looked back in horror as the vine was lifted up. Xia Fengnian carried the vine on one shoulder, smiling softly and kindly at his daughter through the window. I take away the things that disturbed your rest. Yunchen hesitated. Xia Fengnian pushed away all the vines in the area, saying in a sinister tone as he went, "A city leader, you're lying on the wall of an underage girl. Don't you feel ashamed? When you're well-fed and well-clothed, you're lusting after things. I think you're just too idle. Even with your daughter's help, you're still just a big city, not making progress." Hu Ting struggled and said to himself, "Dad, I've been so busy lately." Busy? Xia Fengnian raised his voice. You even have time to send flowers. You call that busy? A red light flashed in his hand, and he pointed it at the city image, his eyes narrowing like a fox. Unless you're in a megacity, you and Yunchen can't meet privately. I be with you at all times. Hu Ting, shock. Zhongzhou. The scroll of the city image sometimes unfolded, sometimes closed. Ming Ranlin stared at the patterns on the white paper, bewildered. To him, these patterns were nothing more than childish scribbles, with no pattern or connection. He had no idea how Zhongzhou would decipher their meaning. Ming Ranlin asked, "Have you gained any strengths after Bao Hu used his power?" Zhongzhou replied casually, "Not much has changed. The types of teleportation are no longer limited to objects and people. Cities, for example, those that can move, can also be teleported." Ming Ranlin stood up in shock. Question mark. If that's a minor change, then what would be a major change? He paced for a moment, the jade earring in his left ear glowing. He said, "Hu Ting and the others will be here soon. Zhongzhou's people will be back soon." Zhongzhou hummed casually. He was somewhat absent-minded, or perhaps overly focused, using all his urban awareness to quickly decipher the meaning of the characters. The ghost script wasn't an original creation. It borrowed various glyphs from human history to form this language. A large shadow fell from the sky, and the wind blew a flood of green leaves onto the scroll Zhongzhou had unrolled. The scroll unfolded longer and longer, several characters lighting up. Without waiting for Ming Ranlin's closer inspection, the scroll quickly closed. Hu Ting hovered over Zhongzhou. The people of Zhongzhou were either speeding across the Vine Bridge in cars, or walking slowly, deeply moved to return to their homeland. Yunchen and Xia Fengnian approached Ming Ranlin to inquire about the establishment of the directional transmission channel. Ming Ranlin said helplessly, "You need to ask Zhongzhou for the details. You might have to wait a while." I see. Zhongzhou suddenly sighed, audible to everyone. "What's wrong?" "I've deciphered a little of what's on the stone tablet." The three of them simultaneously looked at Zhongzhou's city image. Yunchen and Ming Ranlin asked in unison, "What is it?" Zhongzhou replied, "A golden ring solar eclipse." Chapter 145. A solar eclipse means the sun will briefly disappear even during daytime. The ghosts mentioned this in their commendation for Jean and Ian. Could it be that they plan to do something during an eclipse? Does an eclipse enhance the ghost's strength? Or does an eclipse have other benefits for the ghosts? Which is why Jean and Ian say humanity is about to be doomed. No one knows the answer. But it's definitely not a good thing for humanity. A golden annular solar eclipse won't occur in the near future. That's certain from the astronomical phenomena. The timing needs to be estimated, and a more accurate time requires specialized equipment, which none of their cities currently possess. The Xinjing team said Xinjing is fully equipped. Zhou Yuan informed Wang Yuanian of this, hoping he would find a way to notify Xinjing and predict the eclipse's time. Everyone went about their duties, busying themselves with the struggle for survival. The sky was clear, and Hu Ting hovered above Zhongzhou like a floating island. Vines extending from the city's edge formed a bridge, allowing people from the two cities to travel. Yunchen and Xia Fengnian are assisting Zhongzhou in establishing a teleportation channel. The stolen portion of Zhongzhou's river fish Tianyin has returned. He can establish directional teleportation channels between different cities, accessible even to ordinary humans. The cities can open and close the channel at any time, limiting the number of people and the amount of supplies transported. The only difficulty in establishing a directional teleportation channel is the enormous energy required. With Xia Fengnian and Yunchen, this is not a problem. Zhongzhou will first establish a teleportation channel with Hu Ting. Both he and Hua Ting will need to select a large open space in the city for the teleportation. One side applied, the other agreed. Zhongzhou's city energy was instantly drained. Xia Fengnian poured energy into his city image, his entire body radiating a dazzling red glow. Yunchen was dumbfounded. How much energy did that require? If it were her, she would have been drained in less than 10 minutes. Xia Fengnian winked at Yunchen. After you go to Zhouyuan, it won't be long before you can do it too. Yunchen was quite excited. Exclamations came from outside. What is that? Fireflies? Isn't it snowing? Yunchen walked quickly to the square outside. Everyone in the square stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. She looked too. Like the daytime stars, countless points of light drifted in the sky, gradually converging into a slowly moving Milky Way. When the light reached its peak, the two ends of the Milky Way suddenly plummeted. One end landed in Huading, the other in Zhongzhou. Yunchen knew the teleportation point Zhongzhou had established, and she hurried over to investigate. Not only her, but everyone else, curious, ran toward the spot where the starlight had fallen. It looked like an ordinary flat patch of land, mottled cement and untended weeds, with only a symbolic warning sign placed amidst the greenery. The moment Yunchen passed the sign, dots of light floated from the ground, circling her. After a few seconds, a hollow map of Kyushu, outlined by light, appeared before her. A distinct dot of light flickered at Huading's location. Zhongzhou said, "Touch it, and you reach Huading, though not as fast as normal teleportation." Yunchen pressed her fingertips against the dot of light representing Huading. With a slight sound of shattering glass, the dotted map instantly dissipated, transforming into dots of light swirling and drifting around her. After waiting for a full 5 minutes, the light seemed to sink into Yunchen's body, and then, Hua Ting, she appeared. The vine swayed to her feet. Yunchen was thrilled. The preparation for the teleportation took a long time, but the actual teleportation itself was still so short, almost imperceptible. With this mode of transportation, traveling between cities would be incredibly convenient. Yunchen picked up the vine and happily spun in circles. Great progress. Human development will surely accelerate. Hua Ting glanced around guiltily. Great. Dad's not here. He immediately hugged Yunchen back, giving a loud hum. A small flower quietly sprouted from the top of the branch. The establishment of the transmission channels for the other city wills required Ming Ranlin's presence. Hua Ting wanted to go along, but Xia Fengnian threw him a ball of violent energy, telling him to absorb it slowly. This made Hua Ting feel very aggrieved. Luckily, he still had the T-brand phone, so he could whisper to Yunchen even if she left the city's aura. Each directional teleportation channel takes 1 hour to build. After completion, Zhongzhou needs a 5-hour break before continuing with the next one. The people of Huading and Zhongzhou were discussing the wonder they had just witnessed. Curious, they wanted to ask the city worshippers, but neither seemed to be around. Soon, the city will answer their curiosity. It turned out to be the legendary teleportation technique. After hearing, the city will explain that everyone could use it, and that once more channels were built, they would be able to teleport from their respective cities to Zhongzhou, and then from Zhongzhou to their desired destinations. Everyone was eager to try it out. Seeing that the city will didn't stop them, they flocked to the teleportation points, appearing alternately in Zhongzhou and then in Huading, having a blast. Fortunately, this type of teleportation doesn't consume the city's own energy. The teleportation point normally replenishes its energy slowly, requiring only extreme amounts of teleportation. Zhang Yongfu stood in the shade, chewing on a branch, silently watching the people and saying naive. Xian Gaofei was about to go over and try it, but upon hearing Zhang Yongfu's assessment, he awkwardly pushed his glasses up and stood still. In the evening, the Huading cafeteria prepared braised duck legs, while the Zhongzhou cafeteria offered their signature spicy hot and sour soup. After dinner and evening lessons with the children, Xian Gaofei returned to his room and lay down on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling a sense of something missing. After tossing and turning for a long time, Xian Gaofei put on his coat in the dark, darted out, and trotted to the teleportation point. The daytime excitement had faded, and the teleportation point was deserted. It was naive, but he wanted to give it a try. If only the military had used this kind of technology before. Xian Gaofei shook his head vigorously, no longer thinking about it. He dotted randomly on the light map, like a curious child, finally tapping on a dot with his left hand. 5 minutes passed, and his vision went dark before he appeared in a new place. Hee, interesting. It wasn't Xian Gaofei's laughter, but it was a familiar one. It was Zhang Yongfu. Zhang Yongfu's laughter abruptly stopped. Xian Gaofei, Suddenly, countless dots of light floated in the sky. Just like the daytime scene, the dots formed a galaxy in the sky, and the night view was even more breathtaking. Zhang Yongfu looked up at the sky. Where will it be this time? Qian Gaofei looked in the direction of the light river and asked uncertainly, Xianan? The long river of light stretched immensely, and from its high vantage point, it could be seen from more than one location. The people of the city slept peacefully under the starlight, their dreams devoid of ghosts. They went to work and school as normal, all in bliss and peace. The humans hiding in the wild gazed longingly at the light, wondering if they could make a wish. Would the ghosts vanish? Whatever the outcome, this miraculous sight comforted them, a glimmer of hope seemingly born in their long-despaired hearts. The ghosts had also discovered the river of light, but they paid no heed, watering the land, seeking out any humans who had escaped their capture for food and, in the process, destroying any buildings they disliked. Some ghosts fought and tore at each other, devouring their own kind. The black energy emanating from their lower bodies grew denser, and the claws dangling from their sides sharpened. Only a hint of agility appeared in their bestial eyes, their lustful eyes. Once such ghosts appeared, they began deliberately colliding with and preying on their own kind. They could sense that their mother not only condoned, but also encouraged them to do so. An hour later, the river of light dissipated, and on the Zhongzhou teleportation point's light map, the Xianan region flickered. After establishing teleportation channels at Chafu and Zhejiang, Yunchen and Meng Ranlin headed for Baozhou. Meng Ranlin had already been to Baozhou once, so he could use his Zhongzhou talent to teleport Yunchen there. 3 hours of rest time remained in Zhongzhou. Ren Peijun and Ren Dayo warmly welcomed Yunchen and his group, preparing Baozhou's specialties, like Wanwan pork knuckle and Danzai noodles. For the people of Jiuzhou, food is a great way to foster friendship. Over dinner, they discussed some matters concerning ghosts. Just as Huading and the tea house had previously been targeted by ghosts, Baozhou had also remained silent after the ghost schemes failed. If the ghosts were active only every few days, they could rest assured, at least they knew what they were up to. The quieter they were, the more unsettling they became. Rendayo mentioned that after the channel was established, he would often wander around various cities, using his nose to identify suspicious objects. Thanks to Xia Fengyan's confirmation and guidance, he could already identify the sin of Wuming. If someone suspicious of Wuming appeared in any city in the future, he could be summoned immediately. The tea brand's phone number had already been given to Baozhou. They only needed to wait for the tea house brothers' talents to develop. Once Baozhou appeared at Sanlong Pavilion, their communications with other cities would catch up. After dinner, Ren Peijun enthusiastically took Yunchen with her, and gave her a detailed tour of Baozhou. This tall girl had a carefree and passionate personality, but her face was truly fierce. Her features suggested she was a stunning beauty, but once she looked at someone, she gave the impression of die, now. Yunchen was a little reserved at first, but as they got to know each other better, he relaxed a lot. Gu Xiliang wanted to join in the fun, but Ren Peijun told him to get lost. Men shouldn't intrude on girls' space, especially since Yunchen wasn't familiar with him. Yunchen sat on Ren Peijun's bed and smiled, I don't mind. I won't let him come over. Ren Peijun beckoned her closer, and she whispered, do you know why my old man is so upset with little Guzi? Yunchen shook his head. How come you don't understand this? Ren Peijun chuckled and whispered in Yunchen's ear, he likes me. But I don't like him, so I don't intend to give him any hope. I keep rejecting him, and he just plays dumb. Ren Peijun fell back onto the bed, looking at the stunned Yunchen, and continued, I don't like any man shorter than me. But here in Baozhou, it's the end of the world, and everyone is malnourished. Alas, the only person taller than me is that bear in the woods. Baozhou interrupted weakly, bear is adorable. Ren Peijun suddenly stood up in anger, pointing at herself and saying, what are you talking about? A beautiful woman like me is only worthy of marrying a bear. She and Baozhou had been arguing, and afterward, noticing Yunchen still in a daze, she pushed her and said awkwardly, don't you understand this? If you don't like it, let's change the subject. It's not that I don't like it, it's just... Yunchen paused, unsure what to say. Ren Peijun didn't press the issue. She crawled to the bedside, pulled a box from under it, and placed it between them. She said solemnly, let's do some girly things and play with some toys. She stuffed an old doll with long blonde hair into Yunchen's arms, while she herself picked up a worn brown teddy bear. These are toys I cherish very much, but you're welcome to play with them however you like. Yunchen was about to nod, when the jade hairpin on his head lit up. She gestured to Ren Peijun, answering the call. It was Huading. Yun, he complained aggrievedly about the old turtle's misdeeds. When I was feeding it, it deliberately bit me again. Yunchen couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Let Yinan teach it a lesson. She played with the doll's golden hair, swirling it in circles, listening with amusement as Hua Ting reported on the city's situation in detail. While you're talking, I'm listening. Ren Pei Jun, so engrossed in playing with her teddy bear, accidentally broke its legs. Speechlessly, she looked up, her eyes suddenly brightening. Something's happening. Yunshin hadn't noticed Ren Pei Jun looking at her. While she was on the phone with Hua Ting, she seemed to only notice Hua Ting, oblivious to everything around her. Hua Ting, Yun, when will you come back? I miss you so much. Yunshin replied, I miss you too, and said he'd definitely take her with him on his next long journey. He hung up, and when she looked up, she saw Ren Pei Jun covering her mouth with her hand, laughing. Yunshin asked, confused, what happened? Ren Pei Jun asked curiously, who was that just now? Yunshin replied, hooting. Ren Pei Jun threw a pillow with all her might. You're lying, huh? I don't believe you, but I understand. The moment the pillow was flung, Ren Pei Jun mentally cried out, oh no! I didn't hold back. Yunshin, however, caught the pillow as if nothing had happened. Ren Pei Jun instantly forgot her curiosity. Let's go practice some fighting? Yunshin nodded. How? With weapons. I'm better at boxing. Ren Pei Jun haphazardly gathered the toys scattered on the bed. Since the blonde doll couldn't fit into the box, she simply ripped off the head and arms and legs of her most cherished toy and tossed it in. She closed the lid and kicked it under the bed, where it hit the wall with a loud thud. Go, go, go! Ren Pei Jun carried Yunshin like a sack and hurried out the door. Yunshin, is this the world as seen by someone over 1.8 meters tall? How enviable. Her mind was swirling with disarray, and Ren Pei Jun's words lingered in her mind. Why does my old man seem so unhappy? He likes me. Chapter 146. A gust of wind from a fist brushed Yunshin's cheek, sunlight caressing her face and lifting her hair. A closer look at her expression revealed a hint of absent-mindedness. Ren Pei Jun could sense Yunshin's absent-mindedness, yet even so, she couldn't catch him in sparring, which only made her even happier. She was naturally strong, and had always preferred to win by sheer force. Now, facing an opponent whose strength was comparable to hers, this strategy was useless. She could only begin to consider unconventional methods, such as techniques and positioning. For Yunshin, these were useless. As the energy within her body increased, her body could no longer be measured by ordinary human physique. Even if she didn't actively use the energy, it would automatically transform her body, granting her greater strength, quicker reactions, enhanced perception, and so on. Sparring with Ren Pei Jun was like an adult bullying a child. Yunshin wasn't one to underestimate her opponent, but her mind was in a state of confusion, and she had no way of focusing. Did Hua Ting like her? Without a doubt, the answer was a single word, yes. But she had always assumed that this like was the kind of affection between close family and friends, without any other kind of emotion. That is, the love between a man and a woman. From being transported away from Zhongzhou, to the unexpected moment when Hua Ting received his unconditional protection amidst her panic and fear, from her initial admiration and gratitude for the city will, to her later realization that this city will was a child like herself, a feeling of closeness and affinity. She had always treated Hua Ting like a family member, like a younger brother. At that time, she thought she had no family, no one loved her. Meeting a kind city will willing to treat her like one, she was so grateful she dared not even think otherwise. She lived cautiously in a completely unfamiliar place, but after discovering that this city will was more indulgent than she had imagined, she felt completely at ease. He was being targeted by a ghost at the time, still weak and vulnerable, and there were many things she couldn't do herself. She would do them, she would protect him. Huiting was her family. How could she possibly harbor any undue ambitions towards them? Yunshin bit her arms, her muscles tensing, blocking Ren Pei Jun's powerful punches. Blow after blow, like a violent storm, her feet left deep scratches on the ground, and her forearms, which had blocked the blows, shook. The vibrations spread up her arms and spread to her chest, causing a tingling sensation there, and even the once firm resolve in her heart to weaken. Really? Ren Pei Jun cornered Yunshin in the arena, her eyes wide with discontent. You've been hiding since 5 minutes ago, not even once fighting back. Are you secretly thinking about your sweetheart? No. Yunshin immediately retorted, effortlessly breaking free from Ren Pei Jun's hold and launching a counterattack. Ren Pei Jun was steadily losing ground, her sweat soaked up by her headscarf, her face flushed red. After Yunshin stopped, she panted and pointed at him, laughing, You're just pissed off. Yunshin, are you still practicing? Let me drink some water first. On the small wooden table nearby lay a kettle, and a number of cups soaked in a bucket. Ren Pei-jun took a sip from a cup, glaring at Yuan Chen and saying, "Tell me the truth, who was that person who just called you?" Yuan Chen was speechless. She was telling the truth, yet the other party refused to believe her. "I already told you." Ren Pei-jun hummed twice, and continued drinking water. She was sweating profusely, her back soaking wet. "Baozu, do you believe what she said?" Bao was puzzled. "Pei-jun, what do you mean?" "That little phone call she made just now." Ren Pei-jun pulled out a belt from her clothes, and twisted it around with her fingers. She then deliberately lowered her brows and smiled. "And that expression. She's clearly chatting with someone she likes, but she said it was Huiting's number. Do you believe it?" Baozu whispered, "The T-brand phone can only communicate with city will and city devotion. It could really be Huiting." Ren Pei-jun was stunned. She muttered, "City will and city devotion are like air. It must be one of those city devotion. Could it be that Zhejiang city devotion from last time? A beloved one? What's his name?" Ji Lucian. "His features are indeed quite impressive, but they look too much like sisters. Standing together, it's hard to tell which is the girl. He needs to be strong and masculine to make people feel safe. Could it be that uncle from Zhongzhou? He's a bit older, even older than my dad." Yuan Chen saw her talk getting increasingly outrageous, and quickly stopped her with a frown. "Don't let your imagination run wild." "I'm not sure." Ren Pei-jun asked excitedly. "Not sure about what?" "Not sure." Yuan Chen paused. She took a large gulp of water, nearly choking herself before asking in a whisper, "What does it feel like to be in love?" "Which one?" Ren Pei-jun asked instinctively. Seeing Yuan Chen's earlobe flushed, perhaps from the heat of the sparring or perhaps from the embarrassment of the question, she immediately bared her teeth confidently and said, "I don't know either." "Yuan Chen, eh?" Ren Pei-jun smiled the bright smile of a seasoned veteran, patting her chest vigorously and promising, "I can get someone to tell you." Yuan Chen's refusal was fruitless. Half an hour later, Gu Ziliang appeared at the edge of the martial arts arena, a look of despair on his face. Except for Ren Pei-jun, who remained calm, the other two were utterly embarrassed. Gu Ziliang said uncomfortably, "Pei-jun, isn't it a bad idea to ask me about this?" "Why not? Since you have experience, why not share it? It's nothing shameful." Ren Pei-jun raised her hand, and slapped Gu Ziliang on the back. She then said seriously to Yuan Chen, "If you understand your feelings, and find you truly love someone, don't let them pass you by and regret it. In this world, none of us can guarantee eternal survival. This kind of emotion in the apocalypse is very rare. Whether you like someone or not, you must tell them in person right away." Gu Ziliang was rubbing his aching back when he heard Ren Pei-jun's call. He burst into laughter, and gave Yuan Chen a helpless smile. "After she found out I liked her, she rushed into my room and dragged me out of the covers, telling me she absolutely didn't like short people, and told me not to waste my time on her." Ren Pei-jun stood beside Gu Ziliang and nodded vigorously. She put her hands on her hips and said, "That's how it should be." Yuan Chen saw that Gu Ziliang wasn't angry at all. Instead, his eyes softened. Ren Pei-jun's every little gesture would affect his emotions. In his eyes, other people seemed to have no meaning. Gu Ziliang turned to Yuan Chen and said, "To determine whether you like each other, you only need to ask yourself a few questions. The first question is, are you happy every moment you're with each other? Even if we don't say anything, just being together?" Happily, Yuan Chen and Hua Ting were happy every moment they spent alone. No matter what her previous emotions were, she felt incredibly relaxed whenever they were together. At first, Hua Ting couldn't even speak or write. Their communication relied purely on the vines and her own understanding. After a few bumps and bruises, they could understand each other's feelings without even needing to communicate. There was no need to explain her actions. A single gesture or expression instantly made the other person understand what she was trying to do. There was no need to hide her true personality or anything else. They had seen each other at our most awkward moments. There was nothing left to hide. This kind of companionship was comfortable and cozy. Yuan Chen loved to sit in the tree in the yard, with the vines by her side. Even if she did nothing, just watching the clouds drift by all day would never bore her. Yuan Chen's thoughts raced through her mind. While she was pondering the previous question, Gu Ziliang had already asked the next. Second question, do you want to tell him everything wonderful and interesting that happens to you right away? The first rabbit she caught in her trap, the oddly shaped rocks in the stream, the new discoveries in Duwan's diary, even small things like turning over a rock and finding a small insect, Yuan Chen would share them with Hua Ting. Gu Ziliang asked many more questions, but Yuan Chen listened, her mind wandering far away. In her mind, it was as if she were dwelling in a vast ocean, its surface churning, its white waves sweeping up countless water droplets, within which rolled scenes after scenes. The temperature was freezing cold, and she frantically fled through the jungle. Sharp leaves scraped her skin. A dark aura, accompanied by ghosts, appeared. Cold and hungry, she didn't know where to flee. The ghost clung to her, and suddenly the vine pulled her away from the cold. A bonfire lit up, dispelling all the chill. A drop of water enveloping the flames moved away, and another rolled up. She leaned against the vine, finding her new family. The droplets kept rolling, and the scene kept changing. She hooked her pinky finger around the vine, and with the tip of her thumb, she sealed it, making a promise made between innocent children, that they would be together forever. In a short time, the shabby, cramped city had been filled with skyscrapers, and the deserted areas had become bustling with people. She had grown from frail and petite to tall and strong. Through so much, their promise remained unchanged. She must have sensed something. Their bond was more than just family. When she realized the opposite sex thing, when she began to feel shy towards him, her feelings were no longer pure, and she sensed something was amiss. She suppressed the feeling, telling herself it was nothing more than baseless speculation, and that she shouldn't dwell on such unfounded thoughts during such a difficult time. Gu Siliang said that liking someone isn't something to be ashamed of, especially when you're willing to work harder for that feeling and become a better person. It's better to face it head-on rather than avoid it. Yuan Shen received nothing but positive feedback from this relationship. Both she and Hua Ting were becoming better because of each other. Once a clear idea emerged, things became more logical. The most obvious difference between love and other emotions is that it carries a sense of possessiveness. Even if one tries to control it, one won't want to share it with anyone else. Huiting held a special place for her, and Yuan Shen didn't want to share it with anyone else. She loved Huiting. The shabby little city when they first met, the once bustling metropolis, the now soaring city in the sky, no matter what it looked like, in her eyes, it was still the same adorable little, shabby city. Yuan Shen's eyes grew brighter, and she interrupted Gu Siliang's story to say, "I understand." She raised her head, and touched the jade hairpin on her head, which flickered in unison with the light in the sky. The teleportation channel between Zhongzhou and Baozhou began to be established. Renpei Jun, mumbling, "Baozhou, why didn't you tell me beforehand?" hurried to the Baozhou city statue. Gu Siliang apologized and immediately followed Renpei Jun's steps. The already deserted martial arts arena was left with only Yuan Shen and the jade hairpin above her head, which glowed softly and steadily. The call connected, and Hua Ting's gentle question reached her ears. "What's wrong?" Yuan Shen, who had just prepared an explanation, suddenly faltered. After a long pause, she finally heard her voice, a little stammering and fierce. "I have something to tell you." Huiting was conversing with the other city leaders at Sanwang Pavilion. Upon hearing Yuan Shen's tone, he immediately sat up straight. Because Yuan Shen's tone was too serious, he first reflected on himself. Then he walked out of the pavilion, lingering for a moment, and said with great earnestness, "I didn't do anything bad while you were away." Elsewhere, Zhou Yuan mentioned the solar eclipse predictions made by the people of Xinjing. Huiting walked towards the stone pavilion. The pavilion was surrounded by a stream, with small raised stones forming a path through the water. He stepped on the stones, and the stream water wet the hem of his white clothes. Yuan Shen was silent for a long time. Just when he thought Yuan Shen wouldn't speak, he heard, "I like you." They often exchanged expressions of affection, but Yuan Shen's affection for him was different, making Chun Tu feel overwhelmed. Even though their meanings differed, he felt deeply moved by the words. Huiting naturally responded immediately, "I like you too." He thought the conversation would end there, but then he added another line. Not the old affection, but the kind you see in photos. As if provoking a monstrous beast, the call ended the moment the last syllable of Huan fell. The city could handle many things simultaneously, but Huiting had crashed. He froze for a long moment, then continued forward when he suddenly slipped. Splash. The city within the stone pavilion turned around at the sound, their gazes downward. A steaming white body faced the stream, drifting with the current. The Tea House brothers exclaimed in shock, "Huiting, what are you doing? You can't drown the city, we'll hear." Huiting, gulp, gulp, gulp. Chapter 147. Water was flowing from the stone pavilion floor. No one else was willing to occupy the half of the chair occupied by Hua Ting, only he remained there with a stern expression. The Tea House brothers found it odd. Hua Ting was a vain fellow. How could he bear such a disgraceful appearance and remain silent? There must be something he was unaware of. Zhou Yuan said, according to calculations in Xinjing, the next solar eclipse in Kyushu will occur on March 20th, 2034. It was now the end of 2032. just over a year until the eclipse. They had no idea what the ghosts planned to do during the eclipse, but it wasn't going to be good. Wat Ting squeezed the moisture out of his long hair, letting it flow in front of him. After the communication channel between Zhongzhou and you and the cities in the north is established, I will search for the wills of the other cities. Zhou Yuan nodded. With the help of the orb, it shouldn't take too long for you to search the entire 9 provinces. The brothers from the tea house said, after the communication channel is established, human interaction will increase, and the speed of urban cultural recovery will be greatly accelerated. Ji Jiang said, New Year is coming soon. The energy generated by human offerings during the traditional New Year celebrations is equivalent to that of many months in the past. Seize the opportunity to improve yourself. Xiaonan had been lost in thought since entering Songlong Pavilion. He raised his head at the sound of the word New Year, and his red hood fell, revealing his childlike face. The ghosts have changed a bit recently. Have you noticed? Huiding shook his head. He was now within the urban aura of Zhongzhou. The edge of his own urban aura did not connect with the outside world, and the ghosts were far away from him. Shijiang also shook her head. After the taken-away Misty Fisherman returned, with the blessing of the pearl, she cast layers of white fog outside the city atmosphere. With the enhanced white fog, ghosts could not find her location at all. Zhou Yuan said, the ghosts near the rift haven't changed much. The Chafu brothers hissed, now that you mention it, we remember hearing some humans discussing this a few days ago. Wait, let's go ask them. 2 minutes later, the Chafu brothers said, we're not sure about the human either. He was on patrol. While waking up from his shift in the middle of the night, he went to the restroom, and seemed to see something more human-like than a typical ghost. The other person said, you want to pee too? He thought it was a stranger, a brother, and even struck up a conversation with him. After dealing with him, the creature disappeared, and he found himself standing at the edge of the city's atmosphere. Startled, he ran back. Everyone said he was dreaming, and he thought he was dreaming too. Xiaonan listened to the brothers from the tea house and said, maybe it's not a dream. The humans here have also encountered similar situations, with ghosts that look very human, but they're not ants. Several city wills said, we pay close attention to the changes in the ghosts. The ghosts have deployed many schemes, including the destruction of city wills and humanity's future culture, pollution and underground burrows in Huiding and the tea house, a ghostly tide in Zhejiang, and the downward movement of cities in Zhouyuan, to name a few. Every thought of the ghosts is a recipe for death for humanity and Jiuzhou. Just because they resolve this crisis doesn't mean it's over. Excessive caution and worry aren't necessarily a bad thing. With an adversary like the ghosts, they should assume the worst. For example, the ghost changes Xiaonan mentioned might be a sign of their evolution. Hua Ting left Songlong Pavilion, feeling both worried about the future and secretly a little excited. Yun and he were in tune with each other. Could anything make Cheng happier than this? Huiding wished everyone in the city knew about this, but he couldn't act too exaggeratedly, needing to be restrained and reserved. The city's heartfelt joy couldn't be concealed. Even if Huiding tried to control it, he couldn't control the impact of his joy on the city's crops, plants, and even the air. Snow fell from the sky, and the ground in the city shook slightly. Crops that should have grown only in spring quietly sprouted, withered branches turning green, and vines that usually blended in with the plants became particularly conspicuous, all blooming small flowers. Huiding's vines were an integral part of the city, and the sight of all of them blooming in the snow was breathtaking. People stopped what they were doing to gaze at the vibrant sea of flowers in the city. Even those in Zhongzhou, accustomed to seeing this floating city, looked up, especially when the cold wind blew, and snowflakes drifted down with the petals, filling the air with the fragrance of flowers, a dreamlike experience. Xia Fengnian closed his eyes, transmitting energy as the scattered red light around him returned to his body. He said, once you've digested the remaining energy and transformed it into a megacity, I won't be able to help you with the subsequent construction of the transmission channel. Zhongzhou said, I understand. It all depends on Yunshin. Nanan is growing rapidly, but the current situation doesn't allow us to wait for her to grow up. We have to find another way. Xia Fengnian opened his eyes, a crystal-like red flashing before his pupils turned pure black. He looked up at Zhongzhou's city image, and was about to sigh when he caught sight of a small, broken object happily falling in the sky. Zhongzhou asked, confused, what happened? Why is Hua Ting so happy? Xia Fengnian's body stiffened. He couldn't think of any other reason to be happy, considering his daughter was the only thing on his mind. While he was diligently working for Jiuzhou future, his home was robbed. Xia Fengnian was furious. His daughter was clearly with Bao Zhu right now. What sinful act had happened to Bao Zhu? Xia Fengnian was furious, and was about to go find Huiting to settle the score when Ming Ranlin and Yunshin suddenly returned. Seeing his daughter approaching, he swallowed his anger and forced a hilariously awkward smile. Ming Ranlin, confused by Xia Fengyan's glare, reached for the water bottle at his waist and drank. Yunshin, convinced of her intentions, decided with sparkling eyes to tell Xia Fengyan about this good news. With Uncle Ming still here, she felt it was best to keep such a private matter to her father first. Yunshin grabbed Xia Fengyan, and he was pulled forward with a look of helplessness in his eyes. Finally reaching a deserted corner, Yunshin gestured for Xia Fengyan to lower his head and whispered in his ear, "Dad, I confess my feelings to Hua Ting this afternoon. I like him." Bang! Xia Fengyan nonchalantly lifted the wall he had pushed over and said with a smile, "Why so sudden?" Seeing Xia Fengyan wasn't surprised, Yunshin thought, as expected, a bystander sees more clearly. It seems her father has long known about her and Hua Ting's relationship, which is why he treats Hua Ting with the same attitude as an old father would his son-in-law. An old father always dislikes his son-in-law, Ren Pei-jun told Yunshin. It's said that Ren Dayo treats every suitor of his daughters with the force of a thunderbolt. Yunshin also smiled and said, "Thank you, Dad. I wasn't sure about Hua Ting's attitude at first, but after discovering your father's attitude, I'm now certain." Xia Fengyan, Though he was a stone, though the stone in his heart had been removed, he still felt a wave of heart palpitations. The daughter was certainly not at fault. It was the little creature who seduced her. Xia Fengyan was very reluctantly dragged up to Huiting by Yunshin. Below the Scroll City statue, Ming Ranlin was filling his second pot of water. He asked, "What happened while I was gone? Why is old Xia looking at me like that?" Zhongzhou let out a strange laugh. He asked, "Did anything strange happen when you and Yunshin were in Baozhu?" Ming Ranlin shook his head. He and Ren Dayo had a pleasant chat, and Yunshin and Ren Pei-jun got along well. The two girls played and got along well. Baowu was peaceful and tranquil after overcoming the crisis. "What could have happened?" Ming Ranlin said. "No." Zhongzhou said, "Don't worry about it. It's just some romantic stuff that only we young people understand. You old folks don't need to worry about it." Ming Ranlin ignored Zhongzhou's claim of being younger and said, "Yunshin is already that old." "Who is he?" This reaction only occurred after visiting Baowu. The middle-aged man's face suddenly looked strange. Could it be Ren Pei-jun? He was rather old-fashioned. He wasn't particularly comfortable with two people of the same sex being together. But children were their own business, and it wasn't right for an old man to get involved. Ming Ranlin murmured, "Old Xia has lived so long, he's seen a lot. He shouldn't be unable to accept this. Could it be that he really wants grandchildren? This is impossible." Zhongzhou pondered for a moment and said, "Theoretically, they can't have children. Look at Xia Fengyan and Yun Zhongshu. Miracles do exist." Ming Ranlin nodded, but still felt something was amiss. He said, "Old Xia and my sister-in-law are at least biologically a man and a woman, but two women." Zhongzhou pondered that the cities will had no gender, but if he were to use human terms, he asked, how could there be two women? Hua Ting is considered a male among humans. Ming Ranlin was stunned. Hua Ting? What's his connection to him? Isn't it Ren Pei-jun? Ren Pei-jun? Zhongzhou was equally stunned. We're talking about Yunshin. What does that have to do with the followers of Baozhu's city? Ming Ranlin suddenly realized, and was stunned speechless. Good heavens, it turns out old Xia hadn't been prepared for this. Ming Ranlin regained consciousness, opened his mouth, and spoke after a long pause. Didn't you say before that it wouldn't be a good thing for the city's will to possess human emotions? Zhongzhou said without hesitation. How can this be compared to securing foreign diplomatic ties through marriage with foreign tribes? The Chafu brothers and Zhijiang hadn't told Zhongzhou about the Huiting incident, but Zhongzhou and Zhijiang's accounts were remarkably consistent. Ming Ranlin's perspective was shaken, and his face trembled for a while before he stopped. After 3/4 of an hour, he finally digested the matter, and let out a long deep sigh. Seeing his gloomy face, Zhongzhou asked in confusion, Xia Fengyan is your friend. You know his identity, but is it still hard for you to accept it? There are so many strange things in the apocalypse. Ming Ranlin shook his head. I was just wondering how generations will be calculated in the future. Zhongzhou, He was about to laugh at Ming Ranlin's strange thoughts, but then he remembered that Zhou Yuan called Xia Fengyan brother Xia, while Huiting called him dad. Their city will was the child of Zhou, and humans were also considered children of their city will. Zhongzhou paused and continued to decipher the contents of the stone tablet. They already knew the date of the most recent solar eclipse. The next step was to see what the ghosts planned to do that day. Amidst a scattering of petals, The stone scroll gently unfolded, its unique text and patterns faintly glowing. Above the floating city, a wooden table was slammed down on the ground, shaking the hibernating old turtle next to it. Xiao Yin sat on the south side of the table, while Hooting Vine sat on the north. As for Yunchen, Xiao Yin had driven her into the house, where she stared out from the first floor window like a headless fly. Xiao Yin glared at the huddled, innocent Vine across from him, with his daughter's burning, anxious gaze behind her. He paused for a moment, unable to find the words to say. In this scene, he looked like a vicious father-in-law, ready to separate a pair of star-crossed lovers. Forget it. Xiao Yin rose from the wooden table. With a wave of his hand, a gust of energy swirled open the wooden door behind him. He glared at the vines. I said before that you couldn't be alone with Nan Nan until you reached the megacity. Since you've already. Then, before we leave for Zhouyuan, I allow you two some time alone. Xiao Yin, hands behind his back, angrily stepped on the grass and left. He walked quickly, his feet radiating a red glow of energy, as he practically flew out of the courtyard. Only Yunchen and Hua Ting remained in the courtyard. There were still more than 10 days left before their scheduled departure for Zhouyuan. The vines moved. The lush green branches moved slowly, shyly climbing and pausing. Yunchen squatted, a smile spreading across her face. She extended her arm, her fingertips pointing to the ground. The vine's leaves trembled, and the branches gently touched her fingertips, winding upwards. The first knuckle, a move I'd done often before, felt particularly awkward after everything was explained. Hooting climbed slowly, the branches slowly creeping up to the second knuckle, then to the base of the finger. Just as the vines were about to engulf my entire palm, the gate banged loudly. Xiao Yin rushed in, his smile like a fox's, his arms raised high like a victorious long-distance runner. I have good news for you. After the orb's blessing, Zhongzhou can even teleport cities. Hurry and get ready. We'd be in Zhouyuan in less than 10 minutes. As the saying goes, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Hooting, you must keep your promise. Only a petty person would treat their own words as nothing. Yunchen and Hooting stared at Xiao Yin in amazement. Perhaps realizing his smile was too arrogant, Xiao Yin immediately shed it, replacing it with a deeply sorrowful expression. He spoke with deep emotion. Dad knows this happened so suddenly, but humanity's survival is at stake, and Zhouyuan desperately needs our help. Of course, we should get there as quickly as possible, right? Dad understands you. Just hurry. We still have 15 minutes of alone time, more than enough. Xiao Yin raised his hands, pressing firmly against his cheeks to suppress the smile. He waved goodbye and left, his steps especially brisk this time. Yunchen and Hua Ting, Dad, don't you think you're being cruel? Chapter 148. After gathering those willing to go to Zhouyuan and transporting the supplies for Zhouyuan to Hooting, Zhongzhou's teleportation power was activated, and with twinkling stars, Hooting appeared above the buildings where Zhouyuan city statues were waiting. Zhouyuan was playing with the two bears, Sigui and Longui, that Hooting had sent him to relieve his loneliness. Living up to their homophones for Dead Ghost and Lazy Ghost, Zhouyuan's time with these two bears was truly eye-opening. He had never seen animals so lazy. He was feeding the bears, when the scent of the city suddenly wafted from the sky. He casually tossed a fish and floated into the air. Hooting was descending. Once he reached his city's atmosphere, his human form would be able to ascend to Hooting. Zhouyuan landed on the ground of Hooting. The well-maintained greenery and elegant stone brick roads gave it a certain air of a pre-apocalyptic metropolis. Didn't you say you come in the spring? Why are you here so early? He was puzzled. The Sanlong Pavilion meeting had just ended. If Hua Ting was coming today, he should have told him in advance. Ha ha. Zhouyuan didn't wait for Hua Ting's reply. Instead, Xiao Yin came over with a laugh, hugged his shoulders, and spoke warmly, words he had never heard before. He was flattered. Yunchen raised his hand and stroked Hua Ting's vine soothingly, saying, Dad is watching so closely. I can only wait until you move to a megacity, or until I'm an adult. Hooting tapped his vines in frustration. He didn't understand why his father was so wary of him, and Yun being alone. He wasn't even in human form. Could he possibly do something strange to Yun? No, even if he had a human form, he couldn't do anything strange to Yun. Now that Meng Ranlin was nearby, they weren't alone. Hua Ting rested contentedly on Yunchen's shoulder, occasionally nuzzling her neck as he used other vines to deliver supplies to Zhouyuan. Zhouyuan was a megacity. Despite a dangerous, elusive rift nearby, many people were willing to stay. Several cities had come together to create a permanent population of 300,000. With the opening of teleportation channels, the flow of people would increase. Most of Zhou Yuan's buildings remained dilapidated, and only a small portion had been restored. As Zhou Yuan had said, after a city's will became a megacity, its natural endowment and energy reserves increased, but so did its limitations. Even with human inhabitants, a megacity's energy replenishment rate was slow. Seeing Zhou Yuan's expression, Hua Ting asked Yunyun, "Should Daddy take you underground again?" Yunshin nodded. With her current energy reserves, she couldn't contribute to the super large-scale city will. Xia Fengnian said that in this situation, a few trips underground would be enough, and she was quite looking forward to it. Huiting asked again, "When do we go? How many days will it take?" Yunshin said anxiously, "I don't know. Daddy hasn't told me the details." The vines wrapped around the girl's body, as if she were wearing a layer of green. Huiting said softly, "I don't want to be separated from you." Yun Chen's eyes curved with a smile, and she replied that she didn't want to be separated from him either. Ming Ranlin, who didn't hear what Hua Ting said, but saw Yun Chen's expression and was full of dog food, said, "Eh." Ming Ranlin sighed. What was the point of old Xiao letting him stand there? The two children didn't even consider him a human being. He was just a neglected human construct. Dusk fell, and the black air within the crack slowly swirled. The last ray of light vanished from the earth, and the black fog, like spilled dry ice, quickly spread across the outer reaches of Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, usually pitch black and dark, was now ablaze with countless points of light, like fireflies at night, scattered everywhere from the sky. The people who had brought Zhou Yuan there had already moved a third of the items, and the rest hadn't been completely moved. Yunshin had been busy all evening, and was about to rest after dinner when Xia Fengnian told her to get ready. They were going underground. Xia Fengnian's promptness led Yunshin to prepare just as quickly. She always kept her escape or exploration gear handy, ready for any emergency, without losing time. Xia Fengnian looked at her daughter, who was fully equipped with a helmet, gloves, vest, thick boots, a high-intensity flashlight, and other bags, and hesitated to speak. Yunshin looked at himself, puzzled, and asked, "Dad, isn't this enough?" Xia Fengnian shook his head. "You won't need all that stuff. Take whatever you want. It's fine." Before leaving, Yunshin found Hua Ting and said goodbye. She pressed her face against the city statue and rocked it back and forth. "I'm leaving. You have to wait for me." Pop, pop. The vine blossomed into two small flowers, which he placed in Yunshin's chest pocket. Hua Ting shook the vine, "Be careful. Come back soon." "Yes." Yunshin stood up and saw the pitiful, dark eyes on the white city statue. Reluctantly, she hugged it again, nuzzling it. "Will you miss me?" "Of course." Hua Ting answered without hesitation. He raised a vine and poked Yunshin's cheek. "You should miss me too. But be more careful." "I know. Are you still worried about me?" Yunshin hugged Chengshi like a smudged face. The two of them kept repeating meaningless nonsense. Xia Fengnian waited outside the door for several minutes. It wasn't time to leave yet, and with his excellent hearing, he heard the conversation clearly. Unable to bear it any longer, he rushed into the house, grabbed his daughter by the back of her collar, and stomped through the vines that covered the room as he exited the masonry house. Through the window, Xia Fengnian saw Chengshi behind the glass, like a vine swaying a small handkerchief it had found somewhere. Another vine played a jade flute, the tune mournful as if his daughter had lost her father. Pooh, 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 Xia Fengnian shook off the strange thought and, under the strange glances of passers-by, dragged Yunshin like a garbage bag to the edge of Zhou Yuan's urban atmosphere. "Do you remember the techniques for concealment? We're leaving." Yunshin regained her composure. She gazed at the ghosts rising and falling outside the city atmosphere. She took a deep breath, her limbs brimming with energy as she nodded, "Let's go, Dad." She didn't ask why they had to set out at night, when ghosts were around, or where they were going. She trusted her father completely. She did whatever Xia Fengnian told her to do. Xia Fengnian stepped out of the city atmosphere. Yunshin glanced at the dense, swaying ghosts and followed without hesitation. It was December, the beginning of winter. The daytime temperatures in Zhou Yuan were pleasant, but they would drop a few degrees at night. Where ghosts were present, the temperature would drop very low. The moment they left the city atmosphere at night, Yunshin felt a biting chill. She could hear the chatter of her teeth. Xia Fengnian had said that after concealing her presence, ghosts wouldn't be able to detect her. Several ghosts brushed past Yunshin on the flat ground, with no obstacles or shelter nearby. She could clearly see the pores and hairs on the ghosts' innocent faces, and the rich, fishy smell of their breath when they opened their mouths. Yunshin nearly forgot to breathe and circulate her energy several times. Thankfully, she was highly adaptable. After several close encounters with ghosts, she became familiar with the long-lost, tense excitement of fear. She even had the energy to observe the ghosts' appearances and dark auras. Hua Ting told her about the unusual ghost behavior Xianan and the brothers from the tea house had mentioned at Songlong Pavilion. There was indeed something amiss. Yunshin noticed that for every 30 or so ghosts, there was one with exceptionally bright eyes. The eyes of ordinary ghosts are lifeless and filled with murderous intent, but those imbued with a more intense black aura give off a sense of. They possess consciousness, intelligence, and the ability to think. Perhaps this thinking ability isn't profound, but they are no longer merely low-level beings driven by instinct. Not only that, they seem even more envious of their own kind than the intangible humans in the city's atmosphere. As Yunshin slowed down, Xia Fengyan turned to look at her. Yunshin pointed at the unusual ghosts, and Xia Fengyan shook his head slightly. Yunshin took one last look at the ghosts with strange eyes, and hurried to catch up with Xia Fengyan. Just as she walked away, a shrill scream echoed from behind her. Several ghosts turned their heads in her direction, and with a surge of black aura, they rushed towards her, who lay motionless. A ghost's sharp claws grazed Yunshin's hair. She looked back and saw several ghosts hurting and hunting dozens of others. This scene was even more terrifying than seeing ghosts kill humans. Ghosts attacked their own kind without hesitation, even using them as nourishment for their own growth. What were they trying to do? Were they trying to embark on a new evolution? Yunshin didn't linger. She had no idea what drastic changes would occur to ghosts that devoured their own kind. Her instinct told her she couldn't stay there any longer. She walked over to Xia Fengyan, who immediately tucked her under his arm and vanished like a whirlwind. The moment after the father and daughter vanished, the ghosts that had eaten their own kind seemed to have sensed the scent and drifted over, lingering for a long time, a look of confusion in their eyes. While being led by Xia Fengyan, Yunshin heard Xia Fengyan's serious voice say, "Those ghosts, the evolved ghosts, are thousands of times more sensitive to human scent than before. They can detect even the slightest hint of human scent on you. Your concealment shouldn't be effective against them. It seems they're determined to completely eliminate all humans outside the city's atmosphere, leaving no one alive." A flicker of disappointment flashed through Yunshin's heart at his lack of concealment, but it was quickly overshadowed by worry. Do the evolved ghosts have an impact on the city's will? And what about the humans living within it? Yunshin's vision was filled with Xia Fengyan's red light. Nothing else was visible. She felt as if she were plummeting downwards. The weightlessness of being free from gravity made her feel dizzy, and the sharp cries of unidentified creatures lingered in her ears, intensifying her dizziness. A cool hand touched her forehead, gently stroking and infusing it with energy. Xia Fengyan said, "Nan, bear with it a little longer. We be there soon." Soon? Yunshin was a little hazy. It wasn't that her body couldn't bear it, but rather that her consciousness had been stripped away. A voice in her head told her she shouldn't be here, making her extremely uncomfortable. The energy Xia Fengyan injected drove that voice away, or rather, tricked it into thinking she was one of them. The feeling of weightlessness lasted for a long time. Xia Fengyan said, Nan, wake up. We're here." Yunshin struggled to open her eyes. It was a strange environment. All around her was pitch black, with only a few scattered spots that seemed to be illuminated by spotlights shining from overhead. But the sky above was also dark, without any light source. A faint trace of distorted air could be seen on the ground where the spotlights illuminated it. Hee. A sound came from the other side. Yunshin was about to take a closer look when Xia Fengyan covered her eyes, forcing her to look straight ahead and follow him. Xia Fengyan said, "You can't see, hear, or touch it." Yunshin paused, then nodded. Father and daughter stepped under a spotlight like light. A stone door slowly rose from the darkness. Yunshin heard that strange giggle again. Xia Fengyan placed both hands on the stone door and pulled it hard to the right. The moment the door opened, a dazzling red light blinded Yunshin. Xia Fengyan pushed her from behind, and she was involuntarily drawn into a cave filled with energy stones. The walls of the cave were filled with energy stones, the ceiling was covered with energy stones, and even the ground was covered with a thick layer of energy stones. The energy stone made Yunshin feel familiar and warm. The stone door closed, shutting out the laughter outside. Xia Fengyan, one hand on his hip, glanced nostalgically at the place and said, "This is the nest where Dad and I were born." Nest? Yunshin found Xia Fengyan's name amusing. "This is the safest place for both of us." Xia Fengyan walked ahead, asking her to follow. "Dad will find you the most comfortable place to sleep. I guarantee you won't wake up with back pain." "Sleep?" Yunshin asked bewilderedly, "Aren't we here to absorb the energy stone? Why are we sleeping here?" Xiaofingyan casually broke off a piece of the hard energy stone from the cave wall and chewed it like a candy bean. He said, "We absorb energy fastest when we're asleep. If you sleep here for 10 days or half a month, your body will have a lot more energy. Stay here first. Sleep for 3 months." Yunshin was horrified. "Dad, do I have to sleep that long?" Xiaofingyan found a hollow that resembled a giant baby cradle made of energy stones and nodded. "What if I told you that the energy you glean from sleeping for a full year would be enough to awaken Jojo? Would you sleep?" Yunshin glanced at the spot Xiaofingyan pointed and asked, "Will it be okay to sleep here?" Xiaofingyan, "Theoretically, yes." "Okay, good night, Dad." Yunshin tossed his backpack into the hollow and jumped in. He rested his head on the backpack, his hands folded in front of his stomach, his eyes closed, his expression serene. "Xiaofingyan, I'm not finished yet. Get up first." Yunshin opened his eyes and sat up. "Anything else?" Xiaofingyan said, "Each sleep lasts for different lengths. I can't control how long I absorb energy while I'm asleep. One time, I only intended to take a short nap, but I ended up sleeping for 2,000 years. Yunshin stood up stiffly. "Can you put something this important first next time?" Xiaofingyan laughed. "That's because no one woke me up. Don't worry, my daughter. Daddy can wake you up." Yunshin's mood was like a roller coaster, up and down for a while. She asked with a dull face, "Daddy, please don't gasp when you talk next time." She climbed out of the cradle, completely losing all desire to sleep. She waited for Xiaofingyan to finish his words before going back to work. Xiaofingyan was surprised that his words didn't earn him an admiring look from his daughter. His cheeks puffed up like hamsters in anger. "Although this place should be safe, no place is safer than this. We still need to check everything out." Xiaofingyan led Yunshin around the massive energy stone cave. It wasn't so much an inspection, as it was a way of showing off his former luxurious home to his daughter. He also wanted her to see how earth-shattering his birth had been. The energy stone, drained dry, hadn't been fully restored even after 10,000 years. Yunshin noticed a crucial point. 10,000. 10,000 years. How old was Xiaofingyan? When he and Yun Zhongshu were together, they were like old cows eating tender grass. Xiaofingyan smiled shyly at this topic, waving his hands in front of his face, saying, "Why are you asking nonsense, little girl? A man's age is a secret." Yunshin was about to ask further, when a rustling sound came from not far away. The sound was faint and not crisp, clearly not the sound of an energy stone falling. Xiaofingyan's face darkened. He just casually said he was checking, and he didn't think there was any danger here. What dared to run wild in his territory? Xiaofingyan and Yunshin hurried towards the source of the sound lightly, making no sound. As they approached, the temperature in the cave suddenly dropped, and a pungent, sulfur-like odor greeted them. Yunshin's eyes flashed with surprise. There were ghosts here? Ahead was a cliff made of energy stones, and the smell emanated from the end of the cliff. There was a scraping sound beneath their feet. Xiaofingyan's face darkened, and he clenched his right fist. With one blow, the earth and mountains collapsed. Countless fragments of energy stone flew everywhere, but the moment they touched Yunshin, they transformed into energy, rushing into her body. The same happened to Xiaofingyan. A huge hole was smashed beneath their feet. Through the hole, Yunshin and Xiaofingyan saw many ghosts carrying energy stones. They stopped at the noise and looked up in bewilderment, their eyes asking, "Where's the roof? It was so big just now, how could it suddenly disappear?" Chapter 149. Energy stones have an effect on the city's will, and they also have a significant effect on ghosts. As Yunshin discovered, energy stones can help ghosts move against the rules, and even contaminate the city's will. There may be even more undiscovered possibilities. The energy stone cave is Xiaofingyan's lair. It's unknown when the ghosts began stealing energy stones here, but judging by the small hole they dug, it's likely quite recent. The ghosts, caught stealing in public, remained unfazed and continued their theft, ignoring Xiaofingyan. Most terrifyingly, despite the sin of Yunshin, a human, their mouths watering, they obeyed the leader's orders and continued to move the energy stones, resisting the temptation of the delicious food. Yunshin was horrified. Xiaofingyan sneered twice, then delivered 2 more powerful punches, not only collapsing the energy stone cliff, but also absorbing all the energy there, transforming it into ordinary white stone. The leading ghost noticed Xiaofingyan's displeasure, but it didn't persist. Seeing the heavy losses, it led its men away. The passage they left through was a small cave, similar to the one Yunshin had seen near the ghostly hive's platform, only smaller. After the ghosts entered the cave, the passage flickered twice and disappeared from the cave. Xia Fengnian cursed. They're so arrogant. The ghosts are indestructible. With the 9 provinces shattered by Hua Ting's power, their honeycomb-like hive could move freely throughout the underground. Xia Fengnian hadn't expected it to even reach his own lair. He gritted his teeth for a long time, smashed the place to pieces, and led his daughter back to their original location. I've never understood this. Yunshin laid down at Xia Fengnian's instruction. How can ghosts use energy stones? They clearly don't have any energy aura. Xia Fengnian said, when ghosts first appeared, I intervened in a ghost operation to save humanity. The rules classified me as a race ready to participate in the war, and the energy stone emerged from underground. Both ghosts and humans can use it. Yunshin, ready to participate in the war? Xia Fengnian didn't elaborate on the meaning of this term. He simply said, if there are more than 3 underground races officially vying for dominance on the surface, the rules will allow all underground races to participate in the war. The situation of humans who have lost their memories of the underground will only become more dire. Yunshin was shocked. Xia Fengnian's words today were more direct than ever. Perhaps it was because of the underground, or perhaps it was for some other reason. She asked, what about me? If that's the case, can I still give energy to the city's will? Xia Fengnian slid along the energy crystal to her side and whispered, of course you can. You're human, so there's nothing wrong with helping humans. Seeing Yunshin still worried, Xia Fengnian smiled and said, to be frank, you've managed to exploit a loophole in the rules, so there's nothing to worry about. Yunshin finally felt relieved. Xia Fengnian explained that the method for the energy crystal to completely fall asleep was to empty all consciousness, merge herself with the surrounding energy stones, and accept them, allowing them to actively transfer their energy to her. She could actively guide them the first few times, and after repeating the cycle, she could let it happen naturally. Before Yunshin fell asleep, she grabbed Xia Fengnian's hand and asked, Dad, you wake me up in 3 months, right? Xia Fengnian nodded, I wake you. Yunshin thought for a moment and said, remember to tell Huiting I'd be back in 3 months. She had originally wanted to use the T-brand phone to notify Huiting, but underground, the phone was completely inoperable and useless. Xia Fengnian said, okay. Yunshin then closed her eyes, and the energy around her slowly circulated. Clusters of energy crystals were attracted to her energy and circled around her. The girl's breathing became steady and slow. Xia Fengnian raised his hand with a gentle gaze and touched her cheek. The back of his hand brushed across her eyebrows, as if he was looking through her into another person. His eyes were filled with lingering sorrow and longing. Suddenly, Xia Fengnian withdrew his hand, muttering, you forgot your father after having a lover, and you even asked me to go and notify that little bastard. Xia Fengnian quickly stood up and waved his hand back. The energy crystals, like a cradle, slowly closed, enveloping the sleeping girl. He opened the stone door, and from outside came a sinister chuckle. There were also creatures he recognized but didn't want to interact with, almost all of them mocking him, asking why he returned underground after having gone above ground. A red light emanated from Xia Fengnian's feet, and the next second, his figure vanished from the spot he'd been standing on. Huiting counted petals in the city. An odd number meant Yunyun would return today, and an even number meant Yunyun would return tomorrow. Of course, counting petals didn't interfere with his other city duties, nor did it delay his meeting at Songlong Pavilion. He dedicated this portion of his consciousness primarily to thinking about Yunshin. After a day and a night, nearly all the people who had gone to Zhouyuan had moved out. Even without the aid of city energy, humans could still build houses, and with the right equipment, they could do so quickly. 1, 2, 3. Hua Ting was counting when suddenly a figure appeared in front of the vines. He was unaware and screamed twice in fright. Xia Fengnian listened to the little girl's terrified cry and gave Hua Ting an indescribable look. He said, Nan won't be back for 3 months. She asked me to let you know. Without waiting for Hua Ting to lose heart, Xia Fengnian swiftly tore off his 2 arms and 1 leg and threw them in front of him. 1 arm is for replenishing your energy during flight. If Zhongzhou builds the Zhouyuan transmission channel before reaching the megacity, you can give it to him to replenish your energy. The rest is for you to use as you wish and reach the megacity sooner. After Xia Fengnian finished speaking, his figure was enveloped by a red light. The red light flashed across the flat ground, causing exclamations, and then disappeared. Hua Ting stared silently at the 2 arms and 1 leg, which looked like they had been dismembered. He carefully gathered them up with vines, and whispered to Nianen in the corner of the courtyard, Yunyun won't be back for 3 months. What should we do? Nianen, woof! Huiting shook the vines. You're right. We need to become a megacity as soon as possible and gather the wills of the other cities. Nianen barked twice, then lay on the ground, wagging his tail and falling asleep. In Songlong Pavilion, Hua Ting informed Zhongzhou that Yunshin wouldn't be back for 3 months, and that Xia Fengnian had left behind the energy stone. Zhongzhou instructed Ming Ranlin to return the energy stone. He immediately needed to build a passage to Zhouyuan. Xia Fengnian returned to the energy stone cave. The energy stone, sensing his return, glowed even brighter than usual. His missing torso was instantly restored. The place where one was born always makes people feel particularly close, and Xia Fengnian is no exception. However, there are only energy stones here, and no other intelligent creature was born except him. He was too bored, so he secretly went to the ground. At that time, a great battle was still raging above ground. The powerful underground creatures could easily smite him to death with a single blow. He, a fledgling little stone, could only hide in a corner, trembling in fear. The first humans to emerge from the underground were powerful. They might not have been the strongest of the underground races, but they were far more intelligent. Back then, humans could summon wind and rain, battling all manner of gigantic underground creatures. He had nowhere to hide, so he returned to the underground and slept. When he woke up again, time had passed. The war was over, and humans had become the dominant force above ground. The other underground creatures had faded into obscurity. Some were forgotten, while others might become mere monsters in human records, becoming part of a fleeting myth. Xia Fengnian sat down beside Yunshin, humming a soothing song he had once heard. When he reappeared above ground, humans still retained some of their underground abilities. They retained the strength of the underground race's bodies, while others, whose bodies had degenerated slowly, still possessed special abilities, becoming what they called witches or other forms of degeneration. The human lifespan at this time was much shorter than before, and they would die. Later, humans with special abilities completely vanished, and humanity's physical constitution weakened. While their individual lifespan shortened, the lifeline of the entire race unexpectedly lengthened. The civilization they created on Earth delighted the planet, and the rules seemed to become more tolerant of them. Even though they had lost their own abilities, the national and city wills born from their civilization and culture were still permitted by the rules. But then, Xia Fengnian could never understand how humanity had embarked on such a path. They had destroyed the planetary environment they inhabited, the civilization they had built, and humanity's physical and mental strength had deteriorated significantly. 100 years before the apocalypse, sensing the planet's wrath, the underground races had been eagerly awaiting the opportunity to challenge humanity. He had witnessed humanity's rise, prosperity, and decline, and would soon witness its demise. He had arrived on Earth 30 years before the apocalypse, expecting to live a quiet and boring life disguised as a human. However, one year, on a whim, he rescued a human baby, and things became abuzz. Xia Fengnian's smile blossomed again. He raised his hand and scratched Yunshin's nose. When your mother was born, she looked exactly like you. Only tiny, not even the size of an energy stone. Xia Fengnian pointed to the 2-meter-tall energy stone beside him. If Yunshin could hear him, he would definitely roll his eyes. Because she was a baby girl, she was about to be drowned by an elder. I gave that elder some money, and she survived. I didn't take it personally. It was only when we met again in the university infirmary that I recognized her again. It was a strange feeling. The energy flowing in the air grew incredibly dense. Xia Fengnian extended his index finger to stir the energy, causing it to flow faster. He then stared at Yunshin in silence, no longer speaking. He knelt down on the energy stone, his head resting against it, and remained silent, his eyes fixed on Yunshin without blinking. I want to be with her. But I can't bear to leave you. I'm no longer a qualified husband, and I don't want to be a failed father anymore. Xia Fengnian's gaze fell, and the ring on Yunshin's thumb gleamed. The crimson energy stone on the ring setting was his cherished treasure. It had once protected Yun Zhongshu's life, but now served as Yunshin's safety talisman. Xia Fengnian's expression shifted. He removed the ring from Yunshin's thumb, examined it for a moment, then raised his right hand. His index fingernail traced a scarlet across his collarbone, revealing a gap. Xia Fengnian expressionlessly inserted the ring into the gap. He wanted to give his daughter a better safety talisman. Underground was pitch black, and creatures living in perpetual darkness had no concept of time. On the surface, it was different. There was sun during the day and moon at night, and each shift between day and night marked the passing of a day. Zhongzhou had established a teleportation channel in Zhouyuan. While Zhongzhou hadn't yet become a megacity capable of replenishing its energy with energy stones, he asked Huiting to transport Ming Ranlin to Xinjing, where he established another teleportation channel. The information barrier between the northern and southern cities of Jiuzhou had vanished without a trace. The day the Xinjiang teleportation channel was successfully established happened to be January 1, 2033, the beginning of the new year according to the Gregorian calendar. For the people of Jiuzhou, the true new year would not arrive until another month. Huading's Xinjiang team returned to Xinjiang via the teleportation channel, bringing back a wealth of useful intelligence. As the city with the most information, Xinjiang shared its knowledge with the other city wills without reservation. The current situation of the city wills in Jiuzhou is not as good as they had hoped, but it is not as bad as they thought. The ghosts have always sought to completely destroy a city will, but based on the intelligence currently available in Xinjiang, their plans have failed completely, and they have not been able to completely destroy a single city will in all these years. The situation of the city wills, however, is not optimistic. Just because they have not been destroyed does not mean that their current situation is good. Some are barely awake, while others have fallen asleep again, awaiting support. Only when all the city wills awaken can Jiuzhou possibly awaken. Even awakening all the city wills isn't enough. They also need to gather all the Jiuzhou statue fragments. The city wills must inject immense energy into the Jiuzhou statue to activate it and awaken Jiuzhou. There's a major problem. Known only to Xinjiang, 2 Jiuzhou statue fragments are in Guimei's possession. One represents Huading's mobility talent, the other represents Qianhu's hub talent. Qianhu's city talent is the ability to connect various roads. With Qianhu's talent added to it, Zhongzhou's teleportation channels will no longer be limited to teleporting from one city to Zhongzhou before reaching other cities. Qianhu's talent can open up these channels. The Jiuzhou statue fragments must be hidden within the ghost's mother nest. Only then can the ghost's creator harness the power of the Jiuzhou statue fragments to travel. One day, they must retrieve these 2 Jiuzhou statue fragments. Otherwise, the Jiuzhou statue cannot be fully assembled, and their city wills will have no way to inject energy and awaken Jiuzhou. Regarding Jin and Yin's knowledge of the annular solar eclipse, Xinjiang had resolved that if Zhongzhou remained unsolved, he would have the humans use other methods against them. This method would be even more cruel than the previous punishments, and Xinjiang, as the city's will, was unwilling to make such a decision unless absolutely necessary. Xinjiang was aware of Yun Chen's current slumber, accumulating energy. He mentioned that many people in the northern cities had recently been whispering about Xiaofengnian, who had somehow obtained the information that Xiaofengnian was not a human, but a strange monster possessing the ability to replenish the city's will's energy. Xinjiang believed this discussion was not going in the right direction. If other city wills heard about it, they should immediately stop it and promptly guide it in a more benevolent direction, so as not to upset the tribesmen who were so kind as to help them. Xinjiang's communications were all relayed through his city patron, Pei Xiaonin, or through a densely written letter. Huading, Shijiang, Xianan, and Baolu's city wills were amazed. As city wills, this was their first experience with this semi-commandatory communication style. The Chafu brothers were overwhelmed. They couldn't stand communicating with such utterly serious city wills. Zhou Yuan and Zhongzhou were indeed serious, but Zhou Yuan wasn't serious at all, and Zhongzhou was simply phony. The thought of Sanlong Pavilion bringing in someone like Xinjiang and making the daily atmosphere feel like a meeting made the Chafu brothers want to halt their talent development immediately and stay in the big cities without further advancement. It was hilarious. It was impossible. The energy that Xiaofengnian transmitted to the various city wills through Yunchen last year, after conversion and absorption, was almost completely absorbed by them. In mid-January 2033, Huading became a megacity, its city image exceeding 2.5 meters in height, and its human habitability improved significantly. The day after Huading became a megacity, Zhongzhou entered the supercity stage, and a humanoid form of the city will appeared. In the following days, Shijiang and Xianan successively became megacities. The Chafu brothers were left alone with their own city will, gritted their teeth, and remained in a large city until the day before the Lunar New Year, when they finally became a megacity. The Chafu brothers' city talent, Flying Dragon Riding Cloud, also saw a qualitative improvement, expanding its coverage again to encompass cities such as Baozhou, Mingdao, Xinjiang, and Yuyuan. Their separate virtual space, Sanlong Pavilion, also underwent earth-shaking changes. The T brothers, however, were hesitant to open the Sanlong Pavilion, instead sending T card numbers to the newly added city wills and their followers. The reason was that the 2 brothers were celebrating the new year and didn't want to see the other city wills' sullen faces during the new year period. It wasn't because they were afraid of the divine capital or anything like that. In 2033, the last day of the Jiuzhou lunar year 2032, the followers of the city wills that had established transmission channels with Zhongzhou gathered in Zhongzhou to greet the new year. Even in the apocalypse, the new year brought a smile to the faces of the people of Jojo. Every city was bustling with activity, with different New Year celebrations, conversations, and memories flowing among the people, all providing a constant source of energy for the city wills. Most of the city wills were happy, except for Huading. His joy was tempered by a touch of sadness. What good was the new year without Yun Yun? Huading huddled in his brick house, vines embracing his city portrait, scratching a horizontal line on the small blackboard on the wall. Yun Yun's return is still days away. Huading contentedly put down his pen. He was about to settle into a good night's sleep when he heard a flurry of exclamations from the city below. He was now floating low above Zhongzhou. What was happening down there? The vines gathered beneath the city immediately spread out, their swaying leaves transforming into tiny eyes, observing the situation in Zhongzhou. Suddenly, a vine stopped, its leaves fixed on the scene below. At the round dinner table, Ming Ranling collapsed to the ground, his hands clutching his chest. Someone unbuttoned his shirt to examine his chest, but their hands were stained with blood. Pulling up Ming Ranling's shirt, they revealed a palm-sized gash on his left chest, from which blood gushed continuously. As if something had squeezed the gash open, a heart-shaped energy stone was half exposed. Connected to countless blood vessels, its color was changing, from a rich crimson to a lighter shade of red. Hua Ting instinctively checked on Huang Xing in his own city. As expected, Huang Xing collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yongfu, Qian Gaofei, and Gua Hongyu anxiously surrounded him. Somehow, a wound that had healed for years suddenly flared up, and blood streamed from Huang Xing's side. The organ, transformed from energy stone, eagerly emerged from his skin, slowly changing color. Chapter 150. In the energy stone cave, against the backdrop of red energy crystals, Xia Fengnian's pale face took on a touch of red. He opened his palm, revealing a ring he had dug out from his chest. Xia Fengnian placed the ring back on Yun Chen's thumb. It looked identical to the previous ring, but its function was vastly different. This ring no longer allowed him to sense the wearer's movements. He had infused the heart stone with even more energy, including control over some of the humans he had helped. The heart stone's energy would slowly nourish Yun Chen, allowing her to grow without lack of energy until it was depleted. At that point, Yun Chen would no longer need external energy. If he died one day, all his energy would flow into the heart stone. This ring could only be worn by Yun Chen, and its energy could only be used by Yun Chen. Anyone else attempting to use it without permission would be ripped to shreds by the raging energy. Everything crumbled into slag. Xia Fengnian chuckled, then coughed violently. He raised his hand to his mouth, then noticed the wrinkled skin on his fingers. He glanced at the shiny, bright energy stone next to him. The reflective surface revealed a figure with gray hair and eyebrows, and wrinkles around the corners of his eyes. Who is this old man? Xia Fengnian was startled, then realized it was him. He plucked a piece of the energy stone and stuffed it into his mouth. After consuming 2 3-meter-high clusters of energy stone, his appearance returned to normal. Cough cough. Xia Fengnian coughed up a number of energy stone fragments. If it were a human's injury, he would have been vomiting visceral foam. Digging out the heart stone twice was too much for his health. Xia Fengnian dug hard at the energy stone with both hands, unearthing a recliner. He lay on it, chewing the energy stone with a sense of despair. From time to time, he raised his hands to absorb the energy from a large area of the energy stone above his head. His appearance quickly returned to his normal, baby-faced youth. Ghosts would occasionally come to his lair to rob him. He couldn't hit them, nor could he scold them. He could only watch these fleas steal coldly. Thankfully, he had absolute control over the energy stones. The ghosts could steal as much as they wanted. If they could steal a fully charged energy stone, Xia Fengnian would have lived all these years in vain. After several setbacks, the ghosts stopped coming here. Xia Fengnian knew they would come again, but only after he left. By then I absorb all the energy here. I see what else you can steal. Underground darkness remained, while above-ground March quietly arrived. With the arrival of early spring, the ice and snow melted, new buds burst from the soil, sprouting and extending branches. This was the season of rebirth, and all plants grew rapidly. Except for the Huading vines hovering above Zhouyuan, they were drooping and lifeless, each vine looking as if it had been infested by insects. Why? Zhouyuan glanced at the irritable vines indifferently, then sat down under the grapevine trellis, continuing his left-handed game with his right. The vine slammed heavily against the stone table, sending many pieces flying from Zhouyuan's chessboard, some even soaring into the sky, disappearing. Zhouyuan, eh? He stared at the vine silently with his beautiful eyes. Woo! The vines crouched on the edge of the stone table, 2 small leaves covering the top of the branches, rolling on the table. Yun hasn't returned yet. Zhou Yuan, clutching his wide sleeves with one hand and arranging the pieces on the board with the other, said, "You're too anxious. Why don't you play chess with me for a while to calm your mind?" Brother Xia only mentioned 3 months, not whether it was an integer. "You don't need to worry so much." Huiting immediately said, "I don't want to play chess with you." He couldn't understand how Zhou Yuan, who seemed so enigmatic and so fond of playing chess, could be such a terrible chess player. Playing chess with Zhou Yuan wouldn't calm his mind. It would only make things worse. Hua Ting gazed sadly at the sky, at the same angle as the old turtle next to him. He said, "It's been 3 months and 3 days. 3 whole days." Hua Ting exclaimed in shock, "More than 3 whole days. What if Yun and Dad meet with something unexpected underground?" Ugh! 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 Zhou Yuan watched speechlessly, as Hua Ting's other vines quickly brought in a few willow branches from outside the city wall. The vines grasped the branches, dipped them in water, and whipped themselves twice. Then, they lit a brazier, and played a childish game of vines leaping over it, in the middle of the courtyard. Hua Ting even tried to drag him along. Zhou Yuan's forehead formed a cross. He kept telling himself to be patient. This was still a young city will, born after its demise. Playful and mischievous behavior was normal. The more he let it grow into a normal city will, the more he had to let it grow into a normal city will. Jiuzhou couldn't have another Xi and Luo who betrayed it. Zhou Yuan glanced at Hua Ting. His personality wasn't much different when he wasn't dealing with Yun Chen's problems. When dealing with human troubles, he was cold, distant, rational, and restrained. Whenever something involved Yun Chen, Hua Ting's IQ instantly dropped to that of a 3-year-old, and his actions became uncontrollable, like an untamed wild horse. The uncontrollable nature of this refers only to his tantrums in his own yard. It won't interfere with other matters. Huiting used vines to scurry around the yard several times, sprawled on the ground like the old turtle, feeling unworthy. Seeing his distress, Zhou Yuan gathered his chess pieces, walked over to the vines, and squatted, saying, "Brother Xia is very capable. Yun Chen will be fine." Hua Ting said, "I know." Zhou Yuan was puzzled. "Then why are you sad?" Hua Ting said, "Have you ever loved someone? Can you understand the longing I feel?" Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment, then said, "I understand the feeling of longing." "Nonsense!" Hua Ting said angrily, "Yun is unique, and my longing for Yun is also unique. How could you possibly understand?" Yun said that children who lie grow noses. "Be careful, your nose might be as long as an elephant's." Zhou Yuan stood up, smoothed the hem of his black, gold-embroidered robe, gently lifted his foot, and placed it gently on the vine again. Then, expressionlessly, he rolled his right foot, ignoring Yun's fake cries of pain, and walked away. Not every city will was present at Sanlong Pavilion. Some, requiring their full attention, were absent. For example, Huiting needed to devote his entire attention to Yun Chen, so he had no time for unimportant meetings. He would only be called upon for serious matters. The city wills in the north were busy with spring plowing. Their arable land was much larger than theirs, and they had no time to attend the daily exchange meetings at Sanlong Pavilion. After listening to Zhou Yuan's story, the brothers at the tea house simultaneously pounded their chairs, doubled over in laughter, and burst into tears. Zhou Yuan looked dazed. Was he too old? Was the gap between him and the other city wills too great? Why didn't he understand what the tea house brothers were laughing about? The tea house brothers were speechless with laughter. Shi Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. "Zhou Yuan, when Huiting is sad, you don't need to comfort him. Just let him be sad." Zhongzhou interjected, "If you can't stand his shabby self, give him something important to do. As long as he has something important to do, he'd be fine." The tea house brothers chuckled and linked their arms. "Our advice is to just cry louder, and complain more than he does." In the corner of the stone pavilion, a city will with a stern expression, regal features, figure, and attire, sat quietly. When she didn't speak, her eyes seemed to hold murderous intent. When this city will first appeared in Sanlong Pavilion, everyone thought she was the city will of some northern city. At first, she acted very aloof, unwilling to interact with any city will. Judging by her tan skin, they suspected she might be Tianji. Later, I realized it wasn't apathy at all, but rather a shyness that made her afraid to speak to anyone. This deceptively deceptive city spirit was actually Baozu. Overhearing everyone discussing Huiting, Baozu raised her hand, pointed her fingers at her chest, and whispered, only, if Yun Chen returns, will Huiting return to normal." The tea house brothers applauded. Baozu made great progress today. She didn't stumble at all in the second half of her sentence. Let's give her some encouragement. This time, the tea house brothers weren't sarcastic. Instead, they sincerely praised Bao Zhu, hoping she could communicate normally with everyone. Several northern city wills, especially the old man from Xinjing, sat down in the pavilion. If city wills didn't have a coma setting, Bao Zhu would have fainted on the spot. Shijiang, Xianan, and several other city wills applauded. Bao Zhu's face flushed, her eyes sparkling, as she told Renpei Jun about being praised again at Songlong Pavilion today. She had received another compliment from Renpei Jun. She figured she must be the city will that loved being praised the most. Huading also loved being praised. It had been 3 months since he heard Yunshan praise him. He thought he was a disappointing city will, wondering how he could be so preoccupied with thoughts. But he also felt he was quite accomplished. Who else could devote a wisp of consciousness to thinking about their beloved like he did? Late at night, Huating pulled out his notebook and carefully wrote on it, "Today I fulfilled my promise to Yunyun. I will think of her every day." The notebook also recorded other things he had accomplished in the past 3 months, going to Yuyuan and Fengtian to help transport human survivors trapped outside the city's atmosphere, noting changes in ghosts along the roads between cities, bringing back more human survivors, returning to the ghost hive to check if there were any unusual ghost movements, and so on. While Yunshan slept, absorbing energy and growing, he was also working hard to become better. If Yunyun had to stop and wait for him while she was running ahead, how could he be worthy of her love? After finishing his notes, Huating began his daily sleep routine, the city will, which would help him recover and accumulate energy. When the city will fell asleep, the city became very quiet. Humans, animals, and plants, all living things were asleep, save for the annoying cries of ghosts. Dawn was breaking. The base of the floating city was covered in vines and branches. The morning breeze rustled the branches and leaves, like wind chimes, clashing against each other. The first rays of sunlight shone on the city's roof, encircling it like a golden wheel. The camera zoomed out, and through the telescope, she could only see the vines slapping against her companions. The rustling sound was a figment of her imagination. Yunshan lowered the telescope, a smile spreading across her face. She was going home soon. She was brimming with energy, and with this abundant energy replenishment, her height had suddenly surged to 1.75 meters. Huating would surely be surprised to see her. When her relaxed gaze turned to Xiaofengyan behind her, it became heavy. Xiaofengyan. Because he had absorbed so much energy at once, he had temporarily transformed into a ball. Dad. Yunshan silently supported Xiaofengyan, who was tumbling in the wind. Why did you insist on absorbing so many energy stones all at once? Xiaofengyan, his face puffed up like a balloon, but still youthful and handsome, declared firmly, "As long as I steal my own home first, no one else can." Chapter 151. After a 3-month absence, Yunshan and Xiaofengyan retraced their steps on Zhouyuan's land. After being pulled underground, most of Zhouyuan's buildings were destroyed. As a megacity-level city, its use of city energy was limited, and these buildings remained in their original state. This is one of the oldest cities in Jiuzhou. Even an unremarkable unearthed pot you might stumble upon on the street could be a cultural relic, and these ancient buildings must be maintained. Human-built building maintenance devices surround the buildings, adding a touch of dilapidated beauty to them. The entrance to Zhouyuan was crowded and bustling with activity. Xiaofengyan's balloon-like figure was so strange that Yunshan, standing next to him, also attracted a lot of attention. Yunshan felt the urge to cover his face. The guard at the city entrance pointed to the math problems on the bulletin board and asked the father and daughter to choose a few to solve. Paper and pen are available nearby. Be mindful of resource conservation and avoid waste. After the information was shared, anyone entering each city had to perform a few math problems as a preliminary screening to identify the nameless. If they encountered any uncertainties, they would ask Rendayo of the orb to smell them. Before and after the apocalypse, there were always people who struggled with math problems. Yunshan and Xiaofengyan passed the simple entrance inspection and officially entered Zhouyuan. They spotted a young man in a black robe, standing out from the crowd, yet unnoticed by passers-by. Xiaofengyan's new size drew a flash of surprise from Zhouyuan. He stepped forward to greet the two and said, "Brother Xia, you've changed the most this time." Yunshan suppressed a laugh. Xiaofengyan rolled his eyes and said, "I've made such a great sacrifice for you humans." He mentioned the ghosts stealing energy stones. Whatever the ghosts wanted to do with the energy stones, Xiaofengyan had completely drained the Big Head Energy Stone Cave, their source of them. It would take over 100 years for the cave's energy stones to recover. The scattered energy stones in the shallow underground were few in number, and not a concern. Zhouyuan still frowned slightly after hearing this. The two of them walked towards the city center. Yunchen asked, "Any further news on the solar eclipse?" Zhou Yuan shook his head. He said that progress in Zhongzhou was slow, and that Xinjing had already taken Jin and Yin there, and they might use other means to pry them open. The ghosts outside, constantly devouring their companions and evolving continuously, were the most troubling issue for the various city leaders recently. They boarded a bus with a fixed route within the city. Xia Fengyan alone occupied the last row of seats. Yun Qin and Zhou Yuan sat in the row in front of him. Zhou Yuan said, "In the past, ghosts could survive outside the city if humans were cautious and lucky enough. But the evolved ghosts are now true human detectors. Their perception is several times greater than before, and so are their abilities. The weaknesses of different ghost types still exist, but..." Yunchen was puzzled. "But?" Zhou Yuan said, "If different types of ghosts devour each other, there's a chance they combine the advantages of both types. They only retain the weaknesses of one type." Yunchen frowned. This change in ghosts was equivalent to overturning human perception of them. Xia Fengyan, in the back seat, said, "They can only appear at night, and are still blocked by the city's atmosphere. So, the situation isn't too bad." Zhou Yuan replied, "That's certainly true for those who live in the city." Yunchen was born in the city, and lived there from childhood to adulthood. Later, after an accident, she was taken in by the city and lived there. Only during that time, while absorbing the energy stone in the ghost nest, did she spend a few nights outside the city. The feeling of powerlessness and need to hide, surrounded by ghosts, was unbearable. Not all humans who survived the apocalypse came to the city. These survivors are collectively known as wanderers. After so many years of the apocalypse, the city's aura has been limited in scope and location. Coupled with a lack of information and the constraints of darkness and ghosts, humans are afraid to move freely. Many of these wanderers remain unaware of the city's will. Some wanderers who are aware of the city's will but still choose to survive outside distrust it, believing that the city's will, along with the ghosts, is the bringer of doom. Departing from the common belief that the city's will protects humanity, they hold a different view. Ghosts are human hunters roaming the wild, feeding on the energy contained in human flesh. City minds, on the other hand, are human breeders who cultivate humans into waste, feeding on their spiritual energy. They haven't shown any signs of harm yet, but they will undoubtedly reappear. Neither is a good thing, and humanity can only survive on its own in this difficult situation. As ghosts evolve, survival in this difficult situation becomes extremely difficult. The desire to survive is a human instinct. After weighing the pros and cons, some of these wanderers are forced to endure humiliation and seek refuge with city minds, which have yet to reveal their true purpose. As a result, cities like Yuhara, Fengtian, Xinjing, Zhouyuan, and Zhejiang have seen a surge in wanderers who resist the city minds, but must come here to save their lives. Yun Qian's eyes were wide open after hearing this. A lot of new things had happened during her 3 months of sleep. She recalled the madman she had encountered while searching for survivors in Huading, and the homeless people who had been frightened away by Zhang Yongfu and his men, pretending to be soldiers and gaining their trust. Yunchen hesitated, then cryptically warned, some of them might have done bad things. Xia Fengyan shifted his body, slightly smaller than before boarding the bus, and muttered, "Nan, there's no need for you to worry. These guys can't hear anything they want to hear. Human secrets can't be hidden from them." There were no other passengers in the bus except the driver, who was driving diligently. Their conversation was quiet, so the driver couldn't hear. Zhou Yuan smiled, but didn't refute Xia Fengyan's words. He answered Yunchen's question. "Xinjing is better at handling this than we are. There's a dedicated housing area for the homeless, and Xinjing has sent in a number of personnel specifically to train these individuals. Only after they pass a quality assessment can they interact with the humans originally living in the city." Yunchen explained, "Xinjing is truly impressive." Zhou Yuan said, "Huading has also been doing a remarkable job over the past few months." His expression and tone were serious, but Yunchen inexplicably detected a hint of teasing. Her earlobes blushed slightly, and while shy, she also wanted to know what Huading had been up to. Xia Fengyan, He coughed forcefully twice, but to no avail. Zhou Yuan ignored him, as he recounted Huading's recent activities. Humans from various cities have formed teams to search for remaining supplies. The casualty rate among the human survivors in hiding remains high. No matter how high the casualty rate among the exploration teams, this mission cannot be cancelled. While humans may be self-sufficient in supplies after the city's later development, there are still many fellow humans wandering the world, and they must not be abandoned. Yu Yuan and Fengtian's exploration team knew of several large nomad strongholds. Half the team lost their lives on the way just to bring back this intelligence. The strongholds are overcrowded, and too far from the nearest city, like a dungeon, to carry out the transfer. The transfer would have resulted in numerous casualties. Huading, as a mobile city, perfectly solved Yuyuan and Fengtian's problems. More accurately, it was a problem faced by each city's exploration team. It could serve as a mobile supply station, significantly boosting human exploration progress outside the city's atmosphere. Huading's vines also aided humans in observing the new changes in the evolving ghosts at night. In the event of an unavoidable ghost attack, the vines could promptly transport humans back to the city, minimizing casualties during the observation. Huading was a city that spontaneously disappeared and then reborn, yet it exhibited none of the emotional instability typical of a new city will. It was steady and reliable, its strength rapidly and steadily increasing, and it collaborated harmoniously with the various city wills. This greatly comforted Zhou Yuan, who was overwhelmed by the headache of caring for the newly born Xinluo. Yuanchen beamed at Zhou Yuan's generous praise of Huading, even happier than if she were the one being praised herself. On their way underground, Yuanchen had left the fragments of the Jiuzhou statue on Huading. Without them, he couldn't teleport back immediately. The scenery outside the car window flashed by, blurring. The bus was already moving fast, but she wanted it to go even faster. She wanted to see Huading right away. A dozen rags tumbled into the large basin. The branches lifted the sides of the basin, causing the water to sway and oscillate until it landed on the roof, where the swaying finally ceased. Hua Ting expertly wrung out the rag, and more than a dozen vines began working simultaneously, wiping the small building where Yuanchen lived from top to bottom. Elsewhere in the city, his vines were helping citizens plow and sow seeds, soothing crying children to cheer them up, or even helping those who nearly fell while carrying heavy objects. New factories and buildings were rapidly taking shape under his direction. Humans constructed the framework, while he used the city's energy to fill in the remaining materials, building at an incredibly fast pace. His main vine was attending to something more important. Counting petals, thinking of Yuanchen, like a waiting stone. Yunyun will come back today, Yunyun won't come back today, Yunyun will come back today, Yunyun won't come back today. Huading's mumblings lingered in the small courtyard. After becoming a megacity, his voice had changed somewhat, becoming more youthful, the timbre and casualness that had always lingered more pronounced, yet still clear. Suddenly, the mumbling stopped. Vines across the city swayed gently, as if in a collective dance. The buds blossomed and filled the air with a fresh, fragrant aroma in mere seconds. The moment Yuanchen stepped onto the vine bridge, green branches surged, and a bouquet of pure white flowers blossomed before her, like a sky full of glittering stars. "You're back." Yuanchen nodded heavily, about to accept the flowers Hua Ting had given her. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and snatched the bouquet before her. Xia Fengyan said with a forced smile, "Dad, I like flowers too." Hua Ting said dryly, "Then give them to Dad." He then joyfully took Yuanchen's hand. "Yunyun, you've grown a lot taller." "I've grown taller too. I'm a megacity now." Yuanchen gave a thumbs up. "Amazing." Xia Fengyan glared coldly at the vines wrapped around Yuanchen's arms, and said, "I haven't changed at all?" "Dad, you become." Huading was silent for a moment, then said, "I've become particularly plump, making Cheng very hungry." Xia Fengyan, Huading helped carry Yuanchen's backpack. The intimate conversation between the two left no room for Xia Fengyan, a jealous old father, to interrupt. Halfway through, Xia Fengyan noticed that the vines had stopped dancing, and Yuanchen's expression had grown serious. The jade hairpin on her head was gleaming faintly, and the other Cheng followers were communicating with her. The vine bridge between Huading and Zhou Yuan swayed and retracted. The pedestrians on the bridge showed no signs of panic. Their faces were calm, waiting for something. Soon, Huading's voice echoed throughout the city. They were heading to Qianhu Lake next, but the danger level was high. Those who did not wish to go should raise their hands. In Xia Fengyan's field of vision, many people on the bridge raised their hands, only to be swept up by the dancing vines and carried to Zhou Yuan below. The jade hairpin on Yuanchen's head no longer glowed, and she explained the current situation to Xia Fengyan. The one who had contacted her was Pei Shengyin, a member of Shenjing City's favored one. Shenjing, as usual, summoned humans from outside to investigate the situation. This time, he summoned a person living in Qianhu. Yuanchen said, "He has 3 fragments of the Jiuzhou statue." Hua Ting added, "He said he discovered Qianhu was preparing to kill all humans in the city." The fear that Shenjing had sensed in the Qianhu person was genuine. He wasn't lying. The situation was urgent. He needed Hua Ting to go to Qianhu immediately to investigate. Hua Ting must have encountered this situation frequently in the past 3 months. All the humans who raised their hands were instantly sent to Zhou Yuan. The scattered decorative vines withdrew, and Hua Ting rose rapidly. The ground shook slightly as he soared eastward toward Zhou Yuan. Several green leaves fell from the sky. The evening breeze blew, and the leaves swirled and fluttered. Why? Did that person say Qian who was preparing to kill someone? Chapter 152. The Qianhu native, who appeared briefly after being summoned by the divine capital, was named Yan Wenshan. Yan Wenshan was a semi-wanderer, exploring the deserted city during the day and handing over supplies to the city's authorities at night, in exchange for the chance to be sheltered by Qianhu at night. How could a city will do this? Xia Fengyan found Yun Chen's words amusing. It didn't sound like something a city will could do. He sat on the ground, a pile of wine-red energy stones beside him. These were the energy he had separated, each round and shaped like a crystal ball. More and more of the spherical energy stones rolled around the room unruly, and Xia Fengyan's body gradually returned to normal size. Yun Chen and Hua Ting were unsure how to respond to Xia Fengyan. With Xin Luo's situation, they couldn't predict Qianhu's current situation. With Hua Ting's current speed, enhanced by the orb's innate talent, it would only take him half a day to fly to Qianhu. Hua Ting said to Yun Chen, who had just returned from underground, "Do you want to rest for a while? I call you when we reach Qianhu." Yun Chen shook her head. She had slept for 3 months, and was now very energetic, not at all tired. Xia Fengyan, on the other hand, looked tired. He lay down on the bed, and fell asleep without even telling Yun Chen not to be alone with Hua Ting. The young man on the wooden bed had no movement in his chest as he slept. A faint blue hue stained his eyes, and a flicker of worry crossed Yun Chen's face. She walked out of the brick house, gently closing the door behind her. Standing in the moonlit courtyard, she turned the energy stone ring on her thumb. The ring's appearance remained unchanged, but Yun Chen knew it had. The previous ring no longer actively channeled energy into her body. She had asked Xia Fengyan about it, but he only smiled and said nothing. Yun Chen asked Hua Ting, "Have any other strange things happened in the past 3 months?" Hua Ting knew what Yun Chen was going to ask, and he mentioned the unusual behavior that had persisted between Ming Ranlin and Huang Xing for a long time on New Year's Eve. Hua Ting whispered, "Did Dad do anything?" Yun Chen placed his palm over the ring and said uncertainly, "He might have given me a lot of energy." Xia Fengyan didn't want to talk about it, so Yun Chen didn't want to bother him with too much questioning. She adjusted her short-sleeved clothes, went back to the house, washed up, and changed into something more fitting. It was late at night, everyone was resting, and the city was quiet. Ghosts rarely appeared at Hua Ting's altitude, and with his speed significantly increased, even fewer could keep up with him. Atop a large tree at the edge of the city, Yun Chen stood in the lush canopy, gazing up at the bright stars and moon overhead through the gaps in the leaves. Hua Ting asked, "What are you looking at?" Yun Chen said, "You can't see a view like this underground. After seeing such an enchanting sight, you won't want to return to the darkness below. You do whatever it takes to stay above ground." Hua Ting's branches swayed. "A ghost?" After he finished speaking, Yun Chen didn't answer. Hua Ting stared at Yun Chen's slightly disheveled hair. The branch lifted, removing the jade hairpin and vine hair tie from her head. Her black hair was like ink, with a hint of red at the ends. Her hair had already passed her shoulders. Hua Ting expertly braided Yun Chen's hair, adding the jade hairpin and gathering the loose strands. Finally, he quietly rested on her left shoulder. Yun Chen lowered his head, gently rubbing his cheek against the vine. The only sounds in the woods were the soft chirping of insects, and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Late at night, Hua Ting said, "We've reached the Qianhu area, as demarcated on the old maps." The city's altitude dropped, and the screams of ghosts followed. Yun Chen raised his telescope with one hand and scanned downward. Qianhu lived up to its name. The natural barrier that ran through the east and west of Kyushu stretched across Qianhu like a winding ribbon, and the numerous lakes surrounding it adorned Qianhu like pearls and jade plates. The moonlight shimmered on the water. Yan Wenshan, a Qianhu native, didn't specify the city's rank or the exact location of the Qianhu city image. Hua Ting could only fly in this needle-in-a-haystack fashion, sensing the city's presence or searching for any signs of human fire. In this silent night, if someone lit a fire, Hua Ting would be able to see it clearly at his current altitude. After flying for over 10 minutes, they found nothing except a few evolved ghosts that had encountered the city's presence. There was no rush in finding either the person or the city. The more anxious they were, the more likely they were to miss clues. The wind was strong tonight in Qianhu Lake, causing ripples on the surface. The moon was also exceptionally bright, and the reflections from the lakes from above were striking. Suddenly, a wisp of slowly dissipating smoke flashed through the telescope. Yunshin said, 3 o'clock. Huiting immediately flew towards it, lowering his altitude again, and finally sensing the faint presence of a city. The city's aura gave a very contradictory feeling. It was simultaneously powerful, and yet very weak. Huiting said, the aura of Qianhu Lake is probably still at the level of a small city. Yunshin noticed the hesitation in his tone and asked, what's wrong? Huiting said, this aura feels very familiar. I need to think about it. While he was thinking, he didn't delay the city's flight. As the distance to Qianhu closed, Yunshin could faintly discern the glow of human fire, and a city nestled on a vast lake. As the distance closed again, Yunshin realized that the city was constructed entirely of wood and stone, its edges not touching the shore, and small boats were tied up around it. As she was observing carefully, someone behind her suddenly asked, have we reached Qianhu yet? Looking back, it was Xiaofengyan, who had rested well. Huiting suddenly realized, Yunyun, I remember what this familiar feeling is. It's anger. Qianhu's city aura was clearly a small city, yet its power was beyond what a small city should possess. This kind of empowerment only occurs when the city's will is in a state of rage, and the city itself becomes stained pure black with anger. It's no wonder Huiting couldn't remember it immediately. He had only become angry once, when the man-eating lunatic had injured Yunshin. That incident made Yunshin very sad, and it taught him not to get angry anymore. He put the emotion behind him, pretending it never existed. Huiting said uncertainly, Qianhu has probably been in this state of anger for quite some time. The city's atmosphere is extremely unstable. Yunshin was surprised. How could that be? The scene of Huiting's anger was still vivid in his mind. Anger can temporarily boost the strength of a city's will, but it's also very detrimental to its will. In the blink of an eye, Huiting was directly in front of Qianhu. There was a commotion below. Besides the ghostly roars, there were also the laughter and cries of many humans. A city like them had appeared and hovered overhead, and no one in Qianhu had noticed. The air was thick with the stench of alcohol. Dozens of people were laughing and cursing, armed with bone cleavers, long knives, and guns, forcing the dozen or so people in front to stumble forward. At the front was a fat man, nodding and bowing to the dozens of people. From this height, it was hard to hear his specific words. All I could hear was him pointing at himself, and then at others. The group laughed heartily, and kicked the fat man in the buttocks, forcing him to continue forward. He was the only one left, so the others could stop moving. The onlookers looked numb. The fat man stood at the edge of the city atmosphere, a ghostly figure not far away. The armed men behind him were pushing and shoving him. Xiaofengyan frowned and stared down, never expecting that a scene so common in the early days of the apocalypse would one day be seen within the confines of the city's will. Huiting could sense Qianhu's wrath growing, the surface of the lake seeming to boil. Yunshin, help! As soon as she finished speaking, the fat man was pushed out of the city atmosphere. Not only the fat man, but everyone who had seemingly escaped was pushed out by the laughing creature. The ghosts, sensing the human scent, swarmed over. Before their sharp claws could pierce the food, thick branches descended from the sky and swept the human away even faster than they could. Huiting felt Qianhu's city aura waver for a moment. Qianhu had just tried to reclaim the entire city's aura. He didn't have time to dwell on it. Saving people was the most important thing now. The vine snatched the food from the ghost's mouths and carried them all to Huiting. The rescued humans were still in shock, gazing at the completely unfamiliar surroundings with bewilderment and confusion. Yunshin looked at the fat man, the first to be pushed out of the city aura. Of all the people, he was the calmest. Her gaze fell on the fat man's forehead, where 3 neat dark blue wavy lines were drawn. The mark of a city follower. This person was a city follower of Qianhu. Xiaofengyan looked like he was watching a spectacle. Compared to humanity's unity, the internecine slaughter was also quite interesting to watch. Yunshin could barely contain his expression. What was going on in Qianhu? How could even their own city lovers be thrown out by other humans? Chapter 153. The fat man's name was Ling Shiqing, a newly appointed member of the Thousand Lake City community who had encountered a series of tragic events. His broad, portly figure lay half lying on the ground, his hips raised high, his neck stretched out, his posture like a cuckold straining to see clearly, a rather comical one. Beneath him lay the grass, and the soft touch of his palms told Ling Shiqing that this wasn't just randomly growing weeds, but carefully trimmed lawn. Looking at the towering trees so close. If they have the leisure to do things like tidying the grass in the woods, this city must be both peaceful and safe. This is a city truly possessed of a city's will. A multitude of chaotic thoughts flashed through Ling Shiqing's mind, offsetting the fear of his near-death experience. Finally, he noticed his trembling companions who had been rescued. And not far away, two people whose auras revealed their extraordinary qualities. A man and a woman. The man had a baby-face face, a friendly smile, and a friendly look. The woman was younger and taller, bearing a resemblance to the man next to her. Her stern features gave off a cold, unapproachable air. Ling Shiqing suspected they were siblings. Noticing the younger sister staring at his forehead several times, he spoke first. After introducing himself, Ling Shiqing learned the woman's name was Yunqian, and the man's was Xiaofengyan. The sky city beneath their feet was Huding, and it was Huding's vines that had saved them from the clutches of the ghost. Yunqian was a Huding city-goer, and the thick vines stood beside her, waving their leaves in a friendly manner. The night was thick, and clouds drifted across, obscuring the moonlight. Most of the people present calmed down. Yunqian prepared to inquire about the situation. Without knowing the situation in Qianhu, they wouldn't rush in. She briefly described their purpose for coming, then asked, "What's going on down there? Why did those people deliberately throw you out of the city?" "They're having fun." Ling Shiqing spoke with the clamor of a primary school student answering a call-on question from their teacher. The canopy of a nearby tree rustled twice, and a monkey popped its head out, glaring at Ling Shiqing with a look that angrily said, "Are you sick?" Then, turning its head, it put on a pitiful, wet look, waved its little paws at the vines and Yunqian, then scurried back into the treetops. The others stared at this scene in amazement. Had the animals in these cities become spirits? Yunqian told Ling Shiqing not to speak so loudly. She asked him to explain the whole story. "It's a long story." Ling Shiqing's expression was irritated. He said, "Before this, none of us had lived in the city for long. To use the language of you city dwellers, we were wanderers. The term wanderers is quite appropriate. We are indeed wanderers. For months ago, we were wandering around Baiwei and Baguio, and later we ended up in Baipu." Yunqian had heard about the wanderer story from Zhou Yuan during the day, but he didn't expect to hear the word again that night. The wanderers were a much larger group than Yunqian had imagined. They lacked the protection of the city's will, but the innate human instinct for survival allowed them to survive with difficulty. Ling Shiqing had once led a group of 9,000 wanderers. 5 years later, that group was reduced to less than 2,000. Considering the daily threat of death faced by wanderers, the survival rate of the wanderer group led by Ling Shiqing was already very high. Most wanderer groups, no matter how large they were, rarely survived more than 3 years. Ling Shiqing's wanderer group was originally formed in Luoshui. They wandered through Tianfu, Shuangyu, Qianzhong, Sanxiang, and other places, and only in the past 2 years had they arrived in the central and southern regions of Jiuzhou. Many wanderer groups came from Tianji and Luoshui. Jiuzhou was originally too vast for these two regions. Even if the city will awaken, they would not be able to find the city, so they had to try their luck in smaller areas. After wandering for a long time, most of the surviving wanderers disliked the restrictive life brought by the city will. While wandering, they were free and their lives were threatened, but they also enjoyed a freedom that city life could not match. Thus, wanderer groups like Ling Shiqing emerged. They wandered across Jiuzhou, living a life of poverty. If they encountered a city will in a certain area, they would join it for a period of time, exchanging their labor for sufficient supplies, and then set out to wander again. Many wanderers choose to stay in the city after experiencing the comforts of city life, but most choose to join larger groups and continue their wandering. Ghosts are terrifying. Once discovered, they're doomed. With so many deaths, they've developed strategies to deal with them. Many common ghosts are actually blind, and using ancient methods to deal with zombies can occasionally evade them. It also depends on the number of ghosts in an area. To put it bluntly, it's all about luck. The people chosen to lead the wandering team all possessed a unique skill. Good luck. The places chosen by the leaders for the night were often places where ghosts were less common. If a car overturned, the consequences would be disastrous. Ling Shiqing's car overturned while traveling from Baguio to Baipu. A large number of ghosts suddenly appeared, and hundreds of the team members were killed. They ran desperately, right into the city's aura. Many were seriously injured. Baipu's medical resources were limited. Treating all the injured would exhaust the scarce medical supplies. They had to be treated, or they would die. The Baipu city followers agreed to treat them, but they had one request. Last year, around the first 2 days of December, Ling Shiqing paused. There was an unusual celestial phenomenon northeast of Baipu during the day. Were there any unusual celestial phenomena last December? Yunqian thought back, and suddenly remembered something. Wasn't December the time when Zhongzhou first established a directional transmission channel with Huding after its restoration? Ling Shiqing continued. In the days that followed, there were several such strange astronomical phenomena, both day and night, near that direction. The Baipu city followers believed it might be a sign of salvation, and they had been wanting to send someone to investigate. Baipu had a small population, and even fewer skilled at exploration. Many were willing to sign up, but with their limited stamina and alertness, going out would simply mean death. Ling Shiqing and the others, who had been wandering around, were a good choice. Ling Shiqing could choose not to go, but the Baipu city followers wouldn't watch those seriously injured die, so he agreed. Ling Shiqing always had his own peculiar convictions about certain things. He led his 800 uninjured brothers from Baipu. They had previously visited the cities near Baipu, Tianfu, Qianzhong, and Shuangyu, and had a rough idea of where the cities will lay. After some deliberation, they decided to proceed through Qianzhong. The Qianzhong will's location was right in the middle of Qianzhong on their previous maps, and they were about to resupply along the way, which would have been a convenient place to do so. Ling Shiqing's plan was a good one, but when they finally reached Qianzhong, he discovered the Qianzhong will had vanished. He was horrified. How could the cities will be gone? They had finally found a few survivors, but they were speaking insanely. Dead, all dead with one slap. That thing was over 10 meters tall, and it shattered with a snap, bursting through. Let's run, but if we can't escape, we all be dead, haha. Yunchen interrupted Ling Shiqing and asked, what was that thing? Ling Shiqing shook his head. I don't know. Those people just kept repeating the same few words over and over again. We guess it might be. Actually, that's why we stopped at Qianhu, and couldn't go any further. I don't know if you've noticed, but ghosts are getting stronger. Leaving the city at night is a dead end. He said, his face livid. We suspect that thing might also be a ghost, powerful enough to smite the cities will with a single slap. Yunchen was silent. Ling Shiqing's guess was a bit too scary, but with ghosts, anything was possible. She thought again of the golden ring solar eclipse. A woman among Ling Shiqing's companions said, if you really want to know the situation, you can go and ask the survivor in Qianzhong yourself. We thought those people would die if they stayed, so we took them with us. Following us isn't as safe, but it's at least a chance of survival. Of the crazy ones, only one is left alive, and he's in Qianhu. He's doing much better, with a few hours of lucidity a day. How is he better? Ling Shiqing retorted to the woman. He told Yunchen, don't get your hopes up. Even when he's so-called lucid, he's still half-witted, playing with a few broken stones. Broken stones? Yunchen and Huating were both very sensitive to the word. The person summoned by Xinjing to provide information about Qianhu possessed 3 fragments of the Jiuzhou statue. The Jiuzhou statue fragments looked like broken stones, didn't they? Yunchen thought it couldn't be such a coincidence, so just in case, she asked, is that person's name Yin Wenxin? How did you know? Ling Shiqing and his companions looked at Yunchen in shock. Yin Wenxin was a lunatic. They had spent months with him before they learned his name. They were the only ones who knew. How did the Huading city followers learn about Yin Wenxin? Sometimes, the coincidences in this world are just too much. Yunchen planned to explain Yin Wenxin later, so she asked Ling Shiqing to continue. Ling Shiqing and his group, commissioned by the Baipu city followers, were to cross half of Kyushu to reach the site of the unusual celestial phenomena and investigate. As Ling Shiqing had said, at the beginning of 2033, the ghosts began their strange evolution. Even with his good luck and their experience avoiding ghosts, everything vanished after the ghosts evolved. At this point, they stopped at Qianhu Lake, unable to continue at their previous speed. One night, Ling Shiqing and his companions had the misfortune to run directly into an evolved ghost. 5 members of their team volunteered to act as bait, allowing Ling Shiqing and his companions to escape first. But the evolved ghosts had not only evolved their physical strength, but also their intelligence, allowing them to discern which prey was more profitable. They hunted in groups, with a keen sense of humor. Instead of killing humans outright, they toyed with them like a cat toying with a mouse, tormenting them half to death before slowly devouring their prey. Ling Shiqing and his group of several hundred were cornered and driven into the lake. Yin Wenxin, then a complete lunatic, picked up rocks from the lakeside and pelted the ghosts. The pure ghosts could neither hurt nor kill. The humans' near-death struggles only elicited screams of delight. Yin Wenxin seemed lost, clinging to the pile of rocks on the ground without moving. The ghosts lost their patience with him and prepared to tear the human apart first. At that moment, Ling Shiqing was right beside Yin Wenxin. He wasn't exactly a kind man, but sometimes his body's spontaneous actions were truly deplorable. By the time he realized what was happening, his flesh trembling, he was already blocking Yin Wenxin's way. The ghost was about to tear his heart out from under him. It was at this moment that a miracle occurred. The lake behind him gurgled. Yin Wenxin witnessed with his own eyes the ghosts surrounding them, like people on a spring, suddenly being repelled and sent flying far away. Hundreds of them stared back in amazement. A small stone statue in a conical had emerged from the water, like a handsome hero emerging from the midst of danger. Water fell from the sides of the stone statue, which shone faintly. They heard the voice of the city's will. "Ha, silly little ghosts. From today on, you are all humans under my protection. No ghost can harm you at my hands." To put it mildly, a warm feeling welled up in the hearts of the wanderers, including Ling Shurqing. Qianhu had the character of a loyal elder brother. He felt that all humans were pitiful, little cubs in need of protection, and Ling Sheng felt pity for him. He said he should have woken up earlier, but for some reason, he hadn't. He felt that the other city's wills must have woken up, and he was the only one lagging behind. Would his slow progress make him the laughingstock of the other cities? The growth of the city's will and its construction depended on humans. Qianhu needed humans to live there. This narrow corner, surrounded by lakes and woods, was usually deserted. If Ling Shurqing and the others hadn't been forced here by ghosts, he wouldn't have even approached. Looking at Qianhu's pitiful yet resilient appearance, and considering he was their savior, even the ghosts of the night couldn't easily escape. Ling Shurqing and the others decided to stay. Qianhu needed a city-followed person to speed up the city's development. Ling Shurqing's heroic rescue efforts had won Qianhu's heart, and he became Qianhu's city-followed person. Becoming a city-followed person, the will of the city, marked the beginning of a catastrophic career for Ling Shurqing, a wanderer. He was called in for everything, and everything was expected of him. When there was no place to live, he was asked to build houses. When there was insufficient food, he was asked to organize hunts. When humans weren't used to providing for them, he was asked to educate them. What city-followed person? He was essentially a laborer for the will of the city, even more demanding than when he was the leader of a wandering group. Ever since becoming a city-loving member, Ling Shurqing had been wearing a mask of pain every day. After a month and a half of agony, they had finally built a small city, essentially just a large platform on the lake and a few houses, but it was a profound sense of accomplishment. Everyone sincerely wanted to expand Qianhu. Their group of wanderers numbered only a few hundred, and their support for Qianhu was insufficient. During the day, Ling Shurqing and his group went out to search for people. As wanderers themselves, they knew where most wanderers would hide during the day and how to screen them. In just 10 days, the population of Qianhu had reached over 3,000. The lake city continued to expand, finally reaching the size of a small town. Qianhu was thriving, and the outlines of a prosperous and happy future were beginning to emerge. Until 2 weeks ago, a group of 300 wanderers took the initiative to join Qianhu, hoping to live in the city with the others. Ling Shurqing disliked this group of wanderers, and urged Qianhu to implement some sort of entry vetting process before admitting other humans. Qianhu, however, believed that all humans were like little babies in need of care, and he wanted to protect them all. This arrangement would only undermine trust among humans. This marked the first time Ling Shurqing and Qianhu had a disagreement. The companion he had sent to secretly investigate the group returned with a heavy expression. He said that the nomadic group not only had prostitutes, but also kept human livestock. The so-called human livestock refers to the humans used as food when the nomadic group wandered for a long time and could not find a safe source of food. Ling Shurqing had heard of nomadic groups doing this, but this was the first time he had encountered such a completely inhumane group. It was daytime, not yet night, and the other party had not yet entered Qianhu. Ling Shurqing informed Qianhu of this, but he had no evidence, and the other party had destroyed it. Qianhu trusted him, but at the same time, as the will of the city, he was unwilling to believe that humans could be so evil. As night fell, the group would face attacks from ghosts, and they cried out to Qianhu for help. Qianhu, soft-hearted, could not bear to see humans die in front of him, so he ultimately let them in. Ling Shurqing said, "They are maggots on the tarsal bone. Once they get involved, they can't be shaken off." Chapter 154. As Ling Shurqing had expected, this group of homeless people raising humans and animals was extremely restless and began causing trouble as soon as they entered the city. Qianhu had limited supplies, and for the city's long-term development, each person was given a quota. The newly arrived group of homeless people were dissatisfied with their meager food allocations, and several of the larger and stronger ones habitually snatched food from others, then viciously beat them up. Just before Qianhu got angry, they apologized sincerely, saying they were used to wandering and hadn't adapted to city life for a while. The city's will could sense the words, actions, and emotional reactions of people in the city's atmosphere, identifying those with malicious intent. It couldn't read minds. The group's apology was genuine. Qianhu believed it, and Ling Shurqing was stunned. He and his companions privately called this group of homeless people the Trouble Team. The Trouble Team were all shrewd people. They seemed to have experience dealing with the city's will and knew how to please it. The Trouble Team also knew how to build good relationships with others. They were enthusiastic, at the forefront of the work, and actively engaged in foraging for supplies, quickly earning everyone's trust. With the exception of Ling Shiqing and a few others, no one was on guard against them. More than 2 weeks ago, the Trouble Team had hunted a herd of deer, with enough meat to feed everyone in Qianhu. Ling Shiqing sensed something was amiss. The meat the Trouble Team brought back was all processed outside the city, and it gave him a bad taste. He didn't mean it was human flesh, but rather that the wounds on the meat, where they had been treated, still reeked of ammunition. When the Trouble Squad entered Qianhu, they had no guns in their luggage. Qianhu's surface area was too small, and it was still early, so the Trouble Squad suggested everyone eat outside the city aura first, perhaps for a bonfire party to foster some bonding. This made Shiqing even more suspicious. He cautiously warned the others, and just as he was about to alert Qianhu, he ran into the Trouble Squad leader. He was knocked unconscious. This was truly a troubling situation. The Trouble Squad had drugged the venison. God knows where they got such a large dose. After most of them fainted, the few remaining were no match for the Trouble Squad, armed with guns. The Trouble Squad held these humans hostage, forcing Qianhu to obey them. They knew the city aura cared about humans. It was precisely because of this care that they were subject to restrictions. Qianhu was enraged by the Trouble Squad's actions, and their anger unleashed unrest in the area covered by the city aura, withering plants and crops and degrading the environment. The Trouble Squad was not afraid at all, and even found Qianhu amusing. Ling Shiqing later learned that they were all thugs who had escaped from a heavy prison. Ling Shiqing lacked supernatural powers, foresight, or the ability to turn the tide. His luck, his cleverness, and the bonds he shared with his ordinary companions were of no use at this moment. No one wanted to die, so they could only helplessly accept the situation. The Trouble Squad discovered that the city's will was even more powerful when it was enraged, most notably in the fact that its aura extended even further. They immediately had other ideas. This person's evil was beyond Qianhu's imagination. Qianhu, still a small city, hadn't fully recovered its understanding of humanity, and its only concern was protecting humanity. The Trouble Team treated Qianhu as their own kingdom. No one except them was allowed to stay in the city during the day, and had to work outside. Ghosts were now powerful, and their numbers were numerous. Leaving the city's aura at night was tantamount to death. Just leaving this forest-encircled lake would take a whole day, making escape impossible. People who had previously lived in Qianhu at night, and wanted to enter the city had to pay a certain amount of supplies before the Trouble Team would allow them to spend the night there. This was just the beginning. The main event was about to begin. The Trouble Team, dissatisfied with Qianhu's low level and the limited coverage of its aura, didn't have the patience to wait for the city's will to upgrade, so they decided to take a shortcut. Doesn't Qianhu like to treat humans like babies? Then let his baby die miserably before him. As soon as Qianhu's anger subsided, the Trouble Team would single out a human imprisoned in a water dungeon and torture them in various ways within the city's aura. No matter how many times he repeated this, Qianhu's rage would instantly reach its peak. The city will was born to protect humanity, and all its abilities were born to improve humanity and Jiuzhou. Even if enraged, it would only harm itself, not humanity. Qianhu was in such a dire situation, and Ling Shiqing was completely helpless. He longed to do something. The Trouble Squad was not large in number, but their brutal tactics and numerous firearms intimidated others, and he could not inspire resistance. Ling Shiqing played both sides, constantly dealing with the Trouble Squad. After all, he was a city-loving person, able to quickly build houses using Qianhu's abilities. Plus, his natural servility meant the Trouble Squad had fewer constraints on him. He finally gathered a few trusted companions, and prepared to find a way to rescue the people in the water dungeon. When everyone was out during the day, he'd tell them not to return to Qianhu at night. Qianhu would then suppress the city's aura, leaving those beasts to fend for themselves amidst the ghosts. The plan failed. A wry smile crossed Ling Shiqing's chubby face. I revealed part of my plan to the people in the water dungeon. I was planning to attack the guards today, but we were discovered. Someone inside the dungeon reported it. And that's how you saw tonight. Hua Ting said in a harsh tone, that's too much. For both Qianhu and Ling Shiqing. Xia Fengyan looked at Yun Chen, whose expression was impassive, curious about her choice. Yun Chen raised his hand, removed his gloves, unhooked the binoculars hanging from his chest, and tossed them to Ling Shiqing. Catch it. Can you see the people down there clearly? Ling Shiqing frantically raised his binoculars, and peered down from the edge of the city. Many people in Qianhu were looking up at the city he was in. It's clear. What are we going to do? Her white fingers touched the vines, the green branches making Yunqian's nails stand out against the crimson red. She said to Hua Ting, "Notify Xinjing about the situation in Qianhu. The humans down there. Let me handle it." With a thought, the city-devoted symbol behind her ear heated slightly, and the vines that had quietly served as decoration on the ground came under her control. City-devoted can tap into the power of the city's will. Yunqian had long been able to control Hua Ting's vines, but she rarely did so. When Hua Ting realized what he was going to do, a branch of the main vine couldn't help but twitch like a puppy's tail. She knew what he was going to do, but she didn't want him to attack humans directly. Yun was so kind to him. Huiding gathered her composure, and used the T-card phone to notify Xinjing. Xinjing didn't seem surprised at all to hear about the evildoers' deeds. "Xinjing, Huiding, just subdue them and trap them. I send someone over right away. You and Qianhu won't need to." He paused, not continuing. Huiding replied, "I trap them and won't resort to violence." "Okay, as long as you understand. I'm most confident leaving it to you." "Also," Xinjing added, "tell Qianhu we're all here." Huiding hummed. Meanwhile, Yunqian said to Ling Shiqing, "Point out those people." Ling Shiqing stared at the vines dancing like green pythons, suddenly realizing what he was going to do. He immediately and aggressively pointed out the members of the Trouble Team one by one. Chapter 155. Lu Ning is the leader of the Trouble Squad. He and his companions have divided the territory of Qianhu into their own kingdom. And he, Lu Ning, is the king of this kingdom. When the ghosts descend, the world falls apart, and the laws that Lu Ning despises are completely shattered. He is no longer bound by constraints, and even if he feels like killing for fun, no one will stop him. The emergence of the city will is a real hindrance. Fortunately, the territory they can occupy is limited. Lu Ning and his fellow death row inmates, who have also escaped from prison, believe that this world is their time to rise. In the end times, only the ruthless survive. The kinder people die faster. Adhering to this belief, Lu Ning has slowly lived to the present day, and even controls the city will of Qianhu. The path to becoming king always presents obstacles, and Lu Ning prefers to use the most brutal means to deal with them, and this applies to Ling Shiqing as well. When it comes to killing, no one is more ruthless than the ghosts. He sat on the dais, and with a single glance, his men understood his intention. They threw the would-be rebels out to be fed to the ghosts. Ling Shiqing begged for mercy, claiming it was all his own idea and had nothing to do with anyone else. He pretended to spare Ling Shiqing's companions, but the moment they relaxed, he had them thrown out as well. At that moment, the fear on their faces was comforting, numbing their very bodies. Lu Ning's pleasure was short-lived when a strange black figure suddenly appeared in the sky, saving Ling Shiqing and his group from the ghost's clutches. The clouds parted, revealing the shadow's form, and the massive creature controlling it, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. What the hell was that thing? Could it be that after the ghosts, aliens are invading the planet too? Everyone gasped. The surrounding lake surface grew considerably calmer. Lu Ning was the first to react. With a sullen face, he demanded, "What is that?" Qian, who ignored him. Uneasy, Lu Ning stepped down from the platform and casually pinched the frail, middle-aged woman. Her face turned purple, and she struggled feebly against his strong arms. Qian, who had no choice but to speak in a deep voice, "That's the city will." "What city will? What city will can soar?" Lu Ning grew increasingly annoyed. He wanted to teach Qian Hu a lesson. Just as he was about to kill the woman to vent his anger, his men beside him shouted, "It's moving! That thing's moving again!" Lu Ning looked up at the sky, his pupils shrinking at the utter horror of the scene. A dense mass of thick, black shadows danced like tentacles around the behemoth, obscuring the increasingly dim moonlight and swooping down upon them. In the blink of an eye, the shadows were close. Lu Ning and the others finally saw what they were, vines mutated to enormous size. "Shoot! Shoot now!" Bang! Bang! Ziz! A flash of fire appeared, and the bullets grated like iron, leaving no white mark on the vines. The vines ignored Lu Ning and his companions' attacks, their branches transforming into green pythons, darting across the ground. Lu Ning's companions panicked, firing haphazardly, one after another, throwing blows and sending men and horses careening off. "Here! It's my place again! Burn it!" The vines slithered past the feet of each man, suddenly lifting their branches and retracting them. Everyone felt their ankles tighten and lift, their vision reversed. 275 people, including Lu Ning, were bound by vines, their legs facing the sky, their heads to the ground, all bound together by a single vine. They struggled for a moment, then, dazed by the blood rushing through their brains, became completely unconscious. From a distance, it looked like a giant human ear of wheat hovering in midair. Lu Ning gritted his teeth, but felt no real fear. Qianhu said the other party was also the city's will, and at most they were trapped, not dead. As Lu Ning thought this, the vines swayed, and everyone swayed with them, bumping into each other's bodies. The vines moved outward, slowly, closer and closer to the edge of Qianhu's city aura. What did the cities will want? At the edge of the city's aura, ghosts lingered, still angry at the prey that had escaped just before their grasp. They noticed the movement here, their pale faces turning in this direction. The vines carried the group close to the city's edge, slowly rotating, revealing each human body hanging upside down. Instantly, many ghosts' eyes lit up, as if they had seen a buffet. Some screamed in fear. Lu Ning sneered. He didn't believe the cities would do such a thing. It was merely intimidation. The vines continued to rotate, bringing Lu Ning closest to the ghosts. Even through the city's atmosphere, he could feel the chill that penetrated his bones. He struggled subconsciously, but there was no way to break free. The vines moved again, pushing him a few centimeters further away. The ghosts grinned, their claws twitching eager. Lu Ning's unwavering faith that the cities would not harm humans was the reason he dared to continue threatening Qianhu. Normally, he wasn't afraid of ghosts, but now, he was unable to move. The vines pushed out a few more centimeters. Lu Ning's tall nose, radiating the air of the city, felt a chill piercing his bones. The ghost let out a piercing scream, black energy swirling, and the entire ghost leaped, trying to reach the nose above. There were no feather strikes here, no ghosts capable of flight. The ghost, leaping with all its might, barely grazed Lu Ning's nose with its sharp claws. A slight sting told Lu Ning he'd been scratched by the ghost. The wound wasn't large, but it had broken down his defenses. This toy-like technique, the city will above him wasn't a kind one. The body was colliding again, and Lu Ning knew this was a sign that the vines were moving. Was it going to move outward again? Not only that, the vines had lowered their altitude. This time, the ghosts wouldn't be unable to reach them. The vines pushed outward. Lu Ning's eyes reflected the ghost's fangs and claws charging at him, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. The impending death, yet powerless to stop it, caused them to dilate again. As the ghost's claws pressed against Lu Ning's chest, a stream of heat rolled down his crotch, flowing all the way to his neck, reeking of urine. The others felt the same way. The ghost's vines had failed, and they quickly retreated, circling, sending another group out to experience the ghost's menace in the same way. When everyone's expressions grew numb, the vines finally released them, wrapping themselves around and around, keeping them trapped within the green cocoon. The people of Qianhu felt a mixture of emotions. The object of their long-held fear had been so easily dealt with, leaving them equally vulnerable in the face of the threat of death. Yuan Chen released control of Hu Ning's vines, pulled out a glove from his pocket, and donned it with alacrity. She also summoned Yan Wenshi to Xinjing, where they learned the details of the Qianhu incident. Xia Fengyan's eyes flashed with relief. He was glad that Nan En was a kind child, but not unconditionally kind. She had her own unique principles in dealing with people. Hu Ning felt relieved. Those people were alive, and they wouldn't be a burden to him or Qianhu. After Ling Shurqing's shock, he couldn't help but grin. The plight of Lu Ning and his group made him, and his companions smile. Hu Ning descended, approaching Qianhu. Ling Shurqing and the others were carried back to Qianhu by the vines, earning curious glances from the others. Ling Shurqing said excitedly, "Qianhu, that's Hu Ning. He came here to help you." Hu Ning continued to descend, adding a lush green ceiling to Qianhu. Below the city, a vine, noticeably thicker than the others, peered around in the sky, searching for something. After a moment, it locked onto its target. Ling Shurqing noticed Hu Ning's vine flying toward the Qianhu city statue. He asked, "What's this for?" "Let's deal with the situation here first, as it's between the city wills." Yuan Chen glanced at the chaotic Qianhu. She hadn't forgotten Ling Shurqing's words about the many people imprisoned in the inner water dungeon. She asked Ling Shurqing to fetch Yan Wenshi. Ling Shurqing nodded, shaking his chubby body and urging everyone to cooperate with him. Hu Ning found Qianhu's city statue, still the pale black stone figure in the conical hat. Qianhu said, "Today, I've had the thought of not wanting to protect humanity. I caused the people of the city to suffer this kind of hardship. Am I a failing city will?" Vines scribbled on the wooden plank surrounding the Qianhu stone statue. First line, "You are a small city now. You haven't figured out anything yet, just a child." Second line, "Don't be sad. You are a great city's will, and there are better people worthy of our protection." Third line, you still have us. The branches dropped their final period, wrapping around Qianhu's city statue and gently patting the top of his bamboo hat, as if giving him a hug. The stone statue had no warmth, and the vines had no body temperature, but Qianhu felt the warmth. The last black color, representing anger, faded from the city statue, returning to a warm orange, signifying Qianhu's happiness. Huiting released the vines. Qianhu suddenly said, "Remember to remove the planks and put them aside. These words are too corny." Huiting, He angrily wrote 4 more words. Self-reliance. The vines then retracted, returning to the base of the city. Meng Ranlin happened to be leading Pei Shengyin, a member of the Xinjing city-favored clan, and a team of 10 armed and dressed in uniform. Huiting escorted them to Qianhu Lake, where Yunshin pointed out the green cocoon holding Lu Neng and the others. After the cocoon dissipated, the 10-man team inspected the men's bonds and, finding them undamaged, gestured to Pei Shengyin. Pei Shengyin instructed Meng Ranlin to escort the men back to Xinjing while he remained. Yunshin asked, "What do you plan to do with him?" The night sky lit up Pei Shengyin's glasses. He said, "How are the ghosts evolving? What new abilities have they acquired? We like to begin testing this, and we need volunteers. We don't have any extra goodwill to give to these people." Yunshin understood. Pei Shengyin asked her, "Have you found Yan Wenshin?" Yunshin replied, "The situation here is very chaotic. I have the followers of Qianhu City find him and bring him to me." She untied the water bottle hanging from her waist, brought the spout to her lips, and sipped the water. "That's good." Pei Shengyin nodded. He looked at Xia Fengyan, who was merely a decorative presence, and said, "Hello, Mr. Xia. It's been a while since we last met, and you're still as handsome as ever. It's a good opportunity to meet. I have something I wanted to discuss with you in advance." The child was polite, and Xia Fengyan had no interest in embarrassing him. He said, "What is it?" Pei Shengyin glanced at Yunshin. Yunshin, who was drinking water, was puzzled by his gaze. "It's like this. Xinjing heard about Miss Yuan and Huiting from Zhou Yuan." Pei Shengyin began, "He thinks this isn't a good idea." Yunshin was stunned. Xia Fengyan frowned. "What's wrong?" Pei Shengyin said, "Please don't misunderstand. Xinjing believes that handling this matter so calmly would be disrespectful and hasty on our part. To show our respect for you and Miss Yuan, a grand ceremony is necessary." Xia Fengyan, ? Pei Shengyin said, "Considering the relationship between Miss Yuan and Huiting, we think a wedding would be more appropriate." "Mr. Xia, Miss Yuan, what are your thoughts?" Puff. Yunshin spat out all the water in his mouth, coughing and staring at Pei Shengyin in amazement. "She's only 17, Xia Fengyan, Is Xinjing seriously ill?" Chapter 156. Ling Shiqing was leading a man with a messy haircut. This was Yan Wenshin. He was about to introduce them, when he suddenly noticed that the 2 people he had thought were brother and sister, but were actually father and daughter, were both looking strange. Yunshin seemed speechless. Xia Fengyan's face darkened, and he looked as if he was about to explode and attack at any moment. There was a third person present. He wore glasses and looked very gentle. For some reason, although his expression was apparently indifferent, he took on an oddly servile air towards Xia Fengyan. Ling Shiqing didn't recognize this person. He looked around, and the atmosphere became awkward. Chuckles, the big snake has swum over. It's eaten all the bad guys." Yan Wenshin's insane words made everyone look at him. Yunshin questioned Ling Shiqing, "Is this Yan Wenshin?" Ling Shiqing nodded, raised a hand, pointed to his head, and said, "He's still not quite right. He's not awake much during the day." Pei Shengyin looked at the man with the messy hair. His clothes were worn but not messy. He carried large and small cloth bags, each bulging with things. During the few minutes Yan Wenshin was summoned by Xinjing, his speech was normal, but his expression was slightly unusual. At the time, neither he nor Xinjing thought anything else. "Mr. Yan, I'm a member of Xinjing's favored one. We've met before." Pei Shengyin asked softly, "You told us you had 3 fragments. Where are they?" "Oh, snake. Look at the snake." Yan Wenshin ignored Pei Shengyin's question and hid behind Ling Shiqing's massive form. He alternately clapped his hands and pointed at the vines floating in the air, his mouth wide with joy, drool dripping from the corners. "He looks like he can't understand what you're asking." Ling Shiqing wiped Yan Wenshin's saliva with his sleeve and asked Pei Shengyin, "What are the fragments?" Yunshin said, "Things that look like stones. You said he had a treasured stone he often played with. Where are they?" "His treasured stone? He usually carries it with him." Ling Shiqing told Yan Wenshin to stand still and reached out to grope for the flour bag on his body. Yin Wenchen obeyed Ling Shiqing's instructions. He stood quietly, allowing Ling Shiqing to remove every treasure from his pocket that was important to him. Jerk pickled meat, a rusty knife, a flint, a photo so faded it couldn't be seen, a bottle of rotting, smelly fruit pulp, dried nuts. Everything felt like stone through the pocket. Ling Shiqing took out and put things back one by one, until his hand touched Yin Wenchen's zippered side pocket. The objects in the pocket were a little rough to the touch, seemingly made of stone. Ling Shiqing's face lit up with joy. He finally found it. His hand found the zipper lock, and he pulled it down. "Be careful." At the same moment, he heard the warning. Ling Shiqing was struck hard in the eye with such force that he stumbled several steps. If Yunchen hadn't caught him, he would have collapsed to the ground, doubting his life. "Are you okay?" Yunchen waited for Ling Shiqing to regain his balance before releasing his grip. Yin Wenchen, standing in front of him, clutched his pockets. His left hand held a rusty knife, his right fist clenched, his knuckles etched with blood from the force he struck Ling Shiqing with. He was wary and nervous, repeating over and over, "Don't take it. It's important. We all die." Ling Shiqing's right eye ached terribly, unable to open. He could only look at Yin Wenchen with his left, puzzled as to why he had suddenly struck him. Did he really value his precious stone so much? Even after being beaten, Ling Shiqing remained calm. He soothed Yin Wenchen gently. "Be quiet. No one wants your precious stone." Yin Wenchen gradually calmed down, squatting on the ground and hugging his legs. Pei Shengyin, observing this, shook his head at Yunchen and said, "It seems we won't be able to get the fragment today. We have to wait until he recovers. Thank you for helping me right after returning and not even resting." Yunchen replied, "It's a piece of cake." She noticed a vine from Huading descending, stopping in front of Ling Shiqing. A towel suddenly appeared before her, and Ling Shiqing was stunned. He asked, "Is this for me?" The vine moved up and down. Ling Shiqing took the towel. It felt cold to the touch, and he realized it was for his wounds, and a smile crossed his face. Huading is so gentle to humans. Ling Shiqing, thank you. The vine fluttered twice, and scurried back to the city. A smile flickered in Yunchen's eyes. After Ling Shiqing's eye swelling subsided, she sought his and Qianhu's consent, and headed for the Qianhu city statue's location. Xia Fengyan followed her, while Pei Shengyin stayed behind to discuss the situation with Ling Shiqing. The Qianhu city statue was housed in a simple wooden shed, its floor surrounded by walls, its center hollowed out to reveal the Qianhu city statue. The stone statue, wearing a conical hat, stood just over half a meter tall, suspended above the lake, its surface tinged with a faint orange. Qianhu asked, puzzled, "Huading has already helped me. What else can you do for me?" Yunchen said, "I can give you some energy." Xia Fengyan closed the shed door. In the shed, where only the city statue glowed faintly, a soft red light appeared. Qianhu watched this scene with curiosity. The city, weakened by persistent anger, seemed to be constantly infusing itself with energy. He asked, "What are you? Didn't Huading tell you?" "No, he only left those cheesy words." "They're right there. They're quite annoying, aren't they? Do you want me to remove the words Huading left?" "No need. It's only a little annoying. I can tolerate it. You haven't said what you were yet." Yunchen felt that Qianhu now resembled Huading when he first woke up and learned to speak, still as innocent as a child. She said, "When you become a medium-sized city and enter Songlong Pavilion, let the wills of the other cities tell you." Qianhu became curious again. What is Songlong Pavilion? Yunchen patiently answered Qianhu's questions one by one, slowly injecting energy into him, so as not to make him uncomfortable. The more Xia Fengyan observed this scene, the more he felt something was amiss. Was this Jiuzhou's plan? Selling the beauty of a woman named Huading to seduce his daughter, and then having her willingly feed those city wills, which would take ages to accumulate enough energy to upgrade? Xia Fengyan was alarmed that they might have been tricked, but he also felt that Jiuzhou wouldn't do such a thing. It was all probably coincidence. Yunchen didn't know Xia Fengyan's intentions. She planned to transfer a similar amount of energy to Qianhu, as she had previously given to Chafu Zhijiang, allowing him to slowly absorb it. After 3 months of sleeping underground, her energy was abundant, far more than before. Not to mention, she also had a ring filled with Xia Fengyan's energy, meaning she would never be short of energy. The Qianhu city glowed brighter and brighter. The energy transfer was almost complete, and Yunchen prepared to call it a day. Crack! Cracks appeared on the stone statue's surface. Yunchen wasn't frightened. She was surprised. This was a sign that the city's will was about to be upgraded. She had just finished transferring energy, and the Thousand Lake City statue was only half a meter tall, still a long way from the 1.5 meters of a medium-sized city. It shouldn't have been able to upgrade so quickly. The cracks grew more and more, the stone statue cracked, and flakes of stone fell into the lake below. The bamboo hat continued to grow. Yunchen, with a look of surprise on her face, retreated until she reached the edge of the wooden shed. The Thousand Lake City statue had already reached 1.5 meters in height, but it was still growing. The short, narrow wooden shed was too small for anyone to stand in. Xia Fengnian opened the door, and Yunchen left with him. The next second, there was a loud bang. The wooden shed shattered, sending wood fragments flying everywhere. The bamboo hat stone statue was covered in wood fragments, nearly 2 meters high. The huge movement attracted the attention of many people. Ling Shiqing hurried over and immediately spotted the towering stone statue in a conical hat suspended over the lake. Surprised, he asked Yunchen, this? I only knew that chickens and ducks could be given hormones to stimulate growth. So you guys also have hormones for the city's will. Yunchen was also bewildered. She looked at Xia Fengnian, who was also confused. Yunchen's 3-month underground sleep only increased his energy capacity. No matter what he did, it wouldn't turn that energy into hormones. There must be another reason why Qianhu is growing so fast. Ling Shiqing gaped. You don't know the reason either? Then what can we do? Will Qianhu be alright? Mr. Ling, a voice called from behind, Pei Shengyin approaching quickly. Are you sure this is Qianhu's first awakening? Ling Shiqing was about to nod, but he paused. That's what Qianhu told me. I've only been here a few months, so I don't know what happened before that. I remember now. Qianhu's deep, rich voice echoed in everyone's ears. The stone statue in the conical hat stopped growing, its height stopping at 2.5 meters. Qianhu had suddenly become a large city, even approaching the level of a megacity. After Qianhu finished speaking, he was silent for a long time. Yunchen and the others seemed to faintly hear the word shit, shame on you. Then, Qianhu spoke in a solemn tone, as if they were hallucinating. Qianhu said, I woke up once, but was forced back into sleep. This is my second time. Pei Shengyin asked, do you remember exactly what happened before you fell asleep? I might know the reason for your slumber, but I need to verify it to be sure. Qianhu was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. A mad human woman broke in and threatened to kill my then city follower, claiming she was a ghost in disguise. If it were a ghost, how could I not detect it? I don't believe her at all, and I can't let her harm the humans in the city and make them suffer. Yunchen's expression suddenly became subtle when she heard this. She recalled the city mentioned by Sister Duwan when she was talking about Wuming. Qianhu continued, the mad woman threw a blood-stained stone from the ground at the location of my city statue. The stone hit me, and then I couldn't resist and fell into a deep sleep. A fragment of the Jiuzhou statue? Which city will's power was this? Yunchen thought of Pei Shengyin's words, and her gaze lingered on her. Pei Shengyin pondered for a moment, inquiring about Qianhu's feelings before he fell asleep. After a moment, he concluded that should be correct. It represents a fragment of the divine capital. Xinjing's city talent is called Conquer Wind and Summon Rain. It can force the wills of surrounding cities into a dormant state to accumulate power. Once these city wills, affected by Conquer Wind and Summon Rain, are awakened, they can quickly reach megacities or supercities with the infusion of external energy, such as energy stones or energy diverted from other city wills. Conquer Wind and Summon Rain only affect cities within a radius of Xinjing. The abilities of the Jiuzhou fragments, representing the wills of each city, are not as powerful as the city talent of the city's own evolving wills. Qianhu was struck by a stone and fell into a deep sleep. According to Ling Shiqing, Qianhu's awakening seems to be related to the stone Yunchen picked up. Furthermore, his rapid leveling indicates that he was definitely influenced by Conquer Wind and Summon Rain. However, Qianhu's failure to reach the level of a megacities or above despite receiving such a large amount of energy stimulation is likely due to the insufficient strength of the fragment's carrying capacity. After Pei Shengyin's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. Xia Fengnian caught a glimpse of his daughter's face, a frown on her face, as if she was trying to suppress a laugh, yet also as if she was speechless. What's going on? Xia Fengnian asked, and Yunchen motioned him closer, leaning over and whispering something in his ear that she just remembered. When Sister Duwan was tracking Wuming, she didn't communicate with the city will because she encountered a city will that, no matter what she said, simply said, I don't listen, all humans are good. Xia Fengnian instinctively glanced at the stone statue in the bamboo hat. Are you talking about Qianhu? Yunchen nodded silently. The crazy woman Qian, who was referring to was most likely Sister Duwan. Xia Fengnian said maliciously, Can you tell Qianhu louder? The first time you woke up, you were tricked by ghosts because you mistakenly trusted humans. The second time you woke up, you were tricked by humans because you mistakenly trusted humans. You really don't learn your lesson. Is it true that even city wills can't change their nature? Dad, don't be like that. Yuan Chen continued to whisper, let's speak softly. He can pretend not to hear. Qianhu, I heard it all. Chapter 157. A person shouldn't stumble twice over the same problem, but a city can fall into the same pit twice. Qianhu became a major city, and its memory was restored. If he were in human form right now, he would have wanted to tuck his head into his crotch and never take it out again. Ling Shiqing questioned Wu Ming and Li Duan about their identities. He got an answer for the former, but Qianhu told him to stop asking about the latter. Asking each time was like stabbing Qianhu in the heart, with the blade inscribed with I won't listen, I won't listen. Yuan Chen and the others had no plans to return for the time being. Qianhu was short of supplies, men, and buildings, and they wanted to help restore some of Qianhu's resources. The sky was turning pale, and Ling Shiqing called Yuan Chen, Xia Fengyan, and Pei Shengyin to rest. Things like transporting supplies could wait until daybreak. Yuan Chen nodded. She asked Pei Shengyin, Mr. Pei, are you planning to stay in Qianhu or follow us back to Huading to rest? Pei Shengyin pushed up her glasses and replied, I continue to observe from here. Yuan Chen waved upward, and the vines at the base of Huading, which had been observing the situation, descended. The branches formed a platform for standing, and the vines at the four corners, acting as pull ropes, were dotted with small pink and white flowers. Yuan Chen and Xia Fengyan stepped onto the platform as the vines slowly ascended. As sunrise approached, the number of ghosts remaining on the ground decreased significantly. The rippling lake and the lush forests now displayed their graceful forms. Yuan Chen took in the scenery and said, Dad, if Jojo wakes up, won't this kind of scenery be seen everywhere? It won't just be confined to the city, will, and its surroundings. Xia Fengyan hummed and said, Jojo is the most beautiful country I've ever seen. Jojo will return to its former beauty. Yuan Chen was filled with anticipation. The platform continued to rise, never tired of the natural scenery, and Yuan Chen kept her gaze fixed on the woods. Something flashed in her peripheral vision. Yuan Chen glanced warily toward the northwest corner. The woods were quiet and dense. Just as she was about to look away, it appeared again. This time, she could see clearly. It was a fire in the woods. A moving fire. Ghosts weren't afraid of fire, but they didn't like it either. Anyone carrying fire was most likely human. Yuan Chen said, there's someone in the northwest, approaching Qianhu. She asked Hua Ting to take them back to Qianhu, and keep an eye on the situation there. Didn't you go back to rest? Why are you back again? Ling Shiqing saw the puzzled faces of Yuan Chen and Xia Fengyan, who had reappeared. He was stunned when Yuan Chen said someone was approaching Qianhu from the woods. Ling Shiqing glanced up at the sky in disbelief. It was almost dawn, but it wasn't even daybreak yet. The woods beyond the Qianhu city haven't been overshadowed by the ghostly presence. Ghosts still linger, and a human walking freely at this moment. Could it really be human? Pei Shengyin is a message detector. Even though no one's nearby, he can instantly arrive when something strange happens. A group of people stood in the direction Yuan Chen pointed. The woods were quiet. The tree trunks obscured any traces, leaving Shiqing unable to see them. Ghostly screams echoed from time to time. Is there really someone there? Ling Shiqing had always considered himself a patient person, but he glanced at the three men beside him, each one less powerful than the last, each patient. Suddenly, he wondered if he was holding back the city's followers, or even humanity. A faint voice. Everyone's expression brightened. The sound gradually grew louder and more distinct. Hey, sister. You. Sit at the bow, a resonant female voice called out. The trees seemed to part, and a small group emerged from the depths. 20 people, lined up in a single formation, each with a half-meter-long rope tied around their waist, connecting them to the people in front and behind. The woman in the lead held a torch, the flickering flames highlighting her tanned skin. The woman stared directly at the four people standing in the city air ahead. Several ghosts passed by, oblivious to them. She calmly walked into the city air, and only stopped singing when the last person on the rope entered. Wow! The woman flashed her large, white teeth, a brilliant smile. After all this walking, I finally see humans again. I feel like I've reached the northernmost point. It's impossible, right? Look at the trees, the water, the people. It must be Central Plains. This is Qianhu Lake. Who are you? Where are you from? Why aren't the ghosts attacking you? What do you mean you only made it to Qianhu Lake? I knew ghosts would affect compasses and cause us to stray, but I didn't expect the biggest impact would be our speed. It's over, it's over, it's over. If that thing finds out I took the wrong direction because I was playing around and delayed her mission, will she kill me when I get back? This place looks pretty good. Why not just settle down here? It's better than going back and seeing her with that scary, sullen face. We've only just reached Qianhu Lake. What are we going to do? The woman clutched her head in agony. She spoke at length without pausing, and the 19 people behind her smiled awkwardly, yet politely. One of them said, "We're from Qinghua." The tan woman suddenly looked up and said, "Yes, I'm Ning Ningxi, the favored one of Qinghua City. You can call me Ningxi or Cici, but don't call me Ning Ning. I don't like it when people call me that. It's hard to tell if you're calling me brother or me. It's better to call me Ningxi. I like it. Thank you for your cooperation." Yuan Chen and the other three, Why do the favored ones of Qinghua City seem so difficult to communicate with? The person who had just spoken in the team stood up again, apologetically saying, Ningxi speaks quickly when she's excited, but once she calms down, she returned to her normal self. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ning Ningbei. Yuan Chen and the others also introduced themselves. Ning Ningbei was much easier to communicate with than the excited Ning Ningxi. 20 of them were from Qinghua. Last December, unusual astronomical phenomena occurred in the direction of Zhongzhou, and Qinghua tasked them with investigating the situation within a specific time frame. With less than a week left until Qiangya's deadline, Ning Ningxi was so excited precisely because she learned that this place, Qianhu, was far from Zhongzhou. Ling Shiqing asked, shocked, "How is it possible to make it?" Pei Shengyin replied, "If it's Qiangya, it should be possible. Does it have anything to do with Qiangya's talent?" The question was from Yuan Chen, who recalled Pei Shengyin's confidence in leading the expedition to the ghostly Grand Canyon. "Do you have the fragments representing Qiangya's abilities?" Pei Shengyin nodded. He admired Yuan Chen's quick thinking, but he hadn't told him exactly which Kyushu fragments he had. Ning Ningbei said, "I didn't expect you to know about Qiangya's talents. Then you should also know that with the city's favor, ghostly will not affect our speed." Yuan Chen listened intently, not missing a single syllable. "But my sister is incredibly curious. She's the only one with that ability. Wherever she goes, we have to follow. Something happened along the way, so we strayed from our original destination, Zhongzhou, and headed for Luoxia." Ling Shiqing grumbled, "You've strayed too far." Ning Ningbei sighed, "Yes, we've strayed too far. We originally wanted to go to Luoxia to rest and restock, but Luoxia is under strict control. Outsiders aren't allowed to enter the city freely. There are even many people outside who've been driven out of Luoxia. Just tell me, isn't this strange? Don't you want to know what's going on? Why would the cities will drive people away so arbitrarily? How can we not get to the bottom of such a bizarre thing?" As everyone listened intently, Ning Ningxi suddenly rushed in, interrupting Ning Ningbei's story, her face full of mystery. "We took advantage of the situation and stayed overnight outside the city. We discovered a strange organization calling itself the Dawn Cult. This Dawn Cult is very good at brainwashing. I've seen many people utterly believe the leader's words. After hearing the Dawn Cult's teachings, I'm absolutely certain that Lhasa is refusing outsiders entry because of this cult." Ning Ningxi fell silent. Ling Shiqing, halfway through listening, grew anxious and asked, "Why didn't you say anything?" He couldn't help but think that what happened that night was more exciting than anything he experienced in the previous year. "Ning Ningxi, water." Ling Shiqing poured her a glass of water. Ning Ningxi gulped down the water, wiped her mouth, and continued, "Do you know how outrageous the Dawn Cult's teachings are? The Dawn Cult teaches that gods exist in this world, and that the city will is a means by which they protect humanity. The gods have not given up on humanity, leaving us with a last glimmer of hope. Saving the world inevitably requires sacrifice. The gods have chosen a certain group of humans, making them unique and endowed with powers unmatched by ordinary humans. And within this group of humans, there exists an even more special being. The blood of this special being contains powerful energy. By simultaneously offering blood from different parts of their bodies to the various city wills, they can break the restrictions imposed by the gods on the city wills, thereby unleashing the city will's true power and repelling the forces within Kyushu. All ghosts." Ning Ningxi laughed heartily. "How could anyone believe such nonsense? Some human with special abilities? They're simply stirring up hatred against the city's followers. No wonder they won't let them in. And that talk about someone with powerful blood is even funnier. Panda blood? How could human blood actually glow and have energy?" Ning Ningxi, seeing she was the only one laughing, asked in confusion, "Isn't it funny? Why aren't you laughing?" Qianhu and Pei Shengyin, Yuan Chen's right hand couldn't hold onto the trembling vines, and with his left hand, he held onto the arm of the frantic Xiaofengnian, his eyes curved into a smile. It's truly an interesting story, Ningxi. Can you tell me more about this? Dawn Cult? Chapter 158. Ningxi was delighted to hear the conversations of fellow enthusiasts. Okay, if you want to know anything about the Dawn Cult, I tell you everything I know. Yuan Chen asked how many members the Dawn Cult had, how long it had been active in Luoshui, the leader's name, and so on. Pei Xingyin's face remained expressionless. It was true that Xiaofengnian had been held back by Yuan Chen, but Pei Xingyin knew exactly what the warning look he gave him meant. He had to notify Xinjing as soon as possible to deal with the so-called Dawn Cult. It was as if he had been working so hard to build up his favorability, only to have a group of dragging him down arrive, not only slowing down his progress, but also stabbing him in the back twice, instantly undoing all his efforts. Pei Xingyin glanced at Yuan Chen, who calmly inquired about the new information, and felt a surge of admiration for her. Relieves worry. Such a child truly makes one worry-free. Ling Shiqing had intended to invite the Qingyao group to rest in Qianhu Lake, but before he could speak, he received a faint look of disapproval from Pei Xingyin. Thinking of the nameless National Ozi, he lit a bonfire near the city's edge, spread some hay nearby, and made a simple, soft, long mat. Ling Shiqing took the lead, pulling Yan Wenshi to sit down, and the others followed suit, taking up different positions on the mats. Ningxi enthusiastically answered Yuan Chen's questions, her exaggerated, emotional tone making it seem like a Dawn storytelling session. We've been in Lhasa for 6 days, and the number of Dawn Cult members we've met at gatherings is in the neighborhood of 50,000. The Dawn Cult has been established for over 10 years, but it hasn't gained much momentum. Its earlier teachings weren't so clear, merely mentioning that special individuals with special powers could be sacrificed to the city's will, strengthening it. About 4 or 5 months ago, the new leader of the Dawn Cult took office. No one knew his name or what he looked like, and even his voice sounded like a processed, robotic voice. He brought divine instructions and new teachings, and also displayed some special abilities. The Dawn Cult's membership grew at an alarming rate. Ningxi picked up the can of water by the campfire, and took a sip of the barely warm water. As the sky gradually brightened, Yuan Chen asked, "What special ability?" Ningxi gestured with her hands. "He has a large bag filled with powder. Anyone who touches their forehead with this powder will remain undetected for 2 hours if they encounter a ghost." Yuan Chen and Pei Xingyin frowned simultaneously. What kind of trick was this? Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. I have no idea what's going on. It's somewhat similar to Qingyao's talent, but completely different. That leader doesn't strike me as someone like a city worshipper. Ningxi shrugged and spread her hands. Anyway, this leader uses this ability to convince more and more humans to believe his words, to accept his teachings as truth. Ningxi interrupted. When we left, there was a bit of unrest in the Dawn Cult. It seemed they'd lost something particularly important, and they believed it was stolen by the people of Lhasa, so they were preparing to go to Lhasa to seek justice. Sunlight from the horizon fell on the bonfire, its brightness seemingly extinguishing it. Daylight dawned in a split second. After the sun rose, the ghosts returned to the earth, and the dark aura on the ground reluctantly retreated. Yuan Chen, the Dawn Cult wants to attack Lhasa? The people of Lhasa have always had conflict with them. The city worshippers of Lhasa even stood at the city gate, using a megaphone to call them a bunch of mindless idiots. Sooner or later, their divine instructions would be burned to ashes. Ningxi's stomach growled twice, but she ignored it, her intense desire to share gossip more than offsetting her hunger. The divine instructions are the discs the leader holds in his hands every morning during his sermons. Ningxi looked at her incredulously. You even attended the Dawn Cult sermons? When did that happen? Ningxi pretended not to hear her brother's question. The discs contain the gods' cryptic instructions for salvation. Every day, the leader leads the church members through a deep understanding of these instructions. Their outrageous teachings. From Ningxi's account, it was clear she was a skilled intelligence scavenger. She had been able to integrate into the Dawn Cult in just a few days, and extract so much useful information. Yuan Chen pondered. The Dawn Cult had existed for over a decade, and its teachings at that time were all about seeking out special individuals with powerful abilities. That's right, Yuan Chen's eyes flickered twice. The encouraging letter Sister Du1 had left her contained some words, such as telling her not to listen to others talk of self-sacrifice. Could it be that Sister Du1 had met someone from the Dawn Cult, or someone similar? As for the Dawn Cult's new teachings, it wasn't that Yuan Chen was narcissistic, she felt they were targeting her. Xiaofengnian was a body of pure energy stone, devoid of blood. Yuan Chen was the only person in the world whose blood possessed energy. 4 or 5 months ago, wasn't it November or December of last year? Yuan Chen remembered it clearly. In early to mid-November, the Baozhou rescue ship piloted by Rendayo arrived at Zhejiang. Later, they discovered Wu Ming on board. Disguised as a Zhejiang staff member, Wu Ming kidnapped Ji Luoshan and threatened Yuan Chen. However, due to his carelessness, Yuan Chen counterattacked and killed him, and he disappeared. Yuan Chen learned from Xia Fengnian that Wu Ming wasn't truly dead. Since Wu Ming's departure from Zhejiang, and their resolution of the Baozhou soil pollution crisis, the ghosts have become much quieter. They still attack humans, but with an inexplicable air of perfunctory office workers completing their daily tasks. More ghosts attack each other, devouring each other, constantly evolving. They've learned to endure and lie dormant, waiting for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. So what about Wu Ming, who hasn't appeared yet? Has he given up attacking the cities in the lower and middle parts of Jiuzhou and never appeared again, or has he made other plans? The time of Wu Ming's disappearance, the timing of the Dawn cult's new leader's appearance, and their highly targeted teachings. Yuan Chen carefully put the three together. He targeted Wu Ming. Wu Ming is the type of person who blames him for all the bad things that happen to humans, and he's sure to get away with it. Her expression of long contemplation to others looks like a trance. Xia Fengnian's heart ached. Anyone who was targeted wouldn't feel good hearing the phrase sacrifice blood from different parts of their body simultaneously, let alone his daughter, who had just woken from a deep sleep. After a long sleep, stones are prone to sentimentality and emotional instability in the first few days after waking, and are not suited to being provoked. Xia Fengnian patted Yuan Chen's head with his broad palm and said, "Dad is with you." "Dad," Yuan Chen called out softly. Nan seemed to have been struck hard, and was now very weak. Xia Fengnian, with a fatherly heart overflowing, said tearfully, Nan, tell me what you want to do, and Dad will help you do it." Yuan Chen glanced at Xia Fengnian in confusion. Her father was clearly a stone, so why were his tear glands so well developed? "How do you think this has anything to do with Wu Ming?" "Wu Ming?" Xia Fengnian suddenly realized that just because he didn't usually think much didn't mean he was a bad brain. He thought back to the previous incident. Yuan Chen observed Xia Fengnian's moody expression, and knew he was thinking the same thing. The ghost kept targeting Yuan Chen, simply because she was his daughter. Xia Fengnian wondered how to comfort Yuan Chen. "If it really is it, I finally understand why Sister Du-Wan is hunting it. Why is it linked to Li Du-Wan again?" Xia Fengnian heard his daughter mutter. "You're using such a lowly method to target me. Do you look down on me? It's infuriating." Xia Fengnian, Nan had completely inherited her mother's formidable ability to withstand stress. He was the only one who felt fragile after waking up. The sun grew brighter, casting a halo around Yuan Chen. Xia Fengnian seemed to see Yun Zhongshu in the halo, smiling at him from her wheelchair. He couldn't help but squint. The wind was a bit strong, and sand got into his eyes. Yuan Chen's hand on her head rubbed her hair twice. She glared at Xia Fengnian complainingly, "Dad, don't mess up my hair. Hua Ting just braided it for me yesterday." Xia Fengnian was nearly furious. After Ning Ningxi finished speaking, everyone went back to their own business. The Qiungyao group continued on their way. Several members of the team sat on straw mats, nodding their heads. Ling Shiqing was tending to the restless Yan Wenshan. Pei Shengyin alternated between Yan Wenshan and Ning Ningxi, who was eating her pancake. Ning Ningxi took a bite of pancake and a sip of water, quickly filling her stomach. She had many of these large pancakes in her backpack. They were hard enough to crush rocks on the ground and would last for a long time, making them perfect for road rations. The pancakes weren't to be bitten. They could only be ground slowly with teeth, or broken off a few pieces and soaked in water to soften them before eating. Pei Shengyin had originally wanted to have the men do some math problems, but now decided to wait until they were well rested. Bang! 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 This was the sound of Ning Ningxi breaking the pancakes. Muffled yet powerful. Each broken piece, placed in a tin can filled with water, placed over a campfire, boiled, and sprinkled with flavorful seasonings, was a true delicacy. Yuan Chen stared at the pancakes, about the thickness of 2 fingers, in the can. After soaking, they surprisingly filled the entire can. Ning Ningxi used a branch from the campfire to pick up a tin can and brought it to Yuan Chen. "Would you like some too?" Yuan Chen smiled shyly and pushed the can toward him. She had never tried this kind of flatbread before and was curious. Ning Ningxi generously shared the food with everyone, giving each person a portion. Soon, she had enough flatbread to share. She pulled a new flatbread from her backpack and continued breaking it. Break, break, break. Huh? Ning Ningxi looked down at the flatbread in surprise. How could it be so difficult to break? Incredulous, she wrapped the flatbread in a coarse cloth and slammed it to the ground. Through the cloth, the general shape of the flatbread remained, with a few crumbs falling from the edges. She pounded it hard, drawing everyone's attention. The dozing ones woke up, the noisy ones stopped, and those eating stopped eating to look at her. Seeing everyone's attention focused on her, Ningning said, "Hey, I make something to eat. Do you all want some pancakes?" She lifted the cloth and sifted through the crumbs. Suddenly, something felt off about the texture of the pancakes. She lowered her head and rummaged through them, sweeping away the food crumbs. Unexpectedly, lying in the cloth were several pieces of stone she had smashed. "What are those?" Ningning was surprised to find the stone pieces familiar. She quickly pieced them together like a puzzle. Half a minute later, a disc carved with a child's graffiti appeared before everyone's eyes. Ningning swallowed. "Ningxi, this can't be." Ningning also swallowed. "That's it. This disc." It was the divine instruction book that the Dawn cult leader held in his hands every morning during his sermons. Yuan Chen and Pei Shengyin felt the handwriting on the disc seemed familiar. Zhongzhou was deciphering the meaning of the ghostly stone tablet, the font matching the pattern on the disc. Ningning asked bewilderedly, "Why is it here?" "Your bag, your pancake, who are you asking?" Everyone responded with even more bewildered expressions. Chapter 159. Huh? The woman, reaching the foot of the mountain, exhaled. Her fingerless hand untied the knot across her chest, and her dark red cloak fell to the crook of her arm, revealing the scar on her chin. The climate of Lhasa is known for its 4 seasons in one mountain, and different weather every 10 miles. Li Duan loathed this kind of weather. She pushed her sunglasses up on her face, and through the dark lenses, she glanced indifferently at a lone Tibetan mastiff that was about to attack her. The mastiff immediately tucked its tail between its legs, whimpered, and scurried away. Huh? Li Duan walked to a pile of rubble and dug out her luggage. With a flicker of her hands, she assembled a pistol. She checked the bullets, raised her hand, and the magazine retracted into the gun. She spun the pistol in her hand and slipped it into her weapon pouch. As she had expected, she hadn't killed Wuming last time in Qiongya. The claim that death in human form actually means death is a deliberate disguised weakness that Wuming had revealed. It makes sense. Up to this point, ghosts simply cannot be killed. They change, becoming increasingly powerful. Li Duan's face was stern as she shouldered her enormous backpack. Not far from here, there was a large city of blockhouses. That was Lhasa. Li Duan had originally had no plans to visit Lhasa. Qiongya had struck a deal with her, offering her generous supplies in exchange for her protection of a group of Qiongya's expeditionaries. The strange phenomenon in the northeast sky. She didn't care. It didn't seem like a fatal astronomical phenomenon, so there was no need to worry. Qiongya's expedition included Ningning, a member of her family, and Qiongya had instructed Li Duan to follow them covertly. When Ningning uses her Qiongya talent, everyone within a 10-meter radius will experience a sleight-of-hand effect, hiding from ghosts. The mission was more difficult than Li Duan had imagined. Ningning was like a flea on the elephant. You never knew where she would go next, or what direction she might stray from. The paramecium's mind was unplanned, its behavior fraught with uncertainty. It was only this constant flow of surprises that kept Li Duan from killing her. She followed the group undetected all the way to Lhasa. She discovered something very interesting. The Dawn cult's origins turned out to be here. The relationship between Lhasa and the Dawn cult was strained. The fleeting figure of the Dawn cult leader gave her an eerie sense of familiarity. Ningningshi's outgoing personality made her well-suited to mingling with people and gathering intelligence. Following behind, Li Duan learned a great deal of information and helped her deal with many suspicious individuals seeking trouble. The Dawn cult's leader preached every morning. The first time Li Duan listened, she sneered at the teachings. The second time, she was certain the Dawn cult's leader was Wuming. The only person who could radiate the stench of wanting to sever the unity of the people of Kyushu was Wuming. The divine instructions in Wuming's hands seemed quite interesting. They were said to be inscribed with divine writing, but it appeared to be the writing of ghosts. Words are the foundation of culture. After effortlessly destroying human culture, were the ghosts trying to establish their own? The Dawn cult's followers had been thoroughly brainwashed, their faces etched with madness. At the command of the leader, they would willingly die. Wuming was still in human form, making it less difficult to deal with. Besides, she had no intention of killing it now. Failing to do so would only be a waste of effort. She wanted to borrow its divine instructions. Li Duan staked out Wuming's daily movements, but he remained unaware of her arrival. One morning after her sermon, Li Duan politely took the divine instructions while Wuming slept. She imitated Ningningshi's pancake-making technique, making a large, firm pancake and slipping it into Ningningshi's backpack. Ningningshi and the others were about to leave Luoshui for Zhongzhou, where the divine instructions would be even more useful. She had no fear of losing the divine instructions. Ningningshi valued the pancake more than her own life. Food would only go into her stomach, not elsewhere. Sooner or later, she would discover the divine instructions hidden within it. Li Duan had not forgotten the little girl in the East, a self-taught student who had learned by reading her diary. Possessed an innocence rarely seen in the apocalypse. Whether it was Yuan Chen or Ningningshi, they had lived in the city since childhood, preserving a sense of beauty. But Li Duan's beauty had been completely destroyed by years of wandering in the apocalypse. When she saw others possessing this beauty, she felt that the world was still full of hope, and she unconsciously sought to protect it. Li Duan had experienced many agonizing things she couldn't bear to recall, and she sincerely hoped that such things would stop with her and never happen to others, especially those who still retained their bright, vibrant eyes. Dawn Cult. Xia Fengnian had once saved her life. Li Duan's expression slowly changed. We arrived. The sun was strong. Li Duan stood outside the towering city wall, evidently newly constructed using the city's energy. She stared at the guards atop it for a moment before heading toward the city gate. The guard stopped her with his weapon. No one without the required qualifications is allowed to enter the city. The half-open gate was worn and stained with blood. Li Duan glimpsed a tall man with a neat little braid passing through the gate. On his left cheek was a soaring falcon, faintly glowing. The followers of Luoshui City. Li Duan shouted, but the other party ignored her. She calmly returned to her normal voice. The mob is troublesome, isn't it? No matter how much we persuade them, they will blindly follow the leader's orders. The Luoshui City follower stopped, his eyes piercing Li Duan like an eagle, and said half sarcastically, the leader is very cunning and not easy to kill. Even if you want to kill the leader, you can't. Are you interested in cooperating? Li Duan pulled a booklet from her backpack, threw it to the ground, and kicked it at the Luoshui City follower. The Luoshui City follower frowned. What is this? Li Duan replied, there are still people in the Dawn cult who can be saved. We're lucky. There aren't many people, so saving them won't be too difficult. Internal and external troubles, ghosts are constantly evolving, and humans are experiencing internal losses in their combat power. The Luoshui City follower couldn't understand the words of this suddenly appearing woman. His eyes widened at the next words. Even the guards at the gate looked at the woman as if she were mad. The Dawn cult has a total of 54,328 members, 2,020 of whom are innocent. Li Duan slowly removed her sunglasses, revealing a delicate yet intimidating face. A hideous scar ran diagonally from her forehead to the bridge of her nose, then down her cheek to her jaw. She brushed her fingertips across the scar on her jaw and smiled at the followers of Luoshui City. Are you interested in joining us in annihilating these 50,000 plus people who have been recruited by the ghosts? After a moment of shock, the followers of Luoshui City noticed the key point in her words. What did the ghosts recruit? Chapter 160. Thousands of lakes, turquoise waters and azure skies. Did anyone touch your backpack? Ningningshi, upon hearing Yun Chen's question, pondered it intensely for 2 minutes before shaking her head. I carry my backpack on my back during the day and place it in the inner corner farthest from the tent entrance at night. 20 of us sleep in one tent. If someone had entered, we wouldn't have been unaware. Yun Chen, seeing Ningningshi's certainty, was puzzled. If no one had touched Ningningshi's backpack, how could this clearly disguised divine instruction disc have ended up with the other untouched pancakes that had been in the backpack from the beginning? The Qiangyao group could not recall any unusual details. Why the divine instruction disc appeared inside the pancake remained a mystery. Pei Shengyin briefly recounted the incident involving the traitor and said, the text on this disc is similar to the previous stone disc. It might help Zhongzhou decipher the code faster. Do you mind? Ningningshi said, no problem. Take it. Pei Shengyin picked up the disc wrapped in coarse cloth and said, everyone, I go to Zhongzhou first. The vines wrapped around it, and pulled it back to Huading. Ling Shiqing asked curiously, are they going to Huading to send him back alone? Yun Chen shook his head and said, there's a teleportation channel to Zhongzhou in Huading. Everyone, except Xia Fengnian, stared wide-eyed, their eyes widening in disbelief. Teleport? Yun Chen summarized the important information he had shared so far that needed to be shared. Xi and Luo's stories shocked and angered everyone. They were chilled by the ghost's unyielding persistence in setting traps for humanity. But the growing strength of each city's resolve, the extremely convenient teleportation channels, the communication methods unaffected by ghosts, and so on. It turned out that the strange phenomenon they saw in the sky was a scene of Zhongzhou establishing a directional teleportation channel. If more and more cities were able to establish these channels, wouldn't Jiuzhou soon regain its former convenient transportation, and would its major cities also grow at an ever-increasing pace? Everyone was filled with hope and confidence. Ningning, she said, so there are ghosts that can disguise themselves as humans. Fortunately, they have a weakness that allows us to identify them. At this point, her cheerful expression suddenly changed. But I can't do math. Am I going to be treated as a nameless person from now on? Yunshin said, if you're truly unable to identify, you can contact the tea house and request a specialist to come and review the information. Depending on the situation, it may take some time. This specialist was Rendayo, who possessed a remarkable sense of smell. Ningning, she patted her chest and said, that's good. She took a vicious bite of the pancake, trying to calm her frightened heart. Yunshin glanced at Xia Fengyan. Xia Fengyan shook his head slightly, indicating that everyone here was normal. Noticing the weariness evident on everyone's faces, Yunshin said, let's go and rest. He ordered Shurqin to arrange accommodations for the people from Qingya. Seeing Yan Wenshin still unconscious, Yunshin temporarily put the matter aside and returned to Huiding with Xia Fengyan. As their feet touched the solid pavement, Huiding's voice, still tinged with anger, rang out. That dawn cult the Qingya city followers are talking about is too much. For the first time, Xia Fengyan felt that Huiding wasn't such a nuisance. You're still dwelling on this matter. Yunshin chuckled, raised his index finger, and lightly tapped the vines, saying, don't let your emotions control your thinking. Think carefully. Using the vines as a means of transportation, they quickly returned to their residence, entered the brick house, and sat down at the wooden table. The Dawn cult's teachings are too deliberate. Anyone who knows me and my background would know immediately that they are targeting me. If they truly wanted to target me and use me as a sacrifice, such a high-profile publicity would only arouse my vigilance and reduce their chances of success. I thought carefully. Is the Dawn cult's true target really me? In the vast room, only Yunshin could be heard slowly voicing his inner thoughts. Yenin wagged his tail under the wooden table. The old turtle lay in the stone vat in the corner, motionless as a statue. Yunshin looked Xia Fengyan straight in the eye and asked, Dad, if you suddenly heard about the Dawn cult while I was away, how would you react? I fly into a rage and drag you out of this damn place. Xia Fengyan spoke frankly. When it came to his wife and daughter, Xia Fengyan never lost his composure. In the past, his composure was Yun Zhongshu, but now it was Yunshin. Dad and I are very important to the city's will. Yunshin said this with a certain embarrassment, and the last words were even softer. And my relationship with Huiding. The words seemed to roll past his lips, so quickly that they were inaudible unless you listened carefully. Then Yunshin resumed his normal speech. The city's will undoubtedly devote its energies to resolving this matter. The Dawn cult has a large membership. If Ningxi hadn't brought the news ahead of time, by the time we had searched all the way to Luosi and discovered the Dawn cult's situation, their numbers would have been even greater. Dealing with so many humans will undoubtedly consume a significant amount of the city's energy and attention, reducing its focus on other matters. Yunshin offered his speculation. Does this sound like a ghostly tactic to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Hua Ting asked, could the ghost's attention be related to the Golden Ring solar eclipse? Yunshin said, after the incident with the orb, the ghosts have been very quiet. Unless you pay close attention, it's difficult to detect their evolution. They seem to have given up on small, ineffective actions. For example, polluting the city's energy, creating burrows within the city's atmosphere, bewitching human city minds so they and their followers steal the abilities of other city minds, or nameless infiltration. Xia Fengyan suddenly thought of something, but he kept silent. Yunshin noticed a change in Xia Fengyan. Hua Ting then spoke. The message on the stone tablet is a reward from the ghosts for Jin and Yin, but also a provocation to us. They are very confident of destroying Jiuzhou. Could the ghost's evolution be related to the Golden Ring solar eclipse? Yunshin stood up and contacted Pei Shengyin. Regardless of whether it is related or not, have Mr. Pei downplay the importance of this matter when reporting it to Xinjing. The ghost situation deserves more attention. The Dawn cult is related to the ghosts. If the ghosts can create one Dawn cult, they can create a second. It would be better to keep this church, whose location and intelligence they already know. To put it bluntly, it's too easy for humans to kill them. If humans really want to deal with Yunshin, she is sure Hua Ting will stand with them. Ordinary humans are powerless against Hua Ting's vines. Yunshin doesn't want to see a confrontation between Hua Ting and humans in the future. Their real enemy is the ghost. It's the ghost that deserves more attention. The jade hairpin glowed faintly, and the communication was connected. Yuanchen briefly explained his thoughts to Pei Shengyin. Pei Shengyin stood before Zhongzhou's humanoid figure, listening to the voice beside him, a rare expression of surprise on his face. Until now, Zhongzhou had assumed that this city-devoted member of Xinjing was suffering from facial paralysis. Zhongzhou asked, "Which city-devoted member's words surprised you so much?" Currently, the T-card phone can only be used for communication between city-devoted members, between city wills, and between city-devoted members and their own city wills. Zhongzhou believed that Xinjing would not allow Pei Shengyin to react this way, so it could only be one of the city-devoted members. "It's Yuanchen." Pei Shengyin's expression returned to a blank stare, and he handed the coarse cloth bundle to Zhongzhou. "She seems to be saying she doesn't need our special treatment, and that we should focus on other things." Pei Shengyin's eyes flickered with confusion. He recounted the events of the Dawn cult to Zhongzhou, asking, was she being serious or sarcastic? Zhongzhou asked Pei Shengyin to repeat Yuanchen's exact words, and then a hint of warmth curved the corners of his lips, unobstructed by his mask. Xiao Yun's words should be taken literally. If she told you not to prioritize the Dawn cult, then focus on the ghosts. Xiao Yun's personality is truly the spitting image of her mother. He was quite moved. Back when Xia Fengnian was in Zhongzhou, he and Meng Ranlin wanted to grant them special treatment as a couple, but Yun Zhongshu had refused in the same way. Zhongzhou opened the coarse cloth bundle, and saw the stone tablet inside. He glanced at the pattern on it, and was stunned. "Where did you get it?" he asked. Pei Shengyin said, "This divine revelation from the Dawn cult seems somewhat similar to the pattern on the stone tablet we saw earlier. Is it useful?" Zhongzhou looked up at him and said, "It functions as the phonetic notation of our Jiuzhou language." Pei Shengyin watched Zhongzhou take the coarse cloth package and quickly disappear from the scene, leaving only one sentence. "With this, I soon be able to decipher the contents of the stone tablet." Pei Shengyin told Xinjing the good news. "Really? That's great." Xinjing sat in a chair with a calm expression, his narrow eyes slightly lowered. He fiddled with a jade pendant at his waist. His seemingly casual posture exuded an inherent dignity. Xinjing knew everything that happened in every corner of the city. He maintained the city's stable operation, and assigned various tasks to humans. When humans become too comfortable, they often engage in frivolous behavior. As the city was relatively favored by Kyushu, Xinjing knew more than the others, and possessed an additional ability bestowed upon him by Kyushu. Xinjing could temporarily summon individuals from various parts of Kyushu to serve as reserve forces for his city-favored followers, and to gather information. The individuals he had just summoned didn't provide much useful information. Xinjing's eyes fluttered shut for a moment, then snapped open within half a minute. He stood up, his clothes rippled around his feet. He appeared in a quiet, secluded corner of the city. At the corner stood an iron gate. A man with a crew cut stood at the entrance. Seeing Xinjing approach, he said, "Jean is willing to confess. Should I have him cleaned up and brought back?" Xinjing replied, "No need. I go see him?" The shaved-head man opened the iron gate. "Is it okay? He doesn't look good right now, but he's still human after all." "You?" Xinjing glanced at him. "I am the city will of Jiuzhou. Jiuzhou's tradition has always been to treat people with a smile and handle affairs in a more gentle and peaceful manner. Sheathing one's claws and fangs doesn't mean they disappear. Jiuzhou has a ruthless nature, but it's just hidden deep inside. If not, how could it defend its country? Facing its enemies, Jiuzhou never shows any unnecessary mercy. As the city will of Jiuzhou, he is no different. Those who betray Jiuzhou are its enemies." Xinjing walked into the torture chamber, looking down at the mangled Jean and Yin. "Confess." After I finished speaking, Jean and Yin coughed up blood with every word. "Kill me!" He demanded a quick death. Xinjing's eyes reflected the pool of blood before him, and he said calmly, "You have no right to demand." "Qianhu." The large, chubby man vigorously shook the vines close to the ground. Soon, two people descended from the city above. Yunshen asked, "What's wrong?" "Come with me." Yin Wenshen has regained consciousness. Ling Shiqing grabbed Yunshen and ran. "I can't understand what he's saying. He's in the house and won't come out." Yunshen asked as he ran. "What did he say?" Ling Shiqing replied, "He said the ghosts were feeding the ghosts that had eaten the ghosts to a larger ghost." Chapter 161. Inside the simple, dimly lit wooden house, a man with a messy hair curled into a ball, hiding beneath a light-leaking wooden board. A beam of light struck him, sending dust clouds bobbing and his feet trembling. Yunshen was the first to enter the house, witnessing this scene. A man squeezed out from behind him, Ling Shiqing. He twisted his portly body and squatted beside Yin Wenshin. His pants suddenly stretched tight against his flesh. Ling Shiqing said, "Look, there really isn't just me. There are others here, and I brought them all with me. You're not in Qianzhong now, you're in Qianhu. This is the Huading city devoted one. Xi and Huading helped us drive away Luning's brute gang. Qianhu is safe now." Yin Wenshin's eyes drifted, then settled on the two pairs of shoes at the door. His gaze slowly moved upward. Yuan Qin met a pair of eyes filled with a swirling vortex of chaotic emotion. The eye sockets were sunken, the whites of the eyes yellow, and the edges were bloodshot. The overwhelming emotion in those eyes was bottomless despair. Yuan Qin's heart tightened. Soon, those eyes moved away. Ling Shiqing grabbed the scrawny-haired man's bony hand, held it in his, and soothed him as he asked, "You know you don't have much time left to be lucid. Take this opportunity to tell us about the situation in Qianzhong." "Qianzhong, oui." Yin Wenshin opened his mouth, wanting to continue, but his lips trembled with the memory, and no sound came out. He tugged at his hair in agony. Ghosts, a black mass, breaking things, so many things. Yin Wenshin was clearly lucid, but his speech was still incoherent when he spoke about Qianzhong. Ling Shiqing glanced at Yuan Qin with trepidation, his hand soothing Yin Wenshin as he muttered, "It's all over. It's okay. It's all in the past. How about this? Take the stone out first." Stone? This revelation woke Yin Wenshin up, and he immediately reached for the stone from his trouser pocket. The zipper had been undone several times, and he bent over desperately, trying to bite it with his teeth or cut it with a knife. Ling Shiqing stepped in just in time, gently unzipping it. Pei Xingyin appeared at the door. Behind Yun Chun and Xia Fengyan, 3 stones, seemingly ordinary stones on the roadside, rolled down. Pei Xingyin walked around Xia Fengyan, the humanoid structure integrated into the wooden house, and approached Yun Chun. The stone in front stopped rolling. The tool bag on Yun Chan's waist, containing the fragments of the Jiuzhou statue, sank slightly. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the drawstring of the pendant hanging from Pei Xingyin's chest tighten. He, too, was carrying a fragment of the Jiuzhou statue. At this moment, Yin Wenshin lay prone on the ground, searching among 3 similar-looking stones. Suddenly, a smile lit his face. He picked up one of them, and placed it against his forehead. Instantly, the stone began to glow faintly. The light formed a jagged circle, like tiny, moving tentacles. 4 tentacles extended, splitting in 4 directions, each aimed at Ling Shiqing, who was closest to Yin Wenshin, and at Yuan Chun, Pei Xingyin, and Xia Fengyan, who were some distance away. The 4 luminous tentacles extended halfway, then the one facing Xia Fengyan's defense suddenly retracted. Only 3 remained, floating up and down in front of Yuan Chun, Pei Xingyin, and Ling Shiqing. "What is this?" No one answered their question. After placing the stone close to his brow, Yin Wenshin closed his eyes, oblivious to the events outside. A soft white light still floated before them, as if awaiting their consent. Out of trust in the fragments of the Jiuzhou statue, even though they didn't know what was happening, Yuan Chun and Pei Xingyin reached out toward the light. The light shone brightly, enveloping them, then slowly dissipated. Like Yin Wenshin, they all closed their eyes. Ling Shiqing hesitated for a moment, then reached out toward the light. The same white light reappeared. Xia Fengyan was the only one in the cabin with his eyes open. The people of Qianhu, having shaken off the shadow of Luning's past and enjoyed a good sleep, gradually woke up, and the city was filled with the sounds of people. Xia Fengyan closed the door, which offered no soundproofing, and sat down on the ground directly in front of it. A vast expanse of white. The sound of people filled the air, and their feet felt soft and untouchable, as if they were walking in the clouds. Yuan Chun remembered this feeling. When Hua Ting shared his memories with her, each experience began with this hazy image. So, is she entering the memories of a certain city's will, memories of Qianzhong? The woman's face, smiling like a flower, suddenly enlarged and appeared before his eyes, startling Yuan Chun and the body's owner. "Don't do that." The body's owner spoke, and Yuan Chun, hearing the familiar voice, suddenly realized that this might be Yin Wenshin's memory. His vision swirled, and the body's owner stared at his hands. The soft touch of his arms made him feel terribly embarrassed. "Shall you?" The body's owner's vision was limited to his hands and the grass, not daring to glance at the person next to him. "Haha, your reaction is hilarious. Are you so embarrassed because you have a crush on me? Bullshit, who would like a tomboy like you? I don't mean anything else, it's just that." Qianzhong said the exploration team found something strange outside, possibly related to ghosts. The woman's serious profile suddenly appeared in his field of vision, and the body's owner turned his head. A glowing mark appeared on the woman's cheek, the symbol of a city-devoted person. So she was a city-devoted person from Qianzhong. Xiaoyu. Strange things. Is there anything wrong? The two of them remained in his field of vision. No one else appeared. No big deal. And here's some great news. Qianzhong will soon become a major city. It's almost New Year's Eve, so we can celebrate early together. Celebrating early? Good idea. The body's owner, delighted by the affirmation, looked up at the sky. The sky was blue, the white cloud shifting in shape and form. Suddenly, the cloud shifted at an accelerated pace, the sky constantly changing colors. The sun rose and set, the sunset enveloping the earth countless times. The crimson glow faded, and darkness enveloped the earth. There was always an extra chill in the air. Yunqin could feel the chill that the body's owner felt firsthand. Did you see that? Ghosts swirled in the swirling black fog, tangled together. Instead of fostering kinship, they tore apart and devoured their comrades without hesitation. More than one person was watching this bizarre scene. The field of vision was densely packed with people, staring at the scene outside in fear and curiosity. Are they killing each other? So ghosts can die? It seems they have to kill themselves. The number is smaller than before, not more. Good death, the more the better. Is it really a good thing? The body's owner wasn't used to witnessing such cruel scenes, especially when a ghost, devouring its own kind, cast a cold gaze at him. He closed his eyes in fear. All he saw was darkness. Bang! The sound of a table being pounded. Quiet, everyone, be quiet. He opened his eyes, and was already in the brightly lit conference room. The woman at the front leaned forward, propping herself up against the table, making the final decision. This abnormal behavior from ghosts is not a good sign. I agree to utilize Qianzhong's abilities to build an underground escape tunnel and shelter. That's it, adjourn the meeting. Someone nearby was talking. Ghosts devouring themselves won't change anything. It's clearly a good thing. Instead of expanding and improving the facilities, they're wasting their energy on such a useless thing. We already have a shelter, why build another one? The body's owner was packing up the things on the table. Let's not talk about that. Did you see that just now? Qianyu's position was so clear. Even without underwear, at least cover it up. The owner of the body leaned in closer to the speaker. Haha, why call me Qianyu? Just call me Nuyu. A punch was thrown, and people and horses fell to the ground. Curses erupted in the chaos. The scene turned upside down, and a woman's voice echoed in my ears. Why are you fighting with someone? I know everything. Qianzhong can hear everything. How could I not know? What do they do? If a dog bites you, how can you bite the dog back? Oh, you really are. The scene stopped spinning. The temperature around was extremely low, freezing cold. Ahead, less than 100 meters from the edge of the city's atmosphere, a shadow emerged from the swirling black air. The black air continued to surge into the shadow, like a ball of soft soil, constantly pulled by an invisible force. A faint red light flickered. The surrounding ghosts continued to fight and devour each other. But this time, the ghosts that devoured their own kind visibly grew to double or even triple their original size. What is that? No one answered, and everyone had a bad feeling. They had previously kept silent about the people who had allocated their efforts to build a new underground escape tunnel and shelter. Everyone wanted to join in the construction, but this underground structure was different from ordinary underground structures that could be discovered by ghosts. It relied on Qianzhong's unique talents. Everyone within sight had a grim expression. Fear, boundless fear. The scene around them accelerated, and another night arrived. The ghosts continued to devour their own kind, but their devouring had limits. Once their bodies reached a certain size, they plunged without hesitation into the stretched shadow. The more ghosts plunged into the shadow, the faster it stretched, its outline gradually becoming apparent. Everyone knew that when a shadow took shape, bad things were bound to happen. The huge shadow ahead gradually took on the shape of a woman, its silhouette becoming increasingly clear. The body's owner stared at the scene with bated breath. Their shelter wasn't ready yet, and they had nowhere to retreat. Suddenly, daybreak broke. The clear silhouette of the woman vanished instantly. The image flickered rapidly, as it always did, the shadow's formation always failing at the moment of daybreak. No matter how many ghosts were added early on, the shadow wouldn't materialize before dawn. As time went on, everyone gradually relaxed, even finding time to joke with the shadow outside. Their vision flickered again, the surrounding scene trembling constantly, the picture becoming extremely unstable. In their peripheral vision, a sliver of red lanterns hung for the celebration. The air was filled with a fragrant aroma of food, and unused items were piled everywhere, even at the entrance to the escape tunnel. Everyone seemed happy as they moved these items and headed elsewhere. They looked up at the sky. The setting sun was a blood-red color. The night was filled with lights and decorations, and it was bustling with activity. They pointed at the twisting shadows and made bets on how many ghosts would commit suicide that day. In the latter part of the night, everyone except those on patrol or those unable to sleep went to sleep. The owner of the body sat on a bench, the woman beside him. In another month, Xinjiang will be a major city. Then, those underground cultural preservation centers he helped build to help humanity will be able to see the light of day again, and representative artifacts from this apocalyptic period will also be placed there. Underground Cultural Preservation Center? It's to prevent our Jiuzhou from losing its heritage. 4 in the morning. The weather looks strange today. A shrill alarm blared, and a crowd surged. The host, walking against the crowd, glanced at the sky. Usually, at this time of year, a little light would have appeared on the horizon. Now, it was pitch black. The shelter can't accommodate so many people. Children, women, young and middle-aged people, and those in good health will be given priority. Why aren't you letting us in? The image shook constantly. The scene was chaotic. It was still dark, and the shadows were more fully formed than in the past few days. Jostling, insults, crying, roaring. All the noise gradually faded amidst the ghost's shrill screams. A biting coldness washed over me from behind. The ghost's dry, hoarse voices echoed from behind. Mother! The field of vision shifted slowly. The bulk of a massive woman, over 10 meters tall, was embedded in the earth. The woman the ghosts called Mother. Is she Ghost Mother? The ghost's skin was bluish-white, while Ghost Mother's was grayish-white. Her hair and eyes were also grayish-white, and a faint smile played at the corners of her lips. She raised her arm, a sharp sound of wind. With a gentle wave, a city aura unlike any seen before materialized, a semicircular aura of varying sizes covering various areas of the city, flickering and fading. Lines like lightning filled the city aura. The body's owner was being dragged away. It was Xiao Yu. Qianzhong said he's almost collapsing, and told us to hide in the shelter. If anything happens to him, the entrance to the shelter will be closed. The ghost mother saw her arm stop mid-flight, and her smile became even more graceful. With a flick of her fingers, sharp claws sprouted, and a surge of black energy surged. She pressed down with increased force. The fleeing people heard Qianzhong's painful cry. The next second. Crack! The city's aura shattered. Ghosts swarmed in, snatching up the nearest humans and tearing them to pieces. Blood splattered on the nearby red lanterns. Run, run, run. Run like hell, without looking back. A massive gray-white arm passed overhead, piercing Qianzhong's city statue with unerring precision. The claws, sharper than any weapon in the world, instantly shattered the city into fragments. Only the base remained. No matter how hard the claws tore at it, the base remained impervious. The ghosts let out a high-pitched cry, and the ghost mother seemed furious. The entrance to the shelter was closed, leaving only the escape route. The ghosts behind her seemed to be growing in number, and her lungs ached. They're chasing me. They know I'm a city-loving person. I can't go through. It would kill others. Why are you trying to be a hero now? If you stay, I stay too. You? Why isn't it morning yet? The ghost mother's body continued to grow, more and more of her body emerging from the soil. The escape route was just a step away. The ghosts caught up with them, their claws piercing the woman's waist. 2 blood-stained stones embedded in her palms. Protect them. They're more important than your life. If you encounter other city lovers, hand them over to them. Go! A forceful push against his chest splattered his face with scalding blood. The woman was torn in two before him. The bright eyes on her smiling face vanished like the mark on her cheek. The ghost and the ghost mother both looked at him. Daybreak had arrived. He clutched the sticky, blood-soaked stone, his eyes filled with blood and limbs. He tried to piece the woman's body together, but to no avail. He shook the open-eyed corpses on the ground. They refused to wake. He moved the rubble of the Xinjiang city statue, stacking it back together, but the statue no longer shone. He slumped down beside the woman's body, the stone in his hand tumbling feebly across her forehead. He saw a scene, the woman speaking to someone else. Yan Wenxin, I really like him. If he'd taken the initiative, I have given him a chance, haha. Why wasn't he the one to die? Huh? A sharp inhale. The white light shone from Yunchen, Pei Shengyin, and Ling Shiqing. Yan Wenxin's lucid time was over, and he had returned to his madman. Fatty, chubby. Yan Wenxin clapped at Ling Shiqing, laughing non-stop, his mouth drooling. Suddenly, he spotted scattered stones on the ground and immediately grabbed them, clutching them in his arms, glaring warily at the others. Baby mine. Yunshin felt deeply saddened. Chapter 162. Yan Wenxin regained consciousness for a brief moment. He repeatedly confirmed Yunshin and Pei Xingyin's status as city lovers, ensuring they were trustworthy, and then handed over his 3 precious stones. Yan Wenxin felt relieved, a bright smile on his face. Afterwards, he went completely insane, never regaining consciousness again. The others were silent for a long time. They could not help Yan Wenxin now. They could only move on. The fragments of the Jiuzhou statue were handed over to Pei Xingyin for safekeeping. Of the 3 Jiuzhou statue fragments, one must represent the power of Xinjing. Which of the 2 remaining city wills the fragments represent would require Pei Xingyin to bring them back to Xinjing for Xinjing to examine before making a final decision. In the center of the brightly lit square, Ling Shiqing looked at Yunshin and Pei Xingyin and asked, "What should we do next?" Qianhu is doing well now. He's aware of the unusual phenomenon in the sky, and he still has companions left in Baipu. Pei Xingyin glanced at Ling Shiqing, then at Yunshin. "We still need to save the people in Qianzhong." Yunshin nodded. Ling Shiqing asked in surprise, "But everyone in Qianzhong is dead. When we passed by, we only saw a few people like Yan Wenxin alive. We saved everyone we could. Some people are alive." Yunshin explained, in Yan Wenxin's memories, some people from Qianzhong took refuge in the underground shelter. The underground shelter must be related to Qianzhong's talent. When Qianzhong fell asleep, the underground shelter was also closed. That's right. Pei Xingyin continued. From the fragments of passers-by he saw in his memory, the shelter had sufficient supplies stored, so the number of people it could accommodate was limited. With that amount of stockpiled supplies, they should still be alive. Yunshin did a quick calculation. If the supplies are distributed properly, the people in the shelter won't be in too bad a situation right now. Pei Xingyin nodded. "Leave the support from Qianhu to us. Huiding's main task is external exploration." Yunshin gestured okay. "Let's have Uncle Ming come over first." Pei Xingyin, "Yes. First, let Ming Ranlin use his Zhongzhou talents to build a transmission channel in Qianhu, so that support from other cities can arrive more easily. Besides, Zhongzhou is now a megacity. Besides self-recovery, Yunshin is the only one who can replenish their energy. Xia Fengning can't do that." Ling Shiqing was stunned. While experiencing Yan Wenxin's memories, he was so focused on the other person's heart-wrenching pain, and the pain of loving someone, but being unable to express it to them, that he didn't even notice the details. He felt a little dazed, feeling out of place with these 2 city lovers. "Mr. Ling, Mr. Ling?" Someone was calling him. Ling Shiqing came to his senses, and found Yunshin staring at him curiously. "What do you think?" Ling Shiqing asked, puzzled. "What?" Yunshin repeated his words. "You said earlier that you have companions in Baipu. If needed, can I bring them back when I go to Qianzhong?" "Thank you." Ling Shiqing was extremely grateful. Yunshin asked Ling Shiqing to give her a list of the main responsible persons, so that she could check the personnel later. Ling Shiqing searched for a long time, but couldn't find enough paper and pen to write on. Yunshin said, "You can just read it to me." It would take some time for Uncle Ming to arrive, so she was free. Ling Shiqing said, "We're divided into different teams, each with a leader. There are dozens of them." Yunshin assured him she remembered them all. Pei Xingyin was nearby, using the T-card phone to contact Ming Ranlin. Every time Ling Shiqing called out a name, she silently repeated it several times. When he finished, she wrote them all down. "Ling Shiqing, do you need to repeat it?" Yunshin shook his head. "I've got them all." Ling Shiqing said okay. After a moment, he suddenly said, "Wait, I think I forgot someone. Is Gunan here?" "Yes," Pei Xingyin replied, pushing her glasses. Ling Shiqing swallowed. "Don't tell me you've got them all down, too?" This guy was obviously talking to someone else just now. Pei Xingyin smiled and said nothing. Yunshin thought of Yu Chaojia, whom he hadn't seen in a while. His memory was just like Pei Xingyin's. He never forgot anything he heard or seen. She really envied these people. She had to memorize them several times before she could remember them. If Ling Shiqing knew what Yunshin was thinking, he would definitely jump up and curse. As an ordinary person, he felt completely out of place among this group of deviant city lovers. The sun moved from the horizon to the center. When Ming Ranlin arrived at Qianhu, Yunshin headed for Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou was waiting for her by the city statue. This was the first time Yunshin had seen Zhongzhou in human form. The upper half of his face, obscured by a tough mask, showed no emotion, but the exposed jawline and smile on his lips were reassuring at first sight. "Zhongzhou, Xiaoyun, thank you for your hard work." When the city statue was the only thing Yunshin hadn't noticed, but now, that Zhongzhou had taken human form, she deeply realized that this was the will of the city that had seen her born and raised, and she should be more polite in addressing him. Yunchen, it's just a small matter, Uncle Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou? ? Yunchen noticed Zhongzhou's eerie silence and asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Zhongzhou forced a smile and said, I thought I soon solved the ghost's secret, but it took a while. I'm feeling down. The scroll city seemed to glow with a powerful light, and the daytime galaxy reappeared, stretching across the sky, connecting Zhongzhou and Qianhu. The ends of Yunchen's hair tinged red, rising slightly, as he diligently channeled energy. Zhongzhou stared at Yunchen for a long moment, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. Xiao Yun, how do you usually address Shijiang and Chafu? Do you also call them uncle and aunt? Yunchen hadn't noticed this before. She seemed to address them by their names. If there was any real address, it would be brother or sister, I guess. The silence was almost eerie. Zhongzhou asked again, where's Zhou Yuan? Yunchen didn't understand why Zhongzhou was so obsessed with addressing her. She suddenly thought of Pei Xingyin's diplomatic ceremony, and her face flushed slightly. Uncle, right? Zhongzhou, huh? Yunchen looked at Zhongzhou in surprise. Had she heard correctly? Why did it feel like Zhongzhou was gloating? Zhongzhou changed the subject with satisfaction. I've heard about Qianzhong. His talent is extraordinary. If he can recover, there shouldn't be a city whose will is stuck at the megacity level anymore. With the T-brand phone number, news flowed rapidly between the various city wills. Yunchen asked, is it because of the cultural materials he preserved? Zhongzhou didn't deny it. I have a question. Yunchen was puzzled. Since city wills can preserve cultural materials themselves, and cultural continuity is assured, then the role of humans. Zhongzhou whispered, you got the order wrong. Humanity proactively sought to preserve cultural materials, and the city will only use its power to assist after receiving the request. Yunchen said, I misunderstood. Zhongzhou smiled. Huiding is the one with the most energy among us. The only thing that can stop him is his lost memories. Qianzhong's assistance in preserving human cultural materials underground can help him. Yunchen was genuinely happy, but soon her joy turned to worry. That ghost mother. Zhongzhou said, we discussed this matter. You and Huiding should focus on the immediate rescue efforts. Huiding's mobility provides unmatched rescue capabilities in any city. A few hours later, the directional teleportation channel between Zhongzhou and Qianhu was completed. Yunchen said goodbye to Zhongzhou and, as she prepared to return to Huiding, she remembered her promise to Zhou Yuan to be his temporary city supporter. She pondered for a moment, then asked Zhongzhou to teleport her to Zhou Yuan while she contacted Huiding. By the time she arrived in Zhou Yuan, the call had just connected. Zhou Yuan sensed her approach and flashed, appearing not far ahead. Yunchen made an apologetic gesture and walked towards Zhou Yuan, saying, Papa, why don't you go to Qianzhong first? I stay in Zhou Yuan and help him first. I mentioned the temporary city lovers before. Yes, I understand. There's something. I called Zhongzhou uncle today. Do you know why he was upset? Zhou Yuan glanced up at Yunchen silently. Don't laugh. So that's how it is. Do city wills also have generational anxiety? Oh, and there's Qianhu's talent. Well, it'd probably be quite short on energy. Luckily, he hasn't arrived in the megacity yet. Ask Dad if you can stay and help Qianhu. Zhou Yuan hesitated, some things being said by him. If he didn't, Hua Ting's fate would be dire. By the time he finished his struggle, Yunchen's call had already ended. Bye, see you when you get to Qianzhong. Yunchen thought for a moment, then added, I miss you. I like you even more today than I did yesterday. After experiencing the contents of Yan Wenchen's memories, she deeply understood the importance of seizing the present moment. Just say what you want to say. Keeping it hidden in your heart, you never know if you ever get the chance to say it again. The phone hung up. The energetic voice still lingered around, and Hua Ting felt both happy and tormented. The city seemed to be splitting into two colors. As long as Yunyan spoke to him, no matter what she said, even just hearing her breathing, he felt happy. And what's more, she said something so embarrassing. When she heard those words, Hua Ting almost rolled over on the ground. The pain was because Yunyan wanted him to persuade Xia Fengyan to stay in Qianhu and help. Huiding would not refuse Yunchen's request. Xia Fengyan was sitting in the yard, legs crossed, playing chess. Because Yunchen had gone to Zhongzhou and wouldn't let him join him, he acted like an old man abandoned by his children for a full 3 minutes. Later, feeling too tired, he picked up the old turtle resting in the shade of the corner. Xia Fengyan turned the old turtle over and placed it on the table, belly up. He picked up a marker and started playing tic-tac-toe on the old turtle's naturally patterned belly. The old turtle stretched its neck, its green eyes filled with despair. It had met its match. This was the one it couldn't outlast. The other was even more like the old turtle. A vine quietly crept over the edge of the table, like a blade of grass, gently swaying its branch tip. Xiaofingyan ignored it. Huiting whispered, "Dad, I want to discuss something with you." Qianhu Lake needs a lot of energy to establish connections between its various transmission channels. He saw Xiaofingyan clench his fists, swallowing furiously, as if he were in human form now. Huiting, realizing this was Yunshen's request, felt he couldn't back down. He continued, "Dad, can you stay at Qianhu Lake and help?" Xiaofingyan turned his head to look at the vine, his eyes beaming, a wide smile curving his lips. "I didn't hear you clearly." Huiting, "Can you stay at Qianhu Lake and help provide some energy?" He watched Xiaofingyan slowly rise from the stone bench, his head lowered. A materialized red energy emanated from his body, and his voice was sinister. "You little jerk, you want to get me out of here and do something to my daughter." Huiting interrupted, "That's what Yunyun said." He even played the original conversation with Yunshin. Xiaofingyan was stunned, and he slumped back onto the stone bench. What? Has his daughter really reached the age where she could get away from her old father to have sex with her lover? Xiaofingyan glared at Huiting fiercely. If it were any other city will, it would be fine. There wouldn't be anything to worry about until it had a humanoid form. But it had to be this lecherous creature. Huiting sensed a murderous look in Xiaofingyan's eyes. He moved his vines, preparing to slip away. A large hand descended from the sky and grabbed his vines. Xiaofingyan gritted his teeth and said, "A gentleman's word is as good as gold. You are not allowed to be alone with Nanan, and you are not allowed to use your vines to do anything strange to her. She is not even 18 yet." Huiting was stunned. What? Vines, strange things, under 18. Huiting was no fool. He immediately understood Xiaofingyan's meaning. Instantly, the ground in the city shook, as if a small earthquake had occurred. Huiting stammered, Dad, I wouldn't do that. I've never even thought about it. But as for humans, will they ever have that kind of need? Even if not now, they will after adulthood. Vines can actually work? In the courtyard, all the branches collapsed to the ground, each like a boiling kettle, emitting shy white smoke. Huiting muttered absent-mindedly, "So it can be done that way." Xiaofingyan, It seemed, perhaps, that he had overreached. Chapter 163. Temporary city devoted are similar to normal city devoted. They also need to establish a connection with the city's will and leave behind a city devoted mark. However, this city devoted mark will automatically disappear after the time limit set by the city's will. Yunshin looked at the city devoted mark that appeared at his ankle. It was a wooden stake with numerous growth rings. She lowered her trouser legs to cover the city devoted mark. Only when she wished to draw on Zhou Yuan's energy would his energy flow into her. Yunshin raised her hand to touch the other city devoted mark behind her ear, feeling something strange inside. She suppressed her random thoughts and asked Zhou Yuan, "Shall we begin now?" Zhou Yuan nodded, leading the way and walking slightly in front of Yunshin. Time was running out. At Huiting's speed, it wouldn't take long to reach Qianzhong. He only needed Yunshin to help him restore some of the foundations of the ancient buildings. He would use Yunshin's energy to repair the remaining details himself. Fortunately, Yunshin had previously learned a wealth of architectural knowledge from Yu Chaojia, so she could quickly begin repairing many areas with just a brief explanation from Zhou Yuan. Yunshin possessed ample energy, and as a temporary city adept, repairing buildings within the city's atmosphere not only didn't consume energy, but instead slowly increased Zhou Yuan's energy. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yunshin truly was the perfect candidate for the city adept role. With her around, even a megacity could utilize energy with impunity. After 3 days of tireless work, they had restored most of Zhou Yuan's representative buildings, exceeding their expectations. Yunshin and Zhou Yuan were just wondering why Huiting hadn't arrived in Qianzhong when the call arrived. Yunshin bid farewell to Zhou Yuan, and used the 9 provinces statue fragment to teleport to Huiting. The temperature around her suddenly dropped significantly, as if the season had leapt directly from spring to late autumn. The vines were waiting for her at their usual spot. Xiaofingyan wasn't there, having probably agreed to stay and help at Qianhu. Huiting floated in the sky. The location the 9 provinces statue fragment had teleported to wasn't near the city's edge, so Yunshin had no idea what was happening down there. Judging from the temperature, it wasn't a good thing. Huiting handed her a cloak and said, "Remember Baoju's situation?" Yunshin put on the navy blue cloak, feeling much warmer. She frowned and asked, "Is it the same in Qianzhong?" Huiting hummed softly. The pollution is worse than in Baozu. It took a long time to clear the way here. The pollution caused the air along Qianzhong to be very bad, and over time, it would slowly seep into the city. If Huading didn't make an extra effort to purify the air, it would affect the people living in Huading. How could that be? Yunchen was surprised. Neither Ling Shiqing's description nor Yan Wenxin's recollections mentioned a single sign of pollution. As soon as she finished speaking, a vine spun around her waist, powerfully carrying her to the edge of the city. Yunchen stared at the vine for a moment. Without a telescope, with her naked eyes, she saw below a vast, black ocean with no end in sight. Ruined walls, fallen trees, and a thick, black liquid bubbling from the ground slowly flowed across the surface, occasionally emitting the gurgling sound of magma. The situation was far worse than they had imagined. When had Qianzhong become like this? Can this city aura be purified? Yes. Yunchen breathed a sigh of relief at Hua Ting's affirmative answer. Perhaps the situation in Qianzhong is similar to that of Zhongzhou back then. As long as Qianzhong awakens, these ghostly creatures will automatically dissipate. The location of the Qianzhong city statue. Hua Ting pointed in a direction. There. After he had a clear understanding of the situation, he informed Yunchen to come to this location. In the direction Hua Ting pointed, there was a piece of stone submerged in black liquid, with only a tiny piece of stone-colored surface exposed. From a distance, it looked only the size of a bowl. Up close, the stone-colored surface was also small, not enough for a person to stand on. If Yunchen wanted to input energy into the city statue, he had to touch it. There was no place to stand near the Qianzhong city statue, and the nearest building ruins were 100 meters away. Hua Ting said, I can make the city lower a little, and let the vines create a platform. That way, you have a place to stand. Yunchen stared at the vines again, and this time, she didn't look away, but kept her gaze fixed on them. Under the pale gray sky, the vines swayed uncomfortably. Did I say something wrong? No. Yunchen's expression was odd. You're being particularly proactive today. With the Zhouyuan, Zhongzhou, and Baozhu incidents already underway, Hua Ting rarely acted directly on his ideas. He usually waited, like a child, for Yunchen to make the first decision before offering his own opinion. While this was a good thing, it was a little strange for Yunchen. She had only been in Zhouyuan for a few days, and he already changed so much. Even after 3 months of slumbering underground, he hadn't seen any change in his personality. Yunchen was a little worried. Could it be that Xia Fengnian had secretly taught Hua Ting a lesson? Did Daddy tell you something? You don't have to. No. Huading suddenly replied loudly. Seeing Yunchen startled, he immediately said cautiously, Don't you like it? Yunchen smiled. No, this is fine. Just do what you said. She muttered again, It's just that you've suddenly grown up, and I'm a little uncomfortable. Huading, He didn't want to, he was being made to grow up. Yunchen, let's get started. Let's wake Qianzhong up early. The tea house will be delighted to have another member of Sanlong Pavilion. A lush green city slowly advanced in the sky, its vibrant energy at odds with the gray and bleak surroundings. Several thick vines sprouted from beneath the city, their vibrant vitality instantly breaking the dead silence and weaving a platform above the dangerous black liquid. The platform was complete, and the faint urban scent emanating from the branches caused the black liquid to retreat a little in disgust. The vines gently placed the girl on the platform, and a dark blue cloak slowly descended. Yunchen half knelt, removed his gloves, and touched the Qianzhong city statue, submerged in the black liquid. A flash of red light flashed, and the nails of each of the 5 fingers touching the city statue glowed crimson. The cloak fluttered without a breeze. Even Yunchen's eyes slowly took on the crystal red of the energy stone. With a bang, strands of Yunchen's hair flew up, and a large amount of energy continuously poured into the Qianzhong city statue. The black liquid surrounding the Qianzhong city statue began to boil, bubbling continuously. It stopped flowing, becoming increasingly viscous, and the dark sheen on its surface seemed to fade. As energy continued to flow into the Qianzhong city statue, many stones burst out of the liquid. The splashing black liquid evaporated automatically in the air, and stones swirled around the base of the city statue. More and more stones flew out, joining the swirling masses. Finally, one stone fell, followed by the rest, fitting seamlessly together. Gradually, they formed a cracked stone bookcase statue. Yunchen knew this was the critical moment to awaken the city's will. She had awakened Xianan before, but due to insufficient energy within her, it took several days. She had also awakened Zhongzhou before, but that was with Xia Fengnian's help, and she had merely acted as an energy converter. Yunchen increased the intensity of her energy transfer, and a materialized red light of energy appeared from her body. Nearly an hour passed. Red light flickered in the cracks of the bookcase statue, and the cracks slowly closed. The red light faded, and the white light of the city statue emerged, and cracks appeared again on the stone statue's surface. Crack, crack fragments peeled off, and with the city statue as its center, the city's aura spread outward in waves. Circle after circle, wherever the city's aura passed, the black liquid faded away. Yun Chen's eyes lit up with joy. Qianzhong had awakened. Upon waking, Qianzhong uttered only the two words "thank you." He was a remarkably silent city will, never speaking unless asked. Yun Chen and Hua Ting could only get 3 responses from him when they chatted with him. Is that so? I don't want to talk. It gave them a headache. Fortunately, Yun Chen had injected enough energy, and Qianzhong had awakened as a medium-sized city. This place was also within the range of the Tea House brothers' talents, so the interrogation of Qianzhong would be left to the other city wills at Songlong Pavilion. Qianzhong remained silent, yet his actions were reliable. The moment he awoke, he released the over 50,000 people from the shelter. Qianzhong's city gift is called Longhuan Blessed Land. Similar to how a tea house can construct an independent communication space to connect the various city entities, he can build independent, small spaces beneath the ground. Except for his own, the underground spaces established in other cities are limited in size, and can only be used to store extremely important items. Before the apocalypse, Qianzhong was the only city whose will was awakened every decade or so. Humanity is particularly prepared for this kind of heritage. His Longhuan Blessed Land includes a doomsday seed bank and a microdisc of human history. In the event of a disaster devastating human society, these resources can help humanity quickly restore its former civilization. Of course, future generations must also learn to utilize these resources. The people of Qianzhong, having left their underground shelters, remained dazed. They had spent so long underground, without seeing the light of day, that returning to the surface felt like a lifetime ago. Yun Chen asked Zhang Yongfu to lead a team to provide counseling to the people of Qianzhong, so they could quickly return to normalcy. As for her, she and Hua Ting flew to an area beyond the reach of Qianzhong's urban aura to purify the black liquid. Before nightfall, Hua Ting painstakingly cleared 2/3 of the pollution. Back in the skies above Qianzhong, Zhang Yongfu proved adept at persuading people. Most people in Qianzhong returned to normal life and devoted themselves to urban development. A thick black aura swirled outside the Qianzhong urban aura. Yun Chen paid particular attention to the location where the ghost mother had appeared in Yan Wenxin's memory. It was completely empty, devoid of anything, not even a ghost. Yes! Yun Chen was shocked to discover that, outside the aura of Qianzhong City, not a single ghost had appeared. Has the ghost mother completely stopped paying attention to Qianzhong after destroying it? At this moment, Hua Ting said, a meeting is underway at Songlong Pavilion. Yun Chen nodded, and continued to monitor the situation outside Qianzhong. She felt a little tired after not resting for several days, but only slightly. Compared to a human, she was now closer to Xia Fengyan's energy stone form, which never tires. Yun Chen noticed something unusual. As the black gas swirled, it wasn't dense everywhere. Occasionally, patches of ground would be exposed. The area that Hua Ting had purified during the day, after the black gas swept through, once again oozed a mottled, viscous black liquid. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur, and the liquid was growing and spreading. That's right, Hua Ting suddenly said, we know what the ghosts left for Jin and Yin. Shenjing pried open Jin and Yin's mouths, and Zhongzhou also unraveled the ghost stone tablet, and the contents of the so-called divine instructions. Huiting whispered, enunciating each word, as he relayed what he had just heard in Songlong Pavilion. The day of the golden ring solar eclipse is the day the rules loosen. The ghost mother will bring in indelible filth, sweeping away all visible objects and creating a ghostly realm where she can truly descend. A black, viscous liquid spread rapidly across the ground, reluctantly stopping at the edge of Qianzhong's urban atmosphere. Huiting's daytime purification efforts were in vain, and the black ocean reappeared. An indelible filth. Has it begun to appear? Yun Chen clenched her fists. Humanity's progress was far behind the ghosts, and they had been forced to passively accept their attacks, unable to launch any counterattack. The vine pressed against the back of Yun Chen's fists, silently comforting her. Yun Chen let out a breath of frustration, realizing something was amiss. If the ghosts really intended to do this, why did they openly state their plans? Hua Ting didn't answer her immediately. He was listening to the conversation at Songlong Pavilion. After a moment, he said, Qianhu asked my father, and he said. Hua Ting coughed softly, mimicking Xia Fengyan's voice perfectly. Why else? You humans are too weak. The rules must hold the ghosts back to prevent your immediate demise. That's fair. What? Why didn't I tell you before? Now? Who knew you were such useless people that it would take so long to solve their problems? I'm being kind by answering your questions. You, the Jojo City will, want both my body and my brain, and even used a honey trap to seduce my precious daughter. You've got enough external help, and yet, you still think it's not enough. Have some shame. Yunchen, Chapter 164. When Xiaofengnian was in Yunchen's presence, he was always smiling, never saying a harsh word, and a doting father who doted on his daughter. He occasionally showed some unreliability, but generally he was a father who gave people a strong sense of security. Yunchen had never imagined that Xiaofengnian would behave like this in front of outsiders. After relaying Xiaofengnian's words, Hua Ting returned his attention to the meeting at Songlong Pavilion. After a long silence, his vine swayed slightly. Yunchen looked at him. Is it over? Huiting tapped his vines, noticing the dark waves swirling around the urban atmosphere of Xinzhong. Yunchen asked, what are our plans going forward? Xinjing told us not to focus on the issues with the ghostly stone fragments. Hua Ting urged Yunchen to return to her room, saying it was time for her to rest. He said, with the capabilities of Zhongzhou and Qianhu, and the ability to connect transmission channels to various locations, the other city wills will find ways to provide support and handle the situation. Yunchen didn't resist the vine's push. She walked towards the small room within the high walls, asking, what about us? Will we continue to search for the other city wills? Hua Ting shook the vines in agreement. A small flower blossomed at the tip of the branch, its stamens emitting a fluorescent glow at night. A natural little streetlight. Yunchen smiled at Hua Ting's creation of another new flower, and returned to her room to rest. Hua Ting's vine stopped at the wooden door. Yunchen looked at him in surprise. Aren't you coming in? If Xiaofengnian hadn't prompted Hua Ting, he would have followed him in without a care. But now, whenever he thought about being alone with Yunchen in a small room, some knowledge that he didn't want to know would pop up involuntarily. Hua Ting's voice choked with sobs. Yun, I'm no longer pure. The vine scurried away, small leaves fluttering to the ground. Yunchen was dumbfounded. What had happened between her father and Hua Ting while she was gone? Why had Hua Ting felt so wronged? Yunchen was puzzled. The fatigue of days without sleep washed over her. She gave up thinking, washed up, and returned to the soft bed she had long missed. A dreamless night. The black waves from last night still lingered outside the city atmosphere of Xinzhong. Hua Ting's purification had proven ineffective. Only if the city atmosphere persisted would the ghostly liquid remain. Several copies of the city image had been separated from Xinzhong, slightly separated from the main city image. As soon as the city image copies appeared, the ghostly liquid evaporated, but the roads leading to the other city image copies and the main area were covered in black. The ghostly liquid and the gray-black dust in the air had negative effects on the human body, but these effects would not be apparent in the short term. If the people of Xinzhong wish to travel between different areas, they must construct bridges across the ghostly liquid, which has practically become a river. They must also wear protective masks when going out, and only remove them once they reach the city's aura. It's quite troublesome. Who knows what this ghostly liquid will become in the future? So, it seems that the separated cities of Huiting are like copies, their auras being able to connect with other copies, and the main city is indeed very convenient. No wonder Yu Chaojia was so envious. Supplies for Xinzhong will be provided by Zhongzhou, and the same will apply to other cities with limited supplies that are discovered in the future. Meng Ranlin frantically stockpiled supplies in various areas just for this day. Once Meng Ranlin arrives in Xinzhong and establishes the transmission channel, Yunchen and Huiting can depart for Baipu. Xinjing gave Yunchen a small suggestion. For city wills of large cities and below, she doesn't need to personally deliver energy. She can simply leave behind a sufficient amount of energy stones. Xiaofengnian drained the energy stones from the energy stone cave, and Yunchen also brought back a number that had escaped, though the number might not seem large. But the energy contained in the energy stones in the energy stone cave far surpasses the ordinary energy stones on the underground platform. It's more like the energy Xiaofengnian casually gave to a few parts of his body. All the city wills sincerely hoped that Yunchen wouldn't have to work too hard to deliver energy to them. Yunchen listened and said, She deeply suspected that Xiaofengnian had threatened every city will. Yunchen and Huiting stayed in Xinzhong for another half day. Meng Ranlin arrived in Xinzhong, while Yunchen headed to Zhongzhou to contribute energy to the establishment of the transmission channel between the two. Generally speaking, without the aid of external energy, a directional teleportation channel between cities would take about a month. Now, it only takes a few hours. As soon as the directional teleportation channel between Qianzhong and Zhongzhou was completed, Qianhu's city talent spontaneously integrated the new channel into the other channels. With the help of Qianhu's talent, the teleportation channels between major cities resembled a complex spider web. From any city's teleportation point, one could reach other cities with similar teleportation points, eliminating the need for Zhongzhou as a transit point. The convenience of human travel was greatly improved. As Yunchen and Huating left, they saw many people exiting the Qianzhong teleportation point. Among them was the crazed Yan Wenxin, with Ling Shiqing supporting him. Yunchen sighed. Vine patted her arm soothingly. As the city flew, the view of Qianzhong gradually shrank and became increasingly blurry. Baipu, located in the western part of Qianzhong, was once known as the non-ferrous metal kingdom of Jiuzhou, boasting over 150 natural minerals. The entire Jiuzhou region boasts only over 160 natural minerals. The climate of Baipu once varied greatly. Some areas enjoyed year-round springtime comfort, while others were bitterly cold and uninhabitable. Ling Shiqing explained that Baipu is now very close to Qianzhong, right where the two cities once bordered. Huiting was flying at a rapid speed. The black waves surrounding Qianzhong stretched for dozens of kilometers before finally coming to a stop. The lingering, decaying smell of death starkly contrasted with the vibrant scene of spring's rebirth. Soon, Huiting entered the former territory of Baipu. A soft, gentle rain began to fall. The air was damp and warm. The people of Huiting gathered up the clothes and grain hung out to dry, breathing in the distinctly different scent of the rainy air. Below, trees stretched into a continuous forest, and flocks of birds flew, each curiously gravitating towards what they saw as a giant bird in the sky. Among the flocks, Huiting spotted a small village hidden in the dense forest, where smoke curled from chimneys. He lowered his altitude, approached, and sensed the presence of other cities. Huiting said, "We've found Baipu." Insects chirped softly, and behind the straw-roofed wooden houses, many people, hiding, cautiously peeked out. In their bright eyes, they reflected the bridge of the green island in the sky, and the tall woman who was speaking to their city's followers. Calling her a woman isn't quite right. She must have been a young woman, shedding her youthful aura. She had a somewhat cold, fierce aura. She looked like someone who would whip someone at the slightest disagreement. She was also very beautiful, a beauty that would make young men of appropriate age slow their breathing at the mere sight of her. Many people were watching her stealthily. Yunchen was talking with the Baipu city dependent. She felt many eyes on her, but when she tried to follow them, they averted their gazes with a sly aversion. Yunchen? From the rosy complexions and bright eyes of the villagers, one could tell they were living well. At least not as badly as the Baipu city dependent described. The Baipu city dependent was a beautiful woman with bright eyes and white teeth, named Zhong Ziyi. Look at the tall buildings of your Huiting, visible from below, and then look at our leaky, shabby little house, with so few people. Could you bear to take so many people with you all at once? A frail, boneless figure pressed against Yunchen, a white mass across her chest causing her to step back in fright. Seeing the figure was about to lunge, Yunchen raised his arm to block it, saying seriously, "The followers of Zhongzhou City will be here soon to establish a teleportation channel. You won't have to worry about resources then." "Is that so? You're a man of your word, aren't you?" Zhongziai chuckled softly, her face covered with her hands, her face full of charm. After receiving Yunchen's affirmative response, her face instantly blanked. She calmly pulled her dress higher across her chest, turned around, and roared, her voice as resonant as a swana. "You're all just groping for snails here, while I'm as beautiful as a fairy, and you've been posing like idiots every day. Now you're acting like you've never seen a woman before, telling you to hurry up and have children? Hurry up and get planting. How can you plant the land just sitting there? If you water it like that, it'd just become rotten." After Zhong Zi's yell, everyone hiding behind the wooden hut ran off with goofy grins. She turned around and smiled coquettishly at Yunchen again, pulling back her charming long hair to reveal a neat, short crop. "This thing is for entertaining guests." With her short hair, Zhong Zi's appearance suddenly took on a more heroic air, making it almost impossible to tell whether she was a man or a woman. Yunchen was puzzled, but it didn't show on his face. She pulled out the energy stone from her backpack and asked, "Would it be convenient for me to meet Baipu?" Baipu's urban atmosphere wasn't impressive, it was still a small city. After receiving Baipu's consent, Zhongzi led Yunchen to see the main part of Baipu's city. The road beneath them was still dirt, and many people were picking fruit along the roadside. Yunchen couldn't help but glance at them. "Zhongzi, what's wrong?" Yunchen said, "They don't look like people from Jiuzhou." Indeed, They're refugees from neighboring countries. Zhong Zi calmly explained, they don't have a city will. They were all utterly destroyed by the ghosts. They're all human. We can't just sit back and watch them in trouble and let them stay here. Yuan Shen then remembered that Baipu, as a borderland of Jiuzhou, also bordered 3 other countries on the planet Telos, Xia, Annan, and Lansong. Luckily, Yuan Shen had been taking classes with Qian Gaofei every day, otherwise, who knows what kind of cultural desolation he'd be showing right now. Yuan Shen muttered to himself, besides Jiuzhou, are there any other countries on the planet that have survived? Zhong Zi raised her hand to her mouth and chuckled softly, I don't know about other things, but a country like Yusi, with less than 300 years of history, definitely couldn't have a city will. It's 90% unlikely. The national will and the city's will are closely tied to the history and culture passed down by the people of this country. Not just anything can awaken the national and city wills. Yuan Shen and Zhong Zi arrived before a towering tree. The tree was enormous, the largest Yuan Shen had ever seen, and it exuded the air of age. Zhong Zi lifted the curtain that had been integrated into the trunk. Come in. In the enormous tree hollow, numerous luminous stones dotted the area around the Baipu City statue. The Baipu City statue resembled a pout. Yuan Shen placed the energy stones evenly around the statue. The cities will quickly absorb the energy from the energy stones, but the conversion into city energy took time. Yuan Shen estimated that these energy stones would be enough to supply Baipu to a large city. Given the current height of Baipu's city statue, once the energy stones were used up, they should be able to reach a medium-sized city soon. When Huading was a small city, it loved energy stones, and even hid food in a pit, imitating a dog. Baipu should also love energy stones. After Yuan Shen finished placing the energy stones, Baipu said, thank you, his voice magnetic and filled with joy. Then Baipu chased Yuan Shen and Zhong Zi out of the tree hole and sealed the door. Zhong Zi spread her hands and said, this guy is quite a loner. When he sees something good, he likes to study it alone. Don't bother with him. Yuan Shen nodded. Hey. Zhong Zi suddenly stood on tiptoe and breathed into Yuan Shen's ear. He leaned on her arm, gently circling with his other finger. You came all this way to help, and you said the Zhongzhou city followers would be coming too. Don't you want any benefits at all? Yuan Shen rarely changed his expression in front of outsiders. This Zhong Zi made her feel uneasy. Yuan Shen took a half step back, politely pushed her away, and said, Ms. Zhong, please respect yourself. Haha, you look like Tang Sanzang in Journey to the West, being harassed by the Queen of the Kingdom of Women. Zhong Zi stopped laughing, then calmed down and said, why are you calling me Ms. Zhong? Are you so sure I'm a woman? Yuan Shen, ? She glanced at Zhong Zi in shock. He did look more masculine with his short hair, and she had wondered if he was a man. But it could also be that, like Ji Luoshan's male-female appearance, Zhong Zi was a woman with a male appearance. Zhong Zi's chest had a curve, but it didn't look like pecs. Yuan Shen asked tentatively, are you really a man? Ha ha. Zhong Zi burst out laughing. She pounded her face on the ground, wiping tears from her eyes. Oh my god, you actually believe that, haha. Yuan Shen laughed. The Baipu city followers were just too playful. A few days later, Baipu became a medium-sized city. When Meng Ranlin teleported to Huading again, he was holding an energy stone to replenish his energy. Meng Ranlin had been working non-stop these past few days, rarely closing his eyes. He had also suffered a serious injury, leaving him with underlying health issues that made him more prone to fatigue. Thankfully, the energy stone provided some relief. His heart was an energy stone, so he could absorb some energy and improve his condition. Yuan Shen was waiting for him to travel to Baipu together. Meng Ranlin didn't quite understand. Usually, when he arrived in Huading, Yuan Shen would go to Zhongzhou to provide energy for the construction of the passage. Why was he sending him to Baipu today? Until he stepped off the vine bridge, he saw a snow-white figure approaching him passionately and seductively. Meng Ranlin, a tall, square-faced middle-aged man, cowered in fear, hiding behind Yuan Shen. Zhong Zi let out another merciless laugh. Meng Ranlin, how terrifying. The teleportation channel between Zhongzhou and Baipu had been successfully established, and Qianhu quickly followed suit, allowing Baipu to teleport to and from other cities. Zhong Zi happily asked Meng Ranlin, Uncle, which city lovers are the most handsome? Meng Ranlin had never paid attention to such matters, but Zhong Zi insisted. After a moment's thought, he said, Chafu and Zhejiang, I guess. Zhong Zi was ready to set off for those two cities. Yuan Shen held her back and detailed the recent developments of the other city lovers, as well as some ghost-related stories. Zhong Ziyi's expression changed several times as she listened, and she finally spat. So now I have to constantly keep an eye on the area, and can't find a man to enjoy myself? Life is so miserable, it's unbearable. Okay, I accept it. How can Ning compare to Jiuzhou? Zhong Ziyi mourned for a moment, then asked seriously, if I contribute enough to Jiuzhou, will Jiuzhou send me men in the future? I don't want too many, just 100 or 80 good-looking men. If that's not enough, I can just throw in some pretty women. Yunchen couldn't follow up. Zhong Ziyi saw Yunchen's confused look and frowned. She immediately dragged her into a long conversation. Many of them were not academic subjects, but were extremely important, related to the human body. People like Qian Gaofei and Xia Fengnian weren't suited to popularizing science, and some of the more obscure knowledge didn't actually need popularization. When Yunchen returned to Huiding, she was completely dazed. She slumped down on a stone bench, holding Yan'an in her arms. Hua Ting asked worriedly, what happened? Yunchen looked at the vines with melancholy and said, it's grown too. Chapter 165. Heavy rain fell in Baipu. The seed pointed out the members of Ling Shiqing's wandering group. Many of them expressed their willingness to stay in Baipu, while others wanted to follow Yunchen to Qianhu to meet Ling Shiqing. These people followed the vine's guidance and ascended to Huiding. They could have teleported directly to Qianhu, but they wanted to experience the thrill of riding a mobile city and could not be persuaded. Yunchen and Huiding had been planning to return to Qianhu. One reason was to personally pick up Xia Fengnian, the grumpy and widower who refused to work. The other was to return to Huiding's remaining half of the land and retrieve the city cultural materials left in the Lanhuan blessed land of each city in Xinjiang. Retrieving these cultural materials, passing them on to humans for study, and offering to Huiding would allow Huiding to overcome its memory and cultural deficiencies, rapidly advancing from a megacity to a supercity, and further elevating its urban talents and energy. Yunchen and Huiding were about to leave Baipu. Zhong Ziyi was reluctant to let them go, holding Yunchen close and repeatedly asking, when you send people to Baipu, could you pick some tall, handsome men? Yunchen said helplessly, the decision on sending people is made by Xinjing and Zhongzhou. I can't interfere. Zhong Ziyi was very disappointed and told her to get back to work. Yunchen stepped onto the vine bridge connecting Baipu and Huiding, which was slowly retracting. Several young men ran up from below, holding bouquets of flowers, and tossing them vigorously. Before the city completely rose, the bouquets landed in Yunchen's arms. Surprised, she looked at the people who had thrown the flowers. After throwing the flowers, the young men pushed and laughed at each other, not daring to look at her. Blushing, they all ran away, gradually disappearing as the city rose. Yunchen vaguely heard Zhong Ziyi's roar. She embraced the bouquets of crabapple blossoms and ascended the Huiding pavilion. Huiding had witnessed the entire flower delivery. He muttered, Yun, wildflowers picked casually on the street will infest ugly bugs. I'm not afraid of bugs. They grew them themselves, right? They look clean. Yunchen fiddled with the crabapple blossoms, then handed them to Tung Man. Please put them in the vase on the window table for me. Huiding didn't want to put the flowers someone else had given him into the small, custom-made vase Yunchen had prepared for him. But that was Yunchen's words again. He reluctantly extended the vine, his movements like a slow-motion effect. Suddenly, the branches of the Huiding branch swung, and he pointed at one of the crabapple blossoms and said, Yun, look, the petals are rotten. Seeing them in a vase is so depressing. The white clouds in the sky shifted, and the city was flying towards Qianhu. After hearing Huiding's words, Yunchen glanced at the flowers in his hand. It took a long time to find a tiny black spot on the tip of a petal on a small crabapple in the bouquet. It's just one. Remove it, and the rest will fit. Huiding then pointed out the flaws in the other flowers. In his eyes, every flower had some minor or major issue that affected its placement. Yunchen initially sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, listening intently, thinking she learned something about gardening. Soon, she realized something and stared at the vines with amusement. Huiding, who had been chattering non-stop, suddenly paused and asked guiltily, what's wrong? Yunchen rested his elbow on the table, his chin resting on one hand, his eyes alight with a smile that seemed to hold starlight. I only like you. There were no flowers left in the vase, so I figured these would be just the right size. It's another gift from someone else, so it doesn't seem right to just throw it away. Even if the sender doesn't know, the flowers themselves will be sad. Huiding, The vines drooped on the table, and the nearly 3-meter-high city in the brick house turned a pinkish red. Yunchen said so many things, but only one sentence lingered in his mind. I only like you. So direct, it really made Cheng shy, Huiting's branches twisted and turned until they reached Yun Chen's small hand, and she quietly hooked her right pinky finger. After hooking it, the city seemed to become even pinker. I only like you too. Yun Chen cradled the branch in his arms and said softly, but when it comes to plants, you're better than me, Popo. Which ones you think are suitable, put them up. If they're not, leave them out. But that would be a shame. Huiting exclaimed, don't worry, leave it to me. Tingman grabbed the bouquet of crab apples from the stone table and rushed into Yun Chen's small house. After a quick trim, the crab apples in the vase suddenly took on a touch of sophistication. Huiting stared at the crab apples for a moment. He could grow flowers like that someday too, for Yun every day. Outside, Yun Chen smiled. The little ruined city is truly the cutest. Thousand Lakes. Pedestrians passing by the place where the baby-faced young man sat on the ground felt a chill wafting through them. Xiaofeng glared coldly at the group of happy smiling humans, his natural air conditioner blasting out the cold. Humans are optimistic creatures. Even knowing the impending threat of ghosts, they can still live happily and openly. With the support of other cities, Qianhu is currently enjoying a prosperous life. Exploration teams sent out are constantly bringing back vast quantities of cultural materials from the Longhorn blessed land. Someone placed a bag of rice in front of Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, Qianhu, don't be impulsive. Who made you sit here for days, covered in dust? You're being mistaken for those pathetic lunatics among the homeless. Who can you blame? Xiaofeng sneered, standing up and shaking off the white dust. Who made your city so filthy? You don't care about cleanliness. Qianhu was speechless. I told you not to sit near the construction site, but you wouldn't listen. Xiaofeng said angrily, tell me, where hasn't construction been going on around you these past few days? Qianhu thought of the old cadre's instructions in Xinjiang, and with a headache, he humbly said, calm down. I know you're upset. I've already notified Yun Chen to come pick you up. Xiaofeng cursed in disbelief. You actually told me off. You're a fool who's fooled twice by humans even after being warned. Qianhu, Huiting, almost reaching its destination, received the call. Qianhu, on the other side, was a powder keg of suppressed anger about to explode. Qianhu, is he a brother? Huiting, yes. Qianhu, what's with that pause and hesitation? Huiting, what's the matter? Qianhu, if he is, come and take your father-in-law away. I'm afraid if he stays any longer, I either be pissed off and fall asleep again, or Xinjiang will beat me up because of my attitude and make me fall asleep again. Huiting told Yun Chen about this. Yun Chen held her forehead. She had hoped Xiaofeng would help Qianhu, but she hadn't expected it to drive him so mad. Before dusk, Huiting arrived at Qianhu. Xiaofeng tearfully complained about the horrible abuse he suffered there, how he'd been treated like a heartless energy transporter every day. Yun Chen could only comfort his aggrieved father, while apologizing to Qianhu for causing him trouble. Qianhu felt deeply embarrassed by Yun Chen's apology, and secretly resolved to improve his tolerance for Xiaofeng's sharp tongue in the future. As soon as Xiaofeng returned to Huiting, he immediately patrolled the courtyard and Yun Chen's small villa, searching for any suspicious clues. Sadly, he found nothing. Unsatisfied with the result, Xiaofeng returned to the brick house and glanced at the tall, half-blooming city statue. Dad. Yun Chen knocked on the door, holding something in his hand. I leave this with you. It was a photo of the three of them, taken when Yun Chen was born, with Xiaofeng's handwriting on the back. Yun Chen felt that Xiaofeng was very lonely. Even though he joked around and wore a nonchalant smile every day, it couldn't hide the loneliness deep in his eyes. But her company, or that of Xiaofeng's friends, was useless. Xiaofeng's heart was small, only big enough for Yun Zhongshu. Seeing Xiaofeng didn't move, Yun Chen held the photo out again. Xiaofeng took it, caressing the woman's face in the photo. He said, this is a photo of our family taken before I decided to leave. He once again noticed the black mark on his face, but he studiously ignored it. Yun Chen didn't miss Xiaofeng's glance. She took the initiative to point out the situation in the photo. Dad, Mom always told me you were a hero, but she rarely told me what you were doing. I didn't know you at all. For a long time after Mom died, I hated you. Xiaofeng's hand trembled as he held the photo. He whispered, you're right to hate me. I thought you abandoned us because you didn't love us. Yun Chen raised his hands and took Xiaofeng's. After learning little by little about you from Sister Duan, Uncle Ming, and Uncle Yongfu, I knew you loved us, so I no longer harbored any resentment and have been looking forward to seeing you again. Xiaofeng let out a wry smile as he spoke what had been in his heart. Nanan, do you really not blame me? Under those circumstances, If I had chosen to save her, she would have lived. Even I blame myself. Yuan Chen didn't blame Xia Fengyan. She had never thought of blaming him, nor did she have the right to do so. She was the one who survived because of her parents' choice. Besides, the one who made the choice bears the pain. Yuan Chen stepped forward and embraced Xia Fengyan, making her answer clear with her actions. She wanted to tell Xia Fengyan that they were family, and family members should support each other. He was a father she could trust, and she hoped she could be his reliable daughter, helping him through his problems. Xia Fengyan held Yuan Chen in one hand, and a photograph in the other. His beloved wife smiled tenderly at him. Tears flashed in his eyes, and he hugged his loving daughter tightly. He spoke the final words weighing heavily on his heart. Nan, after Jojo recovers, I want to go and be with her. Huiting, hearing the underlying meaning in Xia Fengyan's words, was horrified. Xia Fengyan had seen many people and many things. He had previously believed that suicide for love was an utterly foolish act, sacrificing one's life for a supposed lover. Now he understood that it was a reluctance to let go, an inability to let go. The only person Xia Fengyan felt guilty about was Yuan Chen. The body in his arms stiffened for a moment, then slowly relaxed. Xia Fengyan heard Yuan Chen say, "Okay." The clothing on her chest was completely soaked. "Dad, after Jojo recovers, can you stay with me for a while longer?" "Just a little longer." "A little longer, okay?" This time, it was Xia Fengyan who said yes. The moonlight was cool, and the branches along the wall twisted and swayed in the wind. The next day, Yuan Chen stared in the mirror at his swollen, red eyes, and felt a headache. After a night of rapid flight, Huiting had arrived at the tea house. The tea house and the Yu siblings had helped them so much, it would be awkward if she didn't go down to say hello. Would she go there looking like this? Forget it, don't worry too much about your image. No one else will pay attention to you except you. Yuan Chen opened the door expressionlessly. Xia Fengyan, planting green onions in the courtyard with his trouser legs rolled up, said, "Puff." He then turned his head away, pretending nothing had happened. Yuan Chen shouted, "Dad, I heard everything." Xia Fengyan waved his hand. "Aren't you going to meet a friend?" "Hurry up." Huiting applied some eye cream, but it was useless. Yu Qingxiao and Yu Chaojiao were shocked when they saw Yuan Chen. Yu Qingxiao was fine, though the curve of her gentle smile had shifted. Yu Chaojiao screamed, "Yuan Chen, who bullied you?" "Did Huiting bully you?" Yuan Chen repeatedly denied it, saying it was something else, and he couldn't discuss it. Yu Chaojiao finally gave up. The brothers at the tea house only remembered the second half of Yu Chaojiao's words. The brothers immediately went to ask Huiting, but Huiting was also hesitant. They immediately suspected Huiting of bullying Yuan Chen, and the gossipy ones kept this a secret to the other city wills. Eventually, all the city wills knew that Huiting had bullied Yuan Chen and even hit her, causing her to cry until she nearly went blind. The cities will seem to rarely use its intelligence to judge the veracity of its compatriots, solemnly sworn reports. The busy Shenjing even sought out Huiting for a conversation. To show his seriousness, Shenjing didn't use the T brand's phone, but instead had the T brothers directly contact Songlong Pavilion to discuss the matter with him and Huiting separately. Huiting, why would such a bizarre accusation be pinned on him? Chapter 166. After Yuan Chen's explanation, the city wills finally dispelled their bizarre misunderstanding of Hua Ting. They then cast accusatory glances at the loudmouth Tea House brothers, attempting to reassure them. Tea House brothers, no conscience at all. After a brief stop at the tea house, Hua Ting continued his flight back to his starting point. The river cascaded, leaving behind a bottomless abyss after the ghostly Mother Nest's platform had fallen. On the other side lay the ruins of dilapidated buildings, a scene of desolation unbroken. Hua Ting slowly landed above the dilapidated buildings, their now vibrant, high-rise buildings a stark contrast to the vibrant landscape below. Yuan Chen descended to locate the exact location of the Longhuan Blessed Land. Once, she had found it based on the information Qianzhong had given Hua Ting, and if it was safe, she would send a message to other humans leading a team to retrieve the cultural materials. Of course, she could also use the 9 provinces statue fragments to transmit all the cultural materials back at once. Uncle Yongfu suggested that she let the people of Huiting feel more involved and not take on everything herself. Xia Fengyan naturally followed Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen held his wooden stick and walked briskly. The tangled weeds and the ghostly liquid that could be stepped on every few steps. The scene made Yuan Chen nostalgic. The half of the city that once belonged to Huiting was even more severely damaged than before, and the roads were significantly different from what Yuan Chen remembered. However, some areas remained the same as Yuan Chen remembered. She poked the ground in front of her with her stick, and the trap she had set immediately bit the stick in two, ferociously. Yuan Chen warned, "Dad, be careful. I've set a lot of traps around here." These were practical creations from when she and Uncle Huangxing had come down to the area to forage for supplies and learn trap making from him. Uncle Huangxing said that few people came to this area, and setting traps would at most catch small animals, not harm anyone. Besides, there were no other humans to be found there at the time. Xia Fengnian, upon hearing Yun Chen's words, shook his head and said, "You underestimate your father." Then, he felt a strange sensation on his ankle. Bang! A huge rock fell from the perilous heights of a nearby building. Thank goodness Xia Fengnian reacted quickly, otherwise he would have been utterly disgraced. Yun Chen shrugged, "I told you to be careful." Xia Fengnian stared at the shattered rock and said, "Eh." He immediately followed his daughter. Qianzhong had given Huading a coordinate range. For other cities with intact memories, seeing this coordinate range would instantly recall the specific location. Huading, on the other hand, required Yun Chen to conduct on-site exploration to see if it could trigger his memories. Yun Chen walked until she reached the burned-down library, the very place where she realized ghosts were actively attempting to destroy human culture. A jade hairpin flickered overhead. What Ting said uncertainly, Yun, it seems to be here. The floating city in the sky was moving closer. What Ting planned to use vines to help Yun Chen move the structural obstacles left by the library's collapse. Yun Chen took 2 steps forward and heard a faint sound. She listened. Inside the library, a soft knocking sound could be heard against the wall. She had heard that sound before. Yun Chen took 2 steps back, and she remembered. That was the sound of a ghost slumbering during the day, clattering against the wall as it approached. A ghost was sleeping in the shadows of the library. Yun Chen glanced at the bright sun overhead. The sunlight was brilliant at the moment. She told Hua Ting not to fly over again, as it would block the sunlight. Yun Chen whispered, "Papa, use your energy." Outside the city's aura, those who are city-loving can draw on the energy of the city's will, though the cost is higher. But this only applies to ordinary city-loving ones. In Yun Chen's current state, using city energy would only increase Hua Ting's energy. Yun Chen raised his hand, and invisible energy emanated, completely lifting the light-blocking portion of the library's ceiling. The sunlight streamed into the library without leaving any blind spots. More than a dozen shrill screams echoed in quick succession. Through the scorched window, Yun Chen watched the ghost dissipate into black air. But the black air remained steadfast in the scorching sun for a moment, before slowly sinking into the ground. Yun Chen released her control over the energy, and the parts transformed into building materials fell to the ground without support, sending a cloud of dust flying. She entered the library. Huading, through her, determined the direction of the Longhuan blessed land. That was the direction of the basement. The staircase leading to the basement was pitch black, with a faint cool breeze blowing from the stairs. As soon as Yun Chen turned on her chest light, Xia Fengnian warned, "There are ghosts down there." Yun Chen nodded, not overly surprised. She mobilized her energy, used the stealth technique, and slowly descended the stairs. Stealth could deceive ordinary ghosts, but evolved ghosts seemed to be able to sense if they stayed near them for too long. But Yun Chen was unsure. She had not had much experience with evolved ghosts. The staircase was deep and filled with a strange smell. The staircase curved several times, extending further underground. The chest light's diffused light didn't reach a wide range. The only sound in the narrow space was Yun Chen's suppressed breathing. As for Xia Fengnian, he didn't need to breathe. If he wanted to, he could be even quieter than a ghost. At the end of the staircase, a corridor connected the left and right sides. Huading's voice on the phone suggested he was leaning towards the left. Yun Chen turned left. At the end of the corridor stood a security door. In the passage leading to the security door, the faces of ghosts, their eyes closed, slumbering, appeared one after another, their faces paler in the flashlight's light. Yun Chen, how can I put it? Even if she could hide, seeing such a scene was still unsettling. Huading had no idea what was happening underground. He said he felt like they were getting closer. Yun Chen guessed it was the security door at the end of the corridor. Under the steady glow of the chest light, the ghost's eyes moved beneath her tightly closed eyelids. Yun Chen immediately removed her chest light and pointed it at the ground. From the first glance, she had memorized the ghost's positions. The sleeping ghosts completely occupied the entire corridor. She couldn't use the ceiling lifting technique to let the ghosts sunbathe here. The noise of climbing the wall to set up a foothold would also wake the ghosts. She had no choice but to pass through them. Yun Chen lifted her foot. The ghosts were so close together that she had to turn sideways to pass. If she were a purely ordinary human, her scent would have probably woken the ghosts by now. The stench of the ghosts filled her nose, and the black energy flowing from their lower bodies brought a piercing chill to her body whenever she touched them. Yunshin held her breath. Before her eyes, a ghostly face was rotting flesh dripping onto her arms. Even through her clothes, she could feel the stickiness and disgust. There was only 1 more mile left. Yunshin wanted to speed up, but just as she took a small step forward, she suddenly noticed that the ghost closest to the security door's eyelids were moving faster and faster. Suddenly, the ghost disappeared from her sight, leaving only a shadow. It moved extremely fast, and it seemed to have territorial awareness, attacking the moment it stepped in. A command? A thought flashed through Yunshin's mind, and she immediately crouched down. The ghost attacking her stood there like a headless fly, its eyes fixed for a moment before closing its eyes and falling asleep again. A command? The fastest moving ghost generally operates within a fixed territory and attacks if its territory is invaded. The closer it gets to its prey, the slower it moves, unable to see the crouching human. Yunshin couldn't help but complain internally. This is called slow speed. What would it be like when it's fast? Xiaofengyan, who had wanted to help, withdrew his hand and continued to act as a mascot in the back. Yunshin crouched before the security door. She didn't need to open it. She only needed to inject Huiting's energy into it. A strange pattern flashed on the door. The security door opened silently and automatically, a soft light emanating from within. The Longhorn Blessed Land opened. Dong dong dong. Zhang Yongfu, Qian Gaofei, Ning Rui, and the others who had been summoned to this place watched in amazement as boxes and inert gas tanks fell to the ground one after another. What are these? Yunshin teleported everything in the Longhorn Blessed Land back in one breath. Leaning against the largest box, he panted, good things that can make everyone a cultured person. She panted not from exhaustion, but simply from the tension she felt from just passing through the ghosts. The vine supported her waist, allowing her to relax more easily. Yunshin asked, have you notified Xinjing? Huiting, yes, they be here soon. Processing and organizing the materials and historical artifacts within the Longhorn Blessed Land requires specialized experts. Xinjing had thoughtfully assigned a team to each city. Cities within the Longhorn Blessed Land could apply to him, and a team of experts would arrive immediately. The primary task of connecting with the expert team fell to Zhang Yongfu. Huiting set off again, this time to Jiangyu. After Jin and Yin's initial plot was discovered, they left the tea house and teleported multiple times, passing through Zhejiang, Dongxiao, Jiangyu, Sanxiang, and Qianhu. During this time, he spent the longest time in Jiangyu. At the time, Meng Ranlin said that Jin and Yin's massive teleportation would consume a great deal of energy. After Xian Luo vanished and was reborn, recovering some of his memories, he honestly confessed that he had never encountered an energy stone before, and that it couldn't provide enough teleportation energy. Then, the only possibility was that Jin and Yin replenished their energy during the teleportation. As for why Jin and Yin could absorb energy, there was no answer. Under repeated torture, he became another lunatic in the apocalypse. The most likely location for Jin and Yin to absorb the energy stone was Jiangyu. Energy stones are something you can never have too many of, and many small cities are starving for them. While Huiting was flying to Jiangyu, a team of experts sent from Xinjing was organizing and categorizing cultural materials. According to their request, Yunshin set aside a piece of unused land in Huiting to establish a cultural preservation center. Especially important cultural materials will be taken to Xinjing for safekeeping, and then preserved in the Longhorn Blessed Land in Xinzhong. Only replicas will remain here, and this will apply to all cities. In addition, a school will be built next to the cultural center. With humanity's survival at stake, the will of each city must be upgraded as rapidly as possible. To awaken Jiuzhou, not only must all city wills be complete, but each city will also have to reach the highest level, barely meeting the conditions for awakening Jiuzhou. Thus, every human in every city who can read must learn the history and culture of Jiuzhou and each city. Those who cannot read will begin by learning to read. Those who excel in learning will receive highly prestigious medals and material rewards. The enthusiasm for learning in each city is incredibly high, and the newly built schools are packed daily. In the face of a shortage of teachers, citizens who learn faster than average will step forward and volunteer to teach others. Following this decision, the city wills received more cultural offerings that day than in months, and the city's energy surged. There were also rewards for enrolling people in the school. Xiaofengyan was carried to the school by the fearless Zhang Yongfu and Huang Xing, under the pretext of letting him experience the wonders of Kyushu history. Xiaofengyan's nose was nearly crooked with anger. Why did he need to learn Kyushu history? He had seen it with his own eyes. No one knew Kyushu history better than he did, and then Xiaofengyan, expressionless, became the most popular lecturer at Huiting School, occasionally traveling to teach at schools in other cities. On his way from Huading to Jiangyu, he happened to pass by the dormant Dongqiao city statue. He stayed for a few days to awaken Dongqiao before continuing on to Jiangyu. Human cultural offerings are becoming increasingly frequent, and the city of brick and stone buildings is increasingly approaching the 3-meter height of a megacity. The courtyard door was open from the outside. Xia Fengyan, feeling hollowed out after class, walked into the courtyard with a sullen face, followed by Zhang Yongfu. Zhang Yongfu said, "Old Xia, thank you for your hard work. Let me pour you a cup of tea. Shall we continue tomorrow?" Xia Fengyan, "I'm a stone, I don't drink tea." Zhang Yongfu, "Oh, you're not a stone, you're a saint born from stone. Your classes are easy to understand, and everyone absorbs them quickly." Xia Fengyan said, "Do you remember what you promised me at the beginning? I teach Nanan and others as well. Nanan hasn't been attending class lately." Zhang Yongfu raised his good right hand to massage Xia Fengyan's back, saying, "Oh, it's not my fault. Huading City history class these days, and Yunshin must have gone to a more suitable teacher." Xia Fengyan, "Who?" Zhang Yongfu, Huading. The vines in the yard, watching the show, froze, and silently swam out of the yard. Halfway through, Xia Fengyan stepped on them. Huading heard his narrow-minded old father's sinister question. "Nanan went to your place for classes? I remember I told you guys you couldn't be alone until you arrived in the megacity, right?" Huading immediately denied it 3 times in a row. Xia Fengyan was so frightened that he almost lost track of the city's Will's multitasking. He had indeed been secretly giving Yunyun small lessons these past few days. Yunyun had to attend classes, connect with other city followers, and occasionally send energy to various city wills. She had no time to balance classes. His latest class happened to be his city history. The more cultural offerings he received, the more his memories would recover. Yunyun didn't need to learn. She could just experience his memories before bed at night. This was their little secret. Dad would be furious if he knew. Hua Ting recovered from Xia Fengyan's threats. His multitasking abilities rekindled. He remembered Yunshin was about to. The courtyard door was thrown open again. "Hua Ting, too late," Yunshin said as he walked away. "So, shall we still review your memories tonight, in the first half of the night like we did last night?" The courtyard was completely silent. Yunshin then noticed Xia Fengyan and Zhang Yongfu were still there. She heard Hua Ting choke on a sob in her ear. And then? "Huh?" Xia Fengyan sneered. He picked up a vine from the ground with one hand and grasped it with the other, a red light emanating as he prepared to break the vine in two. A rumbling sound echoed from the masonry house. Through the clean glass, the city surface rapidly turned stone-colored, large cracks appearing, revealing a smoother white within. Yunshin instinctively called out, "Dad." Xia Fengyan stared at the vine in his hand in disbelief. "I haven't even started, and you're already playing the victim and trying to scam me?" Huading, He just happened to level up at that moment. Really? Chapter 167. Huading has been upgraded to a megacity. Its city statue has reached a height of 3 meters. The shy buds, ready to bloom, have fully unfurled their petals, and the pure white magnolia blossoms, as white as jade, have proudly blossomed. The city's atmosphere has significantly increased its impact on the city's livability. The city's natural talent, watering, consumes less energy, and the vine's reach has been significantly increased. In addition, Huading can now assume human form. "No one can stop me. Let me strangle this little wretch." A thunderous roar. Xia Fengyan was furious that Huading had chosen no time to escalate its malicious attack on him, attempting to tarnish his image in front of his daughter. He stretched his arms and legs, intending to rush into the masonry house and unleash a barrage of punches and kicks on Huading City statue. But Yunshin and Zhang Yongfu held him back. For a moment, he felt like a tortoise unable to turn over, his neck and arms and legs stretched out, unable to move. Yunshin tried to dissuade him. "Dad, with the frequent cultural offerings lately, Hua Ting was already close to upgrading. Whether he did or not wasn't his own decision, and he wasn't targeting you." Zhang Yongfu clung to Xia Fengyan. As a man of similar mental age, he understood the fury and impulsiveness of an elderly father upon hearing that a bastard was alone with his daughter. He had to be stopped before Xia Fengyan calmed down, or who knew what he might actually do to Hua Ting. "You're all helping him," Xia Fengyan cried out in rage. Yunshin and Zhang Yongfu kept trying to dissuade him, and the scene was a scene of chaos and confusion. Huading's desire to immediately confront Yunshin in human form was temporarily abandoned. He was afraid that Xia Fengyan would pin him to the ground and beat him the moment he appeared, preventing Yunshin from seeing him in his best light. It was late at night, and the world was still. Xia Fengyan sat cross-legged in front of the brick city statue, staring intently at the small eyes of Huiting. Huiting whispered, "Dad, I'm already a megacity." This was a hint to Xia Fengyan. He had previously said that Huiting couldn't be alone with Yunchen until it became a megacity, so it should be possible now. Xia Fengyan continued to stare at the city statue, saying quietly, "Did you keep your promise? If not, why would he keep it, Huiting, eh?" Xia Fengyan didn't want to push too hard. He had no intention of being a mean old father. He simply wanted to use appropriate, small tricks to prevent the relationship between the two children from developing too quickly. Of course, sometimes Xia Fengyan wondered if he was overthinking things. Until he reminded them, the two children seemed to have never considered other options. Xia Fengyan cleared his throat and said, "Not at night. If I want to be alone, I have to wait until daytime." Huiting beamed, "Thank you, Dad. The cities will need to rest at night, usually in the latter half of the night. Rest allows for faster energy accumulation, and this remains true even in megacities." Before retiring, Huiting routinely scans the city's landscape. Birds nesting in the treetops, caterpillars slowly climbing stems and leaves, the hum of factory equipment, residential buildings in a cacophony of light and shadow, humans going about their private lives. Everything is clearly visible. Hua Ting's daily lives are the constant generator of future civilization and culture. Everything he sees will be incorporated, without bias, into the city's memory. He wouldn't deliberately focus on a particular person, but today, his attention couldn't help but be drawn to some conversation. "I don't like you anymore." "Why? You liked me even when I was so slovenly. I've become a better person now." "You're a nice person, but I'm sorry, I really can't accept the way you look now. You're so clean and barefaced, you're beyond my aesthetic standards. Is it too late for me to change back? It's unforgettable. Let's stop torturing each other." Huiting retrieved his city memories, and discovered a loving couple from Qianhu and Qianzhong, respectively. The man had been a wanderer, untidy even in the city, living a decadent life. It was with the woman's help that he regained his human form. Huiting was utterly shocked. Why would two people so in love break up? He stopped the woman and asked quietly. The woman, assuming it was the man's plea, said nonchalantly, "It can't be helped. I still love him, but I feel insecure about being in a relationship with someone more attractive than me. I don't want to get hurt later, so I have to break up now." "Is there anything wrong with being good-looking? Would Yunyan mind?" Huiting was in a daze, and even the always watery eyes in his city portrait lost their luster. He suddenly felt fortunate that Xia Fengyan had interrupted him that day, preventing him from reappearing in human form in front of Yunchen. What if Yunyan didn't like him because of this? Huiting felt a wave of anxiety. "What are you thinking about?" Xia Fengyan suddenly asked, his eyes closed, resting. He hadn't even opened them. Xia Fengyan was Yunchen's father. He must know his daughter's preferences better than he did. Hua Ting hesitated for a moment before finally asking what Xia Fengyan considered a profoundly stupid question. "Dad, what if Yunyan doesn't like my human form anymore?" "You're Yunyan's dad. You definitely know what Yunyan likes, and I can become that look." "Idiot." Xia Fengyan opened his eyes and cursed. "Do I know Nanan better than you do? I left her shortly after she was born. Which of us has been with her longer?" Hua Ting was stunned. Xia Fengyan said, "I know about her life in Zhongzhou. I've learned about her personality before she left Zhongzhou from Zhongzhou and Old Ming. And she's completely different now. And you've witnessed her transformation firsthand, and you understand why." This was another reason Xia Fengyan had been secretly targeting Hua Ting. Hua Ting hummed softly. "If you think Nanan's feelings for you are only that deep, then you're not worthy of her affection at all." Xia Fengyan snorted coldly, scanning the city with Hua Ting, his rage growing as he thought about it, as if he saw in him a reflection of his own foolish past. "Even if you don't have a human body, if you're a stone, a plant, or something incorporeal, so what?" Xia Fengyan lowered his gaze and whispered, "She only likes you, regardless of who you are. Don't hurt her feelings with your shallow thoughts." Huiting was completely stunned. Although he couldn't sense Xia Fengyan's emotions at the moment, he could sense that he wasn't just talking about Yunchen. Huiting said, "Dad, I'm sorry, I overthink things." Xia Fengyan had regained his composure, and he resumed his scolding of Hua Ting. "Don't you have a brain, you little jerk? You have time to sit here and think about all sorts of things. Why don't you just ask?" Hua Ting said aggrievedly, "Dad, didn't you tell me not to see Yunyan tonight?" Xia Fengyan felt that if he were a real person, Hua Ting would have given him several heart attacks. He said, "Show me your human form, let me see." "No, this is my first time, and it's only for Yunyan." Huiting's tone was tinged with shyness. He said, "Anyway, Yunyan will like me no matter what I look like." Xia Fengyan secretly tried to calm himself. Hua Ting's words had no hidden meaning, and he couldn't interpret them with an adult's mindset. Even so, he couldn't help but give Chengshi a stern knock. Next time, don't omit sentence parts. This is your first time in human form. Huiting looked at him, bewildered. What else could it mean? Xia Fengyan left Hua Ting's back as he returned to his room, a faint smile on his face. This kind of pure love. Yunshin had a long dream. In her dream, she was bullied again, transported by Zhongzhou to an icy lake. This time, someone pulled her out, Sister Duwan. She was taken in by Sister Duwan, learning countless skills from her, and living a thrilling life under the daily threat of ghosts. She happily followed Sister Duwan like a little tail, asking her for autographs, telling her stories, and training and exploring together. But she always felt something crucial was missing. The early morning birdsong woke Yunshin from his slumber. Huiting was missing from his dream. Yunshin pulled herself up, smiled, and shook her head, shaking off the unrealistic dream. As she washed, she faced the mirror and recalled yesterday's events. Huiting had become a megacity. Was he about to reappear in human form, like Zhou Yuan and Zhongzhou? Hua Ting once said that his human form was very handsome, even more handsome than Yugu. The towel in his hand fell into the basin, creating ripples. Yunshin took a deep breath, raised his hand, and patted his cheeks vigorously, not stopping until they were red. What had he been thinking about all day? Eat, breakfast is the most important thing. Yunshin opened the door with full energy, then froze. A young man, with a cool and aloof demeanor, had appeared in the courtyard. His skin was as white as snow, his brows lowered, and his long eyelashes cast a pale raven hue beneath his eyes. He wore a white robe, a jade flute dangling from his waist, its tassels swaying gently. He stood there casually, a carefree, lazy air even on the tips of his hair. He heard the door open and immediately looked up. Seeing it was her, a smile spread across his face. Like the sun melting a glacier, all the coldness in him vanished. Yunshin felt dizzy. She had to look away to avoid losing her composure. Yunyun. Hua Ting quickly walked over to Yunshin. His human form was much taller than her, so he leaned down slightly, looking closely at her. His half-draped black hair fell to Yunshin's hand, tickling the back of her hand. Why aren't you looking at me? The familiar, reassuring voice dispelled the strangeness, and Yunshin looked back at Hua Ting. She still felt a little uncomfortable with the fact that he wasn't appearing as a vine. But Hua Ting was still the same Hua Ting, as affectionate and clingy as ever. Hua Ting's smile widened when Yunshin finally looked at him. Afraid Yunshin couldn't hear his human form's words, he lowered his head to whisper in her ear, I've always wanted to do this, and now I can finally do it right now. Yunshin's earlobes tingled. She leaned her back against the closed door and asked, What's going on? But Hua Ting continued whispering in her ear, Yunyun, I'm embarrassed to be looking at me like that. Can you please close your eyes? Yunshin closed her eyes nervously. Hair brushed against her cheek, and she seemed to smell the faint fragrance of flowers. Someone gently touched her fingertips, and her right hand was lifted. She was nervous. The hand was even more nervous than hers, trembling slightly. He carefully counted her fingers, slowly curling them up, forming a certain shape with her hand. Yunshin opened his eyes in surprise. Their thumbs pressed together, a sign of promise. Hua Ting looked at her seriously. We made a promise. I will love you forever, stay with you, and never lie to you. With a bang, a burning sensation spread from the soles of her feet to her face, and her cheeks turned even redder than after she had slapped them hard. Yunshin opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Suddenly, she buried herself in Hua Ting's arms. Hua Ting hugged her in surprise, his expression seemingly unchanged. Inside the room, the pristine white city, shaped like a magnolia flower, seemed to be instantly tinged with a faint cherry blossom color. It seemed to be steaming faintly. Xia Fengyan, peeping from the second floor, said, A guy who makes people close their eyes just to make a pinky promise. What's there to worry about? Xia Fengyan lowered the curtains with peace of mind. Chapter 168. The human image of a city's will, like its city itself, can only be seen by humans if the city's will is willing to be seen. After Xia Fengyan was completely reassured, no one intentionally disturbed Yunshin and Hua Ting's solitude. Unfortunately, their time alone remained limited. From time to time, Yunshin would teleport to other cities or handle city affairs in person. It wasn't long before someone would call for him, a constant reminder of his presence. Huiting had reached the former territory of Jiangyu. Previously, Jin and Yin's plan had been discovered by the tea house, and upon their departure, they had been targeted by Xian's talent, leaving behind traces of their movements. Now, Huiting was flying according to the escape route Xianan had provided Jin and Yin. The outline of Jiangyo's territory resembled a seal with its head held high. Abundant natural resources, outstanding people, auspicious landscape, auspicious autumn waters, and the sky a single color. These were the descriptions used by ancient writers of Kyushu to describe Jiangyu. Yunchen and the others believed that Jin and Yin had replenished their energy in Jiangyu and suspected that there were, or had been, a large number of energy stones hidden there. This was their secondary purpose for coming here. The primary purpose was to search for Jiangyu. Huiting couldn't determine whether there were any energy stones hidden along their route. That required an expert. Yunchen could sense energy stones, but perhaps the rank of the energy stones was very distinct. With the higher the energy content, the higher the rank. She could only sense Xiaofengyan's presence. Faced with his daughter's pleading eyes, Xiaofengyan's ambition soared. He had finally waited for the opportunity to showcase his prowess in front of his daughter. No energy stone in the world could be hidden from Xiaofengyan, no matter how well hidden. Hua Ting flew over a mountaintop. Xiaofengyan pointed casually and said calmly, "It's right below that mountain. Come closer." According to Xianan's tracking records, Jin and Yin had indeed spent the longest time lingering in this area. Huiting stopped at the top of the mountain. Xiaofengyan stepped down to sense it for a moment, his expression grim. Yunchen asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Xiaofengyan gritted his teeth and said, "The ghost stole a lot of energy stones from my lair. They're almost forming a medium-sized vein." Under Yunchen's gaze, Xiaofengyan raised his head and pounded the mountain several times, quickly creating a hole. He asked Yunchen to stay outside the cave while he walked inside, pounding away as he went, creating a path underground. Nearly 20 minutes later, Xiaofengyan returned and said, "There are ghosts down there. There are a lot of energy stones, all of good quality and uncontaminated. If humans want them, let them dig for them themselves. With this fixed energy stone vein, there's no need to worry about ghosts suddenly removing them. It probably takes them a considerable amount of time to cultivate these energy stones. If he and Yunchen were to absorb the energy provided by the energy stones would be at least half as much." Huiting relayed this information to Xinjing. Xinjing thanked Xiaofengyan for his generosity, and stated that humans would find a way to dig out these energy stones themselves. Huiting, using Xianan's ability, left the specific coordinates and took off again, searching for Jiangyu. At the edge of the city, covered in lush green vegetation, Yunchen and Xiaofengyan stood side by side, looking down at the rapidly passing scenery below. Yunchen, recalling Xiaofengyan's momentum when he had just dug the cave, exclaimed, "Dad, you're incredibly strong." After she finished speaking, she felt like a fool. Her old father had carried Zhou Yuan for so long before. How could he not be strong? Xiaofengyan said smugly, "I'm naturally strong. I could lift a city the size of Huiting with just one finger." He added, "Not in a megacity." Huiting interrupted, "Then Dad, you never have the chance to lift me up again. A city's willpower level won't regress." Xiaofengyan muttered, "That's just the general situation. Didn't Zhou Yuan's city level regress under special circumstances?" "Dad." Yunchen and Huiting shouted in unison, "Don't say such unlucky things." "Okay." Xiaofengyan raised his arms and crossed them in front of his face, gesturing to shut up. A voice came from behind. "Old Xia, why are you still here? Have you forgotten you have a class this morning?" Zhang Yongfu suddenly appeared. He held a cart he usually used to push goods, pushing and lifting it toward the feet of the impatient, baby-faced young man in front of him. Xiaofengyan had become the cargo on the cart. Zhang Yongfu waved at Yunchen. "Xiaoyun, I take your father away first." Yunchen stared in amazement as Zhang Yongfu scurried away. She couldn't help but say, "Uncle Yongfu is much more energetic now than before." Not just Uncle Yongfu, but also Uncle Huangxing, Uncle Liang, Uncle Fei. They all returned refreshed and like completely different people after visiting Xinjing to see their former comrades. Huiting's voice didn't ring in his ears, but from above. Speaking this way, he had appeared in human form. Yunchen lay on his back, watching Hua Ting sitting against the light against a tree, a corner of his white robe swaying in the breeze. "So that's how it is." "Great," Yunchen said, then looked away, gazing at the passing scenery below. Her heart beat a little faster in her chest. Only this could calm her down. Hua Ting pursed his lips slightly. The next second, he vanished from the tree and silently reappeared behind Yunchen. "Yun, you've been avoiding me since I appeared in human form." The sudden, gentle voice and the faint exhalation beside her made Yunchen wonder if summer had arrived. Otherwise, how could the temperature be so high? "Your imagination." Yunchen was resolute. She didn't turn to look at Hua Ting, but changed the subject, saying, "Don't worry about that. Let's find Jiangyu first." Hua Ting said, "I'm looking. The city can handle many things simultaneously. Its sensing range has increased significantly since my upgrade. I won't delay other matters." He reached out from behind Yunshin, making his right hand visible to the rest of the light. Branches clung to Hua Ting's fair, slender fingers. Yunshin felt a weight on her shoulder, and Hua Ting turned her around to face him. The person in front of her turned only for a moment, glanced at him in surprise, then immediately dropped her eyes, no longer looking at him. Is he really that ugly? Hua Ting was distressed. Not wanting to embarrass Yunshin, he slowly removed his hand from her shoulder. His eyelids drooped in grievance. His hand hovered in the air, when it was suddenly grasped by the other person's raised hand. Yunshin took a deep breath, fanning her face with her free hand to dissipate the heat. She looked Hua Ting in the eye and said, "I'm a little uncomfortable. You were a plant before, and suddenly you become such a beautiful person. It's like a completely different person approaching me." Hua Ting was stunned. Yunshin looked up, trying hard to stare at Hua Ting's face, trying to convince himself that it was just an ordinary appearance, not worth mentioning. After half a minute, Yunshin gave in and looked away, muttering, "It's all your fault. You're so much taller than me now." Hua Ting stared at Yunshin in shock. Could he be blamed for all this? Without hesitation, he lifted a corner of his white robe and knelt on one knee on the lawn. Yunshin's vision was filled only with Hua Ting's flowing hair, and the way his eyelashes fluttered as he looked up. A strand of hair clung to his face, its blackness striking against his pale skin. Yunshin plucked it off, and was about to tuck it behind Hua Ting's ear, when she suddenly woke up. She was about to withdraw her hand, but the vines encircled her wrist, pressing it against Hua Ting's face. Hua Ting's voice returned to the normal way the city will spoke to a human. "Yunshin." Yunshin watched her hand being drawn by the vines, her fingertips brushing against Hua Ting's serene eyebrows, her high nose, her rosy lips moving in and out. "I'm still me, the me you call Little Broken City. If this me feels strange to you, then will this make it more familiar to you?" Hua Ting's eyes were serious, devoid of any lust. Her fingertips were guided across his jaw, neck, collarbone. Yunshin gradually relaxed. Even though the vines were no longer exerting force, she could still touch Hua Ting's human form as casually as she usually did. She said, "Don't move for now." Hua Ting nodded obediently. "Okay, I move when you tell me." After all, the cities wouldn't experience the numbness that occurs when a human body maintains a single position for an extended period. He could maintain this state indefinitely. Yunshin, a curious child, poked Hua Ting's cheek and tugged at his waist-length, smooth black hair. This was the first time in Yunshin's life that she had studied a young man so closely. Besides, he was her lover, so she could study him without restraint. Of course, she wouldn't be too reckless. This was an open field, after all. Hua Ting was like a delicate doll at her disposal. Yunshin tied his hair into a hideous knot and asked guiltily, "Haven't you found Jiangyu yet?" Hua Ting said, "No." Yunshin struggled to untie the knot and asked, "Is there no way to locate the city statues of other city wills?" Hua Ting thought for a moment and said, "None of the city wills we've contacted can do that. Jiangyu was much larger back then, and if it was an unawakened city statue, it would be well hidden, so finding it would be slow." "Yeah." Yunshin had finally restored Hua Ting's hair, but it was now a little rough, with many tiny strands sticking out. Hua Ting winked at Yunshin. Yunshin asked tentatively, "What if someone made you ugly?" Hua Ting was silent for a long time, then smiled and said, Yun, what are you talking about? I won't get ugly, absolutely not." Yunshin knew Hua Ting's narcissism well. He rambled for ages over a broken leaf, and he'd be furious if he knew his hair was messed up. The city figures all wore ancient Kyushu clothing. While their hairstyles incorporated modern Kyushu aesthetics, they were mostly long and tied up, with short hair rarely seen. Bundling long hair was a real hassle, especially for someone like Yunshin, who struggled with hairstyles. She tried to salvage the situation several times, but it was more tiring than a full day of training. She paused and rested. Hua Ting asked, "Don't you want to study me anymore?" Suddenly, a breeze picked up. The leaves of the nearby fruit trees rustled, and small flakes fell, one of which rested against Hua Ting's lips. A face like that didn't deserve any more. Without a second thought, Yunshin lifted her hand and brushed away the leaf, no bigger than her fingernail. Next to her were Hua Ting's lips. Yunshin couldn't understand why his lips looked so moist. She muttered to herself, thinking she could get her lips red and moist just by rubbing some lard on them. Yunshin was still curious. She had only lightly brushed his lips, not touched them closely. Would it be wet if she pressed on them? For some reason, her index finger pressed against them. It was soft, dry, and slightly warm. She was about to withdraw her finger, her curiosity satisfied, when the lips she was pressing against opened slightly. Kneeling down, he took her fingertip into his mouth, his lips slowly enveloping it. Like a teething puppy gently nibbling her finger. And licked it once, no, twice. Huiting mumbled incoherently, "It has no taste. I thought Union would be sweet." Yunshin abruptly pulled his hand away, clutching his index finger, which felt as if it were burning. After a moment, his face flushed, he managed a few words. "Have you finally evolved from city will into city pervert?" Huiting was bewildered. Why had he become a pervert again? Chapter 169. After Yunshin finished calling Hua Ting a pervert, he suddenly stood far away. Hua Ting didn't move, nor did he dare, because Yunshin had previously told him not to. A gentle breeze brushed against her face, bringing a slight coolness, and the heat on Yunshin's face subsided considerably. She glanced back and noticed that a certain city will was still crouching behind him. Yunshin paused, then went over to pull him up, saying helplessly, "Are you an idiot?" The young man in white stared at him for a long moment, then took his hand, a happy smile on his lips. So happy that it looked a little silly. Suddenly, Hua Ting's smile faded, and he looked down, not at the grass, but at the vines beneath the city. "We've found Jiangyu." It was noon, the sun shining brightly. Below them lay a massive mountain, high and densely forested, with ravines crisscrossing. From the foot of the mountain, gazing upward, it resembled a vast castle, majestic and imposing. The Jiangyu city statue lies within this high mountain. Dressed in dark, easy-to-move clothing, Yunshin slid down the vines to the ground. Her thick-soled rubber boots crushed fallen leaves, and the mountain soil was slightly muddy, splashing muddy water as she walked. The mountain had once been cultivated by humans, with stone paths, platforms for climbers, and numerous residential buildings. Over the years, it had been ravaged by ghosts, and the facilities were dilapidated and unsightly. Yunshin walked to the steep edge of the mountain and looked down. Amidst the accumulated rubble in the middle of the mountain, a discrete stone disc lay. That was the base of the city statue. The Jiangyu city statue really knew how to find a place to grow. Yunshin surveyed the precarious surroundings, set up anchor points, and attached ropes. She then trudged along the mountain, slowly approaching the Jiangyu city statue. She noticed a faint glint of black in the cracks of the rocks. Yunshin lifted his foot and kicked a stone aside with his toe. Instantly, a pungent odor of sulfur assaulted her. This situation had Jiangyu also been harmed by the ghost, but the flow and contamination of the black liquid were not as extensive as those in Zhongzhou and Qianzhong. Yunshin swung to a clean landing spot and expertly channeled energy into the city statue. As with the awakening of other city wills, the rocks near the Jiangyu city statue were attracted by the energy and began to float and swirl. Finally, they piled together to form the Jiangyu city statue. After the surface cracked, the Jiangyu city statue, resembling a fluttering flag, was revealed. When Jiangyu awoke, he was still at the level of a small city. His memories had not yet returned, and he had no recollection of his pre-slumber experiences. He was delighted to see Yunshin, a human, and repeatedly introduced himself, recommending him as his city loved. Huiting silently descended a little from the city's altitude, hoping Jiangyu would notice his presence. Only then did Jiangyu realize that a city will still floated in the sky. When he learned Yunshin was Huiting's city-loving member, he immediately retreated into a state of isolation. Determined to understand what had happened to Jiangyu earlier, Yunshin continued to infuse him with energy, transforming him into a medium-sized city before sunset. Huiting simply stopped near a towering mountain, blending in with the urban atmosphere of Jiangyu. He appeared in human form, beside Jiangyu's city statue. Jiangyu recalled what had happened earlier. He retreated into a state of isolation for over 10 minutes, before finally speaking his first words. "I'm so miserable. This is the 10th time I've woken up." Jiangyu's voice was deep, and his words were spoken rapidly. Listening to him was like someone playing a Croatian rhapsody on a cello in your ears. His words sparked deep curiosity in Yunshin and Hua Ting. What did it mean to wake up for the 10th time? Damn ghosts. Jiangyu angrily recounted his unfortunate experience after waking up. "I heard Jiuzhou calling us and lifting the restrictions on us. I immediately worked hard to gather energy. I excitedly woke up and saw no humans at all. Is the location of my city reliable? The urban aura of a small city is only the size of a mosquito bite. What human would go up the mountain and wander to this remote corner of my world? I'm not the kind of city spirit that would be defeated by something like this. I believe gold will always shine." Jiangyu sighed deeply. It did shine, But the first person to discover my piece of gold was a ghost. I wasn't afraid of them at the time. Little ghosts. Didn't Jojo wake us up just to keep the ghosts away? And then these shameless ghosts actually called their leader. A huge ghostly claw emerged from the mountainside, and with just one finger, it smacked me to pieces. Yunchen described the ghost mother's body and asked, "Is it the ghost mother?" Jianyu said, "Yes, the size matches." So it was the ghost mother. That's outrageous. It was just a fight between children. How could they call their own mother for help? Did I call Jojo? Huiding reminded him, "Jojo is asleep. Do you remember when the ghost mother appeared?" Jianyu said, "I remember it perfectly." He said the first time he was smacked asleep by the ghost mother, who appeared with only one finger, was in 2016. Jiangyu's situation was different from other city wills. Due to the unique characteristics of Jojo's recent history, his urban culture allowed him to accumulate energy even while asleep. After awakening, the energy growth rate remained the same as that of other cities. Even if Jianyu fell asleep, he could accumulate energy for a year or two, and then awaken on his own. This was also the beginning of Jianyu's feeling like a hapless person. Every time he woke up and happily waited for humans, it wouldn't be long before the ghosts and their leaders came to beat him up. Each time the ghost mother appeared, her body exposed above ground became larger than before. The more the ghost mother wanted to leave the ground, the longer it took to gather energy, but she was also constantly improving. At the beginning, it took almost an entire night for her to raise a finger above ground. Every time Jianyu woke up, the ghost mother beat him. Wake up, beat him, wake up again, beat him again. Each time he was beaten into a deep sleep, the damage to Jiangyu City seemed to become more severe, unlike the initial sleep where it was only broken in a few corners. Before the ninth sleep, Jiangyu City seemed to be shattered by the beating, and he doubted the city's survival. If the ghosts were so powerful that the city will had no power to resist, let alone resist, why did Jojo wake up all 36 of them? Were their city wills awakened solely to serve as punching bags for the ghosts? Perhaps after the ghosts had their fill, they would no longer have the energy to hunt humans, which in a sense did protect humanity. With this thought in mind, Jiangyu cheerfully endured the ghost mother's repeated beatings. He felt that if he suffered, his other brothers and sisters must be even more miserable. Until Jiangyu saw Huiding, now a megacity, soaring majestically in the sky. It must be because Huiding could fly that the ghost mother couldn't hit it. Jiangyu asked uncertainly, "Isn't everyone a victim of that creature?" To be honest, they had only recently learned about the ghost mother from what happened in Qianzhong. Of the city wills they had contacted so far, only Qianzhong had been attacked by the ghost mother. Now Jiangyu had to be added to the list. Yuan Chen and Hua Ting fell silent, unable to bear to answer Jiangyu's questions. The truth had to be revealed to Jiangyu. While Yuan Chen contacted Ming Ranlin, Hua Ting detailed the current information available to Jiangyu. Jiangyu retreated into isolation once more. Hua Ting stepped forward and embraced Jianyu's city statue. He recounted some of his own experiences, such as how the ghost nest had once existed beneath his city, and how Zhou Yuan had revealed his past existence. "You actually perished?" Jiangyu exclaimed in surprise, "No wonder." Hua Ting asked, "No wonder?" Jiangyu said, "Even your personality has changed." Hua Ting couldn't help but ask, "I've recovered my city memories, so it should be pretty much the same as before." Jiangyu pondered for a moment, then denied, "You used to be colder and quieter, but you, Xinjing, and Baiwei all had that personality when they were influenced by the urban culture formed by humans. You're much gentler now, and I like you even more." Yunchen hadn't wanted to interrupt the two city spirits' reminiscence, but as she reflected on what Jiangyu had just said, she realized something was amiss. The ghost mother had appeared before, using an attack to put Jiangyu to sleep. Several city spirits had been attacked by ghosts, and judging by past events, ghosts would no longer target a city after failing to capture it. Only Jiangyu was attacked repeatedly by the ghost mother. The ghost mother didn't want Jiangyu awake. Why? Was there something special about Jiangyu that made him worthy of being targeted? That's not the case. Perhaps it's simply because Jiangyu was the only one who knew early on that the ghost mother could attack the city's will. As time went on, the extent to which the ghost mother could damage the city's will became increasingly profound. So ordinary ghosts, or scheming ghosts like Wu Ming, and even Xi and Luo, who had been corrupted by ghosts. What was the true purpose of these brazen, undisguised, and even highly publicized tactics? Xia Fengnian said that the divine instructions concocted by the ghosts were a way for humanity to survive, as the rules could no longer tolerate. After this way of survival appeared, there were less than 2 years left until the annular solar eclipse. Why did Xia Fengnian, who loved his wife and daughter so deeply, abandon them and rush to awaken Jojo? the Ghost Mother's arrival required time, and Jiuzhou's awakening would also require time. Perhaps from the very beginning, the ghost's actions were intended to conceal the Ghost Mother's existence. Yuanqin finished his thoughts and murmured, had the ghosts been stalling for time this entire time? Xi and Luo had been corrupted before, and Jin and Yin were traitors among humans. Presumably, the ghosts also knew the conditions for Jiuzhou's awakening. Their approach to the city was like a one-shot retreat. They didn't intend to utterly destroy you, but they wanted to prevent your city will from developing. Even with the energy of Yunchen and Xiaofengyan, it would still take time for the city will to awaken from its dormancy. When the Ghost Mother truly descended, would the city wills attacked by her simply fall back into dormancy? Jiang Yu was most aware of the changes and intensification of the Ghost Mother's attacks. To awaken Jiuzhou, all city wills must accumulate a vast amount of city energy at the level of a megacity to awaken Jiuzhou. The time left for humanity is shorter than imagined. The Ghost Mother will continue to attack the city wills, hindering humanity's progress in awakening Jiuzhou. The sky darkened completely, a black aura engulfed the earth, and ghosts swarmed outside the urban auras of the two cities. The lights in the Huading Pavilion lit up. The jade hairpin on Yuanqin's head also lit up. A call from Zhongzi. As soon as the call connected, Yuanqin heard Zhongzi swallow nervously. Yuanqin, that large black shadow you mentioned earlier has appeared outside Baipu. Is it the Ghost Mother? Baipu had just become a major city 2 days ago. Chapter 170. In the late night, the usually quiet city became restless, teleportation points in various cities flickering on and off. Baipu's men and vital supplies were being continuously transferred to other cities. The transfer was so rapid that a shadow was forming outside Baipu. The lights in the tea house were brightly lit. Yu Qingxia gazed at the slightly chaotic city, urging the person in charge tonight to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. She arrived at the temple halfway up the mountain, where Yu Chaojiao was anxiously waiting for her at the entrance. Sister, it's been over an hour since they upgraded, and there's been no movement at all. Shouldn't we ask the other city wills? Shouldn't upgrading a city will be instantaneous? How could it take them so long? Yu Qingxia shook her head and said, we have to wait a while. Everyone's in chaos right now because of the Baipu incident, and we can't add to the chaos. The Tea House brothers weren't actually ready to upgrade yet. They were essentially two city wills, and the current energy was only enough for one of them. But after learning about Jiangyo's situation, the two brothers deeply realized the importance of the city will, which connected them to the entire Kyushu region. Their Falong Chumyun must be upgraded again. Thanks to the cultural offerings of the Chafu people, the Chafu brothers boldly upgraded, having calculated that the success rate should be high. The brothers miscalculated. Unlike other city wills, they required energy not only to upgrade their city level, but also to improve their city talents. The city upgrade would be slower than they had anticipated. The Yu siblings knew this, but the Chafu brothers vowed that they would not run out of energy during the upgrade process, and would definitely succeed. Yu Chaojiao waited anxiously for another 10 minutes, but he couldn't wait any longer. Ignoring Yu Qingxia's attempts to stop him, Yu Chaojiao contacted Yuanqin. Soon after, Yuanqin arrived and, without a word, began to infuse the Tea House brothers with energy. She only transferred a small amount of energy, and the Tea House brothers successfully upgraded on their own. The surface of the city image cracked, and the stones peeled away, revealing a 3-meter-tall mountain-shaped stone pavilion shrouded in mist. The Tea House had successfully become a megacity, and their flying dragons and cloud-riding clouds covered the entire Kyushu region. The Tea House brothers hadn't expected Yuanqin to appear here, and they were furious at Yu Chaojiao's distrust of him. How can we joke about something like this? The Tea House brothers roared. You wouldn't dare joke about anything. Yuanqin listened to the bickering between Yu Chaojiao and the Tea House brothers, and a faint smile crept onto his weary face. Yu Qingxia asked softly, how's Baipu doing? Yuanqin exhaled and said, the Ghost Mother formed very quickly. Baipu was already asleep before I arrived. The room was silent. Yu Chaojiao asked hoarsely, can't we stop it at all? Yuanqin shook his head. Because she possessed the ability to teleport fragments of the 9 provinces statue, she was the last person left in Baipu. She was also the last person to witness the Ghost Mother's formation, how she easily shattered the city's aura and its image with a single palm strike. She found it difficult to describe the scene. The moon in the sky was a cold white, as was the Ghost Mother's complexion. Its massive body obscured the moon. The Ghost Mother didn't resemble a ghost. It looked more like a woman with an excessively pale complexion and graceful demeanor. Its enormous eyes turned towards her. It even gave her a kind, yet meaningful smile upon seeing her. The movement of its raised hand to attack was like a noblewoman fanning herself, and the wind that descended. First, it shattered Baipu's city aura. Second, it shattered Baipu's city image. Ghosts swarmed in, and she teleported to the tea house in a cold sweat. After hearing Yunchen's account, no one looked happy. After they learned the true conspiracy of the ghosts, they had already fallen countless steps behind. If the Ghost Mother appeared at any moment, how could the city wills reach the megacities to accumulate energy and then awaken Jiuzhou? After being attacked by the Ghost Mother, the surrounding environment of the city will be contaminated by the ghostly liquid. The radiation of the city will's aura is limited, and even human activities during the day are restricted, making it impossible to engage in production and labor outside the city aura. This would only further slow the city will's energy accumulation. Just like the orb that contaminated the entire island, perhaps the orb was actually a pollution experiment for the ghosts, and once they confirmed its effectiveness, they would fully utilize this method. The ghosts were simply endlessly draining their strength. There's a more serious problem. The Jiuzhou statue fragments. It's known that the fragments of the Jiuzhou statues in Huading and Qianhu are in the hands of ghosts. How can they reclaim them? Yu Qingxia told Yunchen to rest first, as she had to awaken Baipu from his forced sleep tomorrow. After Yunchen, Yu Qingxia, and Yu Chaojia left the temple, the city image in Chafu shimmered. The flying dragon riding the clouds activated, and Songlong Pavilion appeared. Atop the steep mountain peaks, reaching into the clouds, stood numerous humanoid city minds of varying appearances. Some of them were clearly visiting Songlong Pavilion for the first time, their faces etched with surprise. Huading and the Chafu brothers were very close, so he quietly asked, "Have they upgraded?" The Chafu brothers nodded and said in unison, "Our communication range now covers the entire Jiuzhou." More city wills had appeared in Songlong Pavilion than they had expected. Now, they could finally begin counting the awakened city wills. Xinjing had the city wills arranged according to the former Jiuzhou city regions. In the eastern region of Jiuzhou, 8 city wills, Huading, Chafu, Haiyu, Shijiang, Xianan, Dongqiao, Jiangyu, and Baozhou had all awakened. Huading, Chafu, and Zhejiang were megacities, Xianan, Haiyu, and Baowu were supercities, and Dongqiao and Jiangyu, which had recently awakened, were medium-sized cities. Jiangyu's human form was particularly small and pitiful, his clothes making him look like a child wearing adult clothes. His experience was the most pitiful of the many city wills. He was hanging on the stern-faced Xinjing, complaining in his deep, magnetic voice about how miserably he'd been beaten by ghosts for so many years. When Xinjing couldn't help but say something about Jiangyu, he was met with condemning glances from the other city minds. "Jiangyu's so pathetic, can't you just indulge him a little?" "Xinjing, doesn't your conscience hurt?" Especially Xianan, who kept calling Jiangyu a poor kid. "Xinjing, don't these guys know that Jiangyu's city talent is unwavering determination? As the only city whose talent can strengthen and inspire human willpower, how could Jiangyu be a mere pity?" Xinjing expressionlessly let Jiangyu hang from his clothes and continued counting. In the southern part of Kyushu, Bagui, Qiongya, Mingdao, and Haojiang appeared, but Baiwei was absent. In the central region, only Zhongzhou and Qinhu were present, with Sanxiang nowhere to be seen. Bagui had just arrived in a medium-sized city yesterday, thanks to the clever tricks used by the Chafu brothers, Failong Chengyun. He would have been nowhere to be seen a day earlier. Zhongzhou and Qiongya are both megacities, and Qinhu is already a super city, though it will take some time to reach that level. Xinjing continued to survey the cities in the southwestern and northern regions of Kyushu. In the southwestern region, only Qianzhong and Luosi appeared. Baipu had just fallen into a deep sleep, and Tianfu and Shuangyu were also absent, perhaps because they hadn't woken up or weren't yet at the medium-sized city level. Xinjing was well aware of the situation in the northern cities. Besides him, Yuyuan Yuzhou, Bingzhou, and Tianji were all present, but only he and Tianji were super cities. The northeastern region of Kyushu also had all its cities. Fontian was already a super city, while Wuling and Ruoshui were also super cities. Due to previous incidents caused by contamination, Xi and Luo had become particularly cautious. Although clearly the city will of the northeastern urban area, he hunkered down near the northwestern cities, led by Zhou Yuan. Xinjing's gaze fell on Zhou Yuan. Besides Xi and Luo, Zhou Yuan was accompanied by another tall, heroic woman in a green robe, and another woman in a silk-tube skirt with seductive eyes. They were Qintang and Guisher. Neither Longzhou nor Shuofang appeared. There were 35 city wills in Jiuzhou, and 28 had appeared at Songlong Pavilion. Of the 7 city wills that hadn't appeared, only Baipu's situation was known to them. The city wills exchanged information very efficiently, And soon all the city wills present knew about the ghost mother and understood the seriousness of the situation. Regarding the marriage with a foreign race, several city wills, familiar with Huiting's former personality, cast slightly strange glances at him. They muttered, "How strange. I used to think Huiting only cared about his own face." Huiting, He hoped that the city wills would be more serious and refrain from gossiping. Huiting was assigned the task of searching for the missing city will, while the personnel stationed in Jiangyu from Xinjing would be tasked with mining the energy stone ore. The other city wills worked at no time in finding their respective Longhorn blessed lands, aiming to become megacities as soon as possible. Xinjing asked Luoshi if he knew anything about the Dawn cult. The tall and muscular Luoshi sat cross-legged on the stone pavilion railing and said unhappily, "The Dawn cult is gone. All its inhabitants are dead." The city wills looked at Luoshi. Xinjing frowned slightly and asked, "You killed her?" Luoxia was speechless. It was a troublesome, unscrupulous lunatic named Li Duan. Huiting looked up at Luoxia. "Was Sister Duan there?" Luoxia continued. "She instigated my city followers, claiming that the people in the Dawn cult were all humans bewitched by ghosts, stirring up trouble and inciting people outside the city will, tantamount to betraying Jiuzhou. She led my city followers to infiltrate the Dawn cult's upper echelons. I don't know how she tricked those humans into a location, using explosives to detonate a mountain, burying and killing tens of thousands of them alive." A few city wills gasped, including Qian Hu. "Uh-huh." Qin Tang shook her high ponytail and said, "Luoxia, you must admit that this troublesome, unscrupulous human helped you solve a big problem. Don't forget to tell me something. The Dawn cult committed murder and arson. Even the lunatics you're referring to spared the normal people, leaving only those who refused to repent." Luoxia growled, "Tens of thousands of humans, all slaughtered. This woman was ruthless and acted without hesitation. She reeked of the blood that comes from years of killing." He raised his voice. "She even abducted my city guardian. Why won't you return my city guardian?" Qin Tang leered at him for a moment, then said, "I think you're ungrateful. It was you who refused to allow someone seriously injured while working for you into the city, which is why your city guardian brought him to me." Luoxia was silent. "I apologized later." Qin Tang snorted, "Do you think you're so incapable of temper?" Guisher snorted softly and smiled charmingly. "Although the methods were a bit harsh, this isn't peacetime, so special measures should have been used. If you hadn't controlled those members of the Dawn cult, they would have come to Qin Tang and me to cause trouble, causing us a lot of trouble. We should have dealt with these disobedient humans long ago." Luoxia said, "As the cities will, you be severely punished by Jiuzhou for your thoughts on humans." Guisher immediately patted her chest. "I'm so scared." As she joked, she tried to touch Zhou Yuan's wide sleeves, but Zhou Yuan dodged, and she fell on Qin Tang. "Qin Tang treats me the best." Qin Tang wrapped her arms around Guisher's slender waist, and looked at Luoxia. She said, "As the cities will, if you intend to treat humans equally, then ignore how they solve their problems, or intervene to resolve the Dawn cult from the beginning." The Chafu brothers hesitated, silently hiding behind Huiting. Qin Tang and Guisher, awakened after the apocalypse, seemed even more ferocious. The Chafu brothers glanced at Zhou Yuan, Zhongzhou, and Xinjing again. Their expressions remained unchanged. This meant that such changes in the city were permitted by Jiuzhou. Also, in the apocalypse, the city should no longer strictly adhere to the rules of peacetime. Luoxu, completely speechless after being blocked by Qin Tang and Guisher, angrily swung his braids and asked Xinjing something else. This was something all the city wills wanted to know. "Xinjing, the development of our cities isn't a problem, but what if the ghost mother keeps appearing and interrupting us? If none of us can reach a megacity together, how will we awaken Jiuzhou?" Xinjing remained silent, his gaze indifferent. Shijiang and Qiongya exchanged glances before stepping forward simultaneously, saying in a deep voice, "We both have an idea, but we're not sure if it's feasible." Shijiang's city talent, fisherman in the misty waves. Qiongya's city talent, breaking through the clouds and mist. Both of these talents conceal auras and obscure ghostly perception. Combined, they might be able to shroud the entire 9 provinces in mist, confusing ghostly perception and buying time for the city wills to develop. The problem is, Shijiang and Qiongya aren't sure if their city talents can deceive the ghost mother.